Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Force by Kiki Burrelli, narrated by Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Frustration. Cy was miserable and not nearly drunk enough to listen to Patsy Cline warble on about how crazy love made her. "Another," he grunted, ignoring the knowing look he received from Mike, the Lunar pub bartender. Living in a place as small as Crescent City meant Mike, and everyone else who called the place home, knew what drove Cy to numb his fury with drink. "The day I met my mate was the happiest." Cy ripped his gaze from his fresh whiskey and ice, and speared Mike with a glower that conveyed how little of a shit Cy cared about the day he'd met his mate. Mike paled, leaving to wipe down the other end of the bar top. Immediately, Cy felt like shit. He liked Mike, and liked his mate, and it wasn't as if this day was one Cy hadn't known would come. Though Cy had spent the last 20 years aware of who his intended mate was, he'd never met the man. Those years had made him complacent, allowing him to hope he might get out of fulfilling the terms of the arranged relationship his parents had made for him. Zane Andino, fellow teammate of the elite team that protected Crescent City, breezed through the open doorway. Since the solar wolf scientists had begun initial testing, power throughout Crescent City was disrupted, and most public places had taken to leaving doors and windows open until generators arrived. "Fuck me. Those solar wolves know how to throw a party. You missed out on one hell of a party favor." He dropped heavily into the bar stool at Cy's right, making a show of lifting a glittering silver gift bag. The bag's contents clonked against the counter. "There's a pair of Bose noise-canceling earbuds in there. I already own a pair, so you can have them, since you missed out on Magnus's big day." Magnus's mating ceremony was the reason Cy had been able to wallow alone in the Lunar pub for as long as he had. The entire town had been invited to watch Magnus bind himself to the solar wolf Calore Fier. Cy had sent his mating gift, along with his heartfelt congratulations. But considering how Magnus messing around with Cy had kept him from recognizing what Calore Fier meant to him, Cy decided it would be best to sit the actual celebrations out. He was happy for Magnus. Cy had no claim on the witch, just as he didn't with any of the other people he slept with. That was the point. No connections, no attachments. Cy offered his partners something better than commitment. Complete freedom. He tossed back his glass. Less than 24 hours. That was how long he got to keep his freedom. "Not interested? There's a tube of La Prairie cellular hand cream, but I don't think you'd enjoy the scent." "Drink and be silent, or go," Cy grunted. Zane pressed his lips together and motioned for a drink. His silence lasted only as long as it took for Mike to bring it to him. "When does the lucky witch arrive?" "Tomorrow, noon." "Have you even spoken with the Reed's witch? Exchanged a single word with the person you'll be waking up next to every day? For the rest of your life?" Zane gave a shudder. Cy could be grateful it had been Zane, and not one of his other two teammates from the Lunar Council Enforcement Agency, LCEA, who'd come to check in on him. Both Axe Landry and Huxley Might had recently found their mates and were disgustingly in love. They'd also been allowed the dignity of choosing their mates. These days, most wolves and witches did, but Cy's father was old-fashioned, especially 20 years ago, and a debt had needed to be paid. Cy had agreed to it at the ripe age of 12, when he'd had no idea just what he was signing away. Zane's situation mirrored Sai's in enough ways that he understood the bitter taste that filled Sai's mouth. He also knew why Sai wouldn't fight the arrangement. The days of forced matings and fulfilling the sacred pact at all costs were over. Most wolves would support his efforts. I've done my damned best to ignore David Reed's existence. I was 12 when the arrangement was made. He was 0. Born and made it off, just like that. He snapped his fingers twice in quick succession. Zane clinked the rim of his glass against Sai's. Fuck. That's rough. This mating was going to be a disaster. The best Sai could hope for was for the witch to be independent. The sexiest thing a partner could say to Sai was that they hadn't thought about him since the last time they'd seen each other. Because he sure as fuck hadn't thought about them. The lights flickered overhead, and Sai glared at them like they were the cause of his problems. In a way, they were. If Sai wanted to be petty, he could blame the solar wolves for his current predicament. They'd been working on a gate that would allow them to return to their home dimension for decades. And now that they'd begun construction and testing, the city faced more enemies than it ever had before. Those enemies were dangerous enough to prompt his intended's father, Elijah Reeds, leader of his clan, to decide he couldn't wait any longer to place his son in Sai's care. It wasn't the protection aspect that sent another mouthful of booze down his throat. Sai's job was to protect the city, and he was damn good at it. Well, he was when he hadn't spent the afternoon cleaning out the Lunar pub's inventory of cheap whiskey. He'd stopped feeling the burn an hour ago, and was right on track toward pleasantly numb. Sai's personal collection of whiskey and bourbon he kept at home had been carefully cultivated. Drinking the gut rot they offered here was like eating cubed steak when he had Wagyu beef waiting for him. But Sai wanted to wallow, and his whiskey was for enjoyment, not misery. Rough doesn't fucking cover it. There isn't a chance in hell we'll be compatible. The Reeds clan lives in the middle of nowhere. Nothing but farmland and livestock for acres. What the hell am I supposed to do with a mate like that? There were some who embraced the simple life, but Sai wasn't one of them. He worked hard and liked to play that way. He didn't deny himself the things he enjoyed, whether that was a cute witch or a new surround system. This mating is going to be a disaster! He slammed his glass down on the bar top with a growl. Enough awareness existed in him to realize Zane had stopped listening. He wasn't even looking at him, his attention on the open doorway. Through his insobriety and agitation, Sai hadn't realized anyone had arrived. 2 people stood in the doorway. Sai only knew there were 2 because there were 4 total feet. A werewolf Sai'd never seen before stood in front of his companion, blocking the second person almost entirely from view. This was a pub, and despite Sai existing as the sole patron for hours, it was open for business. For new customers to arrive wasn't strange, but the fact that Sai didn't recognize them was. The city was on lockdown and travel in or out was heavily regulated. "Are you Sai Pataki?" The werewolf laced the question with so much scorn, Sai's inner wolf, who'd gone quiet after his first shot, perked to attention. The man was a lunar wolf. Sai placed him at likely a few years older than himself. He was brawny and barrel-chested, more beefy than muscular, with a head of thick black hair that covered much of his face and continued to sprout down his burly forearms. The body behind him was still just a pair of shoes. As far as Sai was aware, only his intended mate had been approved entry inside Crescent City this week, and he wasn't scheduled to arrive until tomorrow. When that happened, Sai had left explicit instruction with patrol that he be notified immediately. The officer at the gate told us we can find Cy Pataki here. I'm Cressley Mast, David Reed's chaperone. Buzzed Meg. You aren't supposed to be here yet. Cy blurted out the first thing his muddy thoughts supplied him that wasn't a swear in his native Hungarian. Zane rose from his stool. Crescent City has barred unapproved travel for the foreseeable future. David Reed's is not supposed to arrive until tomorrow. Where are your travel documents? Maybe if Cy hadn't spent the better part of the day soaking in a single malt marinade, he would have thought to ask that first. Cressley Mast exhaled loudly as though he was offended by the inconvenience. It wasn't often that Cy hated a person on the spot. With most people, he went years without caring enough to form a single opinion about them. But everything about this werewolf grated against Cy's skin and made his beast bristle. Mast let the bag hanging over his shoulder slide off and onto the closest table with a loud thump. He shoved his meaty hand inside, making a show of rummaging around. Other than being childish and cementing every opinion Cy had made of the man, the move also succeeded in revealing the person who stood behind him. The second man couldn't have been more unlike his companion. Small, young, and thin. He wasn't tall enough for his head to reach higher than Cy's chest. In a plain, white button-up dress shirt that he tucked into loose, dark slacks, he looked like he was going to a religious ceremony, or trying his best to not be noticed. His shirt was buttoned to the very top, his clothes concealing everything but his hands, feet, and thin, angular face. His skin was the color of bones that had been left for years to sit beneath a hot sun, and matched the color of his neatly combed hair almost perfectly. He smelled of nothing. The man was the walking definition of nondescript, except for his eyes as dark as a starless night sky. His gaze flicked on and off Cy's face like he thought he'd get yelled at for staring. The lurching feeling in Cy's stomach had little to do with the liters of booze he'd consumed. The boy looked frail, feeble, like if Cy brushed against him too hard, he'd break apart like glass. David Reed was supposed to be a 20-year-old farmer. This man looked years younger and too weak to lift an empty bucket, much less put in day after day of hard manual labor. "I'm sorry, sir. The original plan was for us to stay in a hotel tonight and arrive tomorrow refreshed. But Father got worried with us out on the road and insisted we continue forward," David said to Zane as Cressley continued to search. His voice was soft but sturdier than Cy would have imagined, judging from his appearance. The young man's presence sobered Cy up better than 100 cups of coffee. He abandoned his glass and stood with a scowl. Annoyance that David had overheard what he'd said brought stability to his approaching steps. He swallowed back his wolf's growl, the beast upset by how meek the boy sounded, and that it had been Zane who'd coaxed the first words out of his mouth. "Here!" Mast thrust the stack of papers to Zane and resumed his place in front of David. "You'll see by the signature that I've already presented these to Officer Gunner at the gate. He was the one who gave us the directions here." Cy made a silent vow to break every finger Gunner had used to sign the papers, knowing, thanks to the small fucking town, exactly where Cy was, the state he was in, and how long he'd been there. Even if Gunner was still sore about the time Cy had laid him out cold, his issue was with Cy and no one else. Cy took the papers from Zane and scanned the top lines. David Reed's, intended mate to Cy Pataki, and Cressley Mast, chaperone. Back when arranged matings were the norm between witches and werewolves, the traveling party, generally the witch, was allowed a chaperone who, for the safety of the person involved, was allowed to accompany their charge. The practice made sense when communication and travel took longer, and there was a higher likelihood of the traveling party being preyed upon by a dishonest intended who was older or crueler than they'd presented themselves. All that meant was not even being an LCEA agent would allow Cy the authority to kick Mast out for annoying the ever-loving fuck out of him. "You can see we are who we say. Now can you please direct me to where David will be sleeping? He's had a long day of traveling, and the walk here has taken what energy he has left." Cy didn't doubt that. The boy looked like a strong breeze would knock him over. But David had a voice. So why was Cressley speaking for him? Asking would only delay the time until David could rest. So Cy dropped a stack of bills on the bar top, leaving extra to help make up for his piss-poor attitude and the glass he was pretty sure he'd cracked, and headed out the door. "This way. I'll let Chief know your intended arrived early," Zane said as Cy left the pub. Cy grunted his thanks. Up close, Cy could detect David's scent. It seemed muted, almost sweet, but dampened, like snow covering a field of flowers. "It's this way." He gestured down the sidewalk. "You don't have a vehicle? David really shouldn't exert himself so much." Cy bit back his growl. His intended could speak. And besides, a day's journey shouldn't have taken so much out of a man his age. Cy hadn't heard anything about David being ill or having a condition. But then, he knew next to nothing about David. That's what happens when you ignore a person's existence. It wouldn't matter if David turned out to be a narcoleptic who passed out every 15 steps. The arrangement that bound them was payment from the Pataki pack to the Reeds clan, and the goods had long since been exchanged. It was a short walk from the pub to Cy's house, but his frustrated steps were too fast for David to keep up with, which meant Cy had to stop more than once so the man could shorten his lead. Cy would have picked the boy up and carried him the rest of the way, but each time he'd stopped, David had offered one soft apology after the next. Cy didn't want to bring more attention to the fact that turtles could walk faster, and for longer than his intended. Cy pressed in the key code at his door, disengaging the locks. "I thought the point was that Crescent City was safer than the outside world," Mast said with a voice the equivalent to a sneer. "It is. I am very protective of the things I own." He pushed open the door and stepped to the side. He could be thankful now that he'd taken some pointers from Axe and had prepared David his own room the day before. "Lights on." The smart house system responded, bringing the living and dining room lights up to Cy's preferred brightness. "As you can see, this on the left is the living room, and to the right, the dining room. That doorway leads to the kitchen." He gestured to the right and the open doorway connecting the dining room and kitchen. But David's odd gaze hadn't left the living room. Cy's home was a point of pride for him. Everything from the furnishings to the appliances had been specifically chosen by him. He filled his home with all the comforts he could ever want for. The plasma screen TV taking up the entire wall of the room was a recent addition, and the item David looked at the longest. Cy waited, letting David take in the large charcoal gray couches and armchair. Most of the electronics, TV and sound system included, were voice-controlled, so there was no need for remotes to clutter his gleaming walnut coffee table. The dining room held a cocktail table made of the same dark wood. There was no purpose for a large dining table, and a larger piece would have eaten up the space he'd reserved for the lighted curio he used as a liquor cabinet, and his wet bar that he kept well stocked with more than just his whiskey collection. "Your room is down the hallway, last on the right. If you get to the back door, you've gone too far," he said once David tore his eyes from the sliver of dark marble counters he could see through the kitchen entrance. The counters were nearly as dark as the black eyes that blinked slowly at Cy. His shock seemed authentic, and even brought a faint pink color to his pale cheeks. What sort of a life had he come from that he'd be this astonished? "David!" Mast barked, making David jump. "Why don't you look at your room while I speak with Agent Pataki? You can take your rucksack with you. It shouldn't be too heavy." David nodded and stepped forward obediently. He stopped at the door and looked back, clearly waiting for permission. "Go on," Mast said. He waited until David disappeared inside before turning to Cy. "Agent Pataki, I understand you have your doubts about this arrangement and its future success. Elijah Reeds is a reasonable man. If you express your concerns, he will listen. In the meantime, I'll ask you don't take your anger out on David." Cy stood taller, bristling at the implication. He wasn't the biggest fan of this arrangement, but above all else, he was a protector, especially for people as needing of protecting as David. As little as Cy knew of David, he knew less than that about this guy. What he'd learned so far hadn't ingratiated the man to him. "And I'll ask that you deposit his things and wait by the door for patrol to take you to guest housing." He hadn't known to reserve a house, but since travel was limited, they were all available. Mast's spine stiffened as his fingers tightened around the suitcase handle. This man had a temper, and he was bad at trying to hide it. "Agent Pataki, David is a special boy. I've been his companion since he was 10 when his clan attempted to kick him out. My arrangement with David's father made me responsible for his care since that day." Why did his clan want to kick him out? This was news to Cy, but then everything about David would be new information. Mast cocked his thick black eyebrow. "Elijah didn't tell you?" "After David's mother died, the clan blamed David for a disease that started killing the crops. They turned on him. Luckily, my pack lived near, and I was in a position to be able to protect David. Whether or not the disease was David's fault is not for me to say. But under my care, the disease ceased to afflict the land. If you'd like to avoid a repeat of those days, David must follow a special diet and get a full night's rest. Every night. No exceptions. He may not consume alcohol or any other drug other than his vitamins. As you have seen, he can become overwhelmed quickly, and you must be aware of that, ensuring he never experiences anything too stimulating. No undue excitement." Mass stopped spouting off his list of requirements with a sneer. "If this is all seeming too much for you, I'm prepared to continue providing David's care, as I have for the last 10 years. Cy was an asshole to let himself even briefly wonder if this was reasonable grounds for a termination of the agreement. He dwelled on the thought for only a moment before 100 alarms rang off in his head. Even if Mast had been providing care for David after his clan rejected him, the way he spoke of David now, like he was a stuffy pet that would require constant monitoring, made Cy's nape prickle. Yeah, he looked weak, but he could walk, talk. He was alone in his room now, which meant he had the capacity to be by himself. The only reason Mast could have for complicating the situation was if he wanted Cy to accept his offer, which officially meant Cy would not be doing that. That won't be necessary. I can give David the help he needs to care for himself. Mask's nostrils flared as he spoke through clenched teeth. If you're worried about space, the farmhouse we shared was smaller than your home. I don't mind staying in David's room. Sai's wolf let out a feral snarl so immediate, Sai didn't have time to stop it. And he likely wouldn't have anyway, now that another 100 alarms blared. I may not be an enthusiastic mate, but you will sleep in my intended's room over my dead fucking body. As I've mentioned, I'm territorial of my home, and allowing another werewolf to reside here is out of the question. You'll be staying in guest housing until you leave. If that seems like too much for you, I can escort you to the gate now. During any other situation, Sai would have cringed hearing himself speak so possessively. But as long as it was contrary to what this dipshit wanted, Sai could act against his nature. Judging from the way Mask's face resembled the rising redness of an old mercury thermometer, he hadn't missed Sai flinging his own words back at him. I'm here as David's chaperone. My obligation is to David and his father. I won't be going anywhere until I can report, with confidence, that David will be mated, safe, and cared for. And after overhearing what you think of him and his clan, Agent Pataki, I don't see that day arriving soon. David will have no issue with me staying in his room. How do you know? Have you asked him? Thinking of David in terms of him being Sai's unwanted intended dredged up too much irritation. But if he looked at the kid like he was a regular citizen, new to Crescent City, then he knew exactly what to do. The kid hasn't gotten more than a handful of words out with you doing all the talking. Mask's hands clenched into tight fists he tried to hide in his pockets. David is shy, he gritted out. I'm sorry. I can speak more if that is what you would like. If you would just tell me what you want me to talk about, I can come up with things to say. David stood at the midway point down the hallway with his hands clasped together and head down. Sai wasn't surprised that he hadn't noticed him coming. His scent was too muted for Sai to detect unless he was right on top of him. And he made almost no noise at all, even when speaking. He hardly existed, like his body hadn't quite committed to being in this world. Sai frowned at the remorse in David's barely there voice. What? No, that's weird. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. He rubbed his face. His pleasant buzz was long gone, replaced by the buzz of an angry chainsaw. Sai tore a sheet of paper from his work notepad and pushed it into Mask's chest, along with a pen. Write a list of what David needs to remember. Someone from patrol will come when you're finished. And so you are aware, David is allowed free reign of my home. But you aren't. Mask's face turned a ruddy shade of red. You cannot! The softest throat clearing to ever exist alerted Sai that David had moved to stand beside him. Cressley, it's okay. You should go. I'm with my intended now, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to sleep in the same room. Sai didn't give a shit about appropriate. He studied David, standing with his pointy shoulders hunched and face down, so Sai could only see the profile of his pained expression. It seemed to take a lot out of him, but David had said what he wanted, and that was enough for Sai's lips to twitch upward. Sai pressed the paper once more against Mask's chest, prompting him to rip it from Sai's hand. You heard the man. Write the list. I'll make the call. David didn't move, so Sai didn't either. He called patrol as Mask furiously pressed pen to paper. Sai's wolf refused to allow David out of his sight, as though he was worried Mast might snatch him up and run. Once the unknown wolf was out of Sai's home, his beast would settle down to his usual relaxed existence. When the officer arrived, Mast turned to David, pressing a bottle of water he'd retrieved from his bag into his hand. "Take your vitamins before bed. I'll return first thing tomorrow morning." Sai would see about that. Cressley Mast was David's chaperone, but who was he? Sai wouldn't be doing his job if he didn't order for the man to be investigated and questioned. After closing the door, Sai engaged the locks and turned around, feeling a bit like a character in a horror movie spinning to spot the monster standing behind them. Except, David was the opposite of dangerous. Just eerie. "Have you eaten?" David whipped his face up. "Are you hungry, sir?" "No. I asked if you've eaten." David's chin dropped down to his chest. "We ate before arriving." Sai hated feeling awkward in his own home. His house was his sanctuary. "There's an ensuite in your room if you want to shower after your journey." David had already been in his room and had likely seen the attached bathroom. But Sai couldn't think of what else to say to the guy. Despite his insistence that he'd be fine without his chaperone, David's heart had sped up the moment Sai had locked the two of them in. "Do you want me to shower?" "No, David." Sai stepped closer, but froze at David's breathy gasp. He redirected to the bar and poured himself a glass, using the moments to regulate his behavior so that when he spoke again, he sounded calm. "How about this? If you were at your house right now, what would you be doing?" "Sleeping?" David's answer sounded like a question. A flash of frustration forced Sai to exhale and concentrate on the coolness of the glass in his hand. He had no fucking clue what to do with unintended, but even less of a clue when that intended was this timid. At his work, this would be the part where Sai would hand the victim off to a healer. "Then, do you want to go to bed?" At once, David's insides went haywire, his heart pounding so fast and loud, Sai could have heard it without his werewolf senses. His breaths quickened, but even though he was terrified, David's face remained serene, like he was forcing himself to not look afraid. He lifted his chin and spoke in a trembling voice. "What would you like me to wear?" The reeds were a bit old-fashioned, but David assuming Sai was ordering him to his bed was some medieval bullshit. "I don't care what you wear, David. You'll be in your own bed, in your room, alone." He tried his best to hide his relief, but Sai still heard the soft exhale. "Yes, sir." "Call me Sai." David's near smile made Sai's wolf howl out his pleasure that something they'd done had made the boy relax. "I will do that. Good night, Sai." "Good night, David." Chapter 2. Worry. The last time David had woken up without Cressley present had been 3 years ago, when Cressley had left for a pack function. He'd come back with an armful of gifts like he'd felt the need to apologize to David for his absence. But David hadn't minded the silence, or the time to relax without thinking about his training. This wasn't as relaxing as that had been. The ceiling was all wrong, flat and painted white, instead of lined and made of wood like it was at home. No, not home. Not anymore. This was David's home now, and where he'd live the rest of his days fulfilling his duty as mate. All of his duties. It might seem like a strange place now, but he'd adapt. He pushed the covers down to his knees, His intended might get upset if he found out David was a little homesick, and David didn't want that. He'd already upset Cy when he hadn't been able to stop his reaction the night before, thinking his intended wished to take him to bed. It would happen. Cressley had assured him of that much, and he needed to be better prepared. The idea of accepting his mate's knot had terrified him when he and Cressley had discussed it. After meeting his intended, and experiencing the warmth that radiated off a body that somehow seemed hard, but also like he'd be soft to the touch, being taken to his bed didn't seem as worrisome of a concept. He'd just been thrown off guard the night before. David could still be the perfect mate even if things had gotten off to a rocky start. Cy hadn't meant for David to hear his doubts. He wasn't sure how David could fit in his life. But David's training had prepared him for this. It was part of his duties in these first few days to show his intended. David could fit into whatever mold his intended wanted. He hopped out of bed, a more difficult task here, when he was leaving sheets so soft, and made the bed before hurrying into the bathroom to prepare. By the time David was presentable, it was after 5. But David still couldn't hear any signs that his intended had risen. Maybe not working on a farm meant his intended was able to sleep in, or it could have been the drink he'd indulged in. The liquor had made his breath smell like the earth, woody but sweet, with just a hint of smoke. Had he gone to sleep with that breath on his lips? Now that the man wasn't right in front of him, David resented the fear he'd shown the night before, when he thought Cy had ordered him to his bed. David froze with his hand on the doorknob, his entire body heavy with a sensation he wasn't familiar with. It wasn't fatigue, as that brought heaviness to only certain parts of him. This weighted feeling left his mind energetic with images of Cy in bed, curled around David's body. In his mind, they were both clothed. But what if his intended slept in the nude? He shook his head so hard his brain rattled. It wasn't his place to judge his intended's sleeping habits. He was to only accommodate them when asked, and have breakfast ready when he woke. But after stepping just 3 feet into the kitchen, David hit his first snag, searching in vain for a light switch in the dark. The night before, Cy had instructed the lights to turn on. "Lights on," he said at a volume that was sure not to disturb his intended. Living with Cressley meant he understood how sensitive a werewolf's hearing was, and how much softer David needed to be because of it. "Lights on, please?" Nothing happened. He couldn't stand there wasting his time trying to get a disobedient house to do what he wanted. Maybe it was programmed to listen to only the commands from his master. That made sense. David worked in the dark instead, using the light from the fridge when he absolutely needed to see. It made David happy to see the sparse contents inside the fridge. Clearly his intended needed someone to care for him. And if David could do that for him, then maybe he wouldn't think their mating would be a disaster. The appliances looked scary at first, none of them anything like those he'd left. But he figured out how to use them, even finding a light over the stove which made preparing the pancakes and ham omelets easier. He cleaned as he went, like a good mate would. So by the time he was finished and had set the table, only 30 minutes had passed, and David had no chore to fill them with. At home, at the farmhouse, David would have had a number of tasks to tend to. But he'd peeked out his window to the backyard and hadn't seen any animals, or even a garden. The space was big enough, maybe not for a barn, but a coop or two. But it was a bare, grassy space that his intended hadn't put nearly as much time in as he had the interior of his home. Was he meant to knock on his intended's bedroom door to let him know that the meal was ready? Normally, he would ask for Cressley's guidance, except he hadn't returned. That was strange, since Cressley rose with the sun, and David had half expected to open his eyes to the sight of the man staring down at him. His stomach rolled, clenching with hunger. The meal they'd had the night before had been small, but to eat without his mate's permission was the fastest way for David to show his intended he didn't respect him. Maybe this was a test, and Cy was waiting inside his room to see what David would do. The house listened to his voice. Maybe it could also tell Cy what David was doing. He rested his back against the wall and clasped his hands together in front of him. He could be patient. The slender arms of the large metal wall clock across from him moved slowly, David's hunger growing with each passing minute, but his determination grew as well. If this was a test, he would pass. When the hands pointed to 12 and 7, a door opened down the hallway. Slow steps brought his intended into the kitchen. "Lights on." As David had suspected, the house listened to Cy. David also listened to Cy as he retrieved something from the fridge before using one of the many devices on the kitchen counter that clicked and beeped, before it made a sound like steam escaping. He looked at the table, searching for what it was that his intended needed but didn't have. If it isn't there, you didn't know he'd want it. Hopefully Cy wouldn't be too angry as David learned his preferences. Cy stepped out of the kitchen and into the dining room, jerking back when he spotted David standing against the wall behind the breakfast table. "Fucking hell, kid! You scared the shit out of me!" Brown liquid soaked into his white undershirt. "I'm sorry." He rushed forward, but Cy held his hands out to keep him back. "It's fine. I just didn't expect you there." He set his mug down and rubbed at his shirt with a napkin. David could wash it if he'd let him. Of course, his intended would have to take his shirt off for that to happen. There was that heavy feeling again. This time, it made his eyes drop down and take in the tight boxer shorts his intended wore, and the bulge the fabric seemed to struggle to cover. If that was how big he was normally, how much larger would he be with his knot? David swallowed hard and ripped his gaze away before his intended noticed his lewd stare. He gave up dabbing, setting the crushed napkin on the table. "It's my fault. I should have smelled this food. Probably shouldn't have finished that last bottle." "I can be louder next time. Or wear a bell?" Cy stared at him for a long moment. His dark eyes narrowed. "You're not even fucking joking, are you?" The hopes David had held that Cy would be proud of him for making breakfast and waiting patiently fizzled at that narrow look. Somehow, David had done the wrong thing. "If breakfast isn't to your liking, I can make something else. You don't have to worry about the food being wasted. I can eat this over the next couple of days." He glanced at the table, determining the items he'd need to store in the fridge before hurrying by. Strong fingers wrapped around his wrist, making him stop directly next to his mate. He was a large man, more muscular than even Cressley, who had been the strongest man David had met to date. But there was an appealing factor to Cy's muscles that Cressley lacked. His tan skin looked warm, like if David touched more of him, he'd want to burrow in and ride out the winter. "You don't need to make me anything, David. Just sit for a second. Where's the list? What do you need right now?" "Need?" "Mast said you needed special care." Cy supplied to David's confusion. He frowned. Cressley liked to make him sound weaker than he was. Yes, he got tired easily, and his connection to his affinity was near negligible. But he still did all his daily chores, and he'd gone years without another incident. "I don't need any special care. I can meet your needs. You don't have to worry about that." Sai's eyes tightened and he sent his hand to his head, scratching his scalp hard. He'd responded incorrectly again. David's stomach chose that moment to rumble so violently the pain forced him to hunch over. "You didn't eat?" Sai asked sharply. Perhaps it hadn't been a test. Or maybe it had, and he'd chosen the wrong answer. It wasn't just the lack of food that made David feel shaky. Looking at Sai's anger made David feel as though he was walking on uneven ground, and there was every possibility of his next step being the one that plunged him down a cliff. In moments like this one, the best course was to fall back on his training. "I would never eat before my intended. A good mate should treat their mate like their alpha." Sai didn't give him the pat on the head that he usually got from Cressley when he recited his training. Instead, Sai's expression darkened, the muscles in his face bunching to cast shadows in his skin. "Who told you that?" Who? The ground was no longer shaky, but actively splitting apart. He didn't know who had decided how mates should behave, just that it was. He blinked back, the heat rising in his face. "I don't... If you would like something different, just tell me what. I can accommodate your preferences." David would do whatever Sai wanted him to, just as long as he told David what that was. "Sit down." Sai yanked a plate of food from the table and disappeared into the kitchen. A minute, and a few beeps later, he returned, the food now steaming as he set it down in front of David. "I don't want to be your alpha. You don't have to treat me like that. And you don't have to make food for me either, or wait to eat when you're hungry." He nudged the fork closer. Though his stomach was empty, his insides were too jumpy for him to want to add food. David picked up the fork anyway. He'd asked his intended to tell him what he wanted, and Sai had done that. Now David needed to obey. "Does a good mate cook in the dark too?" Sai asked once David had taken a few bites. "No. I couldn't figure out how to turn the lights on." "You tell them to turn on." David's face burned at the frustration in Sai's tone. "I did, but they didn't listen." "Lights off." The house responded to Sai's request. "Now say it." He swallowed and set his fork down. "Lights on." "The house has to hear you for it to work." "Try again." He hated when Cressley spoke to him like that, as if there was some obvious thing he wasn't smart enough to know. His blood ran hot, propelling the words out of his mouth with more force than he'd intended. "Lights on!" The lights illuminated Sai's strange smirk. "You don't have to yell at it, kid." "I'm sorry." "Stop apologizing. You'll need to get used to speaking loudly enough for the house to hear. The lights, locks, alarm system, it's all voice activated. There is a manual switch for the locks in case of a power outage. I'll show you later. First things first, I usually just have coffee in the mornings, so you're on your own for breakfast." He didn't want David to make him breakfast? "But what about lunch? Shall I prepare you sandwiches?" "I usually just nuke something from the freezer at work. A Hot Pocket or whatever's in there." David didn't know what a Hot Pocket was, but the idea of his intended preferring something frozen over something David could make for him was offensive. "It isn't your position to judge. You need to learn his ways." That was true, but not once had David thought learning his intended's ways would render David useless. "There's not always time for lunch anyway," Sai added as though that would make any of it better. Speaking of, I've got to get moving. You'll be good here, right? He asked like he'd already assumed David would be. But his skin went cold thinking about being in an unfamiliar place, where he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Did Cressley contact you? I thought he'd be here by now. Sai's lips tilted down at the edges. He's being detained at Lunar headquarters. Detained? Is he in trouble? Security is tight right now. The Helix clan could attack any day, and while you were given clearance, Mast was not. He needs to be investigated and cleared. David's father was supposed to have traveled with him as far as the gate, but Cressley had insisted a chaperone was necessary. I understand. What should I do while I wait? Sai took a long drink of coffee before tearing off a chunk of pancake from the second plate. Do whatever you want. There's cable. Tell the TV to go to Channel 3 for the guide. You don't need to eat this either. You're allowed to throw away food. It wasn't as if enjoying delicious pancakes would have been a chore, but David nodded anyway. But once he started, he didn't know how to stop his nodding. The gesture had lost its meaning, feeling more like the mindless spinning of an anxious dog. I could... Do you have any clothes in need of repair? He was in the process of mending one of his work shirts, and if Sai had anything that needed mending, at least then he'd feel useful. But once again, he received Sai's glower before anything else. You don't have to mend my clothes, or darn my socks, or any of that. You aren't hired help. He spoke as though he'd imparted some sort of wise message, instead of taking away David's purpose, while preparing to leave him alone. David managed to stop himself at just 3 nods. He got up from the table, shuffling down the hallway to retrieve his sewing kit. But when he returned, he was no calmer. The opposite. What was wrong with him? At the farmhouse, he could sit for hours on the front porch. He didn't require Cressley's constant companionship. But the prospect of being left at Sai's home filled him with a terror that made him feel helpless in every definition of the word, like he could get no help, and be of no help. Do you want to come sew your shirt in the corner of my office? It'll be boring, and the office chairs aren't anywhere near as comfortable as my armchair. Yes, I would like to do that. He was too excited to notice he'd cut his intended off until he received Sai's wry stare. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Are you ready? I just need to grab my shoes. Are you sure there isn't anything of yours that needs mending? I'll already be sewing. During his training, he didn't have to work so hard to be of service to Cressley. He usually had a list of tasks for David to do. Maybe Sai doubted how useful he could be. I think I might have a work shirt with a tear in the shoulder. I can fix that, David chirped. Sai didn't scowl, but he did shake his head, retreating back up the hallway. I need to get ready. I'll be right back. Sai was faster at preparing for work than David had expected, and he was just finishing clearing the table as Sai returned. Here. Sai held out a blue shirt. David was so relieved to see it, he could barely keep his hand from shaking. Finally, he'd be doing something his alpha, don't call him that to his face, wanted him to do. I still need to grab my shoes, he called over his shoulder, stopping just halfway down the hall. I won't be too long. Please don't leave without me. I'm not gonna leave without you, kid. Just go get your shit and I'll make a to-go coffee. How do you take yours? He was going to make David a coffee? The very idea made him smile. "I've never had coffee before." "Then we probably shouldn't start now," he said in a flat voice. David didn't let it bother him. Maybe his intended was just a grumpy person. Cressley had grumpy days, particularly the ones where he had to leave David to tend to pack business. David could deal with grumpy. He just couldn't handle being useless. True to his word, Cy was still there waiting on the porch when David returned. He shut and locked the door, and David adjusted the kit on his shoulder so he could grab his hand. Cy stopped, looking down at David's pale fingers wrapping around his, like he had no idea what he was doing. David's insides felt light, like he'd jumped off a high surface and was still soaring. He'd been brave, taking the initiative, the fear of his intended pulling away not presenting itself, until he was zooming downward toward the possibility of rejection. But Cy didn't pull away. He sighed as though the act couldn't be helped and continued forward. Though the walk wasn't long, David still felt turned around by the time Cy turned down a long hallway inside the Lunar Council headquarters building and into a large office with 3 large desks. "Like I said, the chair isn't that comfortable," Cy warned as he rolled over a black cushioned office chair. For the way Cy spoke about it, David had expected something made of metal and possibly spiked. "It will be fine. Thank you." He sat down, immediately pulling out the shirt his intended had given him and his container of threads. Cy hadn't planned on bringing him, so David would do his best to be invisible. And it seemed he was beginning to make the right choices, because Cy didn't even scowl at him. Minutes later, the office door opened, letting in the werewolf David had seen with his intended the night before. He looked different in the tan slacks and navy blue shirt of his uniform. Maybe a little more mature with his dirty blonde hair combed back, instead of curling rakishly into his eyes. But he wasn't nearly as handsome as Cy. The man spotted David and stopped. "Well, hey there." The werewolf had a voice like honey, but all that meant to David was that there was a possibility of being stung. Still, he was his intended's workmate, and David needed to be polite. "Hello." He glided forward, his step smooth as he held out his hand. David set down his sewing and took it. He'd officially met more people in the past 24 hours than he had in the years before it. "I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last night. I'm Agent Zane Andino, but you can call me Zane." "David Reeds." "And what are you doing here, David Reeds?" Zane looked between him and Cy. "David's going to wait in that very boring corner until his chaperone is released," Cy explained in the rushed way of a person wishing to get the subject discussed and behind them. "Fine by me. Are you sewing?" Why was that so strange? Cy had sounded just as flabbergasted. "Doesn't your mate mend your clothes for you?" Zane's smile stretched slowly across his face. "I'm unmated, and I doubt whoever I end up tied to will be able to sew, much less offer to do it for me." That was so sad. Why would he accept that sort of behavior from a mate? "Hey, you don't have to give me those puppy dog eyes. If you really feel sorry for me, when you're finished there, I've got a pair of slacks." "Don't." Cy's dark growl silenced the other man. He kept his face to the papers on his desk as he snarled. "He doesn't know you're joking." David dropped his chin and stared at the shirt in his lap as his cheeks burned. Something about Cy's rumbling tone made David feel like he should be offended, but he couldn't be. He hadn't known the werewolf was joking. Chapter 3. Doubt. His background check was clean. Axe murmured as the alphas of Crescent City and various heads of security filed inside the meeting room. Zane and Huxley stood on either side of him, pretending they weren't listening in on the hushed conversation. Axe's answer was to be expected. There couldn't have been anything glaring on Mast's record, or David's father wouldn't have allowed him so close to his son. The Mast Pack and Reed's clan have been allies longer than the Reeds and Pataki Pack. There were the usual arguments for territory when the Masts moved in, but that's been settled for years. Cressley Mast, while unannounced, is here acting as David's legal chaperone, and as such, falls under the protection of the Sacred Pact. I've got the front desk giving him the royal paperwork treatment, but once he's finished, he's free. Sai clenched his jaw. I know you want him out, but I'm going to need a good, valid reason to separate an intended from their chaperone. Or, you could always mate the witch, and then the need for a chaperone will be moot. Axe stepped away before Sai could respond, and took his seat next to Alpha Might around the large conference table. Sai stared ahead, not actually seeing the rest of the city leaders as they filed in. Saving the kid from a monster by chaining him to a wolf who had no idea what to do with a man like him wasn't a long-term solution. Want me to check him out? Zane asked out of the corner of his mouth. He was an LCEA agent, but not the most concerned about the legality of his methods of investigation and research. He could find things that the legal methods didn't. Sai shook his head. He wouldn't waste time grasping at straws. The same sacred pact that protected Mast provided Sai and David with a bonding period. He had time before he'd be required to have the mating ceremony, or risk challenging the terms of their arrangement. And Sai would use that time to look for a solution. He wouldn't tie the poor kid to him. Meeting David had only confirmed how huge of a catastrophe their mating would be. David was naive, innocent, and so delicate Sai had worried he would break the kid's fingers when he'd insisted on holding hands. Who even held hands anymore? That was a habit he'd left behind back when he'd been a pup. If David had followed the gesture by explaining how a mate should hold hands or some other bullshit thing, Sai would have refused. But he'd looked so happy by his own daring. Sai couldn't squash that. He rubbed the center of his palm, remembering the coolness of David's hand. He'd left David sitting in the corner of the office, but unlike when Sai had tried to leave him at home, he'd seemed happy as a clam with his sewing, sitting in a chair that had to hurt his butt. Sai had no interest in policing people's bodies, but David needed more cushion on his bones. Gloria Spire stood at the head of the long table. Her mate, Alpha Spire to the Celestial Wolves Pack, glowered in the chair next to her. The original fabrication process performed by Emma Helix took several months, but thanks to the underground facility offered by the Lunar Wolves, and additional support from the Solar and Celestial Packs, my team has been able to cut manufacturing time down by more than half. She tilted her head toward her mate, her long black hair spilling over her shoulder, as she gave him an expression of sympathy. In the human world, Alpha Spire had made a name for himself as an action movie star, and usually he carried that charisma with him off the screen. Mated werewolves were possessive the same way fighter jets were fast, and since Gloria had been the only alchemist with enough skill to take over leading the hazardous project of replacing the tungsten-silver alloy the solar wolves needed to construct their gate, Alpha Spire was not acting like his usual self. Gloria wasn't alone. Her three-person team consisted of Magnus, the next highest-skilled alchemist in the city, and new mate to the solar wolf, Calore Fier, and Ramson Kelvin, youngest son to the captain of the Solar Guard. The Lunar Council had approved the team use of a bunker located inside the forest, overhanging the edge of the west boundary that allowed them to control every element of the fabrication. while also offering a level of protection to the citizens of Crescent City. Everyone was eager for the dangerous manufacturing process to be over with, but none so much as Alpha Spire, who sat straight in his chair, without his characteristic carefree charm. While I still don't appreciate the danger this undertaking poses to my mate, the entirety of the Celestial Wolves pack, Guardians included, are at the disposal of the production team. This will be finished in weeks, not months. Karen Spire, the Celestial Guardian, head of Celestial Territory Security, nodded his agreeance from his seat beside his brother. Sai could count the number of times he'd been in the same room as Karen Spire on 2 fingers. Now 3. He remained almost entirely within the boundaries of Celestial Territory, and Sai was absolutely fine with that. Being a Celestial Wolf should have meant the man was more like his brother, usually was a charming entertainer with a predisposition toward the arts. Instead, he was quiet, his face never betraying emotion as he moved with a lethal stillness that reminded Sai of a panther sizing up its prey. The first stage of construction is finished, and as more of the gate is completed, our testing will grow more in depth, said Dr. Jelani, head of the team of scientists responsible for the creation and operation of the gate. Which will mean more power disruptions. Axe finished for her. How will we safeguard the city from the increased risk of attack by the Helix clan during those times? Alpha Mite asked. The 3 heads of security will be in communication at all times, with the LCEA at the head. We're all together on this one. They'd never joined forces like this, and it would take adjusting to, but as chief of the LCEA, Axe would still be in charge, which meant Sai trusted everything to not go immediately to shit. Each territory is increasing patrol of their areas, and diverting manpower to allow an increased presence at the main gate. The guards have already begun running siege and assault drills, and we will continue to fortify the boundary wall. If it weren't the Helix clan, they wouldn't be worrying about the possibility of an outside attack. But they had a reputation of using intimidation, and then following that intimidation with violence if needed. Sai had agreed with David's father that if the Helix turned their attention to important people outside of the city, the intended of an LCEA agent, for instance, that it was safer for David to be inside Crescent City. Except, if they were attacked, that could change in an instant. Sai dropped his hands the moment he realized he'd started rubbing the inside of his palm again. Moving forward, the doctor will keep us apprised of her testing schedule, and there will be generators for all business and central areas starting tomorrow. Are there any questions? No one spoke, and Axe concluded the safety briefing. Sai pushed off the wall, in a rush to get back to the office and make sure David hadn't started polishing his desk or some other nonsense. His boot squeaked against the tile until he came to a sudden stop just outside the threshold, standing face to face with Officer Gunner. Sai used to believe his dickish nature was due to him being a representative from the Andino pack. After getting to know the Zane beneath his I don't care about anything facade, Sai knew Gunner's pack loyalty had nothing to do with him being a whining blowhard. Congratulations on your intended arriving. I hope he found you easily enough. Gunner's thin lips stretched into a gloating smirk. Before, Sai had felt like an ass, irritated by how his first introduction to David had gone down. Looking at Gunner's sneer turned that irritation into rage. He pushed off the tile like a charging bull with a single target. Gunner's eyes widened and he scrambled back, his feet twisting beneath him before the man landed on his ass in the middle of Lunar Council headquarters hallway. His hands were lifted in front of his face, so it took a few terrified huffs before he looked around the limbs to notice Sai had gone only a few feet. The others at the safety briefing spilled out of the room behind Sai, while other council workers traversing the hallway stopped to set their curious stares on the patrol officer cowering on the ground. Cy didn't enjoy humiliating people. He preferred his disagreements to end with a stiff drink or a hard punch. But Gunnar had used David as a tool to get back at Cy. Since a hard punch would have meant making an incident report that would only delay his return to the office, this would have to suffice. Your problems with me are just that. With me. If you use my intended again, I'll do more than make you fall. Gunnar smacked his lips together as though trying to figure out how to make sound. This is harassment! Agent Andino, I am your packmate! Gunnar looked to Zane, who'd stopped even with Cy's shoulder. For fuck's sake, Gunnar. Stop being a disgrace to the Andino pack name and get your ass off the floor. Cy left Gunnar to cry foul to whoever he thought would listen. He turned down the hallway toward their shared office and heard David's soft murmur. Cy'd left the boy content and humming softly in the corner. But this sounded like words. But I feel fine. I don't think I... Stop your back-talking. There you go. Swallow them down. Good. Math's voice propelled Cy forward, allowing him to clear the remaining 10 feet in 2 steps. He rounded the corner just as David handed a water bottle to his chaperone. Are you sure you took your vitamins like I told you to last night? Instead of answering, David looked up and beamed. I finished your shirt. He held it up, showing Cy the part that had been torn. He'd been planning on taking it to the tailor's, but seeing David's broad smile made him glad he'd put the errand off. Mast dropped his shoulder to block Cy from David's view. Did you take the vitamin I left with you last night? It's vital you continue to follow your schedule. If they are that important, give the bottle to David. He's a grown man. He can make sure he takes his own vitamins. Mast turned to look at him, face twisted with loathing. I won't be taking advice from a man who tried to get me kicked out of the city. What? David squeaked. Cy crossed the room, spinning his office chair around so he could keep the two in his line of sight as he sat down. David had approval to enter. You arrived unannounced and unapproved. I did my job, ensuring the safety of my city. Heat rose up Mast's neck as he narrowed his eyes. Well, I'm here for David's safety, and you'll find that I'm not easy to get rid of. Cressley, I'm sure that my intended, that Cy, didn't mean anything by it. You're such an overprotective brother. Mast blinked and turned his head away, but not before Cy saw the flash of jealousy. Cy couldn't let David think so highly of him, not when he had meant something by it. And what he just overheard only confirmed his instincts. I don't trust you, Mast. You're here as David's chaperone, but the moment that stops being true, I will personally walk you out of my city. David's lips closed with an audible snap. His bottom lip wobbled, but Cy didn't know if the fear was from the conflict playing out in front of him, or the thought of no longer having his chaperone. What Cy did know was that he was a fuss for scaring the kid again. Cy slid between the other two, his back to Mast as he lifted his mended shirt from David's lap. This is perfect. Thank you. It's about lunchtime. Why don't you pack up your sewing stuff and I'll take you up to the cafe? Mast cleared his throat. David requires a diet. David is an adult and can tell me what he wants to eat. There are plenty of options at the cafe that cater to a variety of diets. Gluten-free, grain-free, dairy-free, even salads, if those are your sort of thing. He kept his attention on David, ignoring the coiled, indignant ball of a man. Sai was beginning to suspect David's special diet was more important to Mass than it was to David's health, along with his vitamins and schedule that kept the kid from overexerting himself. There hadn't been anything restrictive about the breakfast David had made that morning, and he'd eaten his fill, without any obvious side effects. David looked up at him like he'd confessed his undying love, instead of treating him like a person who was able to make his own choices. Sai growled silently. He refused to let his anger show while David looked at him with the strangest sort of hope he'd ever witnessed. "I'd like that, Sai." Chapter 4. Hope. Cressley followed so close behind David. By the time they reached the end of the path outside headquarters, he'd already stepped on David's heels twice. Cressley was upset, and though David would normally drop what he was doing to cheer him up, his intended's moods took precedence now. Cressley had taught him that, so why didn't he understand? David yelped, the tip of Cressley's boot overlapping with his heel again. He missed his next step, nearly falling until Sai caught him. Either his intended had already hit the bottle, or that wild scent David had attributed to the liquor was actually him. He sucked in a deep breath. "You okay?" Sai asked softly. "I tripped." If he could have moved his feet faster, Cressley wouldn't have kept running into him. But fatigue was beginning to set in. Maybe he needed lunch more than he realized. Sai looked over his head, like Cressley had said something, but he hadn't. When Sai's gaze dropped back to his, the skin around his mouth was tight. He wrapped his warm hand around David's, saying, "You can ask me to walk slower if you need," before heading back down the path toward Market Street. David would have enjoyed Sai grabbing his hand if it felt more affectionate, and less like a parent leading a wandering child. Still, it kept Cressley a few steps back and gave David full access to breathe in as much of his smell as he wanted. "David usually rests at around this time." Sai made no indication that he'd heard Cressley speak. The tension between them made David feel like cream in a butter churn. He was here to become a mate to his intended. Cressley was there to help David to that end. So far, Cressley had just butted heads with Sai, making David seem like a frail, weak thing at the same time. But before David could muster up any anger, he remembered how if it weren't for Cressley protecting him for the past 10 years, David wouldn't be alive. The door to the cafe was open, and Sai released his hand once they walked through. David barely stopped himself from rubbing his hand over his arms to spread the warmth that was already fading. "Do you want to sit inside or outside?" Sai asked. He took in the interior of the cafe, brighter than he'd expected, thanks mostly to the sun streaming in through a wide storefront window. Across from where they stood, there was a glass case full of delicious-looking pastries and pre-made sandwiches. He inhaled, enjoying the warm, bitter scent of coffee almost as much as he did Sai's aroma. Cressley stepped even with David's shoulder. "It is too chilly for David outside." "I didn't ask your opinion. If you want to sit inside, Mast, go for it." Sai's tone was cold, but warmed slightly as he angled his shoulders toward him. "David?" His cheeks burned, his head feeling fuzzier than it had while he'd been sitting in Sai's office. Maybe Cressley was right and he was a delicate flower. But the best thing for David to do was to rely on his training. "I want to sit where my intended wants to sit." Sai frowned, revealing his displeasure. But why did David's answer make him so unhappy? As a good mate, he was supposed to want what his alpha wanted. Then again, Sai had already said he didn't want to be treated like an alpha. Or was it just that he didn't want to be David's alpha. During his years of training, David had worried about doing the wrong thing and being rejected. He never once worried about being rejected simply because of who he was. The Reeds clan lives in the middle of nowhere. Nothing but farmland and livestock for acres. What the hell am I supposed to do with a mate like that? Sai's deep rumble forced David's eyes to his. Outside it is, then. He led them through the cafe and out a set of double-glass doors to a bricked patio area. There were a few empty metal patio tables, and Sai selected one covered by a white vinyl tablecloth, printed with a repeating pattern of tree needles. A large umbrella sticking out the middle of the table provided a chunk of shade. David sat down in the shade, Sai and Cressley taking the chairs on opposite sides of him as a waiter brought them glasses of ice water and laminated menus. His nape tightened, uncomfortable with the idea of being waited on, but he suspected asking to help would only make Sai frown at him again. "What are you in the mood for? And, just to be clear, I'm asking David." Sai gave Cressley a hard stare over the top of his menu. David scanned the menu, but he hadn't heard of most of the items. He wasn't about to further the divide between himself and Sai's lifestyle by bringing up the fact this was his first experience in a real cafe. His eyes landed on a dish he'd heard of, having read about it in a book. "I would like the French toast with strawberries and whipped cream, please." He risked facing even more of Sai's disappointment, but there was no stopping David from peeking up to check his expression. Sai's eyes crinkled with amusement, until Cressley said, "That's too rich. You'll have a stomachache." "Then he'll have a stomachache." Sai peeled the words out of his mouth, sounding out each slow, smooth syllable. No matter what choice David made, he ended up disappointing one of them. "I'm sorry, it's okay. I don't have—" Sai pulled the menu out of his hands. "No one will make you eat it all, but it is the first time I've heard you say you want something, so you're getting it. If you don't like it, we can order something else. You don't have to worry about the food being wasted. I can eat your leftovers for dinner." Was he referring to their morning together, when David had offered to eat the food instead of waste it? It had to be, especially since he now looked at David like they were sharing a joke. His lips stretched into a smile. The waiter returned a moment later, and Sai ordered for David first, then himself. When the waiter left, Sai turned back to David. "What's with this special diet? What types of food are excluded?" "Mostly sugary, fatty foods. Butter, things like that." That time, Sai's glower wasn't directed toward David, but Cressley, as though David's answer had made him dislike his chaperone more. Cressley lifted his chin against Sai's scrutiny. "David's body is extremely sensitive. He needs to be careful not to excite himself too much. That's why I informed you of his restrictions yesterday, ones you've disregarded." When Cressley spoke like that, it made David want to curl into himself like a bloom closing its petals at night. Yes, he got tired easily, and his connection to his affinity was so weak he could hardly be called a witch. But he wanted to be able to do more. Didn't that count for something? And there was much that he still could do. He'd cared for their garden, had tended to the small number of livestock. Sometimes it took him all day, but he'd done it. "I'm fine. And maybe the air in Crescent City is good for me, because we had butter, meat, pancakes, and cheese for breakfast." He'd made the same meal for Cressley plenty of times before, but he didn't normally serve himself a plate. "And I don't feel sick at all." Cressley's expression was the opposite of encouraged. "I see." His throat tightened, and David searched for a way to change the topic. This morning, during my mending, I decided on an appropriate menu for the ceremonial dinner. If you would like to approve the items first, Sai, I can make changes based on your preferences. David chose dishes that he knew he could cook well, but if his intended wanted him to make something else, he would just have to learn how to excel at those dishes too. Ceremonial dinner? The blood drained from his face, his gaze dropping to the table. He let the crinkled eyes and shared smile distract him from the fact that Sai wasn't happy about their mating. For him to question the ceremonial dinner only confirmed David's fears. If you aren't ready, or haven't made your decision, he was mumbling, trying to sound understanding when he was anything but. The only reason Sai would have for not wanting a ceremonial dinner was if he didn't intend on keeping David as his mate. Sai grabbed hold of his hand like he had before, but he didn't pull David from the table. He squeezed his fingers. I'm saying I don't know what that is, not that I don't want to have one. Oh, I thought they were a universal thing among werewolves. He looked briefly to Cressley. That had been how he explained them. Sai shook his head. I haven't heard of them. We do full moon dinners here in the city, but those are intended to bring the different species together. Tell me about ceremonial dinners. David perked up in his seat. At last, he could be certain he was saying the right thing. They are a chance for an intended, in this case, me, to show how worthy of a mate I can be by preparing dinner and serving your packmates. Sai turned his head toward the double doors and scratched the side of his cheek. There was a theatrical quality to his movements that made David suspect he was stalling instead of satisfying an itch. When he looked back, David didn't recognize his expression. I don't need you to wait on my packmates to prove your worth, David. And I sure as fuck don't want you to serve anyone. But if the dinner is something you've been planning and are looking forward to, then I can invite those who I consider to be part of my pack for an evening. They're probably dying to meet you anyway. He didn't sound altogether happy by that fact. That wasn't quite the sentiment David was hoping for, but if Sai was willing to introduce his pack to David, then that meant he couldn't be too ashamed of him. Do you have any requests? Just make what you were planning on making. I like a surprise. That was stressful, since David didn't know all of Sai's preferences yet. But he'd given David a command to make it a surprise, and he would follow it. Silence filled in the space their voices had been, and David let his mind wander, his attention falling once more to the tablecloth. He traced the outline of the different types of needles with his fingernail. Douglas fir, Sitka spruce, Engelmann spruce. What's that? Sai asked, like he thought David had been talking to him. I'm sorry. I can be quieter. Don't apologize. What were you saying? This tablecloth. I was naming the types of needles. Sai glanced down at the tablecloth like he was just noticing it was there. There are different kinds? David bobbed his chin in a nod. Yes, but I do think they are all only conifers common to this area. The waiter returned then, setting the plates down with a smile at David. You must know your plants. David didn't know what to do with the waiter's compliment, so he looked to his plate instead. This is my intended, David Reeds, Sai offered. Reeds! That's right! I heard your intended was coming, and that explains it. The Reeds clan grows herbs for half the healers in this country. He didn't look up, or really even see his plate, only the squiggles floating in his vision. My clan does, but not me. I don't... David lives separate from his clan," Cressley answered finally. He slumped forward. At least Cressley wasn't so upset with him that he'd leave David flopping like a fish at the end of a hook. The waiter mumbled something that David couldn't hear over the storm that filled his head, before dropping like a hurricane to turn his stomach. He hadn't even taken a bite and already had a stomachache. But Sai had ordered this food for him. He stabbed a chunk of fried bread, strawberry, and whipped cream, and brought it to his mouth but could hardly taste it. His clan had the reputation, not him. He shouldn't have let the waiter believe any different. "You don't live with your clan? But you grow your own garden, don't you?" Sai asked as though he'd already decided he had. And he'd been right. "Yes, I grew almost everything that we ate," he murmured. Sai took a bite big enough it would have choked David if he'd tried to put as much in his mouth. He chewed, his jawbone moving as he spoke around the food. "That's pretty impressive." David sat a little straighter, skewering another bite at the end of his fork. That time, he tasted the sweet fruit and cream. The moan that followed was involuntary, loud, and embarrassing. "I'm sorry." Sai just smiled. "Don't apologize." David's world at the farmhouse hadn't seemed isolated but big, with wide-open skies and endless fields. But the days he'd spent in Crescent City had shown him just how small his section of the world had truly been. There was so much more here than fields and skies. He'd needed a day to get used to the noise, but now he enjoyed the presence of sounds that weren't made by him or one of the animals. And there was light. Even at night, the streets were illuminated so that David never had to fear being plunged into darkness. There was grass and sky, and even an unpaved road that reminded him of the driveway of the farmhouse. But there was also cement, sidewalks, parks, a river, and a lake. One that he didn't have to fish out of if he wanted to enjoy a fish. He could buy them. As exciting as it all was, the new sensations also made it clear how right Sai had been. They came from two different worlds, and even though David had explored much of the city, the one place he hadn't seen was the inside of his intended's bedroom. Each morning, Cressley arrived with the sun. The two wolves avoided each other like old bulls. Each evening, Sai said goodnight with a glass of ice and brown liquor that he took into his own room. Alone. "Oof!" David grunted as his stomach slammed into the shopping cart handle. Cressley gripped the side, having jerked them to a sudden stop. He glared at the interior of the cart and pulled out a container of garden peas while staring at David as though he was holding something offensive. "What is this?" David's face warmed. He'd already felt weird shopping for produce, another first. But even if Sai had allowed him a garden, nothing could have grown quickly enough to be used in the ceremonial dinner. He didn't have his clan's magical touch. "Your alpha will be able to taste the effort you put into a meal." David knew that. It was partly why he'd chosen to make chicken pot pie even though he didn't care for it. He knew the recipe by heart, and between preparing the crust, the filling, and baking, the dish required a lot of effort, especially since he'd be making more than one. "These have been shelled." In hours, he'd be serving people who were very important in his intended's life. There was still so much work to be done that it seemed silly to worry about something so small. "They don't carry any peas of that type in the shell," he said, with an exasperated flutter. Cressley moved until he was just inches away, towering over David's shorter form. "Did you just roll your eyes at me? Who taught you that? Pataki?" David tried to step back, but bumped into the shelf before he could get a foot between them. His sharp breaths brought in so little air it was hard to speak, confined between an unbending man and unbending metal. "No, he didn't teach me, and I didn't mean to roll my eyes. It's an important night, Cressley. I'm already nervous." It wasn't until Cressley leaned back that David felt like he could breathe again. "I understand, David, and I forgive you. This time. You have every reason to be nervous. Pataki has been lenient on you since he feels bad that you overheard his true feelings about this arrangement. But that leniency won't last, especially if you make a fool of him in front of his packmates. Do you think his fancy lights work from inside the closets?" David's heart skipped a beat. His fingers clenched the cart handle until his knuckles turned white. He hadn't dared to even open the closet door in his room. "I won't give him a reason to. If he gets upset about the peas, you'll help me explain they were the only kind here, won't you?" Cressley patted his head before sliding his hand to grip onto David's shoulder, keeping it there. "Of course I will, David. I'm your protector, after all." That wasn't the first time Cressley had called himself that, but it was the first time David's skin went cold. Cressley couldn't be his protector forever. At some point, his intended would assume that role, and then Cressley would return to the farmhouse? David hadn't given it much thought. He turned up the aisle toward the registers. "Where will you go once we're mated, Cressley? Back to your packlands?" The hand on his shoulder clenched briefly, sending a sharp jolt of pain down his arm. Cressley lifted his palm and grabbed the edge of the cart, taking control of the speed and direction. "Let's see how tonight goes before we worry about that," he said with a low growl. David had thought that Cressley would have been happy to be able to return to his pack. There'd been days when his presence had been required by Alpha Mast, but he'd spent the majority of his time with David. Werewolves were pack creatures, and though he'd thought of Cressley as an older brother, he wasn't his pack. He stopped the cart in the line at the register, the cha-ching sound reminding him that in his excitement, he'd forgotten an important detail. He turned to Cressley, finding a knowing smirk already on his face. "Can I help you?" "I don't... Father gave you my money." "Your money? Did you earn it?" "The money. I need to buy the groceries." He hadn't thought to ask Cy, and stopping to get a hold of him would waste precious time. He was cutting things close as it was. "And what will I get for it?" This wasn't an unusual game for them. David often had to negotiate for the things that he needed. But it felt wrong to offer a foot massage or a back massage as he might have normally. He had to think about his intended now, and how he would feel if David touched a werewolf who wasn't him. "I'll make you your favorite cake?" I don't feel like cake. No. You'll be too busy cooking to do anything for me today anyway. I'll just take a rain check." Despite the uncomfortable shiver that ran up his spine, David agreed. As David pulled the last chicken pot pie from the oven, he heard the front door beep and then open. The ball of nerves that had lived in his stomach since leaving the grocery store fluttered violently. He searched the counters and kitchen island, afraid that he'd suddenly discover that he'd forgotten to bake the bread or something just as damning. He hadn't. It was there on the rack next to the 4 large pot pies, cooling down enough for David to slice it. The garden salad was prepared, and in the refrigerator, as was the homemade dressing. But when Sai stepped into the kitchen, his nostrils flared and his nose in the air, David still wiped his hands nervously down the front of his apron, smoothing wrinkles that didn't exist. "Did you make all of this?" As if he would feed his intended packmates prepackaged food items? Indignation colored his tone. "Of course." Sai's eyebrows lifted higher up his forehead. Oh no. He'd let his offense show. "I'm sorry, I meant—" "Don't apologize. I realized I forgot to tell you to use my charge account at the market. I told them to expect your visit. Did the cashier recognize you?" "Oh, no. But I figured it out." He turned back to the pies, pretending to inspect them while also hiding his face. The uncomfortable feeling he'd experienced from negotiating with Cressley still sat heavy in his gut. "Well, I'm impressed. And everyone else will be too. Except perhaps Alpha Mite's mate, Freston. He'll feel intimidated that he's not the best chef in Crescent City anymore." "You can't say that. You haven't even tasted it yet." "If it tastes anywhere near as good as it smells, I can." David pointed his smile at his feet. Sai had been cordial the past 2 days, but his job kept him working long hours. And, unless he asked for something, which he never did, David made himself scarce in the evening so as not to bother him. He'd be meeting Sai's pack, but he'd also be spending more time with Sai than he had since his first day. Sai's gentle praise was able to wash away some of his nerves. "I need to jump in the shower and wash work off my body, but I'll help you set the table when I get out." David would never refuse a request from his alpha, but it still struck him as odd that he'd want to help prepare for the meal. David didn't let that feeling show, though, and Sai disappeared up the hallway, whistling. Only a moment passed before there was another sharp knock on the door. Cressley's nostrils also flared, inhaling the delicious aroma of dinner as he stepped in. But the only thing he said was, "No evening martini?" The disappointment in his eyes wasn't teasing. Never mind the fact that David had no idea how to make a martini. "You've never asked for something like that before?" "A good mate anticipates the needs of his alpha. I shouldn't have to ask for one." When it had been just them, with Cressley training David on how to please his mate, it had made sense for him to step into the role of alpha, just like it had made sense for him to be David's protector. But the situation had changed. "Cressley, do you think it is proper for you to continue my training? I'm here now. I've learned much. You said yourself I was ready to be a mate." Cressley said nothing, but strode forward, shoving David out of the way. He stopped in the dining room and stared at the long table made of the same dark wood as the coffee table that Sai had brought home to fit the number of guests the night before. "You haven't set the table yet?" Sai asked. "He said he wanted to help me." Cressley's lips gathered to one corner in a cruel smirk. "And you say you don't need to continue your training. Why do you think he said that?" David sprang forward, eyes wide with fear. It had been a trick? A test to see if David understood his place? That made more sense than his mate wanting to help do the work David was supposed to do. He rushed to his room and retrieved the placemats he'd spent the last 2 days sewing. He set them out, making sure each was flat and straight before arranging a plate, napkin, and silverware on top. By the time Sai returned, smelling of clean soap and adventure, David was lighting the last candle, putting the final touch on the arrangement that he hoped Sai would see as sophisticated, more like what he was used to in his world. Sai stopped and blinked at the table as though confused. He'd changed into a tight black shirt that formed around his muscular frame, and workout pants of the same color. The outfit was more casual than David had thought would be proper for the evening. But if Cy thought he'd tricked David again by tempting him to speak out about his clothing choices, he would be disappointed. Or pleased, since that would mean David hadn't failed his test. "I said I was going to help you." His voice was low, wary. David had made the wrong choice before. He didn't trust himself not to mess up again. He looked to Cressley standing behind the couch in the living room. He twisted his fingers, but before he could discern some kind of response from Cressley's gaze, David could see only Cy's muscular back. His muscles bunched and moved under his shirt as he spoke. "What are you doing here, Mast?" "I knew David would be nervous, so I came over to help calm him down. Don't worry, Agent Pataki. I was just leaving. It is best to let the Intendeds handle this sort of thing on their own." Cy went to the door and pointedly held it open. "He was doing perfectly fine before you got here." That was sort of true, but because David had been ignorant before of the dangers, Cressley had simply reminded him. Cressley stood, going through the open doorway. "I'm going. I'll be back after dinner, David, to give you your vitamins." Cy's chest rumbled. The lines on his face were rigid and grew stiffer as he watched Cressley go out the door and off the porch. He didn't slam it, but shut the door with a significant thud. David watched just Cy's bare feet, each heavy step taking him closer to the wet bar where he poured his favorite brown liquor into a cup, this time without the ice. He brought it to his lips, swallowing as though he was making a point to move purposefully. David tracked his movements until Cy looked up and caught him watching. His voice was soft, not gentle, but cautious. "The table looks great, David, but I could have helped you. I'll have to clean up instead." Clean up? That was even more ridiculous than him helping set the table. Was this another trick? Was he supposed to refuse? Or was he supposed to accept and prove he could follow any request no matter how odd? If that was the case, that meant he'd failed the first test and... David twisted his fingers hard enough he accidentally cracked a knuckle. "I don't... Is this a test?" he asked finally. If it upset Cy that he had to ask, then he'd accept it. Better that than make the wrong choice, upset him, and experience what happened when his leniency gave out. Cy's sigh rumbled, half exhalation, half growl. "No, David, it isn't a fucking test. What did Mast say to you? You were fine when I got home." Again, David had been nervous then, but it hadn't been the paralyzing sort he felt now. Either way, the implication from his intended was that he wasn't fine now. When Cy sighed again, it held less anger but more exhaustion. "Your door was open when I walked by. I saw you laid an outfit on your bed. Why don't you go keep getting ready? I'll let in anyone who gets here early." He had wanted to look his best, but now that the guests were due to arrive, it wouldn't be right, would it? He couldn't ask if it was another test. It had made him mad last time. Cy set down his glass and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him softly. David wanted to lean into his scent, the aroma comforting even if the wolf still made him nervous. "Let me put it this way. I want you to go get ready so you'll feel comfortable. Can you do that?" He grabbed onto Cy's request like a drowning man to a life preserver. If it was what his intended wanted, It couldn't be a trick. "Yes, I can. I won't be long at all." David took off down the hallway, not quite coordinated enough to pivot into his room without banging his knee against the frame. "Be careful!" Sai called without anger. David showered as though he was worried about running out of water, his movements brisk and efficient. The water helped wash away not just the flour caked under his fingernails, but the tension of the last hour. After throwing on the fresh clothes Sai had spotted laid out on his bed, David looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. There might have been the sound of voices outside his room, but Sai had told him to get ready, so he wouldn't worry about taking the extra moment to comb his pale hair back. Or should he comb it to the side? He needed to look presentable, but not as though he were asking to be seen. He didn't know any of the styles Sai preferred. That, and the growing voices coming from the living room convinced him to just brush it back and let nature take its course. He opened his door, took a step into the hallway, and immediately lost his nerve, frozen atop the hardwood floor. What if Sai's packmates found him lacking? Sai would never accept him then. "It smells freaking amazing here," a male said from the living room. "My poor Axe has been working so hard. We've been living on takeout and grilled cheese. Thanks for inviting us to a real dinner." David knew Axe was the first name of Sai's commander at work, Chief Axe Landry. Did that make the person speaking Caden, his mate? A mate that only knew how to cook one item? "You can thank David just as soon as he stops hiding down the hallway," Sai said. David squeaked and propelled himself the rest of the way. He found Sai's face first in the living room, but he didn't look upset to have caught David eavesdropping. He was smiling, nothing as wide as the petite man next to him, but a smile nonetheless, one that made David's stomach clench not unpleasantly. 3 of the guests had arrived: Caden, Chief Landry, and Agent Andino, though he'd insisted that David call him Zane. David folded his hands together, letting his chin drop to his chest as he waited to be introduced. "Hi, David." 2 thin, but surprisingly strong arms wrapped around David's body. He had warm yellow hair, soft green eyes, and a collection of purpling marks on his neck that surrounded a healing mating bite. "I'm Caden. It's nice to meet you. I was just telling Sai how good it smells in here, and I know he's not responsible since the only thing he can make is a mean cocktail." He ran Caden's words over in his head again. They sounded like a compliment to David. But why? As a mate, he should have been expected to know how to cook for his alpha. Unless Caden mentioned it in the hopes that David could help him? He'd never taught anyone anything. But he'd try if it meant helping the man who'd given him such a warm greeting. "Thank you. I could teach you some recipes if you'd like to learn how to better serve your mate." Caden stiffened and stepped back. "Serve my... what now?" David barely kept from flinching on the outside. On the inside, his organs and bones all squeezed together in the other direction. The warmth he'd felt coming from Caden went instantly cold. Was he upset David had brought up his lack of cooking skills in front of his alpha? That hadn't been his intention at all. The night had just begun, and already he'd ruined it. Maybe, if Cressley hadn't left, he could have helped direct him. A warm, heavy arm draped over David's shoulders. He felt Sai's words rumble around his ribs. "David's got a thing about home-cooked meals." A thing? He supposed that was true. He even had a garden where he grew all his own vegetables. That was pride in Sai's tone, And if he was proud, that meant he couldn't have been too angry that David had offended their guest. "I'm so jealous. I've got a black thumb. I even took a potion to try and make myself more of a plant whisperer, but I just ended up hearing plants whisper for about a week." Caden snorted. David couldn't help his lips from twitching. Sai had been lenient with David. It made sense his close packmates would be that way as well. "It's open!" Sai called out a moment before a knock came from the door. Sai's final teammate, Huxley Might, entered with a man David assumed was his mate. The two looked at him with contradicting expressions. Huxley's was open and friendly, while his mate's was guarded. "Hey again, David! This is my mate, Ezra." They stepped inside, making room for David to see the pack of wolves standing on the porch. His weight tilted forward. These weren't werewolves. David could tell by their expressions, and they were the first animals he'd seen since leaving the farmhouse. "Don't believe the hype," Ezra muttered. David tore his gaze from the wolves to look up at him. "Huh? You recognized my wolves? That makes me Ezra Fescue, of the Fescue clan." He shook his head and stepped closer. There were 5 wolves and 1 German shepherd. If they hadn't looked at him like they were still deciding whether or not to bite him, he would have already dropped to a knee to pet them. "I'm sorry, I've never heard of that clan. Maybe my father has? I can ask him. I just love animals. At the farmhouse, we kept chickens and a dairy cow. And a pig, for a while." The day Cressley had announced it was time to harvest the meat, David had broken down, throwing his one and only fit until Cressley told him he'd sell the pig instead. David had wished he could have kept it. "Not as famous as you thought, eh?" Huxley teased. "Besides, you're Ezra Might now, Sweet Lips. Call me Sweet Lips again, and you'll lose yours." David gasped and spun around, torn between covering Ezra's body with his and taking the blows, and rushing to the other room so he wouldn't watch the mate be disciplined and add to his humiliation. His face burned with unshed tears. "Whoa, it's okay, David. I was just joking," Ezra said soothingly. David wiped his face, instantly aware of how he was the only one to react so strongly to Ezra's joke. His first instinct was to look for Cressley, but with him gone, he found Sai instead, and received no condemnation, but also no help from his blank expression. "I, have a thing about lips." That had worked the first time. Everyone but Ezra burst out laughing. Sai's was loudest of them all, a warmth in his gaze that assured David he was a part of the joke, not the butt of it. Ezra gave him a thoughtful smile. Clearly there was a rumor circling about his clan, but David hadn't been the type the others gossiped with, even before his mother died and he was forced to live on the fringes. "They like you too, and they think your cooking smells delicious. Don't worry, they'll stay out on the porch." "I'm not worried. If they want to come in, that is fine with me. I mean, if it is fine with my Sai, I've made plenty for everyone." Caden linked his arm through David's. "Don't start making those types of promises. You haven't seen these guys eat." He winked so David knew he was teasing and not criticizing David's ability to provide. "They prefer to stay outside anyway, but they wouldn't say no to leftovers," Ezra added. The group moved like a unit, gathering around the table where they complimented David on how nice it looked before taking their seats. Sai gathered drink orders, but wouldn't let David prepare them, which was likely for the best since David didn't know whiskey from wine. "Knock, knock." A smiling woman rapped her knuckles against the open doorway. The only guests who hadn't arrived were Alpha Mite and her mate. But while David straightened and dropped his gaze, the others just smiled and gave the pair casual waves. Clearly, there were more differences between the packs than ceremonial dinners. The Alpha didn't look at all upset by the greeting. Her warm eyes found David and she smiled. "You must be David Reeds. I'm Alpha Aliamite. This is my mate, Freston." Like the other mates, he was smiling, had claiming marks along his neck, and stood tall. Nothing cowering or submissive about him. But Freston, that was the name Sai had said would be upset by him. He looked to Sai, and he must have known the thought in David's head, because he chuckled, announcing, "We were just about to sit down. Drinks?" David went into the kitchen, cutting the fresh bread, pleased that the outside had formed a perfect, crunchy crust, while the insides were pillowy soft. He divided the slices onto plates that he set out on the table, along with small dishes of honey butter. When he returned with the salad, David was completely calm. These tasks were familiar and soothed the rest of his nerves. And when everyone began to eat, exclaiming how good they thought the food was, David was able to remain calm. "I saw the Borealis clan representatives are arriving tomorrow," Alpha Mite said, looking to Caden. The young man sat next to his older mate, the two so close, David suspected they might be holding hands under the table. "Yep, my cousins and great-uncle. I'm taking time out of my training to attend the orientation sessions Martha set up for the influx of new citizens." Caden looked to David, eyebrows rounded. "You should come too, David. It's this new class thing that Martha Mite created, since we have such a large number of new citizens. Many people did as you did, rushing to the city before anything bad happens. Not that anything bad will happen. Our guys have the situation handled," he added quickly. The ceremonial dinner was already more people than David had ever entertained. What would it be like to be surrounded by even more people? The idea was enough to make his heart flutter. "Maybe. I will think about it, if that is okay." No one pressed him for an answer, and the conversation continued without a lag. A fact he appreciated as he nibbled at his salad, checking the amount of food remaining on the others' plates. The heat of Sai's body sitting beside him was the only thing keeping David on edge, but it was a good edge, one that he didn't think he'd mind falling off of. David had assumed the ceremonial dinner would be a more anxiety-inducing event, where he'd need to be aware at all times, giving no one a reason to suspect he'd make a poor mate. But here, there were no appraising eyes, no one looking him up and down or trying to test him. Everyone just seemed to be enjoying the food. And when David brought out the first 2 pot pies, that enjoyment only increased. "You've hardly eaten," Sai said sometime later. "Give me your plate. I'll dish you up." David jumped to his feet. He didn't want to admit to not actually liking chicken pot pie, and besides, the 3 pie pans on the table were nothing but crumbs and bits of gravy. "Thank you, that is kind. I wanted to make sure our guests had their fill first. I'll grab the rest in case anyone is still hungry." He went to the kitchen and grabbed the pot holder, hearing Caden's groan through the wall before announcing, "You're going to have to roll me home." Even if David didn't quite care for the dish, he'd been right in making it tonight. He lifted the last pot pie with a smile. They were hearty, heavy things, evident by Caden's comment. The night was going well. After his missteps in the beginning, he hadn't said anything that made anyone look at him oddly. David spun on his heel, took the first step toward the doorway, and slipped. He caught himself on the kitchen island, but not the pie before it slid out of his hands. The pan tilted in midair and hit the floor, sending large chunks of chicken, vegetables, and crust splattering across the tile. The room went black. David gasped and fell to his knees. He dropped the pie, and now he was being punished. It should have seemed impossible that Cy had discovered what he'd done and punished him so quickly for it. But Cressley had warned him what would happen when Cy's leniency gave out. And how else could he explain the sudden darkness, or the way the cabinets and island leaned into him? He sucked in a breath, but there wasn't any air left. It had left with the lights, and he wouldn't get it back until he'd learned his lesson. "David? Where are you?" Cy called out from somewhere overhead. He didn't sound angry, but that didn't mean he wasn't. He hadn't seemed the type to punish David like this either, and yet here he was, knees aching, wishing he could escape his own skin. "It's a blackout. Those fucking scientists were supposed to warn us when they were doing testing. You're safe. I'm coming closer." The light returned just as Cy rounded the island, taking in the sight of David and the ruined pie. David flinched, waiting for Cy to reprimand him. "I'm sorry. It slipped. I'm sorry." "David, what the hell?" Cy's words were harsh, but his hands were gentle as he grabbed David's biceps and pulled him from the floor. "Bazd Meg, I don't care about the fucking pie. What happened?" He pressed his hand flat against David's chest, directly over his racing heart. "I dropped the pie, and then the lights went out, and I thought it was a punishment." He gasped. "A punishment? You thought I turned the lights out as a punishment?" "Not exactly. The lights had gone out, and his mind had supplied the rest." "Are you afraid of the dark?" He shook his head. Cy's grip on his shoulders kept his suddenly exhausted body upright. His fingers were tight, but the warmth of his hands helped David look back over what had happened without choking on his fear. "Not all the time. I fell when the lights went out. I think with the darkness, and the cupboards and the island, it felt like the walls were closing in. I'm afraid of small, dark spaces. I'm sorry. I lost control. I'm sorry." "Stop apologizing." The growl in his tone was soothed by the way his arms circled around David, letting him press his cold face against Cy's hot, hard chest. "But I dropped the pie," he mumbled. "Everyone out there is stuffed anyway. You said you were going to give some to the wolf pack. I'm sure they won't mind floor pie." He lifted David off the floor, not waiting for a reply before setting him on top of the counter. "Stay here. I'll see everyone out." Their guests. David's face crumpled. They wouldn't need a werewolf's hearing to have heard him. He watched Cy scoop up the ruined pie, slopping it back into the pan before washing his hands and grabbing a square of aluminum foil. He paused at the doorway, instructing to David, "Don't move," before disappearing through. There was only gentle murmuring from the other side of the wall. Everyone was probably eager to go home after David's performance. Cy hadn't seemed angry, but maybe having to see his packmates out would change his mind. Or maybe he wouldn't get angry, because tonight had just confirmed his suspicions that he couldn't accept David as his mate. David gripped the edge of the counter with sweaty palms. He couldn't move. His intended had told him to stay. But he wanted to move, clean, hide, something to soften the blow that was to come. Cy returned without the pie. "Ezra said he'll bring you back the pan. And he said the wolves said thank you. The others had such capable mates. Maybe they didn't know how to cook, but David had learned more about them during the dinner conversation. Ezra was a canine familiar. So talented, humans fought for the chance to work with him. Caden was a skilled healer, and Freston was a kinetic adept at hand-to-hand combat, while David could cook pies. Many reads were telepathic, able to read others' emotions in just a glance. But David's abilities had done nothing but grow weaker. You didn't eat much during dinner, Sai said softly, but those wolves hoovered up everything you made. He sounded so concerned, David felt compelled to confess. I saved some bread and butter under that napkin. He couldn't have Sai thinking he made it a habit of squirreling away food, so he added, I don't really care that much for chicken pot pie, but I make it well. Sai's features gathered in a frown. Why would you make food you don't like? David blinked, certain he'd just answered that question. Because I make it well. Sai turned toward the counter too quickly for David to see how he responded. He lifted the napkin and David gripped the counter. His intended shouldn't have to prepare his food. Stay there, Sai ordered as though sensing David's reluctance. I can put butter on bread. I'm not that incapable. He stiffened. How had Sai come to the conclusion that David thought him incapable? Sai turned back around and handed David the plate, 2 slices of bread with a layer of butter much thicker than David would have allowed himself. Ege shigedre. What does that mean? Cheers. David took a bite. He knew it was good. He'd made it. But he wouldn't say that, so instead he asked, Your pack came from Hungary, right? Do you miss it? No. I was young enough, and our time there was turbulent enough that I've fully adapted to life here. If I had to go back, I'd stick out. David swallowed and wiped his mouth. But you speak the language. I mostly just know curse words now. Heard those enough even after immigrating. But that isn't the only reason I'd stick out. I take after my mother in looks. She's English, though her family immigrated there as well. My father is full Hungarian, and as white as you. The lines around his mouth tightened enough for David to want to change the subject. But Sai hadn't stepped back after handing David the bread, and his nearness was making it hard for David to think. But Sai must have been eager to change the subject as well, asking, Have you always been claustrophobic? His first answer was yes, he had been. But that wasn't exactly true. Or if it was, he just didn't have the opportunity to discover the fear until Cressley. I'm not sure. Sai stroked his chin and dragged a fingernail through his stubble. Can you explain that in more detail? There wasn't anything aggressive about the way Sai spoke or stood, but David's insides twisted anyway, his skin tingling as though he was skirting around a pool of man-eating sharks. David shrugged. Try. I don't really remember ever being in a space that would make me afraid like that until living in the farmhouse. Cressley said it wasn't right for him to punish me with spankings, since I needed to remain untouched in that way for my mate, so he'd forced me into a dark closet instead. That's when I first remember being afraid that way. He looked up and caught the flash of silver in Sai's eyes swirling like a thunderstorm. He hurried to add, Never for very long, only a few hours, and he said spankings would have hurt much more. Sai's nostrils flared. His jaw was tight, possibly too tight for him to speak out of, because it was several long seconds before he said, Not hitting you. isn't something he should be praised for, David. It should have been assumed. There was just half a slice left, and David stared at it as he chewed slowly. He knew better than to talk when a werewolf looked as upset as Sai did. Sai exhaled loudly and continued in an even tone. Why would he punish you? What could you possibly do? The emphasis on you told David that Sai didn't doubt there were actions that required punishing, but that David could perpetrate them. He should have been glad his intended thought him so proper, but oddly wasn't. And as he thought of the various reasons he'd been punished before, burnt food, ruined clothes during mending, none of it seemed naughty enough. David settled on the one thing that had made him feel the most daring. Like, if I refused to show him my journal, or tried to hide it so he couldn't find it. He hadn't done either of those things often, especially once he realized there was no use. But unlike the other things that were more like accidents, mistakes he made by not paying attention, hiding his journal had been purposeful. He forced you to let him read your journal? A mate shouldn't keep secrets from their alpha. But David still had. Cressley was the one who insisted he kept a journal. And in the end, David had taken to writing only things that he knew would make Cressley happy when he read them later. That's low-fussed, David. You are allowed to keep secrets, just like you are allowed to keep a journal that no one else could read. He meant he was allowed now because Sai said so, but David didn't correct him. Did your father know about this? David shrugged. That was like asking if his father knew they fed the chickens in the morning. It wasn't something he'd ever thought to bring up. I'm not sure. He visited every couple of weeks. To David's dad, Cressley was a savior. He'd kept David protected and had allowed Elijah Reeds a way to keep both his clan and his son. You were on your own, Sai murmured. Standing close enough, David felt the heat of his breath as he spoke. He hadn't been alone. He'd been with Cressley. But he couldn't point that out when he was busy trying not to drown under a hazy wash of need. This had to be arousal. After a few days living with Sai, David had plenty of experience examining the feeling, as he tried to swallow it down. Sai didn't have to do anything for David's knees to go weak, just exist in a space semi-near to him. And with only inches between them, he was more than near enough. For the first time, when he looked into Sai's face, he thought that maybe Sai felt the same way. Sai? The noise swam through the thick air to dance over his skin. May I get off the counter now? I'm finished and need to start cleaning. Cressley would just ridicule him if the cleanup wasn't finished by the time he returned. Sai backed away and David jumped down. After setting his bread plate into the sink, he grabbed a clean towel and a bottle of disinfectant and turned, running into Sai as he approached with a stack of plates. I'm sorry, I should have been more care. Sai's finger pressed against his lips. Let me guess. Cressley told you should never bump into your mate? The thick sarcasm made David think the question wasn't one he was meant to answer. You are a person. I am a person. We're just people. You shouldn't treat your mate any differently than you would treat anyone else. Except there hadn't been anyone else in his life but Cressley, standing in as his mate. The twice-monthly visits from his father weren't ever long enough to really count, and David had been assured that things wouldn't change once he was mated. Sai studied his face. He tugged the towel and cleaner out of David's hands, setting them down on the counter before returning to stand directly in front of him, commanding, "Bump into me." David cocked his head to the side. "Why?" "Because I think you're a smart kid. All you need is the experience. So we're doing a little exposure training, if you're all right with that." David grinned at being asked. "What does that mean exactly?" "I want you to bump into me now, and continue bumping into me. And if you say I'm sorry even one time, then, well, nothing, because I won't punish you like a foskalop. But we'll know we have more work to do." "Okay. Can I keep cleaning during?" Sai snorted. "Yes." David retrieved the towel and spray bottle and headed once more for the doorway, finding that Sai had planted his wide body directly in the way. He met David's gaze, the challenge clear in the slight curve of his lips. "It's what your intended wants." He sucked in a breath and charged forward. At the last second, David turned his body to the side, slipping through the narrow space between Sai and the doorway. But his shoulders still gently brushed Sai's bicep. They're so big, it's hard not to touch them. Sai's laugh helped drown the thought, but brought other feelings he'd been trying to hide to the surface. "That's a start. But by the end, I want you plowing into me like a linebacker." He left Sai still chuckling in the kitchen and went to the dining table. The dishes had been stacked, but there were no scraps to scrape, and the chairs were already pushed in. Sai followed him, reaching for the stack of bread plates. "You don't have to help. I feel better now. I can do it. It's my responsibility as your intended mate," David insisted. Sai balanced the butter bowls on the top plate and lifted the dishes with a frown. "I'm not going to lie. You've got some pretty worrying ideas of how a mating should work, kid. Can you do me a favor and forget everything Mass told you? A mate shouldn't be a servant, but an equal. All that obedience crap is bullshit." David didn't know how to respond to that, so he tried doing the other thing Sai wanted, brushing the side of his hip against Sai's on his way to the sink. His stomach dropped as his body tingled like every inch of David's skin was fighting with the other to be the next that brushed into Sai. This couldn't have been the result Sai had intended with David's exposure therapy. Since David couldn't get near the man without his body lighting on fire, he decided maybe 2 bumps was enough for one night. Except, when he finished rinsing the dishes and headed back toward the table, Sai sidestepped at the last minute, sending the two of them colliding together. David hissed, catching the apology before it could burst from his lips. He lifted his face and found warmth in Sai's gaze. For David? If Sai felt the same tingling David did, then why hadn't he asked David to share his bed? There wasn't a rule that said they had to wait. During training, David had reluctantly prepared himself to be ravaged by his intended, and now it was as if the universe was punishing him for that reluctance. David. Sai's fingertips pressed into his arms, his hard body pushed against him as though to keep him from toppling over. Yes? Sai's lips stretched into a shape that was neither a smile nor a frown. Whatever shape it was, David wanted to kiss it. A loud knock from the front door sent David reeling back with the force of an icy fire hose. Either Ezra was making short work of returning the pie pan, or Cressley had returned with his evening vitamins. David's heart pounded, a horrible feeling sinking into his skin that he'd done something wrong. Except Sai was his intended mate, and he hadn't done anything he'd been asked not to. That's... Sai's lips curled into a frown. I know who it is. David, do you have to take your vitamins? Actually, no. The better question is, do you want to? I don't need you to make a permanent decision, but right now, do you, David Reeds, want to take your vitamins? Since taking them meant seeing Cressley, David could honestly say he did not. He shook his head. Then I'm going to ask that you go to your room. I have something I need to discuss with your chaperone, and then I'll finish up the cleaning. Another loud knock had David twisting his fingers. Something soft settled on Sai's features. Go. You don't have to be nervous. You aren't in trouble. Everything is fine. As he issued assurances, Sai turned him around and gently led him down the hallway until David's own feet continued his forward momentum. He stopped a few steps away. Warmth bubbled in his tummy. There'd been times since arriving in Crescent City when David had been confused or uncertain, but for the most part, his time with Sai had only ever left David feeling good. Not worried about messing up, or disappointed he didn't do well enough, Sai hadn't criticized him or asked him to behave a certain way to impress his packmates. He'd trusted David to make the right choices. He spun around, erasing the progress he'd made down the hallway, until he was once again standing in front of Sai. David lifted up on his tiptoes, but he could still only reach his jawline. He didn't let his lips linger. He didn't have the bravery for it. But he'd wanted to do something to thank Sai for being more than David could have hoped for. He spun back around and whispered a breathy, "Good night," over his shoulder before turning into his bedroom. If he left the door open, he might be able to hear what Sai wanted to say to Cressley. After waiting a few seconds, David suspected Sai wouldn't move until he heard the door latch, so he pushed it closed. Though he barely knew the man, David knew he could trust him. Chapter 5. Fury. Not so mindlessly obedient after all. Sai couldn't help but smile at David's attempt to listen in. His smile faded by the time he opened his door to Mast, all red, puffed up, and baring his teeth. Sai's wolf howled at the challenge, that urge intensified by everything he'd learned about David's training. He pictured the young man being forced to listen to this monster's bullshit, taught that his own wants and needs didn't matter, being shoved in a closet whenever he disobeyed. Sai didn't punch the man. If he let himself start, he might not stop, and he couldn't risk doing anything that would put David in danger again. He was safe inside Sai's house, but the fact that David had been sent to him with a chaperone meant at the least that David's father trusted Mast more than he did Sai. There was still no fucking way Sai would let Mast keep spewing his toxic rhetoric. Sai could be grateful for Mast's timing for one reason. He'd saved Sai from doing something truly stupid, like lifting David into his arms and answering that chaste peck with the kind his body demanded. Giving in to his beast desires would have been fucked up in 1,000 different ways, and would make him no better than the monster in front of him. "You're not coming in, Mast. David's gone to bed." It was more likely that David was standing with his ear against the wall, straining to hear them, but he wasn't going to mention that. Seeing the spark of rebellion gave Sai hope. "You can't keep him from me, Pataki. I'm David's chaperone. He needs to take his evening vitamins." Sai ignored the blustery response and the way Mast stood with his chest out, trying to seem bigger than he was. At first, Sai had thought David was the timid, sheltered witch from an isolated, rural clan with some backwards ways of thinking. There were clans and packs like that throughout the world, each holding on to their archaic beliefs and calling it tradition. Sai knew better now. There was something sinister at work here. He hadn't decided whether David's father was truly aware of the situation, but he knew for a fact Cressley Mast was a predator. He'd trained David to ignore every part of his personality in favor of pleasing his alpha. And when David had challenged him, like a true coward, Mast turned to intimidation, playing on David's fears to get what he wanted. Sai's instincts had been right, and he was damned glad he'd spent the morning combing through the sacred pact, searching for a way to protect David. Things are changing around here. There will be no more morning visits. You will not meet with David unless supervised by myself or someone I appoint. David will be given the responsibility of taking care of himself. He will decide what he eats. He will decide when or if he takes his vitamins. You can't! Mast surged forward, attempting to bully to get what he wanted. But Mast wasn't dealing with a young, timid witch anymore. Sai met his aggressive stance with his own, and let out a primal growl that had his eyes flashing a bright silver. You'll find that I can, Mast. You want to hide behind the rules of the sacred pact? Fine. After this evening, I have enough evidence to prove you are impeding my efforts to create a bond with my intended. It is within my rights to place restrictions as I see fit, as long as they do not place my intended in harm's way. Mast swayed back, his weight settling into his heels. He wasn't surrendering, but regrouping. What's your game here, Pataki? You don't want to mate with David. You've loathed your responsibility for years and have made no attempts to hide that fact. So why play this game now? Elijah Reeds isn't an unreasonable man. He loves his son. He'd rather release you from the arrangement than bind his only child to a wolf who doesn't appreciate him. Do both of yourselves a favor. Let David mate a wolf who knows what a gift he is. One who realizes how perfect he is. Perfect? For who, Mast? I don't think having a servant for a mate is perfect. I don't want a robot who will tell me what I want to hear and follow my every command. That's not a mating. That's domestic servitude. Who is that perfect for? Mast didn't reply, but he didn't have to. It wasn't concern for David that made him try to reason with Sai. It was avarice. Mast hadn't been training David to be the perfect mate. He'd trained David to be his perfect mate, and had since David was 10 years old. Sai would have been sick if he wasn't so livid. He finally had a reason to look favorably at the contract that bound him to David. Their long-term arrangement had been the only thing keeping Mast from taking what he wanted. If you feel you are incompatible with David's personality, then as his chaperone, I'll be glad to inform his father. My problem is with you, Mast. You're a disgusting predator, and I won't let you have David. Mast didn't bother denying the accusation. The fact that he didn't seem to mind that Sai saw right through him meant he believed he held enough sway to get what he wanted regardless. I'm a patient wolf, Pataki. You'll mess up, or you'll run out of time. Either way, I will get what I deserve. Sai would make fucking sure of that. because this monster didn't deserve David. Sai's beast pushed at his control, fighting to break free and annihilate the threat to their intended. But Sai needed to be careful. He'd done them no favors behaving the way he had, refusing every invitation Elijah Reeds had extended to him over the years. The clan leader couldn't have a high opinion of him, but the Reeds relied on strong allies, and the Pataki pack had emerged as one of the strongest, not to mention wealthiest. But if Sai attacked David Chaperone, or gave Elijah Reeds any other reason to doubt him, not even the lure of a powerful ally would keep him from canceling the engagement. The thing Sai had hoped for all his life was now the thing he had to stop from happening, at least until David realized how evil Mast truly was. "Get the fuck off my property. We're done here. Call the front desk at headquarters to schedule an appointment with David. And just so we're clear, Mast, if I see you trying to shove more of those bullshit vitamins down David's throat, I'll make you eat the fucking bottle." The smug sureness on Mast's face faltered, as though he'd realized only then that his period of unrestricted access to David was over. His body was bursting with unspent aggression, but Sai was careful to close the door gently behind him. Either David was asleep, or he was listening, but either way, Sai refused to let him hear the door slam and think he'd done something wrong. He set the alarm and padded down the hallway, head buzzing as he formed a plan of action. It wouldn't be easy undoing 10 years of indoctrination, but Sai would make damn sure it happened. David walked into the kitchen the next morning fully dressed in his usual ironed white button-up and dark pants. He spotted Sai leaning against the counter and froze, his eyes twitching from the coffee cup in Sai's hand to the clock on the stove. Worry made his still sleepy eyes crinkle as he tried to discern if Sai being awake before him for the first time meant he was in trouble. This poor fucking kid. Sai hadn't gone to sleep. After his standoff with Mast, he'd spent every minute after devising a way to keep David safe. There were too many missing pieces for him to be confident. Whatever happened, he wouldn't be handing David back to Mast. "You could make him your mate." That had been Axe's suggestion the first day, and Sai's answer was the same. Not only did Sai loathe the idea of being forced to mate, but it wouldn't be fair to David. Sai was the same man he'd been before David's arrival. He could protect David physically, but he'd be shit at all the rest. Sai's life was fast food, fast sex, fine whiskey, and freedom. David needed someone nurturing who knew how to stay in on the weekends and cuddle. If Sai wanted to find a solution that didn't involve starting conflict between various clans and packs, he'd need David's help. And if David realized he had a voice that he could use to express his own wants and desires, he'd know what Sai already knew. "Cressley still hasn't come?" David asked with a heavy dose of uncertainty. He'd noticed David looking for his chaperone when he'd been unsure before. It had never bothered Sai quite as much as it did right at that moment. He kept his movements slow, smooth, and free from the fury pulsing in his veins. From now on, if David wanted to look to someone for guidance, he could look to Sai. "I had a talk with Mast last night. He won't be coming in the mornings anymore." Would he be angry? Were the hooks Mast had dug into him that deep? Whatever David felt, Sai wouldn't know, because David took a moment to breathe in and school his face into a blank expression. He blinked expectantly, waiting for his intended's next command. David would never let Sai see how that made him feel, because he'd been brainwashed to accept what his intended said as law. That was the entire, horrible fucking point. Do you want to know why? Sai asked. David licked his lips. I know it's what you want. That's enough. It shouldn't be. Sai hadn't meant to let the rage he felt show, but he wasn't as skilled as David at stuffing his reactions into a box. The scent of fear soured the kitchen. I'm sorry. Less than a minute in, and Sai was already fucking this up. He wasn't good in these sorts of situations. Handling meek people wasn't in his skill set. No, David, you aren't the one who should apologize. I am sorry. What I meant to say is that I want to know when you disagree with me. I don't want you to just go along with what I say. I understand. Sai wasn't sure he did. Let's try again. I don't want masked here in the mornings. What do you think about that decision? Again, David looked to the side, but there was no one else in the room. When he realized that, his eyes widened, bringing the scent of fear and something else, sweet like vanilla, but warm like coffee. It was David's scent, but stronger, like Sa'd been smelling him bottled, and now someone had opened the top. As delicious as it was, the presence of David's fear left a bitter taste on Sai's tongue. Maybe he was pushing the kid for too much too quickly. He could take it slow, direct David as he was accustomed to being directed, but the very idea turned his stomach. There's no wrong answer here, Kichim. Whatever you're thinking, I want you to tell me. David's dark eyes roamed the room without focusing on any single point. I think I'm confused, nervous, worried, but relieved? Relieved how? He needed a moment to arrange his thoughts. Relieved because it doesn't seem like I need to get up as early here to finish my chores as I did on the farmhouse, and it will be nice not having to wake up at dawn to let him in. Sai tipped his head back and laughed, the unexpected sound startling the other man. That answer had been refreshingly honest, and gave Sai the confidence to continue. You also said you were confused. Do you want to ask me a question? Why did you decide this? Are you punishing me? Sai took it as a good sign David hadn't needed additional coaxing to ask his question, even if David thought not seeing masked was a punishment. A part of Sai had hoped that today would pick up from last night, when David felt comfortable enough to kiss him, but the hours apart had brought them to square one, and what he was about to say might push them even further back. Because I don't agree with what Mast has been telling you about how to be a good mate. I more than don't agree. I think the things he's been telling you are wrong, dangerous. Your worth isn't based on your ability to be a mate, and you deserve more than a life of servitude. He stopped speaking when David's arms lifted to hug around his middle, like he was trying to block his body from absorbing what Sai was saying. The possibility of being more than a mate terrified him, and why shouldn't it? He'd been taught it was his only purpose. Sai took a steadying breath. The way Mast was treating you was wrong, David. He's a bad man. David started to shake his head, the back and forth motion growing more erratic as his heart pounded faster. Cressley protected me. He kept me safe. He's the only reason my father didn't have to send me away.
I know you two aren't getting along, but because he worries for me. He's been helping me.
Sai wanted to throw up while simultaneously beating Mast into a pulp. Turning you into a shell of a person isn't helping you, David. His eyes filled with tears, making Sai realize just how much he just fucked up.
This is because... You're saying this because you don't want to be my mate.
His voice was surprisingly steady considering the flow of tears that dripped from his downturned face. Sai lifted his hands and dropped them in the next second. No, I'm saying this because what he taught you was wrong. Very wrong. Without looking up from the floor, David took a step back, bringing him closer to the doorway between the kitchen and the hallway.
I'm not the type of person you'd choose to keep in your life. You said so the first day.
I was acting like an asshole the first day. I never intended you to hear. David lifted his face sharply, pinning Sai with a glare so enraged it sent a laser beam of excitement burning through his body.
Whether or not I heard it, your feelings would be the same. I've been trying so hard to be less like me and more like you, to show you that we aren't that different. Because I do. I want to be your mate.
Though the beast in him wanted to meet the challenge in David's expression with his own, he swallowed his growl. How do you know you want to be my mate? You don't even know who you are. David's aggressive flinch jerked his body back, bringing him to stand entirely in the hallway.
I know enough,
he hissed, with his palms pressed flat against the wall behind him.
And I know that being accepted as a mate will mean that I'm protected and that I'm included. It will mean that I've done something to help provide for my clan. And being rejected will...
All at once, he seemed to lose his spark. His entire body deflated, no longer pushing against the wall, but needing to brace against the surface to stay standing. The impulse to discover the danger David needed protection from pounded in Sai's ears. Was the danger his father? He'd have to investigate that later. Now, he needed to tend to David. Sai recognized the passion in his tone, especially considering the witch had never raised his voice before. He wasn't shouting now, but the fact that he spoke loud enough to be shushed in a library meant something. But David also believed that becoming a mate was the only thing he could offer, and that simply wasn't true, no matter who he'd been promised to. You said you were trying to be more like me and less like you. But who are you, David? When you aren't being a mate, who are you? What's your favorite thing to do? The confusion on his face was enough to break Sai's fucking heart, because he knew the reason. When David wasn't being a mate, he wasn't anything. What's your favorite music? What do you like to do with your friends? What makes you angry? If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go? He felt like an asshole piling question on top of question. He knew David didn't have an answer for a single one that wasn't, whatever my mate likes. But maybe this was exactly where they needed to start. Of course it was scary for him to imagine the possibility that everything he'd been taught was wrong. Doing so would leave him with nothing, as no one. I'm not rejecting you, David. I want to help you figure out who you are, what you want, because once you do, I think you'll see that what I'm saying is right, and that you don't want me or Mast in your life.
But I'm here as you're intended. If we don't go through with it, I have no reason to stay.
We have time before any life-changing decisions have to be made. The Sacred Pact allows us a bonding period. I don't want us to waste a second of it. I'll help you. Or, if you'd rather it wasn't me, I can ask someone else. He didn't realize he might be nervous about the prospect of David rejecting him until it was right in front of his face. But David shook his head, and Sai could breathe easier. It was more convenient this way anyway. They still had to give the illusion that nothing had changed with their arrangement, or else Mast could use that against them. Then we start today, right now. I've taken the day off. For the first time since he became an agent. We can begin with something easy. I know you don't care for chicken pot pie, but what is your favorite food? David pushed off the wall, frowning like Sai had asked him for the answer to a complicated math problem.
Vegetables? Cressley says I shouldn't eat food too fatty.
Sai was sure he did, because Cressley was a walking bag of dicks. But he kept that opinion to himself. I can work with that. Grab your coat. We're going grocery shopping. For vegetables. And we'll pick up some other stuff. See if there isn't something you like more. What do you like to do for fun? He'd expected another blank stare. Instead, a soft glimmer of passion lit David's black eyes.
Gardening is fun.
Gardening and vegetables. His clan was very horticulturally inclined. We'll start there too. See if we can't find some hobbies you like that don't resemble work. David wasn't cowering away from him anymore. The lure of gardening was strong enough to wash away his worry. That was, until he stepped back and stared down the hallway toward the front door.
Will Cressley come with us?
Do you want him to? At this stage, Sai wouldn't allow it, but it was good to know where David landed on this issue.
No, he isn't very good at having fun.
Sai snorted. I've told him to stay away for now. I meant what I said, David. He's dangerous, and he's only here until you decide you don't need him here.
Cressley is my chaperone. He stays until I am mated.
David replied, though Sai didn't know if he was stating his opinion or reciting what he'd been told. Both possibilities put a bad taste in his mouth. Well, he can go a day without seeing you. Starting tomorrow, you'll be coming in with me to work for a while. He can make an appointment for then. Today, we need to have an open mind. Can you promise me that? David bit on his bottom lip but nodded. This had to be confusing for him, but with a little coaxing, Sai hoped that doing what he wanted would become less of an outrageous idea.
And do you promise you won't order me away?
I won't do that to you, David. I know we got off on the wrong foot. I got us off on the wrong foot. But I really do want to be your friend. David's lips stretched into a smile.
My first friend.
He lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Sai's middle. The first of many. Sai's voice was gruff. For every timid moment David had, there were small bursts of affection as well. Holding hands, that kiss, now this hug. They felt like small glimpses into the man that lurked within. Sai returned the hug, and since they were friends, there was nothing wrong with scent-marking him at the same time. He rubbed his nose against David's temple, and he giggled. Sai had to step back before David felt the proof of how much Sai had liked that sound. He didn't seem to notice Sai's inappropriate reaction.
I don't know if I'm ready today, but tomorrow. Is there something I can try?
That was fast. From fear to his first independent request. Maybe teaching David he was more than a mate would be easier than he thought. Yes, anything. What do you want? His skin was flushed, not quite so bare-bones colored, when he met Sai's gaze. Coffee. Chapter 6. Apprehension. David set down his pen and closed the flap of his brand-new leather-bound journal. Sai had bought it for him the day before when they'd gone to the store. He loved the smell and how soft the cover was. But the part David loved, other than the fact it had been a gift from Sai, was the intricately carved iron lock that required a key to open. Sai had assured David that he had the only copy of the key. He tried to not let the privacy make him feel adrift. David truly did like the idea of writing things that only he got to read. He reached for the paper cup sitting on the edge of the small writing desk Sai had dragged into the corner that morning, along with a new office chair. They'd spent the day before buying all kinds of food, and so many books and movies David never had a chance of remembering the titles. Sai had filled their cart with potted houseplants, and David hadn't had the nerve to tell Sai that wasn't what he meant by gardening. Besides, he liked seeing the plants sitting on different surfaces inside Sai's home. By the end of the day, David had felt less like Sai was just biding his time until he could reject him. There were still moments, like when he dwelled too hard on having the key to his own journal, or when Sai told David he didn't want him to clean up after him, that he worried. And there was also the possibility that the coffee Sai had bought him at the cafe on their way into work was making him feel anxious. He took another sip anyway. Coffee didn't taste at all like David had thought it would, but there was so much cream and sugar in his that he couldn't say yet that he truly knew what coffee tasted like. The fact that Zane had left the office 5 minutes ago to pick up Cressley at the front desk could have also explained his hand trembling. After Sai had been assigned to oversee preliminary testing the solar wolf scientists were doing on the gate that morning, he'd brought up the idea of rescheduling Cressley's visit. But David didn't want to. The last time he'd seen Cressley had been before the ceremonial dinner. After living with the man in a small farmhouse, 24 hours apart felt like 24 days. Sai insisted he was dangerous. But because Sai didn't know the danger Cressley had saved him from, nor the risk he'd taken in doing so. When the door opened, he jumped to his feet. Cressley stormed through, shooting irritated glances over his shoulder. His frown only deepened when he spotted David, the desk, the journal, and finally, the cup of coffee David still had clutched in his hand. "He let you drink coffee?" The question sounded more like an accusation. "I'm not sure if I like it," David replied quickly as he returned to his chair behind his desk. He'd been not excited, but a little antsy about seeing his companion here after hearing what Sai had to say. But Sai was wrong about David. He did know himself. Maybe he didn't have a favorite book, but he knew that he liked the feeling of pleasing a person. He liked doing a good job. Those were all character traits. So, it was possible Sai was wrong about other things, too. Your alpha is never wrong. The mental response was automatic, a byproduct of years of training. Except when he is? David silently amended. Just thinking the thought made David feel a little rebellious. Cressley sat down in the chair David had put out for his visit. His nose wrinkled as his chest rumbled in a quiet growl. "Coffee isn't good for your health." "Thank you for worrying about me. I feel great, though." He wasn't just saying that either. Sleeping in had done wonders. He felt rested, stronger, and thought he'd looked healthier, too. Not quite so pale. But Cressley couldn't see the new radiance to his skin since he was glaring at Zane, who'd taken his own seat at his desk less than 4 feet away. "Do you mind?" Cressley asked him. Zane met his gaze in that bold, unblinking way that the LCEA agent shared. "If you want to talk to David, you'll do it while I'm here, or you won't do it at all." "Disrespectful pup," Cressley muttered, his body lined with tension. David squinted. The air around Cressley looked wobbly, like it shook with his anger. He blinked rapidly at the blurry shroud. Maybe Cressley was right, and the coffee was bad for him, making him see things. But the coffee couldn't be blamed for Cressley's tone or behavior. They were inside Zane's office. Even if he hadn't been instructed by Sai to stay with them, Zane didn't have anywhere else to go. "Pup?" Zane stood. The smile David was used to seeing on his face was gone, replaced by an expression that made David's insides nervous. "This is your one warning, Mast. You will apologize for your disrespect, or your visit is over. I don't know how they do things in your pack, but here, age does not immediately grant respect. Actions do." Zane didn't raise his voice, but that didn't make his meaning any less severe. The air around Cressley glowed the same color as his splotchy red skin, and pulsed at a rate that matched David's rapid heart. "I apologize," Cressley bit out through clenched teeth. "Thank you." A smile returned to Zane's face, but it still wasn't the kind David was used to seeing. At least the air wasn't shaking around him, too. David blinked hard, relieved it brought his vision back to normal, even if it was the only thing that seemed normal at the moment. He'd never seen Cressley behave so disrespectfully. Maybe he was homesick and worried that David was homesick as well. "What did you do yesterday?" he asked, hoping to steer the conversation in a more comfortable direction. But Cressley's scowl remained. "They can't keep us apart. You have rights, David. You can demand that they let us meet alone." David tilted his head and thought. This was the first time Cressley had ever told him he could demand something. He let his gaze drop to the desk. "I should do as my intended mate requests, as you've always taught me." The answer didn't bring him the same pleased head pat it once did. Somehow, he didn't think Sai would be happy by his answer either. But he'd also told David that he didn't have to try to please him all the time. Thinking of the man brought David's eyes to the clock. He'd promised to return in 30 minutes to take David to lunch. David wasn't hungry, but he had a few more questions about what Sai expected of him. Cressley blew out a loud sigh. "You're right, David. I am just worried for you. It's my job as chaperone, but also as your friend." That was another word Cressley had never used in that way. "You are so good and kind. I worry that you're being taken advantage of. I can tell he's scent-marked you. Did he make you do anything you didn't want to?" Zane's sharp growl made David jump. "No, of course not." Cressley didn't acknowledge that he'd heard David, too preoccupied with meeting Zane's angry glare. "I'm allowed to ask these questions. What other reason would Agent Pataki have to separate us?" David wasn't used to questioning the things Cressley said, and it made him uncomfortable to do so now, but he'd always told David that his intended had the rights to do as he saw fit. That meant there wasn't a way for his intended to make him do something, since a good mate should happily do anything his intended asked. Sai is a good intended.
He's kind. And also a little confusing. But David didn't want to share that part with Cressley. And Cy had said it was okay for him to not share everything. But Cressley's eyes still widened in alarm, like he could hear David's thoughts. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Change is difficult, but you've prepared me well. The air around Cressley rippled, glowing again, but with a color that reminded David of dried blood. Cressley leaned forward. You're being so brave, but your father will understand if you're having doubts. David shook his head. How had he given off that impression? I'm not having doubts. Cressley slid his hands over the table, and David had to fight the urge to yank his journal back. But Cressley didn't try to take it. But if you were, I would understand. You can tell me. No one would blame you. He said he's not. Leave it, Mast. Zane barked. Cressley wasn't looking at Zane, so the agent didn't see the pure loathing in his narrowed eyes and pulled back lip. David sat back in his chair. He didn't like the color glowing around Cressley any more than he liked that he was suddenly seeing things. I have a right to make sure my ward feels safe and is happy in his position. Was David happy? He'd been trained to be happy when he was tending to his alpha. He wasn't sure how else to measure the emotion, other than that he wasn't currently unhappy. I am, Cressley. Thank you. Cy walked in, his eyes stopping on David, Cressley, and Zane, in that order. David got to his feet and went the long way around the desk like he was scared Cressley might try to grab him. Are you finished? You're early. Cy studied his face before draping his arm around David's shoulders and bringing him close. Everything good here? David felt even less prepared to answer that question than he'd been about deciding if he was happy. Things didn't feel good. They felt uncomfortable and confusing. I just got here. We aren't finished. You can't treat us like this. We? Us? Cy repeated coolly. The only opinion I care about is that of my intendeds. He chooses when this meeting is over. It's David's choice. Cy angled back to look into David's face. Are you ready for lunch, or do you need a few more minutes? He really wished Cy hadn't asked. It would have been so much easier if Cy had just made the decision for him. Thankfully, his stomach put him out of his misery, letting out a robust growl. Cy smiled. I'll take that as an answer. Cressley's suspicious gaze flipped between them. Your father is expecting I make a report on your welfare. I haven't seen you enough to make that sort of assessment. Cy turned to him, and for a moment, David was afraid he'd ask him to make another choice. Why don't we take a walk after dinner tonight to guest housing? You can meet with your chaperone then. He jumped on the suggestion. That would be great. We can visit more then. But, like I told you, Cressley, I really am happy. David walked beneath Cy's arm all the way home. When they reached the porch, Cy let it drop. Sorry if that was uncomfortable. I don't want Mass to suspect anything. He unlocked the door and went straight for the kitchen, leaving David to wonder why he suddenly felt like crying. He hadn't been uncomfortable at all, until he lost the reassuring weight of Cy's arm, and the cold came creeping in. He hurried after, saying, I can make us something. He'd spent the morning as Cy had requested, doing what he wanted to do. But now David wanted to feel useful. Except, Cy had already pulled a cardboard box out of the freezer and slapped it on the island counter. David stared at the red cardboard, untrusting. What is that? It's called a personal pizza.
Have you ever had one?
He shook his head.
Sai laughed. You look like you think I'm trying to poison you. I didn't make the dough from scratch or cure the pepperoni myself, but these pizzas have got me through many meals. Just try it, and if you don't like it, you can try a different kind, or you can refuse to eat it ever again. Your choice.
That seemed to be the point of all of this. Sai wanted David to make choices. He claimed there was no wrong choice, except it felt like there was. Or maybe that there was a choice Sai hoped David would make, but that he hadn't yet. David didn't move as he watched Sai prepare the personal pizza. It didn't even require an oven, just a plate and for Sai to fold the box into a sort of platform before plopping it all in the microwave. He pressed the buttons, setting it for the appropriate amount of time, and then turned toward David, standing with his backside leaning against the counter.
I don't suppose you used a microwave a lot at the farmhouse?
No, we didn't have one. Not in my first house either. My mother enjoyed cooking. He swallowed down a lump of emotion. He was always sad when he thought about his mom, but in a detached way that had let him feel mostly numb. He didn't feel numb right now. He was confused about how Cressley had acted, and why he couldn't forget that moment on the porch when Sai had admitted he'd had a motive when he'd touched David. At least his shoulders didn't feel cold anymore. David scratched his arm even though it hadn't itched. He needed to be doing something. And all Sai would let him do was make choices. The microwave beeped and Sai retrieved the plate, sliding the pizza off the box and onto the ceramic. You're going to want to give it a few minutes to cool, or else you'll burn the skin off your tongue. That sounded dangerous, and not like something he wanted to choose to do. This is all mine? What about you? What are you going to eat? He pulled a second red box from the freezer. My own personal pizza, of course. You have more than one of those? David asked with more apprehension than curiosity. Sai responded with a laugh and opened the freezer as wide as it would go, revealing several more boxes stashed away. By the time Sai's pizza was done cooking, he announced that David's was probably cool enough to eat. David picked up a slice and brought it gingerly to his lips. He'd eaten things he didn't like plenty of times before, but they were all things that he'd made, which somehow made it seem better. Sai had said that if he didn't like it, he didn't have to eat it. With that thought in mind, he clenched his teeth around the tip of the slice and ripped it free. It was an explosion of flavors so varied that David needed time to decide what he thought of it all. There were herbs, basil, and oregano that flavored the tomato sauce. The pepperoni was salty, along with the cheese, and the dough was not what he'd call good, but still comforting in some way. He found Sai's watchful gaze soaking in every expression as David chewed, smiling as though in preparation for David's response. Or maybe because he was having fun? Sai was always handsome, especially in his LCEA uniform, but as he watched with his brown eyes sparkling with amusement, David thought he was stunning. And he was also making it hard for David to swallow his bite. Want and need threatened to take him over, but David had no frame of reference for what giving in to the urges meant. Cressley watched him all the time, and David hadn't given it a second thought. But he felt Sai's eyes like a caress. What made the same action so different? Sai wasn't watching so he could correct David on the way a good mate should eat pizza. He watched because sharing this new experience with David made him happy. So, what do you think? David swallowed the bite and wiped his mouth. I think I want to kiss you. Sai's eyes went wide. He leaned forward, but then settled his weight back on his heels, giving David a tight smile.
Tasted that good, huh? He teased. He hadn't been joking, though. This whole plan was to teach David to make his own choices, to find out who he was without taking his mate into consideration. And this was the first choice David had made that hadn't come with doubt or second thoughts. I'm making the decision that I would like to kiss you, David clarified. It couldn't have been fear that flashed in Sai's eyes. But that was what David had thought he'd seen for a split second before Sai leaned back against the counter and stared at him. Why? What led you to make that decision? This was the first time Sai asked him to justify himself. What was it about this decision that was so different from all the others? Because you're handsome, and you smiled at me when I ate my pizza, which made me feel warm inside. And you seemed excited to introduce me to personal pizzas. And because I want to. Unless this isn't a choice I'm supposed to make? You said I wouldn't be punished, but is it not my choice who I kiss? No, it is, David. Just as long as you get consent from the other person, you can kiss who you want. Then I want to kiss you. He stepped closer, shocked to see Sai step back as though contemplating running away. The idea that he could be powerful enough to make a wolf like Sai fear him was laughable, but also made bolts of lightning zip to his core. Sai lifted his hands to stop him. You promise you aren't doing what you think I want you to do, or trying to please me or anything like that? Would it be so wrong to want to please him? David cocked his head to the side. I don't know how pleasing this will be for you. I've never kissed anyone before. Not in the way he hoped he'd be kissing Sai. You made me feel so good trying frozen food for the first time. I think you'd make this first feel good for me too. Though, doubt was starting to creep in. David's request had taken the smile from Sai's face. It was entirely possible that Sai didn't want to kiss him. Maybe he thought David was too forward by asking at all. His stomach tightened around his lunch, and David's gaze dropped to the tile, too afraid to lift it and see his repulsion. Sai pushed off the counter, bringing his body to the square of tile David had been staring at. He had to look up now, or he ran the risk of staring at the wolf's crotch. And if Sai didn't want to kiss David, he certainly didn't want David staring at his penis. What he saw in Sai's face shocked him, but not for the reason he'd feared. His dark brown eyes flashed a ring of silver like a halo around his irises. If that's your reason, then yes, you can kiss me. But Sai didn't dip his head, or even bend his knees so his face wasn't so far away. He remained still, letting David know this would have to be his choice to the very end. He grabbed onto Sai's shoulders and pulled, keeping his eyes open so his lips didn't take a wrong turn and end up kissing his nose. This wasn't the first time he'd gotten his mouth on Sai's face, but brushing his lips against Sai's jaw felt nothing like the press of firm and soft, the scratch of Sai's stubble, and the explosion of his wild scent that seemed to burst out of him. Sai's body was sturdy, but not stone. His shoulders moved with his breaths, and when David brought his hand to rest on Sai's neck, his chest vibrated with a low growl. This was much better than the personal pizza. It was everything he hadn't known to hope for, but as his mouth moved, David frowned. This was his first real kiss, but he'd seen other people kiss, and they'd somehow gone deeper, touched more. He wasn't getting any direction from Sai, who, other than the growl, remained completely still. Frustrated, David let his weight settle back onto flat feet. "Not all that you hoped for?" Sai asked, with a husky edge that he hadn't had earlier. David pursed his lips together as he thought it over. "I didn't know what to hope for. It felt nice, but incomplete. Did I do it wrong?" Sai let out an airy laugh. "You did just fine." "No, I must have done it wrong. Maybe I need someone to show me how first." Sai squared his shoulders, his demeanor changing as he moved to stand in front of David. "Someone to show you how?" he murmured low. David shivered, but he wasn't cold. He didn't want someone. He wanted Sai to take control of the kiss. But he didn't think he could ask him to do that. Sai wanted David to have the control. "Would you accept my help?" David's legs nearly gave out from under him. "Yes," he said a tad too emphatically. "I mean, if you show me, I'll remember what you do." Sai smiled and let out a low laugh. He looked different like this, like for once he wasn't wary of what David would say or do next. "I can do that. Remember, you can stop whenever you want to. It's about what you want." "I want you to kiss me." And he was going to explode into a trillion, billion pieces if it didn't happen soon. Sai looped his hand around David's lower back and pulled sharply, making their fronts press together. But David was so much shorter. His chest hit the bottom of Sai's ribcage. He paid attention to the way Sai cupped his jaw and how he used his thumb beneath David's chin to angle his face upward. David licked his lips, suddenly nervous in a way he hadn't been when he'd been in the driver's seat. While he still had very little experience kissing someone, he had even less in being kissed. He'd just have to learn. Pay attention like he'd told Sai he would. Except, the moment Sai's lips pressed against his, David's brain turned into fizzy water. He didn't press and hold as David had done. His lips moved, commanding control of not just the kiss, but David's body. The tips of their tongues touched, and he gasped. But that just made room for Sai to slip his further inside David's mouth. The wet slide of Sai's tongue licking the inside of his mouth felt like 1,000 fireflies were flying around in his head. Sai nibbled at David's lip, and his gut dropped to his dick, throbbing with anticipation. Sai stepped in, forcing David's legs to separate, drawing a throaty noise out of his mouth that David had never heard himself make before. This was a kiss. His first had been good, but nice in a way that wouldn't have made him embarrassed to do it in public. Sai cupped the swell of his butt with a hot hand, and David's hips canted forward. He didn't 100% understand why, but his body had taken over, knowing what to do even while David was lost in sensations. But, similar to his first, just pressing their mouths together seemed suddenly not enough. He wanted Sai to move his hand, to tickle and tease his dick that was hard, aching, and practically screaming to be touched. He wanted to know what it would feel like to have Sai's hot tongue lick him everywhere. Emboldened by his carnal desires, David pressed forward with a moan, rubbing against Sai's body until he felt the man's hardness. David gave an experimental wiggle and groaned. His sound of pleasure met Sai's sharp growl. He yanked their mouths apart, pushing David back with his hands on his shoulders as his eyes flashed silver. David shrank away. I'm sorry.
Sai's grip sliding to his forearms didn't allow him to go far. He bent forward, resting his forehead against David's as he sucked in loud breaths. You have no reason to apologize. You did nothing wrong. I overestimated my control. To David, Sai had seemed like he was in complete control, but he didn't argue the fact. He'd made a choice, asked for something, and had gotten it. But he hadn't known the kiss would leave him feeling so oddly unfulfilled, empty. Do you want me to reheat your pizza? Pizza? Did that still exist? Had the world really remained unchanged while David's had just been rocked? Sure enough, their lunches were right where they'd left them. No, it's warm enough. How much longer do we have before you have to be back? About that. David pressed his lips together and let his chin drop to his sternum. He'd ruined everything with his kiss. Sai was going to tell him he didn't want David to come with him, and that he'd changed his mind, and I can hear your heart pounding. Whatever you're thinking, it isn't that. Sai pulled him into a half-hug and held him while his breaths evened out. I spoke with a healer friend, Martha Might. Do you remember when Caden and Alpha Might spoke about her? Vaguely. David jerked his chin down once. Well, I asked her if she'd be willing to give you an exam. I have some questions that I think she can answer, but it's your choice. You can decide not to meet with her. The healers in his clan had stopped coming to see David the same time everyone else had, when he'd become a plague. Would this healer be able to sense that? What if something she did brought the sickness back? The only person who could stop it the last time was the person Sai told him he shouldn't trust. She's ready for us to head over after lunch, if you choose to. And I'm pretty sure Caden will be there. Mentioning Caden seemed to make Sai look a little guilty. For a split second, the air around him wobbled as it had with Cressley, revealing a vibration of light that reminded David of a blushing cheek. He didn't want to admit to seeing things, but maybe if he went, he could sneakily ask about what was happening to him. And he did want to see Caden again. Will you go with me? Of course, if that's what you want. For the first time, David considered saying no. If Sai went, then he'd find out about what was wrong with David. But if he did that, then he'd know how Cressley had actually saved him. So maybe it would be a good thing. Yes, I want you to come with me. You said your family predominantly presented with affinities for telepathy? David nodded. There were some healers and familiars, but the majority of Reed's witches were telepaths, their abilities ranging from seeing thoughts, peeking into dreams, and influencing emotion. That was one of the reasons why the Reed's clan had originally settled in the country all those decades ago. Even when the world had less people, their thoughts were loud. The Reed's clan were varied in skill level and ability, but they'd all possessed more skill than David. His father'd had him tested after he'd gone to live with Cressley, and he'd come out just barely magical. He confessed as much to Martha, and she nodded, scratching something down on her piece of paper while Caden gave him a sunny, reassuring smile. It felt good to see him, and that he was as friendly as their first meeting. Sai had taken position in the corner of the exam room where he'd remained, silently watching Martha taking his measurements while she asked questions. And when was your last exam? She asked while looking at her notes. A while ago? I don't really remember it well. It was around when my mother died, and my memories at that time are blurry. Martha tucked her curly hair,
brown with strands of silver, behind her ear with a frown. Cressley Mast acted as your guardian after that point, right? He didn't regularly take you to see a healer? He said there wasn't anything they could do that he hadn't already achieved. What did he mean by that? David shifted on the exam chair. Explaining that meant revealing a part of his life he wished he could forget. Please know that whatever you have to tell me will be said in confidence. I will never share details of our visits without your express permission. If you'd be more comfortable with just you and me in the room. No, I want Sai here. And Caden. The former needed to know to understand, and the latter made him feel a bit calmer with all his happy, encouraging faces. But before he could begin the whole story, he needed to make sure he wouldn't get his father in trouble. He turned to Sai in the corner. My father would have told Alpha Pataki. If things hadn't worked out, he would have told him. He wasn't trying to keep it a secret. He just hoped that after Cressley fixed me, it wouldn't be an issue. Sai took a stuttered step toward him. What do you mean, fix you? Shortly after my mother died, a plague descended on the Reeds' territory. He took a deep breath. Those days were fuzzy and hard to remember. Normally, he didn't care and wished he could forget for good. Those were the darkest days in the Reeds clan. The land was dying. The crops, private gardens, window planters, the grass, and even the trees. It all just started to die. Not even my father, whose affinity allows him to emit feelings of joy, was able to keep the fear from running rampant. We were going to starve without the food we grew, or money to buy more. A bit after it first started, someone realized a pattern of death. It was me. Everywhere I went, the earth withered and turned to brown. It spread and spread until nearly the entire territory became barren. My father tried to convince them a child couldn't be responsible for the plague, but no one believed him. They started to come for me, willing to do what it took to get their livelihoods back. Your clan tried to murder you? A child? Sai growled. They were afraid, said I was the plague, the walking death. My father couldn't protect me and keep the clan together. Cressley stepped up, saying he was willing to live with me on the edge of our territory, on the boundary between Reeds and Mastland. He hoped some space and personal care would heal the land. The clan wasn't happy that my father agreed, and Cressley had to chase them away from the farmhouse more than once. If he hadn't been there, well, he was. And a while after I started living with him, it stopped. Anything that hadn't died completely began to heal, and the new plants began to flourish again. Eventually, people stopped coming to kill me, but they refused to let me return. Not even after Cressley healed me. How did you know you were healed? Caden asked. David frowned. Things stopped dying. I'll never forget the feeling the day I woke up and saw a blade of green grass outside the farmhouse window. Cressley's treatment, the strict diet, vitamins, and monitored exercise had worked, and within a year, I had my first garden. He smiled, remembering how he'd felt watching that first seed sprout and take root. It had been like being given a second life. Cressley had given him a second life. That's why Cressley is so strict. He worries the sickness will return and remembers the days when he literally stood between me and death. I don't think it will, but he still worries. Sai clenched his jaw too tightly to respond. Martha's expression was thoughtful.
I'd like to speak with Mr. Mast more about this sickness and his treatment program, David. Do you think he'd be willing? I can ask. Excellent. In the meantime, it is my official and magical medical opinion that you are in perfect health. A little underweight, but nothing some good food and exercise won't fix. You'd mentioned becoming fatigued easily. Has that continued or gotten worse? Actually, David hadn't felt restrained by his body in a few days. No, I feel fine, but I'm also doing less. There were more things to care for at the farmhouse. That was true in two ways. There were more daily chores, chickens that needed tended to, a cow that needed milking, the garden, but also his training. He'd cared for Cressley as though he was his mate, handling all the cleaning, cooking, and number of other tasks. Cy required much less of him, which was nice in some ways, since his body was getting a chance to recuperate. But it also made him feel useless at times. I'm glad to hear that. About the fatigue. If you're looking for more to do, the new citizens orientation might be a good place to start. It's the first of its kind, an answer to the influx of new representatives arriving within the city. We'll be winging it as we go, but it will help familiarize you with the city and the people who live here. And I'll be there with my cousins, Caden added. David looked to Cy, but he should have expected to receive no guidance from the man. His face was blank, as though he didn't care either way what David chose. That adrift feeling returned, making him feel like a boat tethered to a large ship, but by a very long rope. He hadn't been completely cut free, but they were far enough apart, it felt like he was. When is it? The first one is the day after tomorrow, Saturday, 11 sharp at the Lunar Council headquarters. The times and frequency will vary, depending on what the group ends up wanting. Like I said, very loosey-goosey. Without Cressley at his side all day, David would need to fill it with something. He couldn't expect Cy to bring him to the office all the time, even if he seemed fine with it now. Sure, that sounds okay. Martha's laugh crinkled the lines around her mouth and eyes. Don't sound too excited. I admit, the first meeting might be boring, but you'll get a chance to meet the other new residents and hear a brief history of Crescent City given by my mate, she said proudly, sliding the paper with her notes inside a black medical bag. David slid off the chair. Martha opened the door. At the same time, Alpha Mite walked by. Oh, hi there. I thought I heard your voice, Mom. Alpha Mite's smile remained as she took in the rest of the occupants, her gaze coming to rest on David. It's good to see you again, David. Freston would be so irritated if he knew I told you this, but he's been trying to recreate your chicken pot pie ever since we left. We've got enough attempts in our freezer to feed the city. David was about to offer to teach Freston the recipe, when Alpha Mite's smile flattened. She blinked repeatedly like she was trying to get something out of her eye. Honey? Martha asked, reaching for her daughter as she burst into tears. Alpha Mite turned to the side, the move highlighting the way she held her stomach with both hands. I'm so sorry for this. I don't know what's come over me. David looked to Cy and hoped he'd finally get some guidance, because he had no idea what to do. Thankfully, Cy gently gripped his elbow and led the goodbyes, before leaving Martha to console her daughter. Chapter 7. Affection. Cy frowned at the message he'd received from Elijah Reeds. There was no threatening language, no ultimatums to perform the mating ceremony or else. They were still well within the bonding period, but it was clear that Cressley's report concerned the man enough he felt it necessary to reach out.
Sai mimicked Elijah's language in his reply, explaining his reasoning for asking Mass to allow them more time together, knowing it would help put the witch at ease. It was the same thing he'd do in a hostage situation while relating with the hostage taker. Make them think they were the same, that they understood one another. He loathed the manipulation. But until he could be certain of the type of man Elijah Reeds was, he couldn't simply tell the witch that the man he'd trusted to take care of David was scum. That sort of information would have a bigger impact if David was the one to share it. But David would have to believe it first. And right now, he believed Cressley had protected him. If Sai hadn't been such an asshole over the years, his words might have held more standing with Elijah. But he dug his own hole, and was now in a place where Elijah trusted a monster to care for his son more than he trusted Sai. If Sai had acted differently, would Elijah have contacted the Pataki pack when David had needed protecting? It wouldn't have been appropriate for David to live with him at that time, but his father would have taken David in. Andrei Pataki wouldn't have believed that bullshit about David being the plague. His dad was pragmatic, almost to a fault. He lost his head only once, that Sai could remember, and it had nearly cost him everything. How different would David's life have been if he'd spent the last 10 years with the Pataki pack? Sai never allowed himself to dwell on the what might have happened if onlys. Except, it wasn't him who could have had a different life. It was David. And Sai couldn't avoid this proof that he'd been failing David as a mate for much longer than they'd known each other. The time on the wall clock read 10:30, so he set thoughts of failure and Elijah Reeds aside. There was no way of going back in time and fixing the wrongs. But Sai could make sure that David at least got to his new citizens meeting on time. He half expected to find David patiently waiting for him by the door with his hands folded and his head down. But when Sai walked by David's room, the door was open, and the man was still within. David didn't notice him, too busy frowning at his reflection in the mirror. He'd put on his usual outfit, a pressed white button-up and dark slacks. But there was a tiny pile of clothes on the bed behind him in the otherwise spotless room. And it seemed the ones he was wearing were going to join the pile as David let out a loud sigh, and then turned toward the closet. He'd propped the closet door open with a nightstand, ensuring it would remain that way. Even with the additional safety measures, David reached for the hangers with just half of his body inside, the other hand gripping the frame like he was afraid of being sucked in. "I can take that door off," Sai said, making David jump and reel his body out of the closet. "Or knock the wall down." His cheeks were red with whatever had been frustrating him when Sai came in, but his black eyes twinkled. "With your bare hands?" Sai snorted. "If that's how you prefer. Are you almost ready?" His shoulders drooped. "I guess." "What's wrong, Kichim? Are you nervous about meeting new people?" "Sort of. I mean, yes, I am. But also..." He looked at the mirror and scowled at the pale blonde man staring back at him. "I don't dress like you." Sa'd thrown on his gray athletic t-shirt with the letters LCEA printed on the front in blocky blue letters. "You have to be an agent to get one of these." "No, I mean, even when you are in regular clothes, I don't dress like you, or anyone else in this city." "And that's a bad thing?" "No, but a mate should..." David closed his eyes and let out a short burst of air between his pursed lips. "I was trained that a mate should only care about what his alpha thinks of his appearance. These clothes..." He looked briefly back at himself before shaking his head and turning away. "It doesn't matter." David's voice was soft, making him sound like he'd trekked into unknown territory and had no idea where to turn next. If David had been taught to dress how his mate wanted, then that meant the clothes he had were all what Mast had wanted him to wear. Sai clenched his jaw, wanting to tear the outfit off him. "We'll buy you new clothes then. Not right this moment because you need to get to your meeting, but later. For now, why don't you ditch the button-up?"
"And wear just my undershirt?"
David sounded absolutely scandalized by the idea. How scandalized would he be if he knew the image of David that Sai had woken up to? Sai never would have said he was attracted to innocence until he'd kissed David. His inexperience had tugged at Sai's chest. And his cock. It wasn't really the innocence that appealed to him, but the eager curiosity David paired with it. Instead of fear and resistance, David met Sai's suggestions with an understandable level of uncertainty, but an open mind, because he wanted to experience new things. It's a white cotton shirt. Perfectly respectable. But compared to how he usually dressed, Sai could see how the shirt alone would make David feel bare. "Wait here." Sai went to his closet and rifled through the bags and boxes stashed in the back. He didn't have anything that stood a chance of fitting David, but some of his older clothes might be not so big on him. He returned, brandishing the black leather jacket for David's perusal. "It might be a little baggy on you, but you can claim it's a fashion statement." Gasping, David snatched it from his hands and held the jacket against his body.
"I've never had a fashion statement before."
It was when David said shit like that that made Sai want to show him the world.
"I mean, thank you, Sai."
And it was when he reined in his excitement that made Sai want to set the world on fire. David slid his arms through the sleeves, tossing the jacket to settle on his shoulders before turning to Sai and sinking his head into the collar. His pale brows uneven as he gave Sai a look that he thought was supposed to be mysterious. But the mystery was lessened by David's impish grin.
"What do you think? Do I look dangerous? Do you even recognize me?"
He'd have no trouble recognizing David from a mile away. Sai grew more aware of David's sweet, rich scent by the day. He assumed because of their continued close proximity. Right then, that scent mixed with Sai's leather jacket to create a combined aroma that pumped blood straight into his dick. He never should have agreed to that kiss. But David had been so direct in his request, the most direct Sai had ever seen from him, and he hadn't wanted to reward that progress with a refusal. The hours they would spend apart today would be beneficial for them both. David would get to expand the circle of people he knew, and hopefully make some friends. And since Sai didn't have to go into the office or worry that Mast would pop up in the middle of the meeting with Martha and Caden there, he'd get a little much-needed downtime too. He hadn't told Martha all he knew about the man, but she already disliked him. That had been clear in her eyes when she asked David if Mast would stop by her office, a thing he still hadn't found time to do. She'd sick her mate on Mast if he tried anything funny. Distancing himself from David for a few hours would get the young man out of his head. And fantasies. David's grin turned into a pout as he stared at Sai like he'd said something in a language he didn't understand. Sai scratched the back of his neck, worried David had peeked inside his head. "What?"
"You have a color, not like the others."
"A color? What do you mean?" David scrutinized him a second longer before shaking his head and turning back to the mirror.
"I don't know. Never mind."
Sai's instincts told him there was more to that, but he didn't want to push it, so he made a joke instead. "Did you put something extra on your pancakes this morning?" David spun around, his blank confusion proof the teasing had gone right over his pale head.
"No, I had mine the same as yours. I promise.
Sai chuckled on his way to the hallway. You don't have to promise. I believe you. But we need to go, Mr. Danger. I have a feeling if you're late for Director Might's talk, he'll make you sit in the front. David gasped like a child who'd raced downstairs on Christmas morning to find a pony under the tree.
I can sit in the front?
He brought David as far as the hallway where the orientation would be held before sending him the rest of the way alone. This was about getting David to stand on his own 2 feet, something that wouldn't happen if Sai held his hand the whole way. Then why did you hold his hand the whole way? Just like the first day, they'd gotten as far as the porch before David held his hand out. It was a quirk of his, a bit of his real personality shining through, since Sai knew his training had instructed him to always be ready for physical affection, but never initiate it. David's steps were slow, but steady toward the open doorway in the middle of the hallway. He thought he felt stronger since coming to Crescent City because he didn't have to do as much work. But Sai also thought that Mass' bullshit diet had been making him weak. David stopped and turned to face the room. For a moment, Sai worried he would turn tail and run. Instead, he took a deep breath and looked back at Sai, giving him another of those impish smiles as he waved his hand with all 5 fingers splayed. Sai snorted but waved back. He spotted Zane and his father coming up the hallway and stopped waving, gesturing for David to actually step inside the orientation room. They passed the open doorway to the orientation room, but neither looked to notice, too distracted by what looked like another disagreement. Sai had spent many a night cursing his father, but at least Sai's father had promised him to a witch in order to fulfill a debt. Zenobi and Dino used his son like a bargaining chip, taking him on and off the table whenever he saw fit. It wasn't unusual to see the two not getting along, but they normally reserved their actual arguments for when they were in private. He felt for Zane, but he also understood why he didn't refuse. It was the same reason why Sai hadn't demanded to dissolve his arrangement. Werewolves weren't solitary creatures. They lived in packs, or they went batty. Loyalty was life. Maybe Zane wasn't loyal to his father, but he was to the Andino pack, to Crescent City, and to his LCEA teammates. He let them pass without making eye contact, and headed for the exit at the end of the hallway. When he passed the orientation room, the door was closed, but there was a rectangular window that would allow Sai to check in on David. He didn't. He kept walking, determined to use this time like he was supposed to. Between keeping Mast away from David and the extra work preparing the city for a possible attack, Sai had been in a constant state of movement. For the next few hours, he could be his normal self. Except his normal self would have headed straight to the pub, or had his phone out scrolling his contacts, waiting for a name to pop out at him. He wasn't picky, just as long as the other person didn't get attached and understood Sai wasn't looking for a mate. Most did, and he kept interactions with any single partner infrequent enough that if they didn't at first, they'd understand later. Even if the thought of finding a warm, willing body to bury himself inside of held any appeal, he wouldn't do that to David. Because you've been so faithful? What had he been expected to do? Remain a virgin until his intended was old enough to mate? Sai had never felt guilty for the men and women he'd taken to bed, and he wouldn't start now. But maybe the type of mate that David needed would have been able to deal with the years of celibacy. Further proof that man isn't you. But it sure as fuck wasn't Mast either. He stopped inside the exit with his hand on the push bar. There wasn't anything for him to do on the other side of that door. His nightmare had come to pass, and now his wings were clipped. Sai spun around and stomped back up the hallway. There was always work. He couldn't help himself on his second pass, and his chin drifted in the direction of the rectangular window. David sat in the front row, paying total attention to Director Might as he droned on about the 3 species of werewolves. Caden sat on his right side. The man on his left must have been one of Caden's cousins, the new representatives from the Borealis clan. He wasn't pretty like Caden, but his square face held the same buoyant joy that Caden had. He was handsome, muscular in a corn-fed Midwestern kind of way. He pushed his golden blonde hair back out of his eyes and set his hand back on his knee where he'd balanced a bright orange ball cap. Sai narrowed in on how close his leg was next to David's and growled. "Why are you growling? This is what you wanted." As irritated as it made him, this guy was probably exactly the type of mate David needed. Sweet, doting, tender, all the things Sai wasn't. He tore his gaze away and stomped up the hallway, catching up with Zane and his father a few feet ahead. "I got stood up. No one told me the agreement had been canceled. I looked like a fool," Zane hissed. Zenobi and Dino must have terminated yet another arrangement, but this time he hadn't even told his own son. Zane clenched his hands into fists at his side. "You could at least pretend to see me as more than cattle to be traded." "I would, if you could show me you were worth any more than that," Zenobi growled. "What the fuck did you just say?" Zane slammed his father against the wall, pulling back quickly with a shocked expression. Zenobi surged forward. He clenched his fist and sent the arm swinging for his son's face. Sai shoved the hand off its trajectory and stepped between them. "Assaulting a Lunar Council agent is illegal even for you, Councilman Andino." "What is going on?" Director Might barked from the doorway a few feet away. The scowl he gave Sai and Zane dimmed when he spotted Zenobi. "Councilman Andino, is everything okay out here?" "Fine," Zenobi snarled before disappearing around the corner of the hallway. "Take your business elsewhere. My mate is attempting to hold a class." The director shut the door, leaving Sai and Zane to stew for separate reasons. "That was intense, even for you two." Zane let out a loud breath. "Yeah, he usually masks his disdain for me until after he's had a few whiskeys. Don't know what the fuck got into him. Old man probably hit the bottle hard this morning." Zane tried to sound unaffected, but Sai recognized the pain he attempted to hide. His father's morning drinking habits didn't explain Zane's lack of control. Before he could say as much, Zane asked, "What are you up to now that you've dropped the kid off at school?" It was Sai's turn to growl. He was supposed to be outside headquarters, enjoying his day off. Zane continued when Sai didn't answer. "I'm heading into the office to take a look at the power grid system. Solar Boy has a few ideas for how we can supplement electricity during gate testing." That sounded as good as anything. When they got to the office, Huxley was also there, going over reports from the patrol guards. His presence wasn't unusual since he was the only one of them actually scheduled a shift for that day. That fact also explained the face he gave them as each agent trudged inside the office and flopped down on their chairs. "Couldn't get enough of me?" Huxley quipped. "Don't flatter yourself, Might," Zane snapped back. Huxley stared at Zane a second longer before awareness flashed in his eyes, and his grin took on a concerned slant. At first, the two junior agents had bickered like feuding siblings. Side had to endure a handful of years of the two barking at each other before they finally found common ground. "Been quiet today?" Sai asked. Actually, yeah, Huxley said in a way that conveyed he thought that was a bad thing. I should be thankful after the time we've had, and since quiet means no law-breaking. But I left Ezra with my parents. They're going over name options for... Huxley canted his ear toward the doorway, listening for anyone walking by. Alpha Mite's pregnancy hadn't been officially announced, and wouldn't be until the Helix threat had been contained. There was worry that the conflict would go on for months, but Sai doubted that. The Helix clan leader wasn't used to waiting for what he wanted. He wanted his children back. Too bad for him they were locked deep underground in the Solar Wolves containment facility. Who knew it would be such a bad idea to try to blow up a building full of people? The Helix leader would make a move soon, if he hadn't already. There wasn't anyone in the hallway, but Huxley wasn't taking chances. For the... he finished wistfully. Huxley likely was experiencing FOMO while his parents and mate discussed what to call his future sibling. But even if he'd left Ezra at home alone, Huxley would want to return to him. He was recently mated, and still in that obsessed, need-to-be-near at all times phase. And he'd be there for a while, if Caden and Axe were any indication. They'd been mated for months, and still spent every possible waking and non-waking hour together. Sai hadn't been able to fathom forming an attachment that needy. That would make him so reliant on a single person. When he had wants, he fulfilled them. If fulfilling his want required the presence of another person, he found one. Life was simple that way. Why don't you head out? I can finish looking over the reports while I do what I came here for. It's mostly gathering data, Zane said. Huxley refused for all of 30 seconds, long enough that he could say he gave Zane a chance to change his mind before rushing out so quickly he left a smoke trail in his wake. I could have done that, Sai grumbled. He was the senior agent. No, you have your little country mouse to pick up before Huxley's shift ends. It's your day off, too. I bet you have some fun activity planned for the little guy. Zane was teasing, but there was also a level of bitterness in his tone. Sai wasn't able to gain the pleasure of telling Zane he was wrong. He had thought of something they could do after work. He just needed to get the travel permit approved by the chief first. Fuck you. David deserves a little fun after the mindfuck Mast put him through. Zane grimaced. I was in the office with the guy for 15 minutes. I can't imagine living with him. So, when can I expect the mating ceremony invite? David never got a chance to live. Not even you and I can say we missed out on living our lives how we wanted. I'm going to help David figure out what he wants and teach him how to demand it. Zane retrieved the reports from Huxley's desk. He'd left in such a hurry he hadn't even pushed his chair in. Zane tucked it under. And you're so certain the thing he wants won't be you? Not if I don't screw it up. I know it will be easy for him to latch on to me, because I'm all he knows right now. Me and that asshole. But once he realizes how much else is out there, he'll be gone as fast as Huxley leaving a shift early so he can stare at his mate for longer. If you say so. Are you worried you'll screw it up? A part of him worried he already had. I kissed him. He asked for it, said he wanted to experience his first kiss. That sounds like the beginning of a porno I watched the other week. Was it good? Shut up, Zane, Sai growled. He didn't, his grin only growing wider. He was having fun listening to the misery of others instead of dwelling on his own. Well, if he doesn't learn it from you, he'll just learn it on the streets. At least with you, you know he's safe and won't be pressured to do more than he's ready for. Of course, if you don't feel up to the task, I am more than happy to offer my services. He was a little too ghost boy of the manor house for my taste when he got here, but he wasn't looking too bad in that jacket. Sai's snarl echoed off the walls. His damn fucking wolf was territorial, and right now, David was literally promised to Sai, lived in Sai's home, and wore Sai's scent. I'll let him know. He barely managed to force the words out of his mouth, to Zane's howling amusement. Sai turned his chair around and booted up his computer, logging into the database of Crescent City citizens. He finally knew what he'd do with his extra time. Look into David's witch family and start giving the kid more options. His father's clan wasn't one, but maybe there was a family on his mother's side that could offer him a place to start over. If that was what he wanted. The hours didn't pass quickly, but they passed. At the end, Sai knew little more about David's family on his mother's side. She'd been a witch from a dying clan that had gone extinct when her only living sibling had died 2 years ago. Sai didn't make much headway with giving David options outside of Crescent City, but he had obtained a signed travel permit from the chief for him and David to leave the city that afternoon. He hadn't banked on Axe's approval. He could be annoyingly staunch and by the book at times. But Axe agreed, saying it would save him from having to tell Caden no if he asked to take David to do the same thing. Or worse, force Axe to go with them as escort. Human malls weren't Sai's favorite place in the world. He liked to shop, but mostly online, or inside the city. He was pretty sure David hadn't been to one, though, and Sai looked forward to seeing his face when he took in the shops and people. By the time he arrived back at the hallway, a few minutes late to allow David more time for social interactions, many of the new people had already left. Those that remained gathered in a clump in the middle of the hallway. David was with them, along with Martha, Caden, a witch he didn't recognize, and Caden's cousin. The corn-fed boy was taller than he'd looked. Way taller than Caden, but not quite as tall as Sai. Is it a fucking contest? No, it wasn't. And Sai needed to stop whatever possessive bullshit his wolf was trying to make him feel right away. He watched David smile shyly at Caden's cousin. Thanks for sitting next to me. You and Caden made me feel not quite so nervous. Caden's cousin met David's expression with his own easy smile. No problem. It sucks being new. But at least I had my sister and Caden. Maybe we can all go do something after class sometime. What's your number? He pulled his cell phone from his back pocket. Sai resumed walking. The travel permits had them coming back today, so they need to leave soon. I don't have one. I'm sorry. But my intended has a phone. I'll ask him. David replied cheerfully, likely not picking up on the way Corn-Fed's eyes flashed with disappointment. That sounds cool. It was nice meeting you. I like your jacket. David grabbed the collar with both hands. Thanks. Sai let me... His face lit up as he spotted Sai approaching. Sai! David was going to be a heartbreaker, sounding so excited to see another man, while the one trying to flirt with him stood just a few feet away. Sai grinned, letting his gaze flick to Caden's cousin long enough for his wolf to preen. He's nearly half your age. And yet Sai was the one acting immature, letting himself strut because David had looked at him. How'd the orientation go? Good. Director Mite was very informative and... Oh, can you give Teddy your number so he can call me? David spun back to Teddy, who'd actually lingered. That took guts, or showed how interested Teddy was. I'll do one better. I'll help you choose your own phone for Teddy to call. We're leaving as soon as you're done here to get you some new clothes. Instead of unbridled joy, David nibbled his lip, the worry spreading to his dark eyes. I've got to go, but Caden has my number. When you get your phone, call me. Teddy waved, leaving with Caden and the witch Sai hadn't recognized. Her dark hair hadn't automatically pinned her as a Borealis. The others had already slipped away, leaving only Sai and David in the hallway. "Do you not want to phone?" Sai asked. "It's not that. Is Cressley coming with us?" Sai swallowed his growl. David had stopped automatically looking for the other man whenever he was uncertain, and Sai hoped that meant David didn't rely on him quite as much. He forced his tone even as he asked, "Do you want him to? He wasn't included in our travel request, but I can make a call." "No, that isn't it. It's just, he has all my money. I'll have to ask him for some, and he'll want to know where we're going. How much do you think it will be? Maybe since he hasn't had me to cook for him, he'll want to trade for food." Trade? Now Sai had to contain his rage for a different reason. The way David spoke so openly, like he hadn't just revealed more of Mast's monstrous behavior. "This is my treat, Kitchen. You won't need any money." The worry didn't immediately ease, but David did smile. "Then we can leave now?" Sai nodded absently, his thoughts back to that day of the ceremonial dinner when David had gone out to get groceries. David hadn't used Sai's account. He'd checked. David had said he'd figured it out, and Sai had accepted the answer without another thought. Before the day was through, he'd figure out what David had been forced to trade, and put an end to it right fucking there. As Sai had hoped, the moment David stepped inside his first mall, his trepidation vanished. He'd spent the following 15 minutes doing an impression of a pinball, tugging at Sai's hand as he bounced from kiosk to storefront, to bench to escalator, each time saying some version of, "Oh, look at this!" Sai had seen shitty sunglasses, hot dogs on sticks, plastic flowers, and moving stairs before, but he looked each time. But when they exited the phone store, David's face was pensive. He'd gone quiet before they'd completed the purchase. "Come here." Sai led them to a bench, complete with dusty fake plants, and gestured for David to sit down. "What's going on?" David blinked, looking a little stunned. "That was a lot of money. And I know you said it was a gift, but I didn't know phones cost that much." Sai might have gone overboard getting the latest model, but phones were expensive anyway. "Does the amount worry you?" "No, not like that. It's just, if you were to trade, what would you ask for?" This was the opening Sai needed to get out the words that had been boiling in his chest. "Nothing, David. Because that isn't a thing mates, or friends, do. They don't trade for kindness, or for money that is already theirs. And Mast shouldn't have done that either. The ceremonial dinner. You traded something with Mast, right? Can you tell me what it was?" "A rain check. I offered a chocolate cake, but he didn't want it." That answer chilled Sai to his bones. "I'm canceling that check, David. You officially owe Mast nothing. And if he tries to give you trouble, just call out my name." David gave him the same smile a parent would give their child when they spoke of their imaginary friend. Like he didn't quite believe Sai, but was willing to indulge him. His gaze darkened as he leaned forward, speaking softly. "I would have done anything you asked, just so you know. I would have chosen to do whatever you asked of me." Curse the moon! Sai needed to remind himself he was in public, surrounded by humans, and nothing that swirled in his head was safe to say or do. He took a deep breath, but that just brought David's scent front and center. It was sweet and warm, and laced with arousal. "Come on!" Sai hopped up and cleared his throat. He'd squeaked the words out at a pitch 3 times higher than his normal voice. "Lots more to get before we head back." He turned back to David, and the smug satisfaction that radiated off him. He'd never looked like that before, and Sai found it even harder to resist than the gentle promise to do whatever Sai asked of him. It took a bit of trial and error to find out David's sizes. He'd admitted to making most of his clothes, or having them gifted to him from Cressley. The items he chose weren't outrageous, but they weren't similar to the clothes he'd come to the city with either. He'd gravitated toward utilitarian designs, jeans and shirts he could wear for a variety of activities. But there were cozy-looking items as well. An oversized sweater with arms that were inches too long. "For my fashion statement," David had said. He'd grabbed sweatpants, athletic wear, and a black shirt that looked a lot like one Sai had in his closet. There were a few button-ups, but no plaid and no plain white in sight. Clearly, David was making a statement, and Sai's chest swelled. Proud, but also captivated by the way the real David emerged, choice by choice. It wasn't until Sai insisted on buying a pair of gray leather boots he'd spotted David salivating over that he announced he was done. David stopped by the fitting room after, and returned wearing clothes they'd already purchased. Blue athletic shorts and a black jersey shirt. He carried the clothes he'd been wearing in a messy bundle, as he marched to the nearest trash can and threw the clothing inside. Sai arched a brow, but said nothing as David returned to his side, his smile wider with each step. "We can go home now." David reached for one of the bags lining Sai's arms, but he pulled away. He would have carried the whole fucking store if David had asked for it. "You don't want to wrinkle your new clothes." "Good point. Can you give me Caden's number when we get to the car? I want to text him." He said the word with a boasting sort of emphasis that made Sai's lips curl, despite the fact that giving David Caden's number would bring him one step closer to hanging out with Teddy. But giving David Caden's number also meant he got to listen to the man giggle for the next 30 minutes as Caden helped him discover emojis. They were another 30 minutes out when Sai felt David's gaze burning a hole into the side of his face. "Something on your mind?" "Caden is going to help me try out different hairstyles." "That's good." And also not why David had been staring at him. His gaze was too heavy for that to be the case. "Can you stop the car? Pull over up there?" David nodded toward a turnout where people parked to fish the river. There wasn't anyone there now. "Why? Do you have to pee?" he asked, but was already slowing down, turning the wheel toward the other side of the turnout, farthest from the highway. David angled toward him and clutched the seatbelt strapped across his chest. "No, I don't have to. I had a lot of fun today. First with the orientation, and then going shopping. And now I have a cell phone." He paused for so long, Sai assumed he was finished. "I'm glad you—" David silenced him with a hand on his forearm. "None of this would have happened without you. And I don't just mean because you bought everything. You encouraged me to go to orientation. And you encouraged me to look inside, at things I wanted. So, I want to kiss you again, if you give me your consent," he added like a star pupil reciting the most important part of the lesson. "David, you don't have to thank me. You don't owe me anything." The witch made Sai a vocal acrobat, going from squeaks to a husky drawl.
David looked truly confused. I know that. I'm not trying to thank you. I'm telling you what I want. I want to kiss you again. If you give me your...
Sai laughed. Inside, he was torn. But Zane did have a point. And fuck it. He wanted to kiss David, too. How much trouble could he get into accepting a kiss from David in a car? His kiss in the kitchen had been gentle. It hadn't been until Sai took over that things got out of hand. I understand. And sure, I give you my consent. David wiped the indulgent smirk off Sai's face the moment he undid his buckle and launched over the console, straddling Sai's lap before the belt had retracted all the way. He squeezed his thighs around Sai's waist as though worried he'd try to buck the smaller man off. His slim body trembled, but his touches were sure as he cupped Sai's face and lowered his lips. He thrust an eager tongue forward, not requesting, but demanding Sai give him access. Sai opened his mouth with a growl, trying to figure out how David had gone from giggling and clutching his seatbelt nervously to writhing down on Sai's dick as he demonstrated just how quick of a learner he was. Except Sai hadn't taught him to roll his hips the way he was, grinding their cocks together and making Sai burn with arousal. He gripped David's hips, instinctively squeezing before sliding around to cup his ass. David let go of his face, but Sai didn't want to stop kissing David long enough to see where his hands went. Not until he felt a persistent tug at his zipper that triggered the zap of clarity Sai needed to slam his head against the headrest. He gripped David's wrist to still his movements. "David, He choked on the arousal, thick and heavy in the air. David had pulled his own straining dick out of the top of his athletic shorts and stroked himself as a pitiful whimper escaped him. "Please, Sai. Please. I want this. I choose this. I need it." He tried again for Sai's zipper. His kisses lacked the practiced finesse he'd started with, but the desperate caresses mixed with his sharp mules shattered what remained of Sai's control. "Shh, Kitchim. I'll give you what you need." Gathering David's wrists in one of his own hands, he pulled them free of David's dick. He cried out and tightened his thighs. But Sai wasn't putting a stop to things. He just couldn't risk David's hands being free. The little witch already pushed him to the edge of his control. Sai yanked David higher on his lap and snarled as he pulled his rock-hard cock free. He spit in his hand and grasped both of their cocks in the same firm grip. Both were stiff and leaking pre-cum. But that was where their similarities ended. David stared, transfixed at where Sai gripped their bodies together. Under David's gaze, Sai stroked them, slowly at first, but the younger man's moans urged him to go faster as he grabbed Sai's shoulder, attempting to find some leverage. "Yes, just like that. I can feel your dick. Sai, yes." Sai's wolf urged him to cover David with his cum, to rub it into his skin and stake his claim. He growled at how bare David's neck was, devoid of any of the marks that would ward away any that might challenge him for David's affection. Though he salivated to taste more of David's skin, he couldn't do that to him. Sai had no right to ward anyone away. His role here was to allow David a safe place to stretch his limbs and explore. Sai pushed the possessive thoughts back and concentrated on the grip David had on his shoulder, where he squeezed flesh and cloth hard enough to leave a bruise, if Sai hadn't been a werewolf. The thought that David might be instinctually trying to mark him didn't dredge up the same annoyance Sai would feel if David were anyone else. "Take. Claim." Sai's eyes flashed as he brought their mouths together. Using David's wrists in his hands, he pulled the young man where he wanted, leaving no question as to who controlled their kiss. At David's whispered whimper, he retreated, pressing their foreheads together as they looked down. Both shafts glistened, David's a blushing pink, while Sai's throbbing cock flushed a red so dark it was nearly purple. This was what you needed, David? To watch your cum coat my fingers? David didn't get a chance to answer. His body tightened, his throat bobbing before he cried out. Pulses of hot liquid shot from his dick, dropping to coat Sai's fingers, just as he'd said. The image tugged at Sai's balls, his fangs distending as he came, adding his own deposit to the mess soaking his hand. For the next few minutes, all Sai could do was pant, then worry. But David's scent was so pure. He didn't hold on to his worry for longer than it took to bring their lips together in a long, sweet kiss. Yes, David whispered against his lips minutes later. Yes, what? Sai croaked. To your question? Yes, that was what I needed. Chapter 8. Spite. The lights in the classroom flickered, but since Martha had already announced the end of their second class, it didn't disrupt anything but the lingering conversations. That week, Martha had asked Alpha Spire and Alpha Prime to speak more about the solar and celestial wolves. David's head was still buzzing with what he'd learned. He'd known about the other two species of werewolves that hadn't always existed in their world. The witches in his clan had mentioned them in passing, and Cressley had explained to David later on that the werewolves had both crashed on their world, and now, conveniently, had no idea how to get back. Except, Alpha Prime didn't make it sound convenient at all. He'd said the solar wolves had always intended on being able to return to their world, and they believed that they were close to achieving that, which was also why the lights flickered more often. But thankfully, there hadn't been any more blackouts. David stood next to Caden, listening to the conversation without really paying attention to what was being said. The colors surrounding Caden glowed his normal sunny yellow. David should have been more worried that instead of going away, the colors had gotten stronger. But the colors didn't feel like a bad thing. Also, each day David woke up, he felt a little stronger than the day before. The reduction in manual labor probably did play a role, but David's entire life in Crescent City was different, freer. Despite the wide-open spaces that had surrounded him at the farmhouse, his days there had been heavy, oppressive. His days with Sai were full of choices, but he didn't feel as crushed by them as he had in the beginning. Wish they'd just do something and put my poor mate out of his misery. Caden's color darkened to a burnt orange that somehow matched his frown. Grandpa thinks the Helix clan leader is already getting what he wants. Fear. They'll wait for someone to crack and then use them to their advantage. Teddy's aura shone like gold glinting in the sun. David liked looking at it, but was still embarrassed when Teddy caught him with a smile. Why are you staring at me like that? David lowered his gaze to the floor. He dropped his hands, holding them together as he squeezed his fingers and rounded his shoulders. I'm sorry, sir. Shame made his skin hot as he recognized the subservient response Cressley had trained him to give at the slightest hint of displeasure. He could change his clothes and put mousse in his hair, but he couldn't transform who he was on the inside. I should go. Bye. He grabbed his olive green cardigan and slipped it over his shoulders. The soft argyle was a small comfort, giving David a thin shield between his embarrassment and the rest of the world. Caden gently grabbed his wrist. "Hey, Axe and Sai both have the night off. Call if you want to get together." David exhaled, jostling his pale strands. The shaggy bad boy style, as Caden had called it, looked good, but his hair fell in his face often. He gave Caden a grateful smile. "I will. Teddy, do you have plans?" David mostly asked to prove to himself that he could still talk to the man without reverting back to meek mode. But he was glad he did when he saw the way Teddy's vibrancy shimmered. "Not sure. Give me a call if you guys do anything." Caden left the classroom feeling better than if he'd rushed out in humiliation. It was a tiny slip-up, and Caden hadn't let him dwell on it. A little of what Sai had said about Cressley made more sense now, but David didn't think it was as malicious as Sai wanted him to believe. Cressley had a good reason to be overprotective, considering the amount of times he'd stood between David and an angry mob of witches. The attacks had only stopped after the plant stopped dying. Cressley had been strict for David's health and safety. But none of the mates he'd encountered in Crescent City looked like how Cressley had described. Cressley didn't have a mate, and he lived apart from his pack. Maybe his ways were old-fashioned and he didn't know it. That still meant he was just trying to help David. David headed down the hallway and through the doorway that took him past the records room and break room, toward the agent's office. Sai still didn't trust Cressley to be alone with David, and since it was the one thing he didn't let David choose, it seemed important enough for David not to argue, even if it meant he sometimes had to feel like a kid waiting to be picked up from daycare while Sai was in the field. He recognized the man lingering at the head of the hallway as one of the people in the new citizens class, but David couldn't remember his name. He might not have noticed the guy tucked against the wall like he was trying to soak into it, if it weren't for the dark gray color that didn't so much glow as it sat heavily on his skin. It made David uncomfortable just to look at it, and that poor guy had to live with it clinging to his body. "Hi, I recognize you from class. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." The guy jolted when David had started talking, and looked at him with nervous blue eyes that darted from David to the hallway behind him. "Are you waiting for someone?" "My father." "You're both new to the city? I am too." David wished he could say something that would help ease the tension in the other man's face. He reminded David of himself during his first few days in the city. "Well, I don't know about you, but coming here was scary for me. Making friends helped." David stuck out his hand. "I'm David." The guy didn't immediately accept it. David wouldn't feel bad if he wasn't ready to make friends yet. He wouldn't have been on his first day. But the witch shook it. "Matson Bird. My dad is Samuel Bird. We've been here a little over 2 weeks." "Me too. I'm finally beginning to feel settled. If you ever want to hang out after a meeting or some other time, I can give you my number. I have a cell phone now." Matson cocked his head to the side, allowing David to realize that sometimes he didn't just feel like a kid, he acted like one too. And right when he'd been feeling so friendly and normal. Matson's lips quirked into a smile that transformed his tense face. "I have a cell phone too. That could be fun." They exchanged numbers when Matson straightened suddenly, looking at something behind David. The man had to have been his father. He had the same black hair and blue eyes, but his expression was sour. Not like Matson's smiling face, or even his tense face. "That's my dad. We need to get going. But it was nice meeting you," Matson said before anyone could ask for an introduction.
He watched them go. Nothing about Matson's color had changed. He didn't seem afraid to join his dad, just eager to leave. I have a cell phone now? David banged his head against the wood with a soft groan as his phone started ringing. He didn't recognize the number, but Sai had given his number to a few people by his request, and not all of them had called yet. Hello?
This is what we're reduced to now? Phone calls?
Cressley's voice rumbled through the speaker like it wanted to reach through and yank David in. How did you get my number? Cressley hadn't been on the list of people he'd given Sai. He didn't know if the rule to not be alone with his chaperone included phone conversations, and David hadn't cared enough to get clarification. That didn't mean David agreed with Sai's opinions. All David knew for certain was that living with Sai, not following the training, made him feel good inside. And the last 3 times he'd met with Cressley in Sai's office had left David's insides feeling uneasy.
From your father. He wanted me to inform you that he'd sent a gift to help you feel more at home, and was shocked you hadn't shared your contact information with me. But I wasn't.
You weren't?
No. Pataki has worked hard to turn you against me. 10 years of caring for you couldn't compare to 2 weeks of that wolf's whispers?
It wasn't like that at all. The only hard limit Sai had was the supervised visitation rule. Everything else he left to David to decide. But, even though Sai said he couldn't make a wrong choice, it was possible he'd made an unkind one. He couldn't quite put himself in Cressley's shoes, but he did know how it felt to feel left out. I'm sorry. I should have given it to you during our last talk, but Sai didn't tell me not to. You shouldn't think that. He's a good person. Cressley's disbelieving scoff cackled in his ear.
Pataki is so good. You're so happy. Maybe I should just leave. Let you meet the real Pataki when I'm not around to force him to behave.
That one time, David would have rushed to convince Cressley not to go. He didn't need the man's presence like he had before, but he was still a familiar face. The silence stretched from 2 seconds to 4.
Did you hear me, David?
Cressley growled at the 5-second mark. Suddenly, David felt exhausted. I heard you, and I think you should do what you want to do. Living that way made David feel good. It might help Cressley, too. That time, the silence felt chaotic. David's heart pounded and the hairs on his arms stood up.
What I want to do?
Cressley repeated, but when he said the words, they sounded profane.
Is that how you live now? Doing what you want to do? The flashy clothes and attitude. That's you living how you want?
David didn't want to take the bait, which was exactly what Cressley's choice of emphasis had been. Bait. But he wouldn't be trapping David the way he thought, because his answer was yes. I wanted clothes that matched who I am inside. Any change you see has been my choice. I get those now, he said with the harshest edge he'd ever used on another living thing. It made him feel like his body was a tornado, awe-inspiring with the power to tear down anything in his path. That exact moment was the one where he finally realized why he'd been fine with limiting contact with his chaperone. Cressley wanted him to be someone he wasn't, and Sai let him be himself.
You are a gullible fool, David. Do you know what Pataki was doing while you dedicated your life to training? What that dog was doing When you were learning how to be a perfect mate?
Cressley didn't sound out of control. He wasn't yelling. His voice was calm, almost patient, and it made David sick to his stomach. He wanted to tell Cressley to shut up, that he didn't care. That wouldn't stop whatever he was about to say from being true. He was fucking half the city. More than half, probably. Fucking and whining about you. He's very experienced at getting other people to do what he wants. David already knew Cy hadn't viewed their arrangement favorably, but hearing that he'd shared his displeasure with strangers hurt more than he wanted to admit. Was that what he'd talked about with his previous sexual partners? How much he hated David? He didn't know you. Cy was older than him, and he couldn't expect him to not live his life. Since they'd met, Cy had been kind. David couldn't fault him for all the things that had happened before that day. He was unhappy. He had a decision taken away from him before he was old enough to realize how important it really was. It wasn't his or my choice, but that's what he gives me now. He lets me choose. Cressley sighed as though he pitied David. Then why do all your choices seem to make you more like the people he fucks? If you don't believe me, just go looking for one of his previous partners. In fact, he was very close with a witch named Magnus, all the way up until the day your father called, finally demanding he accept you. Maybe even after. Since you have a phone now, I can get his number, and you can ask him yourself. David let out a shaky exhale and clenched the phone. His surroundings were a fog, as though all of his energy had been diverted from his other senses to the ones that let him hear and hurt. I'm not saying this to cause you pain, but I've been protecting you for most of your life, and I won't stop just because you've grown a rebellious streak. I'm sure Cy makes you feel special. He's had enough practice. But if he truly cared about you, don't you think he would have agreed to mate you when your father asked the first time? Or second? Or now? He didn't want you those times, and he doesn't want you now. Not as a mate. It was as if Cressley had cracked open his head and yanked out the thoughts he only let himself have when he was alone. From the beginning, David had thought there was a decision Cy would hope he'd make, but that he hadn't yet. A small part of David had agreed to Cy's proposition so he could try to make Cy see how similar they were, how their mating wouldn't be a disaster. I know you have feelings for Pataki, since you're willing to shove me aside to please him. So tell him you've made your choice and you want to mate him right away. See what happens. I hope it works out for you, David, but I'm not confident that it will. Pataki will let you believe everything is your choice, until you make one he didn't plant in your head. Tell me how it goes. Maybe I'm wrong and I can finally give your father a firm date for the mating ceremony. Cressley hung up without saying goodbye, leaving David clenching his phone against his face for no reason. His skin felt like a sheet of thin ice, ready to crack under the slightest pressure. This turmoil David felt was exactly what Cressley wanted. He couldn't forget who the messenger was, but Cressley's message hadn't been anything too far-fetched. None of it was something David hadn't already worried about, even if it was only for a moment. Cy wasn't a bad person. He let David decide what happened, but all David's choices had still benefited Cy in some way. The physical contact they shared, The kissing and groping. It had been on David's request, every time, and he didn't regret a single moment. But what if Sai had been so adamant about David making the first move, just so he didn't have to feel guilty? Every caress he gave David was paired with the knowledge that there would come a time, in the not-so-distant future, when the reason David had come to Crescent City wouldn't exist, and he would have to leave. David wasn't there as a representative. He was there to become Sai's mate. And if he never did that... David? Sai's concern pulled David from his head. Are you okay? What happened? Who are you talking to? Cressley. His reply was automatic, monotone, and nothing like the turbulent growl that rumbled in Sai's chest in response. What did he say to you? How did he get your number? My father gave it to him. David let his fingers relax from the death grip he had on his phone. What if every word Cressley had said was true? What did that actually change? The past few weeks had still been the best time of David's life. Maybe Sai had initiated the journey, but he wasn't the owner of David's happiness. He just helped David find it. There was something magical about Crescent City, though, and much of his joy had stemmed from the location and people. David could either spend his days crying about how his feelings wouldn't be reciprocated, or he could take advantage of the time he had left. Begging Sai to accept him would also be nothing but a waste of his precious time. Sai was a mountain, a fixed, unmovable thing. A mountain couldn't change into a home, but it could be enjoyed for what it was. What did he tell you, Kitchim? Sai reached for David's hand, but he tucked it behind his back. There was no saying what his life outside of Crescent City would be like. Living with his clan was out of the question. David's father would find him another mate, a willing suitor, hopefully this time, and that person might not let him explore like he could here. He needed to hoard as many new experiences as he could, but to do that, he needed to move. David pushed off the wall. He didn't say anything. Actually, no. He said a lot of things, but nothing I want to waste time talking about right now. Are you ready to go? Sai scanned his face as though searching for a trap. I'm sorry I'm late. Axe refused to let us stop until we'd examined the entire northwest boundary fence. We're going to have to cut down a lot of trees in the near future. Can't have anyone getting over the boundary by dropping from a branch like Caden. Caden had snuck into the city? That was a story David wanted to hear, but not from Sai. They continued side by side down the hallway. David slid his hands in his pockets to stop himself from automatically reaching for Sai's. It was possibly a little petty, but it was David's choice to be petty, so, by Sai's rules, it was allowed. It's okay. You weren't that late. I met Matson while I was waiting anyway. He and his father are new too, from the Bird Clan. Sai held the door open for David to walk through. The Bird Clan? That doesn't ring a bell. He's nice, but a little nervous. I hope I can help him find more friends before... Accepting his fate and openly talking about it were two different things, and David was only ready to do one of them. Before the picnic. It's next week, at the lake. We're supposed to invite people we've met, so I guess I'm inviting you. You guess, huh? In that case, I guess I accept. David didn't want to feel his tummy flip when he saw Sai's smile, so he didn't look. He could still hear the expression coming through in his voice. They walked the rest of the way to Sai's house in silence. When they got there,
David went straight through the front door to the refrigerator, where he pulled out a can of sparkling water. He'd since learned he enjoyed the beverage, and enjoyed it more in that minute since his preference was one Cy didn't share. He leaned back against the counter and cracked the can open, taking a large swallow. He liked how the bubbles burned on their way down, even if it made him wince. Cy followed him, looking more hesitant than David had ever seen him. Because Cressley was right? And David was making choices that didn't belong to Cy? It doesn't matter if he's right. David, if Cressley said something that upset you, I'm here to listen. He forced more of the fizzy drink down, his second swallow so large it made his eyes water. I know. Cy opened the refrigerator and pulled out a soda. He normally only drank those with alcohol, but he opened it and took a drink as large as David's. All right. Do you want to talk about your class? Nah. It was all about the solar and celestial wolves, and you know all that stuff already. It's not quite dinner time, but we could go to the cafe, grab something to eat, and take a walk. No thanks. The aluminum can in Cy's hand crackled from his grip. Then what do you want to do, David? I want my body not to turn into liquid when you're close. Not even the sharpness in Cy's tone could curb his wanton response. It only made his dick ache more. But he couldn't leave Crescent City having only visited one mountain. I think I want to go out. Sure, we can do that. He sounded relieved. What were you thinking? Actually, I was hoping to go out with my other friends. Caden had mentioned being free, and Teddy too. Maybe Matson doesn't have plans. Sounds like you have it all planned out. You should have said so from the start. David couldn't have heard what he thought he did, since there was no reason for Cy to sound hurt. He could do whatever he wanted, the same as David. You could go out too. Have the night off from watching after me. Thanks for the permission. He pretended to misunderstand the sarcasm. You're welcome. I should go call Caden to see if he's up for something. He was more than up for it, claiming he needed a chance to let some of the old Caden out, before it bottled up and exploded into an epically stupid decision. Matson had plans, but Teddy was free, along with his sister. By the time David hung up with Caden, they had a plan to go out to Stellar, the nightclub on Solar territory. Someone named Ramsden was going to meet them there, and Caden swore to do his best to convince Ezra to come. He left his bedroom less than an hour later with a bounce in his step. He was going to go out and have fun that didn't involve Cy. A small voice inside David demanded he invite Cy anyway, but he ignored it. David wouldn't always have Cy to rely on for a good time. It was time David started truly accepting that, instead of holding on to a fool's hope. But he was walking into a brand new experience, and the person who usually instructed and guided him wouldn't be there. David found Cy in the living room with his work tablet. Are you busy right now? Cy pressed the top button and the screen went dark before he set it on the coffee table. No, what's up? Get your night planned? He wasn't being sarcastic anymore, but there was a tightness to his gaze. Yes, we're going to the club. Caden said he'd help me choose what to wear, so I've got that part handled. But what do people do at clubs? I don't want to look stupid. I want to seem normal. You are normal. You know what I mean. So, what do people do at clubs? There isn't one way, David. Different people do different things. That was unhelpful, and also irritating. Side always had an answer for every other question. Fine, what do you do when you go out to clubs? David refused to look away. Sai winced briefly. He blinked the emotion away before rising to his feet, no longer meeting David's gaze, but commanding it. Gone was the hesitation from earlier. His steps were smooth, confident. I didn't go to the club frequently, but when I did, I drank, danced a little, smoked on occasion, flirted. David had asked, so he couldn't justify his gut twisting as he got his answer. If that was what Sai did when he went out, then David wanted to too. He lifted his chin. Tell me how to do those things. How to drink and smoke and dance and flirt. Sai took in his expression, no doubt noticing the defiant tilt of David's chin. He was choosing to be purposefully antagonistic, but he wasn't completely happy about it. A large part of David wanted to go back to before his conversation with Cressley, when he hadn't been forced to look at the reality of his situation. When he'd only suspected, instead of having it confirmed, that Sai wasn't more experienced at just drinking coffee and buying clothes. He also turned David into a live wire with his touch. That sort of skill had to be practiced and perfected. I'll teach you how to dance and flirt. And you can try one of my cigars if you really want to. But you won't be drinking. It isn't safe for your first time to be in a place like that. But it wouldn't be my first. Not if you give me some here, beforehand. Sai cupped his jaw and David froze, unable to tug back and break the connection. No drinking, Kitchum. We can sample my collection a different day if you're still curious. Thankfully, Sai dropped his hand before David could do something stupid, like lean in to the touch. Fine. He tried to sound put out, but his voice was too breathy. What's first? We only have a little bit before Caden comes over to help me get ready. We'll start with the easiest. Radio. Play hip-hop and R&B. At his command, the music started. A slow strumming of a guitar before the drums started, setting a beat that reminded David of the last time he'd been in Sai's lap, thrusting into the firm grip Sai had around his dick. This is club music? David's body felt flushed, sweaty. Not exactly, but it is a good place to start. Stellar tends to play more electronic music, techno, hip-hop remixes, but the fundamentals are the same. Dancing is just moving your body with the music. On beat, off beat, your whole body. Or not. You let the music soak into you, and when you can't absorb any more, you squeeze it out with your body. He swayed in time with the music, letting his weight rock from side to side. His shoulders moved in time with his feet, and though he wasn't moving much, his body still looked amazing doing it. The key is to keep your movements simple until you feel more comfortable. Confidence is your best dance partner. David copied his movements, or tried to, but he felt awkward and uncoordinated, moving just a half beat too slow. But Sai didn't laugh. His brown eyes raked over David as though he liked what he saw. The heated gaze made David's bones turn into honey, and his body moved with less effort. There you go. And then, when you feel good about what you're doing, you can add in some flair. Maybe bring your arms into the game. Cross them over your chest, raise them over your head. Sai demonstrated as he spoke, raising his arms high enough his shirt rode up, revealing the cut line of his hip. David wanted to see Sai move like this, but with no clothes on, and with his skin sliding over his. But none of that would help David with his goal, so he closed his eyes and threw his arms up, letting the music move him into a spin. But then the music moved him into a trip, and he opened his eyes just as his world was going all slanty. Sai caught him with a smile that showed his bright white teeth. Maybe check your perimeter before you try any closed-eye dancing at the club. David huffed, but his lips were curling on their own. You're probably right. I think I have dancing down. What's next? They headed outside, Sai at the lead, carrying a box of cigars and a lighter. When David looked at the large, fenced yard, he used to see potential, but now he saw the space for what it was. Empty. Well, mostly empty. There was a patio set and a grill, but no decorations, lights, or flowers. With as purposeful as the inside of Sai's house was, the outside felt dang near shabby. More proof you're both too different. And as Sai prepared 2 cigars, handing David his and instructing him to puff but not inhale, he discovered another difference. Sai looked like a movie star sitting in his chair, one leg balanced on the other at the ankle, as he leisurely puffed on his cigar. David looked like a sweaty mess, and felt like he'd stepped inside a chimney. Not for me, he coughed and handed it back. Sai laughed as he dabbed the smoking end until it stopped. Now you know. Now you'll teach me to flirt? This was the part he'd need the most help in, since he doubted approaching someone and loudly declaring your wants was considered flirting. Sai frowned as he set his cigar down, taking extra time to pat out the end. Clubs are loud. People might not be able to hear you. Flirting is only verbal? I can't entice with my eyes? David batted his eyelashes, intending to look silly, but Sai's jaw clenched as he shifted in his chair. No, it isn't only verbal, he admitted reluctantly. Flirting is a form of communication, but it isn't confined to words. Dancing can be flirting, a light touch or look. He lifted from the chair and David copied him, standing with their toes pointing toward each other. Flirting isn't a witty pickup line or a sultry whisper. Like dancing, it is about confidence. You use whatever tool available to you to send a signal that tells the other party that you are interested, that you want them. He stepped closer, his body towering over David's as he squared his shoulders, making his chest seem even broader, while also stretching his shirt tight across his muscles. You can start by making eye contact, smiling. Like with the dance lessons, Sai demonstrated what he said. David wished he wouldn't. It was making it difficult for him to actually hear what Sai was saying. You want to try to make the other person feel special, chosen. You aren't sitting at the bar waiting for someone to come up to you. You've selected this person specifically and have decided that, at least for the next few hours, they are yours. And then what? What comes after? David licked his suddenly dry lips. As Sai did the same exact thing, David had to stifle his whimper. Don't rush it, Kitchim. There will be time for haste and passion later. In the beginning, you want to take it slow. Be thorough. David rubbed the back of his neck, watching as Sai copied him once again. Are you doing that on purpose? Mirroring my movements? Very good. Yes, mirroring is another nonverbal signal. If they touch their neck, you touch your neck. If their hips sway to the right. He set his palm flat on David's waist and sent their hips swinging in the same direction. You sway to the right. And only once you know they are interested, When they are salivating for you to say something, anything, because they are nearly certain you want them, but you haven't said a word yet, you can start talking.
About what?
David whispered without meaning to whisper. Be real, authentic. Talk about yourself. Give them compliments, but only if you mean them. Up until that moment, David thought he'd be able to flirt no problem, but if he had to talk about himself, listening to his tragic life story wasn't going to lead to kissing in a dark corner. He didn't want to let Cy down, though, even if a voice that sounded a lot like Cressley kept telling him to analyze why Cy was so knowledgeable about flirting. Cy leaned back, sliding his hand in his pocket. David did the same, meeting the amusement in Cy's gaze with his own. He leaned forward, bringing their bodies to near touching, before he inclined his head and whispered, "You've made my life better." Cy's chest rumbled as his arm muscles flexed.
Does that mean I'm doing this right?
What? Cy gasped.
Flirting. Was that right?
Cy leaned away and scratched the back of his head too roughly for David to want to mirror him. Then Cy turned around and he couldn't see what he was doing anyway. Yes, that was... You'll do fine tonight. But no drinking, he ordered harshly over his shoulder before heading back inside the house. David tugged at his gray tank. Caden had brought it with him, and though David had liked the way Cy's eyes bulged when he saw him in the tight top, now that they were in line to the club, the hem felt too short, ending just at his belly button. "Stop fussing. You look hot," Caden said as they stepped closer to the front of the line. Ezra had agreed to come, if he could bring Huxley, which Caden agreed to since it might lessen the chance of his mate arriving unexpectedly just to make sure they were safe. "Not that I'd mind if he came," Caden had whispered later. "I just have to pretend it annoys me." David's chest hurt at the easy relationship Caden had with his mate. He hated being jealous of his friend, but he was. Caden's life hadn't been easy before he met Dax, but he'd lived. Something David was realizing more with each day that he'd had yet to do. Teddy and his sister Rosa were there too. The former had also looked like his eyes would pop out of his head when he'd first seen David, and that had been in the car when they'd picked them up. Ramsden had met them there, and was the only reason why they weren't at the back of a line that stretched a block down, stopping at the curb. "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize. You can tug at your clothes if you want. You can even trade shirts with me if you don't feel comfortable in that. But you're hot, and I want you to know that, David. You're a hot guy with a bit of a mysterious edge, if I'm being honest. It's those dark eyes but pale complexion." David stopped tugging at his shirt, embarrassed for a different reason. The praise was not uncomfortable exactly, but not something he knew how to deal with. "Oh, look, it's Magnus," Ramsden called out, waving. David didn't want to turn his head. He recognized that name and knew that if he did, he'd see the last man to catch Cy's eye. The last man Cy had chosen. But, as the entire group turned to greet him, it would have looked weird if David kept standing in the other direction. Magnus was beautiful. Dark, chin-length hair, glowing tan skin. He wore black leather pants and a red shirt that fell off one shoulder. Just the way he stood. His arm looped inside the arm of the handsome solar wolf at his right. Screamed sophistication, elegance. Everything David wasn't. That was what Cy wanted when the decision was up to him. David's exact opposite. "It's nice to meet you, David," Magnus said, giving David his first clue they'd been introduced. He'd been too busy comparing them, and having no problem recognizing which of them came up short.
"Nice to meet you,"
David mumbled. Thankfully, more wasn't asked of him, and David got to stew the rest of their time in line, so that when they finally got past the bouncer, he wished he could hide in the closest hole. "Is everything all right?" David asked him as the others checked their coats.
"Yeah. No. Yes, I'm all right. I'm excited to experience my first club. Sai taught me to dance this afternoon, and as long as I don't spin, I think I'll be good at it. But I'm still nervous."
Teddy tilted his head to the side. "Sai is your intended?" He knew that, so David wasn't sure why he was asking again. Except, David didn't immediately answer in the affirmative.
"Technically, yes, but it's complicated."
"Are you okay with it being complicated, or do you wish it wasn't?" David sighed.
"The second."
Though his lips turned down in a frown, Teddy's gaze remained kind. "Well, I can't pretend not to be disappointed, but if you want to dance your head off and forget your problems for a while, I'm willing to do that. I can't promise skill. My kinetic abilities only let me feel vibrations underground. Great when looking for water or avoiding a rocky field, and useless any other time. Still, it might help your nerves to dance with a friend instead of a stranger." Caden bumped into Teddy on his way past, muttering something that sounded like, "Your funeral." David didn't know what that meant, but it didn't actually bother him enough to ask. "I think I'd like to do that. As a friend." He slipped his arm through Teddy's, and they walked the rest of the way into the main room of the club. David took 3 steps inside and stopped dead in his tracks. He'd expected music, but not the seductive thumping coming from the speakers that already made him want to close his eyes and spin. He'd also expected people, but it was as if each individual body on the dance floor had morphed together. All that hunger and passion combined into a single pulsing ball of light. He didn't have to drink to feel drunk, because this was what it had to feel like. Heady, light, and tantalizing. He wanted nothing more than to dive in and be a part of it, to join the collection of hearts and souls, moving as they let the music fill them, just as Sai had said. And then he smiled, a true, unadulterated smile, because he realized nothing was stopping him from doing just that. Chapter 9. Desire. "Beer?" Axe held the 6-pack up like an offering when Sai answered his door. David had left an hour ago, and Sai had just gotten his dick to calm down after seeing the witch walk out of his room in that top. It wasn't something Sai bought him. Caden's definitely. And it took everything inside to not refuse to allow David to leave looking as appealing as he did. He'd tried convincing himself at the time that it was for David's safety, but that was bullshit. And since he knew that was bullshit, he didn't say anything. He stewed instead. Axe set the 6-pack on the top of the wet bar in the corner. "I see from your cheery expression I should have brought something stronger." "I already have something stronger. Help yourself," Sai grunted. Axe didn't. He just cracked the cap off a bottle, handed it to Sai, and then opened his own. "Got ice? We'll keep 'em cold and nearby. Dispenser in the fridge door." Axe left and returned with a bowl of ice that he set in the center of the dining table he'd brought in for David's dinner. With everything that had happened since, he hadn't had time to switch it back. "Last I heard from Caden, they'd made it inside. The line was long, but Ramson's new celebrity status got them closer to the front." Stellar was a popular place for citizens around Caden and David's age. He'd have plenty of people to practice his new skills on. You don't have to worry. Caden is a smart cookie. He'll watch over David. In that outfit, there would be no shortage of people willing to watch over David, Teddy Borealis being just one. Caden also said they installed new poles on the dance floor. Cy jerked his face to Axe with a growl, but the man was smirking. I was just seeing if you were paying attention. I'm getting nothing but grunts. I'm fine. I didn't ask how you were. Cy needed to think about something other than the lava boiling in his gut. David going out without him was something he should encourage. And it was something that would happen more and more often until David realized Cy wasn't the wolf for him. Any response from the Stone Pack Alpha? He asked. The Stone Pack's territory bordered the Helix clan, and the two went head-to-head every few years. They were one of the best resources for learning how the Helix clan operated when they wanted something they weren't getting. Just more of the same. Every few years, when the Helix clan isn't in the middle of a squabble with anyone else, they'll turn their attention back to the Stone Pack. They fight dirty, but also smart, often getting other people to do their dirty work. Cy picked at the label on his bottle. Seems odd, then, that he sent his own kids to try to take control of the city. I don't think he understood the situation here. Most packs and clans that don't have representatives living here have a distorted view of what Crescent City is. They remember what it used to be, in the early days. Before Axe had been assigned chief. Cy'd been an LCEA agent then, too, and had spent most of his time breaking up petty fights. When a group of people who aren't used to sharing are thrown together in a confined space, there was going to be conflict. Add in the rampant suspicion surrounding the solar and celestial wolves, and the city had felt more like a boxing ring. But the city was different now, thanks to the man sitting across from him, but also to the wolves and witches who learned how to live side by side. Unhappily at times, but peacefully. How do you think they're doing? Cy didn't specify who. He didn't have to, considering Axe had set his phone face up on the table in plain sight of them both, but had still checked the screen several times as though he could have missed an alert while the thing sat right in front of him. I think Caden is having a positive experience while maintaining healthy relationship boundaries. Axe grumbled. And since he's Caden, he's also making sure everyone with him is safe and having fun. I can text him to ask about David, if you want. Cy narrowed his eyes at the speed with which Axe reached for his phone. You just want an excuse to text your mate. I'm sure David is fine. Huxley is there. Thank fuck Zane had been busy. At the mention of Huxley, Axe's expression soured. Caden was fine with him going. Stop pouting. It was probably the only way to get Ezra to join them. He finished his beer, reached for a second, and then sat back in his chair. We have no reason to believe they're having anything but a good time. His attempt at sounding cool and collected failed as he scowled, imagining David having a kind of good time Cy used to have in that place. David's attitude had been off since Cy found him clutching his phone in the hallway. Mast had said something, and whatever it was, it had made David angry enough that he'd refused to hold Cy's hand on the walk back. David had asked Cy about his experience going to nightclubs like he'd been throwing out a punch. It hadn't made Cy angry, but it had made it near impossible for him to not answer the young man's challenge by kissing him breathless. The time when David learned enough to know he didn't actually like the kind of man Cy was had always lurked on the horizon. But seeing it happen in real time didn't make him feel as triumphant as he'd thought. You care a lot for a guy who wanted nothing more than to get rid of his intended a few weeks ago. Axe's gaze was knowing, but he didn't know shit. It wasn't ever David who he'd hated, but the concept of having an intended chosen for him. He'd carried resentment with him for so long, it had become a part of him, an extra limb that despised being traded as payment in an attempt to salvage the honor of a pack that had been reduced to ruins. The Pataki were proud. They didn't take handouts, but they did trade their sons and daughters. At least his siblings had been able to choose their partners. I feel responsible for the kid. And yeah, I care about him. He didn't ask for this. He was dealt a shit hand. In every way possible. Caden didn't tell me the details of what had happened in David's clan. Just that it was pretty fucking shitty, and if I could, I'd curse their hair to fall out. His words. He isn't wrong. But I think there's more to the story. Something David doesn't know. Sai didn't accept that plague shit. Caden likes him a lot, and is glad he's looking healthier by the day. Whatever you're doing for him, you're doing a good job. Sai's wolf preened at the compliment. The beast had accepted David first, and had demanded that Sai follow suit. And now, Sai felt a pride that had nothing to do with his wolf. He could tend to David's needs until David didn't want or need him to. He was a fast and eager learner, evident by the flirting lessons earlier in the day. Those stupid fucking flirting lessons. David had been a natural. Making Sai forget what they were doing was fake. That Sai was actually only preparing David to flirt with someone else. Axe's phone lit up at the same moment Sai's rang on the coffee table. Had something happened? Were the guys calling for help? He jumped over the sofa on his way to the phone. "It's Dr. Jelani," Axe said just as Sai swiped the screen. He read the message she'd sent to the LCEA and council heads. "They're doing testing tonight? She's letting us know a little late." She said they couldn't give earlier notice because they had to wait for precise humidity and dew point levels. You're just snarly because it wasn't your intended calling. If a weatherman can predict it, then why can't she? The last time the lights had gone out, Sai had found David curled in a ball on the floor with waves of terror pouring from him. If I'd known, I could have warned David. Concern shone in the other man's expression. Axe had been there the last time. He'd sensed David's fear. Stellar should have a generator. Captain Kelvin ordered units for every business and apartment building. If they lose power, it shouldn't be for long. Knowing the solar wolves, their generator was probably top of the line and diamond-plated. Studies have indicated that the crime rate in urban areas increases during power disruptions. Axe snorted. Just come out with it. You want to go check on your intended. Sai went to the kitchen and dumped the remainder of his beer into the sink. Are you coming? Hell yeah. I was just waiting for you to cave first so I could tell Caden it was your idea. Sai ignored the wink he got from the solar wolf at the coat check. They'd taken an LCEA vehicle to save on time and had made it before any disruptions to the power. But remembering how scared David had been during the last blackout made Sai need to find him if he wanted to stop the tightness in his chest from spreading. He didn't like David being here. No, he hated it. He hated David being here. And he hated himself for hating it. The dance floor was packed with sweaty, scantily clad bodies pushing against one another. Despite the number of people, most of the tables were empty, like everyone had come here for one thing. Sai surged forward. David was somewhere in that writhing mass. He froze 4 feet onto the dance floor, standing like a boulder in the middle of a rushing river.
People danced around him, but Sai was hardly aware of them. He saw only David, less than 10 feet away, moving as though he'd been released from the world, unencumbered by the forces that kept everyone else on their own 2 feet. David's skin glowed as the multicolored lights overhead splashed across his sweaty skin. Chunks of his hair were plastered to his forehead, but he didn't seem bothered by it. He danced as though it were the thing he was put on the earth to do. Sai didn't know which part of his body to focus on. His ass waving like a matador's flag? The sinuous wiggle of his hips? Or maybe the unbridled joy on his face that radiated peace amidst the chaos? Sai watched it all, letting the rest of the world fall away until it was just him and David. Him, David, and Teddy Borealis. The guy didn't have his hands all over David, which was lucky for him. They danced together, but not rubbing against one another as some of the others were. Teddy looked like he was having fun, and he confirmed that impression as he lifted his hands above his head, letting out the type of laugh that came from an overabundance of joy instead of a funny joke. He's fine. He's happy. You should let him stay that way. Every thought was true, but Sai still didn't move. David mimicked Teddy, lifting his arms and laughing. Was he flirting by mirroring Teddy's movements? Or was David just that fucking happy that when David's hands dropped, they'd settled against David's hips? Franzokat. Sai transformed from a boulder into a bullet, moving through the crowd like a knife through wet paper. He pressed his palm on David's lower back. His dick throbbed in response to the heat radiating from David's bare skin where Sai's pinky brushed below the hem of David's shirt. Teddy had wisely stepped back, his eyes wide and uncertain. David jolted at the unexpected touch and looked up at him, a rush of relief in his gaze when he saw Sai. Relief because it wasn't some stranger touching him? Or relief because Sai hadn't been able to stay away? Desire burned away the relief, but the emotion was even more fleeting, quickly smothered by a mental wall that cut Sai off from seeing David's thoughts. He hated the tightness around David's eyes almost as much as the certainty that he was the reason. Sai had grown accustomed to David smiling whenever he looked at him. What had he done to lose the young man's warmth? "Can I cut in?" Sai asked. "You already have." David looked at the way Sai had slid between them. He angled his head around Sai's arm. "Do you mind, Teddy?" Sai didn't need Teddy's permission to dance with his intended, but Teddy gave it anyway, and then fucked off. He took David in his arms and moved them into a sway that could just barely be called dancing. For a few seconds, David looked everywhere except for at Sai. But then, his curiosity won out, and he lifted his face. "I thought you were hanging out with Caden's mate. Was the separation too much for Axe?" Caden said it might be. Sai contemplated throwing Axe under the bus, since the man was all too willing to throw Sai there. "No. I came because I got word from Dr. Jelani that there will be some late testing that may cause a blackout, and I wanted to make sure you knew." And he could have texted that information, but he wasn't going to be the one to mention that. Some of the tightness smoothed around David's eyes. "I think I'll be fine. This is a big room, but thanks for letting me know. I'd hate to break down in a shaking heap of fear in the arms of the next guy I danced with." The next guy? Did David think Sai was here to relay the information and leave? Now that they'd broken the seal, Axe wouldn't be leaving the club without Caden, though the odds were high that Caden would drag Axe onto the dance floor several times before that happened. Or maybe David thought Sai would stay, sipping an overpriced whiskey as he watched David give other men the fondness he used to give Sai?
His choice. Sai couldn't tell David to make his own choices and then not respect them. But something had happened to affect David's opinion of him in a single morning, and Sai wanted to know what. He'd respect David's decision to leave his arms if it came to that, but he wouldn't encourage it. He slid his right hand from his hip to his spine, splaying his fingers to touch as much heated skin as he could. His other hand remained on David's hip, their bodies pressed together from shoulder to groin. A sharp sound escaped David's lips, and he licked them as though the sound had left a taste behind. Sai brought his lips close to his ear so he wouldn't have to shout to be heard. "Are you so eager to be out of my arms, Kijim?" David's body was pliant, moving in the ways Sai directed without resistance. "No, it's not that. Your arms are enjoyable." Enjoyable? But I've already experienced your arms. Sai's fingers twitched into David's skin. His wolf howled and demanded Sai stake his claim. But his wolf was a beast who wanted what it wanted without thinking about the consequences. He kept his tone even and swallowed the words that would demand David tell him what had happened to make Sai's arms not enough. Is that your goal tonight? To experience as many arms as you can? Even though he tried to regulate his voice, his blood burned like battery acid, and the thought of watching David slide from chest to chest, none of them his, made him want to spit fire. And David must have picked up on Sai's mood, because he suddenly jutted his chin forward as defiance shone in his eyes. And if it is? If that's my choice? Defiance wasn't all David's tone and body communicated. He looked at Sai as though he'd done something to hurt him. David didn't have a temper. He didn't hold grudges, which meant his behavior was the direct result of his pain. I'd ask why. We didn't cover this during flirting lessons, but it's quality that matters more than quantity. David smirked and spoke in a tone that matched his mocking expression. Really, Sai? Is that how you've lived your life before I came here? Quality over quantity? They hadn't discussed Sai's love life, but Sai hadn't tried hiding it from David either. Is that what's been bothering you? The number of people I've slept with? That didn't feel right. David's withering glare confirmed that suspicion. No, you were free to do what you wanted. I don't judge you for it. But I also won't let you condemn me for the same behavior. You've had your whole life to sleep with anyone you wanted. But I don't have the same time you got. I understand how things are going to end between us. I won't be returning to the same situation with Cressley, so you don't have to worry about that. But I'll still be promised to someone. It's the only way I'll ever be able to contribute to my clan. And wherever I end up calling home won't be like it is here. With you. David swallowed hard, emotion clogging his throat while cold determination kept the tears from falling. And I'm scared that one day I'll forget how I got to live here. I'll forget how I am here. I'll remember nothing but my training because it's been ingrained into my brain. That meek mate always lurking below the surface. And I won't have anyone to remind me to be me. So yeah, I want to dance in as many arms as I can stuff into that short time I have left, and maybe, if I make enough memories, I won't forget. David slumped against him as though voicing his deepest fears had left him empty. Sai was too stunned to do anything but hold him. David hadn't been angry. He'd been afraid. Hearing David worry about forgetting who he was broke something inside of him. He rubbed his cheek against David's neck,
scent-marking him to try to ease the storm raging inside Sai's chest. I won't let that happen to you, David. No matter what you decide to do, I'll be there to help you. He nuzzled the other side. The muscles in his arms were as hard as iron bars, pinning David to his chest as Sai slathered him in his scent. I care about you, and always will. I'm not only concerned with protecting you from Mast, but protecting you from being forced into any situation ever again. And I will never let you forget who David is. David lifted his dark eyes, looking not at Sai, but inside of him, as though searching for a sign that he could trust what he said. Sai didn't shy away from the scrutiny. You don't have to worry about experiencing everything you can as fast as possible. If you still want to, I won't stop you. He kissed David's forehead. But I don't want to let you go, because you feel really fucking good against me, and I'm dying to experience some of those moves I spotted earlier. But I will, if it's what you want. David cupped Sai's cheek. The sweet smile on his lips lifted the weight that had settled on Sai's shoulders the moment David had refused to hold his hand. He stretched to his tiptoes and pressed his lips against Sai's in a gentle kiss. I like where I am. Sai spun them around, making David gasp. Thank fuck. He held him tight, the music luring him to let loose. David followed his lead for a single second before slipping out of his grasp, coiling around his body, and giving Sai a front-row seat to experience the way the sexy witch transformed with the music. I really like dancing, he murmured, lifting his hands and clasping them behind his head. He wiggled into a spin that had his back to Sai and his ass rotating against Sai's groin. Sai's hands dropped to David's hips with a growl. I didn't teach you these moves. His voice was hoarse as his lips ghosted over the skin behind David's ear. I taught these to myself. Teddy was a great partner. I hope he found someone else to dance with. Sai's eyes flashed. I don't give a fuck about Teddy. He spun David back around. He couldn't take another second of David's tight ass grinding against his cock without dropping to his knees, tearing the man's pants open, and using his tongue to get David's pucker ready for his dick. David giggled. He is a good friend. Sai was petty enough to smirk at the F word, but David wiped that smirk off his face as he suddenly dropped, popping his bent legs open before rising slowly up Sai's front. This wasn't innocent yet eager David. This was someone else, a new part of his personality that he'd uncovered. What other secrets did David have hiding within him? All Sai knew was that he'd do everything in his power to help David find them. But he didn't want to scare him, which meant that even though David rocked against his body like they were already fucking, he had to stay in control of his urges. Without warning, every light in the wide space went out. It was so dark, he doubted David could see him, though Sai could. He didn't look terrified. He looked like he'd hardly noticed, still focused on moving the way his body wanted. A few people groaned unhappily, the sound easy to hear in the sudden silence. Everyone remain calm, one of the bartenders called out over the crowd. We're starting up the generators, or we'll try to, she added with uncertainty. Are you okay? Sai's whisper sounded too loud in the quiet darkness. I am so okay. David caressed the back of his neck slowly. He wasn't going to let the lack of lights or even music stop him. and Sai found himself moving with him, unable to ignore the call of David's body. A few lights overhead turned back on, but not enough to truly illuminate the space. The twirling bulbs allowed those not able to see in the dark to make out the shapes around them. "There's something wrong with the system. Please be patient with us," the bartender announced. The speakers reverberated, not with music, but a thumping vibration, as though only the bass line was getting through. But it gave David the rhythm he'd clearly been waiting for. With the way David writhed, his scent free of fear, Sai was fine with the music or lights never coming back. Slowly, the people around them started to dance, like David, needing only the womp-womp of the bass. More joined, and without the music blaring, Sai heard all the rustling and sliding skin of sweaty bodies rubbing together. David wrapped his arms around Sai's neck. He grabbed David's ass, the scents and sounds working like a drug on Sai's senses. He wanted David's taste on his tongue, and followed the urge by licking up the column of his neck, making his witch shudder with pleasure. "You're a good dancer, too," David murmured. He gasped when Sai followed the urge to let his hands separate David's cheeks. David's pants kept Sai from his true goal, but pressing through fabric against his hole was pleasurable enough for now. David didn't stop dancing, but his moves slowed until he was mostly just rubbing against Sai's body. Sai had no objection since it meant he could kiss David's neck. He nibbled and licked before sucking a dark mark into David's skin that made him moan out loud. But David wasn't the only person moaning. Sai was dimly aware of the bodies around them, each couple or group operating as though they were in their own private bubble. Maybe it was the lights or the way the same pulse shook through all of them, but it felt like something magical, carnal. The smell of arousal thickened the air, other sounds joining, some wet, some slapping. Sai lifted David into his arms and kissed him deeply, thoroughly. The lights and music returned in a single jarring moment that let Sai rise above his lust enough to realize how close he'd come to fucking David right there on the dance floor. And when he looked into David's face, he nearly did. His eyes were black pits of desire. His lips glistened, swollen and red from Sai's kisses. Then, Sai saw the mark he'd made and growled. "We're going home," Sai grunted. David looked half-dazed with want, but aware enough to nod. "Yes, please. I want to make the choice to have your dick in my ass." Where the fuck did he learn to talk like that? Or was it like dancing and he was a natural? He paid the other dancers no mind, though it seemed like several of them were also surfacing from whatever erotic cloud had descended on them all at once. He found Axe making out with Caden perched on his lap. "I'm taking the vehicle," he told Axe without waiting for a reply. His wolf paced, growing increasingly anxious to take David somewhere private while he smelled of mouth-watering need. He carried David out of the club, setting him down in the passenger seat of the vehicle he'd driven there with Axe. Sai got in on the other side, and David pounced on him, kissing him like they were two lovers that had been separated for years instead of seconds. He tried to climb into Sai's lap, but he urged him back into the seat. "Not here, Kachim. When I make you come, it will be in my home, where only I can hear your pleasure." David gave him another dazed nod and settled. Sai cupped his erection as he drove, the move serving dual purposes by satisfying his wolf's need to be the only one privy to David's arousal, as well as making him moan the entire way back. He carried him, kissing, to the front door and inside.
It wasn't until there was nothing keeping him from stripping David to his skin and fucking him senseless that Sai's other senses kicked in. He leaned his head away and waited for David's gaze to find him. "Are you sure you want this? You want me?" Sai desired nothing more than to claim another of David's furs, but he needed to be sure that David wanted to give it to him.
"I want it. I need to know what it's like to have your dick inside me. I want you, Sai."
That was enough for Sai, and also the last words they spoke for several minutes. He carried David down the hallway, pausing every other step to kiss deeper, or brush over another part of David's body. He'd meant what he'd said earlier. He wouldn't let a ticking clock swing over their heads, which meant he could take his time exploring David's lips and licking the mark he'd made on his neck while adding more. "You smell like need, David. Your scent makes me crazy. I've wanted to feel your tight heat clenching around me ever since that first kiss. So fucking hot." The blush on David's cheeks was partly due to his arousal, and Sai's stubble rubbing against his skin. But he was also shy, unaccustomed to the compliments. Didn't Sai compliment him? If he hadn't, then that would stop right fucking now. "You make my knees weak and my balls ache, sweet boy. Your tongue tastes like heaven, and I can't wait to get my mouth around your dick to see if your cum tastes the same." It would. He didn't have a doubt of that, but he loved David's slow smile.
"Will you?"
He gasped as Sai pulled Caden's shirt over his head.
"Will you do that right now? Please?"
So polite. Halfway down the hallway, Sai lifted David higher, making him squeal as Sai braced his back against the wall so that David's dick was mouth level. Since that time in the car, after shopping, he'd stroked David until he came a few more times, and each time it was harder not to bend his head and swallow David's dick down to his tonsils.
"Sai, that feels... oh..."
David moaned and tried to thrust, but he had zero leverage. He hunched over instead, peppering the top of Sai's head with grateful kisses. Sai slid his dick against his tongue, taking him all the way down and pausing that way, letting his throat muscles massage his cock as Sai licked the underside. Pre-cum leaked from the tip, just as sweet as Sai knew it would be. Sai let his cock slip free and rest on his face as he suckled David's ballsack, making him clench his thighs around David's head as he let out a wail that sounded more like a howl. Lifting David just a bit higher, Sai licked from his perineum down to his puckered hole.
"Please, please, please."
David pressed his head against the wall and chanted, his eyes squeezed shut. "What are you begging me for, Kinchem?"
"I don't know,"
he admitted.
"Just more. All. You make my body feel so good. I just know I don't want you to stop."
"You don't have to worry about that happening until you come around my dick." A part of Sai thought that maybe, for David's first time, he should be sweeter, slower, give him gentle kisses and even gentler lovemaking. But that wasn't what David wanted. Gentle lovemaking was for that other version of him who would fuck only out of duty. The real David, his David, wanted raw passion. But Sai could at least wait until they'd made it to a bed. He dropped David to his sheets and followed him, sliding immediately between his legs where he could continue the work he'd been doing. He paused only to bathe David with compliments. "You moved like liquid on the dance floor. The best dancer in that whole room." "You're joking." "I'd never make a joke with my tongue in your ass, sweet boy. You were amazing. something truly special. How could the sweet boy look so shy with Sai's face buried between his cheeks?
You were good too. I liked the way you felt against me.
Sai kissed his inner thigh before retrieving a bottle of lube from his closet. I'm going to stretch you out so it won't hurt. But you need to tell me if I'm going too fast or if you want to stop. It's your
choice. It's my choice. Yes, I get it. Now, please.
Sai laughed at his impatience. You get it, do you? He asked as he slathered lube over David's hole. Good. Then just breathe and try to relax. He'd make it good for him. If there was one area where they really didn't need to rush, it was here. David was small, and Sai wasn't. He was also, Sai realized as he tested the ring of muscles with the tip of his lubed finger, extremely tight. He was going to feel like a fist around Sai's dick, even after Sai stretched him out. He listened to David's whimpers, stroking him lazily with his other hand as he worked a finger in. He added the second, and David hissed, jerking upward. Fuck my hand, David. Go at your pace. Take what feels good. Using the headboard for leverage, David pushed down on Sai's fingers. Jerky at first, his movements were short, sliding down a fraction more each time. But Sai didn't care if it took him all night. Watching David figure out how to fuck himself on Sai's fingers was the hottest thing he'd ever had the privilege to watch. He added a third, letting David dictate how much and how deep, until he was taking Sai's 4 fingers to the last knuckle.
Sai,
he gasped.
I'm ready. I can't wait any longer.
Neither could Sai. His cock had leaked a puddle in his pants, and he shucked them off, tossing them to the ground along with his shirt. He knelt between David's legs. Their eyes met for just a second before David's gaze darted down his body, sucking on his bottom lip as he took his fill. Keep looking at me like that, and I'll come before I ever get inside you. David's eyes bulged open.
No, you can't.
He squeezed his eyelids closed.
There, I'll burn up if I don't feel you.
Sai cupped his face. His thumb caressed the wet lip as he lined up their bodies. No burning up. And you can open your eyes. I want you to see me. And I want to watch as you take all of me. Obedient to his core, David opened his eyes and kept them open as Sai's cockhead breached his anus. His gaze turned glassy, a look of frozen ecstasy as Sai worked his length inside, jaw tight from fighting the orgasm trying to lash out of him. David moaned while caressing his hands across Sai's chest and down his stomach.
You're so hot. I like your muscles, especially when they tremble under my fingers.
I told you, baby. You drive me crazy. My body can't stay still around you. He leaned back, putting distance between just their faces, so he could look down at David's hole. Look at my dick going inside you. Fuck. You take me so good. He'd earned another of David's small, pleased smiles, and seeing it shredded the last of his sanity. He thrust, flexing his ass forward to give David as much as he could take. The pace of David's moans matched the sound of their skin slapping together. David's pale body flushed red as he arched his spine off the mattress.
I should have done this sooner,
he wailed. Sai chuckled and leaned back to toss David over. He dropped to his hands and knees, immediately knowing to stick his ass out in a not-so-silent invitation. Sai growled and buried his cock once more. Are you going to come, sweet boy? Let me taste more of that sweet cream.
Yes,
he wailed. It turned into a scream the moment Sai reached around and took him in hand. He was going to come, and would be damned if he let that happen before David found his release. But, as he stroked him, Sai's cock ached in a way that was familiar, but not intended in that moment. "Fuck, baby. My knot." He always had control of his knot, deciding when it did or did not present. But he hadn't asked for the throbbing pleasure at the base of his dick. He started to pull free, but David's fingernails dug into his skin. He twisted his neck, straining to look behind him as he gasped, "I want it. I want to feel all of it. All of you. Lock inside of me and make me come." Sai didn't have the control necessary to argue him on the point. He thrust a few more times until the base swelled too large for him to move. David's cock twitched once in his hand, and then his sweet boy threw his head back. His spine taut as he screamed out his release. David's channel clenched even tighter around Sai's bulge, the inner muscles massaging his length. Sai roared as he spilled deep inside him. He brought his hand to his mouth, lapping up the taste he'd been craving as his orgasm ebbed. He stroked David's spine, listening to his gentle mewling that slowed into deep breaths. By the time Sai was able to withdraw, David was half asleep. He cleaned him up as best he could, but David was unwilling to remove himself from atop Sai's chest, where he quickly fell asleep. Sai didn't know how many hours he lay there, holding David and listening to his gentle breathing. He got some sleep, but not a lot. Still, he felt refreshed in the early morning hours when he heard his phone vibrating in the pocket of his pants still crumpled on the floor. He slid out from under David and paused to tuck the blankets around his body, before taking the phone, pants and all, into the hallway. He glanced at the screen and groaned. Axe calling him first thing in the morning couldn't mean something great had happened. "Pataki, you two made it home safe?" Axe sounded oddly embarrassed. Then Sai remembered the near orgy the club had turned into the night before, and the position he'd last seen his chief in. "Yeah, home safe. But you didn't call to ask that, did you?" He'd rather be cuddling David than talking about Axe's abnormal level of PDA. Good. Good. Anyway, you're right. I need you in the field. Patrol called. I'd asked them to run a second inspection of the northwest fence line after the trees were all trimmed back. They found a breach where it looks like someone tried to blow a hole through the fence. Couldn't have happened more than a few hours ago. Fuck. Give me 15. Axe grunted and hung up the phone. It wasn't just Sai's imagination last night. There'd been something at play. Pheromones in the air? An animal instinct triggered by the lack of lights and music? That wasn't the mystery he'd been currently tasked with solving, so Sai put it out of his head. Leaving David after the night they'd shared sucked. He'd wanted to make him breakfast, or at the least, order breakfast to be delivered from the cafe. He could still do that. He didn't want to just leave David to wake up confused and alone. In Sai's absence, David had curled around the pillow, hugging it against his face. Sai tapped his shoulder, but David didn't move. He shook him, gently at first, and then harder when it was clear David wouldn't wake up from anything less. What? He grumbled, sounding so sleepy and put out Sai's smile stretched across his face. Kinchem, I have to go to work. Sleep, and I'll have breakfast delivered. Just text when you wake up, but hopefully I'll be back before then. He doubted he would be, but wanted to give himself hope. David said nothing. David, did you hear me? He shook the tired man again and earned himself another irritated moan. Yes, work, breakfast, be safe, sleep. He didn't stay awake long enough to finish the word. Cy slipped into his uniform and went down the hallway, strutting out the door at the realization that he'd fucked David into exhaustion. Chapter 10. Shame. David opened his eyes to a room full of sunlight. When Cy had left, it had been dark. David rolled over toward the clock. Almost noon. He'd slept the entire morning. He'd never done that before. He wasn't in a hurry to get out of bed now either. The blankets wrapped around him like a warm hug, and though he'd have preferred Cy's chest beneath his head, Cy's pillow was an acceptable substitute since the man had been called to work. Inhaling his scent brought back all the memories of the night before, discovering the club, dancing, and then Cy. Cy. David felt like warm taffy, gooey and sweet. He clenched his butt muscles and moaned at the dull ache. He, David Reeds, was no longer a virgin. He'd assumed that would always happen, but in a consummation-type scenario where his mate decided when and where. Except, David was unmated. His lips curled into a smile. He was an unmated, non-virgin who'd chosen when he wanted to have sex for the first time. There wasn't shame, no remorse. He felt positively decadent, like he'd discovered a loophole to living the life he wanted. David reached for his phone. There was a text from Caden, but David typed out a message to Cy before reading it, letting him know he was awake and alive. After sending, he returned to Caden's message. WTF happened last night? I've been to orgies that were tamer than the vibe in that club. Axe fucked me in the bathroom stall. Now he keeps texting saying how much he loves and respects me. The text was followed with a rolling eye emoji. David had felt like he was in his own world the night before. He didn't know what had happened, but he liked it, and hoped it happened again. I had sex with Cy. He added a smiley face and then deleted it, tapping on the fire emoji instead. Then he hit it 3 more times. Attaboy! We'll have to all meet up and go over war stories. Pretty sure I saw Ezra dry-humping Huxley's face when Axe carried me out of the club. A message from Cy popped up. Good morning, Kitchum. Breakfast is on the way. You just stay in bed and relax until it gets there. His eyes lingered on stay in bed. Cy wanted him to stay in his bed. David giggled into the pillow. He told Caden he'd love to meet up, or they could talk at the lake picnic. His text to Cy was less straightforward. He typed a red heart, but even though they'd had sex, they hadn't made any promises, and honestly, David was good with that. He had feelings for Cy, but liked the freedom that came with ignoring that they were promised and just doing what they wanted. He believed Cy when he'd said he wouldn't let David forget himself, and no longer felt the panicked urgency he had the day before. Strengthening alliances via a mating bond was still the only way David could help his clan. But knowing he wouldn't have to mate immediately, or have nowhere to go, let it feel like an eventual plan instead of something that had to happen right away. Hopefully, by then, he'd stop feeling that pang in his chest at the thought of not eventually becoming Cy's mate. Right now, David had to figure out what it meant to be a mate, since everything he'd been taught had turned out to be not true. He didn't base that decision just on what Cy had said. It made no sense to go from believing what one man said, without proof, to believing another. None of the other mating couples he'd met mirrored what he'd been told, and they were all happy and healthy mates. When David had answers, then he'd revisit the idea of finding a mate. He wanted to become Sai's mate, but David could never force him. He truly only wanted to be Sai's mate if Sai wanted the same thing. David's affection alone wouldn't sustain a mating, nor would wishing that affection was reciprocated. And even if Sai had said he cared for him, that didn't mean he loved him. David deleted the heart. "You're the best." He set the phone back and pulled the blanket with him as he rolled into a burrito. Thinking about mates brought other thoughts to the forefront, ones that David didn't want to let ruin the satisfied serenity of his morning. Afternoon. Sai hadn't said a single thing about how late it was. Any time he'd accidentally slept in at the farmhouse, Cressley would... Nope, he wasn't going to think those thoughts either. The knock at the door triggered a ravenous hunger that had David pushing the bedding away. "Pants, David. You need pants." He snagged a top and a pair of gym shorts from his room, and was still sliding his arms through the holes of his shirt when he opened the door. "That was fast." Cressley's dark snarl turned David's blood into ice. He stood on the porch with a cardboard box clenched under one arm. Wild eyes darted across David's face, filling with rage as the gaze continued down to his neck. "You let him touch you?" Cressley charged over the threshold and slammed the door shut. "You let him mark you?" He threw the box in his rage, the contents making a dull, shattering sound when it hit the floor. "You can't..." The eyes freezing David in place shattered at the sight of an angry werewolf surging toward him. He retreated down the hallway backward, his flight or fight reaction working overtime. His heel hooked the chair leg, sending it clattering to its side as David fell. Help! He couldn't suck in enough air, his throat tight with fear, as he scrambled back like a crab. His instincts screamed to not look away from Cressley as he stalked closer, a look of pure loathing twisting his face. "Help!" Like that first day, his voice wasn't loud enough for the house to hear him. "Shut your fucking mouth, David!" David had heard Cressley curse before, but the harsh words had never been directed toward him. The man towering over him wasn't the Cressley David thought he knew. He'd been stern at times, strict, but he'd never looked at David the way he did now. Repulsed. "You are an idiot. I tried to warn you. What lies did he tell you to convince you to bend over? Why couldn't you trust me? Why couldn't you listen?" His raspy tone flitted between enraged and heartbroken. David's back hit the wall. "He's my... The tendons in his neck pressed against the skin as Cressley roared, his fangs distended in a half shift. The danger the pointed teeth presented didn't frighten David nearly as much as the dark red glow clinging to Cressley's body. David wasn't confused about what he was seeing anymore. This moment made it perfectly clear. Hate. A loathing so pure, it promised violence with each pulse. David licked his lips. He needed to stop tripping and freezing, and think. "Cressley, please calm down. You're scaring me." Cressley wrenched David from the floor by his wrists. His fingers tightened like a steel trap that dug into his skin. "You should be scared, David. Pataki will never become your mate. And now, who would want you? I told your father this was a bad idea. He knew Pataki detested your mating arrangement. I told him to release the bastard, to give you to someone who deserves you. but he wanted to hope for the best. And now look at you, tainted, reeking of his cum. That motherfucker turned you into a filthy slut. Spittle shot from his mouth as he snarled. His eyes flashed silver, sending tears streaming down his face. This man had once been David's world. Watching him cry and call David a slut, David realized Cressley had been his world by design. He'd taken everything from David, giving back only what he wanted David to have. And David had been stupid enough he'd been grateful for it. He was still in danger. Cressley's aura still glowed the color of dried blood. But David was too angry at himself and the man squeezing his wrist to continue cowering. Your opinion of me doesn't matter, Cressley. You aren't my intended and never will be. You trained me to be a shadow, meek and empty. Well, Sai filled me up, and I couldn't be happier. I don't care if he never becomes my mate. I fucked him because I wanted to. He felt 10 feet tall, prouder that he'd stunned Cressley into silence than he was of any other achievement. He stared at David like he'd never seen him before, and maybe he hadn't. Cressley didn't know this David, the real David. He's brainwashed you. Cressley didn't yell. Cold certainty replaced anger. You are young and innocent, and he took advantage of you, sullied your perfection. But I've been protecting you for a long time, David, and I won't stop now. He tugged David toward the door as he spoke. David dug his heels into the floor. He scratched at the hand wrapped around his wrist, drawing angry red lines down Cressley's skin. But he might as well have been a flea trying to stop an elephant from charging. Let me go, Cressley! You're my chaperone, and I'm telling you to let me go. I'm fine. Leave. I don't need your services. You will be. There are healers who can fix you, cleanse your body, and make you untouched. Help! House, help! He screamed before the rising panic could steal his breath. The house alarm blared, the sound piercing, but not nearly as loud as the sound that echoed in his head of the door hitting the side of the house as Cressley flung it open. He grabbed the sill with his free hand and squeezed his arm around it. If Cressley wanted to take him against his will, he'd have to tear David's arm off first. Except, he didn't have to do that. He just let out an annoyed growl and plucked David's hand free as easily as plucking a ripe berry from a vine. What is going on? David turned toward the voice that was barely audible over the wailing house. Sai's neighbor, Vaughn, stood on the porch. Mind your own business, Cressley snarled. Yeah, I won't be doing that. Callum, get out here! Vaughn called into the house. At the arrival of Callum, a werewolf David knew as little as he did Vaughn, Cressley straightened. I am this witch's chaperone. His protection is my duty. Your interference is putting him in danger. Callum looked from David to Cressley, and then the open doorway where the alarm quieted, which meant help was coming. He joined Vaughn in the middle of the grass, tucking the other man slightly behind him. Vaughn crossed his arms. It doesn't look like you're protecting him. It looks like you're kidnapping him. He is... David gasped. Cressley's grip was tight enough to crush his wrist bones. I released him from his duties. I don't need you. The last bit he directed toward Cressley, who was busy noticing the small crowd of neighbors and people walking by forming around them. I know who you are. It doesn't matter if you were his chaperone.
He just said you aren't. So let him go, Vaughn said. Tears that had nothing to do with the pain of Kresley's grip burned David's eyes. He'd made a few friends in Crescent City, but he'd only seen Vaughn in passing. He'd never expected the witch to stand up for him like this. Not when David's own clan never did.
You Crescent City people think you are above it all. My brother is the Alpha. If you attack me, that is a direct attack on the entire masked pack. Look, buddy, no one is attacking you. Patrol might, but we're just telling you to let Sai's intended go. You aren't going to take him against his will. Callum crossed his arms over his chest, and while they didn't make David weak-kneed like Sai's biceps, they were large. He was a powerful werewolf who would offer Kresley more of a challenge than David ever could. Kresley let go of his wrists, but David wasn't risking it. He scampered off the side of the porch to Vaughn's side. I'll be informing Alpha Mast and the Reed's clan leader of this insult. I was appointed by both to know what was best for David.
Vaughn cupped his shoulder. He looks like a grown man to me. He can decide that. Kresley didn't look for his face before fleeing down the sidewalk. He thought he should be relieved to see the man leave, but that wasn't what David felt. He held his wrists close to his chest, his heart pounding so loud it made his teeth rattle. Vaughn gestured to the side of his porch. Here, sit down over here. Did he hurt you? Patrol needs to know. They'll take him into custody and make sure he's charged. No, I don't. I just want him out of Crescent City. The sight of the patrol car stopping in front of the sidewalk made David wish he could shrink into himself. I don't want to. I can't. David had been thinking of Sai when he'd called for help and engaged the alarm. That was a stupid assumption. But then, David had been acting stupid for a long time. Callum? Vaughn said quietly. He sat next to David on the side of the porch while Callum jogged to intercept the officers. Callum spoke to the officers quietly, glowing a bold blue that exuded confidence and calm. David wished he could feel either of those things. He returned just moments later. I've informed them of the change in your former chaperone's status. They'll pick him up and escort him out of town. Unless... That's what I want. Thank you, David mumbled. He didn't want to see Kresley again. Didn't want to be near enough for the man to speak to him. The anger David had felt at his realization had soured into shame. He should have seen what had taken Sai a second to spot. Vaughn got to his feet. Let me get you something. I'm a healer. Well, animal healer technically, but I dabble in two-legged health at times. David nearly asked Vaughn to stay at his side, but he didn't want to seem weak. He'd spent too much of his life that way. He nodded and stared at his upturned palms. David? Sai charged through the grass. Worry flickered around his person in shades of light purple. David burst forward, reaching for Sai as he pulled David against his chest, letting David take in his first full breath since seeing Kresley on the other side of the door. What did he do? Where is Mast? He's leaving, hopefully. I want him to just leave. And not only from Crescent City, from David's entire life. Sai's chest rumbled, but he didn't voice the objection that made the dark noise shake from him. He eased their bodies apart, but tucked David under his arm before he could lament the loss of Sai's heat. Here, you can stir the powder in some warm water. It tastes like lemon. Vaughn handed David a small glass vial. David's hand shook as he took it. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Vaughn cocked his head to the side. Why would you repay me? I'd hoped that if you saw me being carried away against my will, you'd speak up, he said, making Callum's chest shake with an unhappy growl. Cy thanked them before guiding David back to the house. The box Cressley threw sat on the floor in the corner, having landed with the postage side up. David recognized his father's address on the return line. Cressley'd said something about a present, but whatever his father had sent him was likely broken now. David couldn't think about his dad without thinking about Cressley, which he absolutely didn't want to do. He stepped out from under Cy's arm to turn the chair upright, but Cy grabbed it first. Let me do this, Kitchim. You're shaking. I'm fine, David blew out harshly. I mean, thank you, but I am fine. He spotted movement from the doorway and gasped, his heart zooming into his throat. It was a young woman holding a cloth sack and wearing a blue cap with the name of the cafe stitched to the front. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I've got your order. No, that's okay. I'm fine. He stopped himself from repeating that he was fine. I'm going to go wash my hands. He pivoted on his heel and went into the kitchen. Maybe he should take a hot shower instead. His skin itched and his teeth clacked together like he was standing naked in the snow. If he showered now, the food would get cold, and Cy had been so considerate ordering it for him. David tapped the handle at the sink, letting the water warm as he pumped soap into his palms. He worked the liquid into an orange-scented lather that coated his hands. The familiar scent soothed him, and the warm water helped ease his chattering teeth. He rinsed the suds off and reached for a paper towel, pausing as he noticed a red splotch on his left arm. There were 4 in total, identical and lined up in a row around his wrist. David shoved the faucet to hot, frantically pumping more soap into his hands. He worked a second layer of lather, rinsed, and saw the same red marks. They were bruises. He wouldn't be able to wash them away. He knew that. But the idea of wearing Cressley's fingers around his wrist stole David's ability to reason. He grabbed the sponge from the holder and set the scouring pad side against his skin, scrubbing in his own red marks beneath the scalding water. David, stop! Cy ripped the sponge out of his hand and turned off the water. Kitchim, what are you doing to yourself? He thought it was steam making his face wet, but it was tears. Despite the hot water, his teeth were still chattering. At least the skin around his wrist was all bright red now, but it also burned. But he'd fixed only his left wrist. He hissed at his right arm and the darkening marks. I was such a fool. So stupid. Cy turned the faucet to cold and thrust David's arm beneath the stream. Do not move, David. His tone made it clear it wasn't a request. When he returned, he turned the water off and wrapped David's arm in a fluffy towel. He led them to the sofa and set a first aid kit down on the table before pulling David into his lap. He buried his face against the side of David's neck, caressing the soft skin with the tip of his nose. David couldn't smell the way Cy did, but the act of being scent-marked, of Cy's care replacing Cressley's stench, warmed David from the inside out. Slowly, his teeth stopped chattering, and he leaned in to Cy's touch, receiving a warm, rumbling growl. David sighed. I'm sorry. Please, Kitchim, do not finish that apology. I'm holding on by a string as it is. David lifted his face to look into Cy's. What do you mean? He pushed their foreheads together.
It's taking everything I have not to find Mast and break every bone in his body. Hearing you apologize would be asking too much of me. David pressed back against him. Please don't. I just want him gone. I don't want to think about him or talk about him, or be reminded of him every time I look at my arms. Shh, sweet boy. I'm not going anywhere. Patrol picked Mast up at the guest house. They're allowing him to pack his belongings and will escort him out of the city. His exhale sounded like something between a growl and a purr. He dropped to the carpet and stretched David's arms out, resting them on the fluffy towel so he could brush a feather-light touch over his skin. Sai let out a soft snarl before ducking his head to kiss the skin. Taking care of you is more important than satisfying my violent urges. David watched Sai's sure movements as he patted the skin dry, lathering a minty green cream over the parts that stung. The relief was instant, but a part of David didn't think he deserved it. He was the only reason Cressley had been able to stay in Crescent City for as long as he did. If only he'd recognized the truth earlier. But no, he'd held on to the belief that Cressley was David's protector, that he cared. Cressley Mast took advantage of me. He's a bad person. Sai made a noise at the back of his throat, agreeing, without lacing the sound with the amount of "I told you so" he was due. He blew on the skin, patting a second ointment against the red marks on his left wrist before wrapping it all in a soft gauze. I knew it wasn't right. When I was younger, my conscience kept nagging at me that what he wanted me to do was wrong. But I pushed those thoughts back so often, they eventually went silent. Gaining Cressley's approval was the only thing that mattered after that. Sai listened silently as he turned his attention to David's right wrist, rubbing ointment into the bruises. I'd latched on to the idea of being a perfect mate because it felt like the only thing I was capable of being. I made it so easy for him. You were a child, Kitchim. Your clan failed you. Your father failed you. You did nothing wrong. David lifted his head sharply. His instinct was to defend his father, but he'd let Cressley have free rein. He'd given David to a monster. He's not blameless, David conceded. David's father could have left the clan. He could have taken David's side, and maybe he would have, but Cressley had given him an option to keep both, and he jumped on it. I don't think he knew exactly what was going on, though. Cressley acted different whenever he would visit, and I had gotten better. I could grow things instead of suck the life out of them. My father's magic is happiness, and without it, he's lost. My mother was an amazing woman. I don't have a single unhappy memory of her. The entire clan loved her, not just me and my dad. I think losing his wife isn't an excuse. Sai finished the sentence with an intensity that made David feel light as a cloud. I want to tell him everything, what I went through, but face to face, when he can see that I'm okay now. Learning the truth will hurt him either way, but maybe seeing me will make it easier on him. Sai leaned back, surveying the work he'd done. Thank you, Sai. You didn't want me, and could have just as easily sent me back. Who knows what would have happened then? Don't thank me for not being a shitty person. For once. He tagged on the last bit, making David snort. The cream will soothe the burn, and the ointment will curb the bruising. You don't need to keep it wrapped. but I assumed you'd want to until the skin was healed. Let's get some food in you. That will assist the healing." Sai deposited David at the table and disappeared in the kitchen, returning with a steaming plate of French toast, a small ramekin dish of melted butter, and a spray can of whipped cream. He doused the French toast in both and unwrapped 3 strips of bacon from an insulated foil pouch. Before dropping the plate to the table, Sai caught his gaze. "David, you are free to make your own choices regarding your body. But if you choose to hurt yourself like that again, I will stop you." David hadn't been thinking of it like that. He just wanted Cressley's marks off his skin. But there were healer's remedies to do just that. He hadn't been thinking clearly. "I understand." Sai was silent as David ate. He refused David's attempts to share, but didn't seem interested in doing anything but sit at the table across from him. "What's that?" he asked, gesturing with his forehead to the floor. "Cressley brought it. A gift from my dad. But he threw it on the ground, and I heard something break inside." Sai retrieved the box and set it on the other end of the table. "It's probably exactly what you said. But will you let me open it?" David was going to tell him to just throw it away. He shrugged and chomped on his French toast, giving Sai a have-at-it gesture. He cut the packing tape with a claw and unfolded the flaps. "It's dirt? These must be what broke." He lifted a chunk of terracotta the shape of a triangle. "And the broken pieces punctured a bag of dirt." He sounded just as bewildered the second time. David took the last bite and savored the combination of butter, cream, and vanilla as he went to Sai's side. It was just as Sai said, loose dirt and the remains of 3 broken pots. There was a small paper envelope, but David didn't have to open it to know there were seeds inside. His dad had sent him a little of home. Now David wanted to throw it away for other reasons. "Is this... Tell me what you want me to do." Sai studied his face. It didn't matter the feeling of isolation the gift stirred up in him. He couldn't throw the seeds away. That would be like throwing away babies. They didn't do anything wrong. He reached inside and grabbed the envelope, uncovering 2 more nestled beneath it in the process. Flapping them gently, he dislodged the bits of dirt. His dad had probably shoveled some directly from a field on clan lands. "My dad used to say that Reed's witches didn't have green thumbs, but green hands. Plants grow faster, healthier, and more plentiful than anywhere else. I'm aware of the reputation. Many of the healers in this city regularly place orders for herbs." Sai spoke cautiously, like he was waiting for David to drop the other shoe. "And you mentioned that when you explained how your clan turned on you." "After, when the land was healed and I'd been at the farmhouse a few years, I tried sending boxes of produce from my garden to the clan. I felt isolated living on the edge, like I was nothing but a burden to my people, my dad, Cressley. They refused them. Each time Cressley returned with the box still full. No one wanted to take a chance. His hands weren't green like his father's, and his clan had noticed how much smaller and misshapen the vegetables he'd sent were. His garden ripened slowly, and some never ripened all the way before David had to pick the vegetable or risk it rotting on the vine. Your clan was wrong to do what they did. I don't give a fuck how afraid they were. I don't care if plants withered to dust under your stare. You were a kid, and they let you be preyed upon. They are at fault here. They are the ones who need to prove themselves worthy, not you." He picked the chunks of broken pot from the box. Why don't you teach me something? I've never planted anything before.
That's ridiculous,
He said without thinking. But even if he had thought about it, it still would have been ridiculous. He just might not have used that judgmental tone. Sai took it well. I've been too busy protecting a city to tend to a garden. Besides, I hate dirt under my fingernails. That was literally one of David's favorite feelings. It must have shown on his face because Sai tipped his head back and laughed. I think I have some pots left over from the housewarming plants I got when I first moved in.
What happened to the plants?
They went to meet the great plant maker in the sky. I blame the people who gifted them to me. You don't put a lamb in a lion's den and expect it to not get eaten. It was appropriate that he compared himself to a lion. He was strong and fierce like one.
You don't need to return to work?
I was on site for hours, gathering evidence, but we're at a standstill for the moment. It could have been an attempt at providing the Helix clan with an entry point into the city, or it could have been pups with a surplus of fireworks who'd gone stir-crazy.
What do you think it is?
I'm torn. It seems like a lame attempt by a Helix mole, considering the retribution they'd face for what amounted to a tiny hole. But the timing and location are suspicious. Our rounds had just taken us to that area of the boundary line, and if Axe hadn't had his hunch, it would have been days before we returned to that spot. Either way, I'm free to get my hands dirty. It was David's turn to laugh at the look on his face. By the time Sai scowled at his phone before informing David that Cressley was no longer within the city walls, David had laughed several more times, but none as hard as when Sai had first returned to the table wearing thick work gloves like they were about to handle toxic sludge instead of a palm full of lettuce seeds. I think it's stranger that you do like the feeling, he'd said when David had started crying he was laughing so hard.
I'll have to inform my dad Cressley is no longer my chaperone, but I'm going to keep it vague for now.
Sai pressed his lips together, but instead of voicing his disagreement, he looked at the 4 dirt-filled ceramic pots he'd been able to scrounge up. They had a lot of leftover seeds, but he'd mentioned picking up more the next time he was out. David secretly planned to clean out the Nespresso pods as Sai used them, and utilizing the tiny cups as seed starters. He folded the envelopes and brought them into the kitchen, tucking them in a drawer where they would stay cool and dry. Don't worry, guys. You'll see your day in the sun soon. David looked up to Sai leaning against the doorway, watching him with a crooked smile and a vivid pinkish-orange color that reminded David of a sunrise. You've never been that color before. He arched a brow. Are you ready to explain that? I thought I was going crazy, that I was seeing things, but the colors have only gotten stronger. I think they are emotions. He knew they were, but admitting as much out loud meant admitting he thought he had power, more than the pittance he'd believed was inside him. And what if he was wrong? He was afraid of being mocked for having hope. Except, Sai would never do that. His affinity made him a telepath, but the spectrum of abilities included in that designation was wide. It wasn't just hearing thoughts. Some could pick up on and influence emotions, or read a person's body language down to a single muscle twitch. The things telepaths were capable of were as varied as the sea. What's my color right now? It's pretty. He jutted out his chin proudly. Not rugged? David let out an amused puff of air. Not at all. I think it means fondness. For me, I assume, since I'm standing here. His face blazed red as he all but told Sai he liked David. Sai pushed off the frame and sauntered forward, brushing David's hair back off his forehead. Well, I wouldn't play in the dirt with someone I wasn't fond of. David's insides turned into goo. While they'd been standing side by side, preparing the pots for planting, David's arm kept bumping into Sai's. Each touch had left an impression on his skin, waking him up like rubbing a puppy to work out its first breath. Sai couldn't see his emotion, but he could smell his arousal, and, David realized, other things as well. Cressley said I smelled like your cum. He didn't know which of them was more shocked by the bold confession, but since he wasn't finished, David was confident which of them would end that way. I liked it, that he could smell you on me. He called me a filthy slut. Sai growled sharply. David lifted to his tippy toes and kissed his bottom lip. It didn't hurt me like you wanted. Fucking you was my best decision ever. Sai circled his arms around him, cupping his ass with one hand while the other hooked around his nape. Kitchum, unless you want to make that decision again, we should change the subject. His hardness prodded David's tummy. Oh, he breathed. You changed colors. Yeah? Sai's husky voice tickled David's ears. What color am I now, sweet boy? It's similar, but sharper, pinker, like a fuchsia flower. And what does it mean? He let his lips brush along David's jaw. You're aroused. You want me. I do. It wasn't a question. Emboldened by a feeling of power, David gripped the waist of Sai's work pants. He still wore his LCEA uniform, and picturing the difference in their states of undress was making David's dick pulse. I want you too. I want you to teach me how to do what you did last night. Sai pulled back and looked into David's face. Kitchum, I'm here to satisfy your sexual curiosity. But we haven't had this discussion. I am what is called a top. I don't... No, not that. And Caden already told me about tops and bottoms and switches. I mean when you sucked my dick. A blowjob. He tried the words out and found he liked the way they felt. I'm not sure I approve of such a bad influence on my sweet boy, Sai said with a smile that made it clear he was teasing. Don't worry. I didn't ask him how to give a blowjob. Thank the moon for small mercies. He rubbed David's forearms and up his biceps, leading them from the kitchen to the living room without comment. He sat them on the sofa, but David slid immediately to his knees on the rug. Sai's eyes flashed. Fuck, David, hold on. David settled his weight on his heels, folding his hands in his lap before looking up at Sai, eager for his next instruction. Senchiagit, Sai growled. One of these days, David would have to ask him to translate the Hungarian phrases he used. But that was an activity for a time when desire didn't burn in Sai's hungry eyes. Your color is so beautiful. I want to make you shine, David whispered. Sai curved forward with a growl. He cupped the back of David's head and pressed their lips together in a scorching kiss. This was the one activity they had the most practice with, but each time left David reeling in ways that were different, but amazing. He whimpered into the kiss, now conflicted about what he wanted to do next. He'd always wanted Sai's lips on him, but getting his lips around Sai would erase the awfulness of the day completely.
He wasn't afraid or sad anymore. Just being near Sai had chased both of those emotions away. Only a carnal ache remained, fueled by a need to confirm the sensual freedom he'd found beneath Sai's guidance. Sucking his dick wasn't the only goal. David wanted to worship the man's body and bring him the same consuming pleasure he'd received. He leaned back and reached for the button of Sai's work pants, pausing for permission. Sai nodded, and David undid the button, slid down the zipper, and stared at the straining bulge beneath the dark blue underwear. When he danced for the first time in the club, there'd been no conscious thought. He'd moved the way his body told him to. This moment was no different. David pressed the side of his cheek against the straining cotton and nuzzled the hard, hot cock. Without lifting his face, he turned his head, inhaling Sai's clean, earthy scent. It occurred to David that he was literally petting Sai's cock with his face. The action felt right for David, but did Sai think it was weird? He looked up, comically shy considering his location and what he'd just been doing. Sai cupped his face. "I like it when you breathe me in, sweet boy. Rub my scent on your skin." David lowered his lashes. He'd melt if he looked into the molten desire in Sai's eyes. "Can I?" He reached for the waist of the briefs. Sai responded by lifting his lower half off the sofa. "Take me out." David peeled down the underwear. Sai's dick sprang from its confinement, stiff and thick. His cock was every bit as commanding as the man. This part was less intuitive. He'd watched Sai take him into his mouth, but if David tried to do that, he'd choke. Or would he? He found Sai's face and waited for guidance. "Grab my dick here, with a firm grip." Sai guided David's hand to the base, and he wrapped his fingers around it. "You don't have to suck right away, or at all, if you aren't comfortable. You can just kiss and lick. Show my cock how fond you are." The word triggered David's sight, allowing him to see the way Sai's color had deepened to a rich plum that made David's dick jerk in his shorts. Sai weaved his fingers through his hair. There was no urgency in the grip. He didn't tug or lead. He massaged and scraped David's scalp. He sank low in the hypnotic touch. He nibbled up the shaft, licking his way back down as he followed a bulging vein that disappeared at the base. Sai's balls had been waiting patiently for attention, and David provided it, licking down the middle of the sack before sucking a testicle into his mouth and letting it roll over his tongue. "Yes, Kitchim, just like that." Satisfaction bloomed in his chest. He was the cause of the growl in Sai's throat. His mouth was bringing Sai pleasure. It was everything he'd set out to achieve. But he was far from finished. Sai's ball escaped his mouth with an indecent plop as his attention shifted once more to the hard shaft, now leaking with pre-cum. David drew his tongue up. When he reached the tip, he opened his lips and took the firm length into his mouth. "Buzzed, Meg. David, yes. Suck on my cock. Fuck, that feels amazing. Nice and warm and wet." There'd been several moments throughout his weeks in Crescent City when David had suddenly realized something about himself that he'd never known before. He didn't mind frozen personal pizzas, but he loved frozen mozzarella sticks. He liked to wear clothes that made other people look at him appreciatively. And he loved Sai's dick in his mouth. The taste, the feel, the way Sai's body trembled beneath his touch. David worked steadily down Sai's cock, taking more as his mouth and throat relaxed. He reached up, fumbling for the buttons of Sai's shirt until Sai took over, letting the sides of his uniform fall open. David groaned, pleased at how the sound vibrated in his mouth. He needed to touch that body, needed to feel more of Sai. He let his fingers drag from Sai's chest down the ridges of his stomach. Sai had been so gentle with David to this point, and David was thankful for it. But he wasn't hesitant anymore, and didn't want Sai to hold back any longer. He sucked down to the base and remained there as he tilted his gaze up, making direct eye contact. Sai's restraint was an impressive, and at times necessary thing, but the time for restraint was over. With a mouth full of dick, David winked. It had the desired effect, softness melting away as the beast settled in. My sweet, dirty boy, you like my cock in your mouth? Like my taste? It was difficult to nod, but he tried. Sai pushed his hips forward, shoving farther down David's throat. His immediate reaction was to gag and pull back so he didn't accidentally bite down at the same time. Instead, he sucked in slowly through his nose and forced his body to stay. There, on his knees, David was at the whim of a wolf he'd purposely pushed to the edge of his control. I want you to swallow my cum. Take me inside your belly. Do you understand? He moaned instead of nodding, his body so hot and heavy he'd burn through the floor any second. Sai roared as his cock pulsed, shooting a hot string of cum across his tongue. He swallowed it, and the next, eager to do just as he'd been asked. But Sai pulled back before he was finished. His next burst splashed against David's lips before dripping down his chin. David tried to catch the fluid before it fell and soaked into the carpet. I'm sorry, I couldn't catch it all, he groaned, truly unhappy he'd failed in swallowing it entirely. Then he looked up and saw the awe and hunger still in Sai's face. The man lifted David from his knees and into his lap in a second, tearing his shorts off in the next. He rubbed his palm against his chin, smearing the leftover cum in his hand, before gripping David's cock and stroking. His other hand went to David's ass, both balancing him and teasing him as he caressed his pucker. His lips descended, giving him so much more than a kiss. David lasted less than 10 seconds in Sai's masterful hands. His body coiled tightly before exploding, shattering into millions of pieces. Seconds. It had taken Sai seconds. He smiled at the satisfied gleam reflecting back to him. Thanks to Sai, David's sexual education was extensive. But clearly, he had so much more to learn. Chapter 11. Glee. Axe parked the LCEA vehicle next to the sidewalk at the end of Stone Street. The Lunar wolf who Sai and Axe were there to interrogate lived in the house in the middle of the block, within view of where they were parked but far enough down the street he wouldn't notice them coming. Unless he was looking. You think he's our guy? Sai asked. I think he fits the profile. Sai's hope that the destruction was due to some unruly pups had been dashed the same moment they discovered the hole blasted into the fence hadn't been from a weak explosive, but a precise one made with quality explosives. Whoever had done it hadn't wanted a big boom. If Axe hadn't followed his hunch to have the area patrolled again, they wouldn't have known the hole was there for days. That sort of timing and precision wasn't a result of bored pups with a handful of bottle rockets. His name is Butch Placker. He works in the city as a plumber and representative of the Steel Pack, who,
like the Falcos have interacted with the Helix clan in the past. The list of packs the Helix clan had ties with was long, but they couldn't simply boot every pack with connections out of Crescent City, not until they gave a reason to. The Helix's far-reaching roots in the witch community and biased affinity toward alchemy also meant the LCEA would need to purchase replacement fence materials outside of the paranormal population. Specifically, Butch has a bit of a gambling problem, and unfortunately for him, it isn't paired with skill. The owner of the poker house in Solar Territory, Calore Fier, said Butch is a regular customer. Magnus's mate? Axe nodded. Magnus was the only reason Calore agreed to speak to me. The man isn't the type to talk about his players, but he said Butch has been on a particularly bad streak recently, losing a severe amount of money. Severe, eh? Now that's quite the descriptive term, especially for a solar wolf. Debt like that, he might be willing to forget his citizen's oath if the Helix clan were to offer the right amount. We're just here to ask a few questions, get a feel for the guy. I'll have Patrol keep an eye on his whereabouts after our meeting if he seems fishy. Sai's only hope when he got out of the car was that this whole thing wouldn't take long. They were cutting it close to the lake picnic as it was. Caden had made plans to pick up David on his way. With Teddy. So at least he wouldn't be stuck at home waiting for Sai to finish. Sai was still eager to get there as early as possible. Though he wasn't a werewolf, Sai's wolf hadn't let him forget watching David and Teddy dance. Sai could understand the territorial behavior from his beast if Teddy were another competing wolf. Competing for what? Sai couldn't answer that question as easily as he could a few weeks ago, but he knew he wasn't ready to share David's touches or smiles, or his orgasms. Axe gave him a wry gaze. Head in the game, Pataki. You can pretend you're aloof and not pining over your intended on your own time. He growled in reply, since it wasn't professional to call Axe any of the names he was thinking. Not even the Hungarian ones. Axe had looked those up their first couple of days working together, and Side stopped the habit of cursing in his home language once Axe knew what he was calling him. David seemed to have brought it back out of him, but concentrating would make the whole thing go faster. So Sai pushed the thoughts back and honed his senses on everything happening on the other side of Butch's front door. Axe rang the bell, but there was no answer. He knocked, and that time Sai heard what sounded like a door thudding shut, as though the person had taken great care not to slam it. Axe didn't have to give the order before they split, Sai running down the left side of the house while Axe went down the other. Sai jumped when he got to the fence separating Butch's yard from his neighbor's, and seamlessly continued to run along the tops of the planks, and down the line of wood like he was running a tightrope. From his vantage point, Sai spotted Butch Plackers sprinting toward the street. He took a left, a direction that would eventually take him to the forest. Sai cut across the yards, jumping from fence to fence, until he landed next to a house that should have been on Butch's trajectory. There he was. Butch panted as he approached. He couldn't see Sai behind the side of the house, and wasn't expecting Sai to throw his arm out, clotheslining Butch against his upper chest. He bounced back with a grunt and slammed into the concrete just as Axe reached their location. That was not an LCEA-approved takedown maneuver. Sai dropped to his knee and cuffed the man's hands together. He groaned softly, but had hit the ground hard enough not to put up a fight. He's going to have to see a healer. Axe scowled. Don't want his pack to claim we didn't give him the care he was promised when he became a citizen. Sai groaned silently. Calling in a healer meant waiting even longer before he'd make it to the picnic.
But it had been his excess of violent energy that was to blame. Ever since he saw the marks Cressley had left on David, Cy had wanted to punch a hole through something. Or someone. "I'll wait for the healer. You go on ahead. No reason we both need to be late," Cy said. Axe's brow wrinkled. The two sides of himself at war. He was as by the book as they came, approving shopping excursions to save himself excluded. But his adoration for his mate was immeasurable, and if he had a chance to see him sooner, Axe would take it. "I'll wait for the healer to get here. You can process him and have Andino and Mite do a preliminary search of his house. I don't want to interrogate him at a time when he can later claim he was under the influence of healer magic." Axe retrieved the vehicle, alerting headquarters a healer was needed at the same time. They were in luck. It took only about 15 minutes for a council healer, Roger Vares, to show up. What Vares lacked in bedside manner, he made up for in efficiency. Axe wanted him to be thorough, though, making sure Butch couldn't claim he was mistreated. "This is going to get dicey if packs and clans on the outside start to think we are targeting their people indiscriminately. Many are still suspicious over what happened with the Landry Pack's expulsion. Anyone suspicious over Alpha Landry and his representatives being kicked out of the city didn't know shit. Ferris Landry was a poor excuse for an Alpha, and the people he had here were no better, except Axe, who Ferris had only been trying to set up in the first place. Axe had a point, though. The Steel Pack would be loyal to their packmate first. "I'll proceed strictly in accordance to the regulations put into place by the Lunar Council. Now go, get your mate fix, and check on David. Caden says his powers are starting to manifest. The witch seems to be doing well in your care. Pretty soon, you won't have a reason to worry." That was the whole point. David would reach that day where he felt independent and able to direct his own life before long. He was still afraid of his training kicking back in, and his confidence could use a little more work. But David was resilient. He'd grown in leaps and bounds over a short amount of time, which meant they were almost to the part where David decided to move on. After Axe left, Cy stewed as he oversaw Vares. The wolf perked up a bit, but was groaning as though Cy had hit him with a truck and not his arm. Axe was right to be stringent. Butch would complain to anyone he thought had a chance of listening. It was another excruciatingly slow hour before Cy was walking into his office to do the final paperwork. After Vares announced there were no injuries that would not heal completely once his potions ran their course, Cy deposited Butch Placker in a cell and made sure the guards knew to carefully monitor him and feed him his meal earlier than scheduled. Not all the paperwork needed completing right that moment, but Cy had to send an official notice to both Director Mite's office and the Steel Pack Alpha, detailing the arrest and their suspicions. "I thought you were going to the picnic," Zane asked as Cy growled his way to his desk. He was in too foul of a mood to answer. It wasn't the food he worried he'd be missing out on, even if he knew the garlic knots David had baked for the picnic would absolutely be gone by now. They'd smelled so good baking that morning before his shift. He'd nearly snatched one right out of the oven. The only reason he hadn't was because David was in the kitchen in the tight shorts he'd taken to wearing around the house. Fuck. Those shorts had fit that ass like a glove Cy wanted to beat up. "Good job on nabbing Placker," Huxley continued. "We found acetone and an unreasonable amount of hydrogen peroxide stashed in the back of his closet during our initial walkthrough. Ezra is going to bring Dalto to the house to see if Placker's got any other bomb-making material stashed. He's at the end of his bomb-sniffing training, and this will be a good final test." "Good work," Cy said, because even though the sound of the wall clock ticking made him want to grind his teeth together,
He was still their senior agent. He'd had an asshole and a dick above him when he'd first joined the LCEA, both only willing to highlight his mistakes. "I'm sure David understands," Zane said. He would. That just aggravated Sai for a different reason. David was understanding, unassuming, and accommodating, all traits Sai used to prefer in a partner. It was idiotic of Sai to want David to demand Sai's attention, to be possessive of his time. The irony didn't escape him. Neither did the furtive glances passing between Huxley and Zane. Sai's nape was tight when Huxley leaned back in his chair. "About David." "About David what?" Sai snarled. Their glances went from furtive to explicit. "He's a cool guy," Huxley said. Sai wasn't fooled into thinking that was all the other wolf had to say, but he reminded his beast this was not the beginning of a challenge. Huxley was already mated. He didn't want David. "We like him," Zane added. "We?" "The two of us. Ezra, Caden, Ramson. We all like him. And since you've been clear from the beginning how you hope this arrangement will end, and we know a ton of great guys, wolves around his age, that he might hit it off with." Huxley watched his face like he was in the middle of an interrogation. He kept his expression blank, though. Or maybe he'd just gone blank. This wasn't Huxley or Zane confessing their love for David. It was worse. They were proposing an idea that could actually happen. Something that Sai should encourage. But he couldn't say the words that would take David from his home. This whole time, he'd been coming to terms with David moving on and finding the life he deserved. But what would Sai do if that life was still located in Crescent City? Could he stand watching David become some other wolf's mate? See another man's claiming bite on his skin? Did Sai's opinion matter? Huxley continued. "We know you're really protective of him, and we would be careful about who we introduced him to. Just give it some thought. Let us know if you have any suggestions." Suggestions? The only suggestion Sai had was with what the junior agents could do with their plan to mate his intended off. This wasn't his decision to make. He couldn't force David to leave just to make sure Sai never had to run into him. And see what you're missing. The voices that had been objecting quietly to Sai's plan until that point were deafening. This wasn't something he was going to resolve sitting behind his desk, missing out on more picnic time with David. "I'll do that," he gritted out while typing in the password for his computer. "Great," Zane added brightly, as though the decision had been completely settled and not simply introduced for further thought. "I thought Derek Valor would be a good first choice. The Valor pack are good wolves, and Derek—" Zane looked at the cracking sound coming from Sai's desk. Specifically, the plastic bits of the mouse he'd crushed. "Or we can wait on names," Zane added quickly. "Why don't you head out to the picnic? Andino and I can take over the paperwork, and we should add the results of our first search to the reports going to Director Might and Alpha Steel." He should set the right example and stay until his task was finished. David was fine. He'd gotten no calls or texts indicating otherwise. And Axe would have contacted him even if David couldn't. He had no logical reason to accept, and yet he was already on his feet, snagging the keys from the hook by the door. There were only a few other cars parked on the street next to the lake. Sai spotted a few pop-up tents set up in a line to cover the tables of food. Next to it sat a charcoal barbecue, still smoking and filling the air with a rich, meaty scent. The class members were instructed to invite the people they'd met in their time in Crescent City, which meant there were several pods of lawn chairs and blankets where people had naturally gathered near others they knew. A few more were over in the grass nearer to the lake, tossing frisbees and footballs. It would have been a perfect, idyllic scene if Side found David in the middle of it all, laughing and having fun. Instead, David sat on the ground at the base of a tall oak, several feet away from the group containing Caden, Axe, and Martha. He wasn't sitting completely isolated, but far enough away he couldn't easily engage with the group, hugging his legs to his chest and staring at his feet. Clearly, something had happened. Why hadn't David called? Or Axe? David was too preoccupied with the laces of his shoes to even notice Sai had arrived. The thought that Sai's presence might help bring a smile to that sad face made Sai want to sprint across the grass. Except, the woman sliding in his way made sprinting without barreling into her impossible.
"Hey, Sai. I was hoping you'd drop in, but I wasn't sure. I met your intended. He seems nice."
Sai tried to remember the witch's name, but was too furious she thought he gave a single shit about her opinion of David to come up with it quickly.
"Maris,"
she replied with a bit more ice, but not enough to make her curve her body in the opposite direction.
"We went to that whiskey tasting at that distillery on the coast?"
Sai remembered the whiskey, and that he hadn't been alone, but that was it. And none of it was something he cared to talk about. "In Nehalem, yeah. I hope you're enjoying the picnic." He sidestepped, but she stepped with him.
"I'm here with my little brother. Finally got appointed as representative. Anyway, it's been a while. What are you doing later? I've got a new bottle of George T. Stagg I thought you might be interested in."
Sai was never cruel or disrespectful to the people he'd slept with in the past. But the fact that this witch had just asked him out and disrespected David within earshot of every wolf present made Sai furious enough he had to bite his tongue. It wasn't Maris's fault she thought herself privy to some sort of inside information regarding the relationship between Sai and his intended. Sai had been honest to his partners about his status, and just as honest regarding his distaste for the arrangement. The only person to blame for Maris's behavior was himself, for being such a fucking asshole to a man who'd had even less of a choice than Sai. He hadn't allowed himself to believe David would be anything but a burden, and looked at the idea of mating him as Sai fulfilling a responsibility. "Do both of yourselves a favor. Let David mate a wolf who knows what a gift he is." The fact that anything Mast had said would turn out true was enough to turn Sai's stomach. He didn't deserve David, especially when he realized David had finally looked up, seeing what likely looked like his intended stopping to chat up a pretty witch. "Get mad. Shout. Tell me to get the fuck over there." David didn't do any of that. His shoulders tensed and then dropped like he'd let out a heavy breath, before he settled his chin back on his knees. "I'll be with my intended tonight, and tomorrow night, and the next," Sai said firmly but calmly, still not wanting to ridicule the woman for not realizing how he'd pulled his head out of his ass. He felt Axe's stare as he walked by, but didn't look away from David, who now seemed to be actively trying not to look up at him. He looked like the sexiest farmer in the field in his white short-sleeved shirt and overall shorts. That morning he'd been bubbling with excitement, and Sai needed to know what had changed more than his next breath. "David?" he called out when it was clear Sai would have to step on him before he would lift his chin from his knees. David gave a pretty good impression of a guy who just noticed Sai coming.
His black eyes flit from Sai's face, and then over his shoulder. "Oh, hi. You're all done talking with your friend?" Sai's asshole heart warmed at the gentle ring of jealousy in his tone. It wasn't something he wanted to let fester, though. "You're the only person I want to talk to." David frowned. "That's not nice. Caden is here, and Axe. They are your friends?" Sai waved his worries away. "I can talk to them all the time." The small smile turning David's lips made Sai feel 1,000 feet taller. "You can talk to me all the time, too." But could he? Would he always be able to? Only if Sai let go of his stubborn bitterness around how they'd come into each other's lives. "They're your friends, too. So what are you doing way over here?" The feeling of being watched had only intensified, making the back of Sai's head burn. David peeked around his legs with a shrug. "Cuz, let's talk about it later. Do you want me to get you a plate?" He reached into the front pouch of his overalls, revealing a small object he'd wrapped in aluminum foil. "I saved you a garlic knot. I would have gotten two, but I'm lucky to have gotten this one." Another small smile chased away his frown. Sai offered his hand. "Come with me to the lake first." David let Sai lift him from the ground and didn't say anything as Sai draped his arm over his shoulders on their way to the lake. The water was choppy, and that, combined with the distance, meant David could talk without being overheard, which was what Sai assumed had been his concern. "Why were you so far away from the others? Did someone say something? Do something?" David leaned into him with a sigh. "No, everyone was really nice. They asked a bunch of times if I wanted to sit closer. Kept that chair empty for me if I changed my mind." He motioned back to the group and a blue camping chair arranged within the circle. But I didn't want to take advantage of their kindness. It happened again when I first got here. I went to say hello to Alpha Might, and she burst into tears. It's me, I think. I made her cry. Martha thinks that too." "She said that?" "After it happened, she said that maybe there is another layer to my powers. That maybe I can not only read emotions, but strengthen them as well. She didn't tell me why, but that Alpha Might is more emotional these days, and that being near me brought those emotions out." Side started rubbing his chin against David's head, scent marking him without thinking. Nor did he stop when he realized what he was doing. Alpha Might was as stoic as they came, but she was also pregnant, and dealing with the changes that brought to her body. Sai would believe it if she found spontaneously bursting into tears disconcerting, but it wasn't an excuse to make David feel unwelcome. "Don't look like that," David chided, and Sai could only assume his color had changed to reflect his anger. "I think Martha might be right. It would explain what happened that night at Stellar a little better. I already told you they were both nice even after she'd put the pieces together. She and Martha both asked me to join them, but Alpha Might was embarrassed. I could see it. And I didn't want to make her more uncomfortable." Because that was David. Agreeable, conscientious. He might have started thinking about his own wants more, but he still thought of others first. That was why he hadn't joined the group despite how excited he'd been for the picnic, and why he didn't demand Sai's attention. David turned his head, pressing his cheek against Sai's chest. "Axe told me you were busy with something at work when he let me know you'd be a little later. I hope this didn't pull you away from something important." "It doesn't matter if it did. I told you I'd be here. You should expect me to come no matter what. In fact, you should be mad that I'm late." David peered up at him as though he'd said something completely unreasonable. I mean it. You are worthy of consideration from other people. To be selfish now and again. Your wants or needs don't matter less. He guided David so he stood with his back to him, both looking toward the water. It felt too good sliding his hands up and down David's arms, so he didn't stop as he murmured in his ear. You didn't ask for this lesson, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. You've got to dig your toes into the sand, spread your arms out as wide as they will go, and take up space in this world, David. You deserve that. The downside to their position was that he couldn't see David's face and gauge if he believed what Sai told him. The upside was David's ass nestled against his front. I'm really glad I met you. There, that makes me selfish. Happy now? He was happy, but not for the reason David was assuming. How does that make you selfish, Kichim? I only met you because we were promised, and that's not something you are happy about. His hands froze their gentle caressing. When they'd met, Sai had just been another person in David's life who'd made him feel unwanted. Sai still didn't think that when given the choice, David would choose him. But he wanted to be worthy of that honor. Will you go on a date with me, David? David swiveled around. A wrinkle formed between his eyebrows as he took in whatever Sai's color was telling him. Sai didn't need to be an empath to know David was suspicious. Did you want to teach me something new? His question was the verbal equivalent of throwing a stone out onto a frozen lake to see if it could hold the weight. I want to get to know you better, and let you get to know me. We don't have to go on a date for that. That wasn't quite a rejection, but it was close, and maybe Sai deserved it, but he wouldn't give up until he'd made himself clear. I hated my choice being taken away so much. I never gave us a shot. But I want to, David. Go on a date with me. Let's try to do this thing for real, on our own terms. David narrowed his eyes. When? Where? They needed their first date to be someplace fresh, which would mean it needed to be outside Crescent City. Except, he couldn't justify 2 frivolous outings when the rest of the city had to adhere by the rules. But Sai did have a place he had to go outside of the city, and it just so happened it would be a near-perfect place to take David on a date he wouldn't forget. Even if David still decided in the end that they weren't right for each other. When? Tomorrow afternoon. Where? A surprise. But I promise you'll like it. This suspicion wasn't all the way erased, but his scent had sharpened into something sweet. Happy. Okay, I'll go on a date with you, Agent Pataki. Sai laughed and dropped his arm back around David's shoulders. Maybe they were doing this all a bit backward, but that didn't matter, if it worked. Thank you, Mr. Reeds. Now, do you want to get out of here, or stay a bit longer? David blew out an exhausted breath, and Sai instantly hated the way his question had brought back the witch's worries from earlier. I want to get out of here, but I want to say goodbye to my friends first. Sai gestured for David to lead the way. He'd been keeping a level of separation between them, out of self-preservation if he was being honest. But now that he decided to do this right, he wanted to know all of the people David called friends. He'd thought he would be able to guess, but the number was quite a bit larger than Sai had suspected. Why are you surprised? Not everyone has been as boneheaded as you. Teddy hadn't been. Sai had already expected him to be among those David singled out. Their hug was a little unnecessary.
But Sai stood back and didn't growl much. A few of the others, Sai felt he was seeing for the first time. Matson Bird was a witch about David's age, a smidge twitchy, but he smiled when David approached, and they made plans to try and hang out sometime soon. With as many new citizens that had come in, Sai figured it was easy for a few of them to go unnoticed at first. Alpha Might made a point of waiting to approach David until his goodbyes were finished. She hugged him, saying she wanted David to come to her house for dinner someday soon. By the time they got back home, David was his normal smiling self, and Sai hoped that tomorrow he'd have many more opportunities to smile. Sai opened his front door the next afternoon to David standing at the mouth of the hallway like he'd been waiting in that spot for hours. The blood in Sai's body rushed south. David wore a maroon button-down Henley he'd paired with a pair of dark jeans that fitted him nearly as good as his around-the-house shorts. He smiled at Sai in that way he was beginning to recognize meant David was looking at his emotional glow more than the man. Whatever color I am, it means I'm fighting the urge to render you naked. David's smile reached all the way up to his forehead. I know. How was the interrogation? A waste of time. We did get word from Plackers Alpha, who is not thrilled one of his own is in LCEA custody, but has agreed to cooperate. Maybe he can order his packmate to do the same. They hadn't been able to get anything out of Butch Placker that helped pin him to the destruction. The shit-ton of bomb-making materials was a good sign that he was up to some kind of no-good. But the type of explosives used didn't match the materials they'd found in his house. Give me a few seconds, and I'll go attempt to look as hot as you. Sai dropped a kiss on his way to his bedroom. He showered, dressed, and was ready in 10 minutes. His wolf preened at David's appreciative gaze. Mission successful. They needed to get on the road, but Sai couldn't let the moment pass by without tasting David's lips one more time. The kiss started sweet, and stayed that way for a quarter of a second. The more in touch David became with who he was without the training, the clearer it became that he had an insatiable lust that Sai was eagerly prepared to face head-on. He slid his hand under David's shirt, getting just a brush of his fingers over David's stomach before he pulled away. Nah, Agent Pataki. I'm not putting out on the first date. He punctuated his declaration with a wink and a mischievous grin. Putting out? Who told you that term? Sai knew the answer before he finished asking. Caden. I was asking him advice about the date. He and Teddy both said I should give you hell. But I won't. He added the last bit while batting his eyes. Ugh. Teddy. Sai had to be hooked if he was letting the actions of a witch barely out of young adulthood bother him. I'm sure he did. Sai's own vehicle offered more luxuries, but the LCEA-issued Chevy could tow a flat trailer and had front bucket seats more suitable for keeping David by his side as they left the city. I asked Caden what people talk about on dates. He said he didn't know because he would just open his mouth and talk until food, drink, or something else was put in his mouth to stop him. Sai didn't envy Axe, though it seemed the man enjoyed reining in his formerly wild mate. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't have food or drink on me. He grinned as David hit his arm affectionately. I asked the internet after, and it said we're supposed to be getting to know each other. Except, you already know basically everything about me. While Sai had divulged very little about himself. David didn't have to say that part for him to pick up on it. The only parts of Cy's life David knew were the ones from his time in Crescent City, and that didn't paint a very good picture of him. His actions and behaviors before Crescent City wouldn't paint him any better. Still, David needed to know who Cy was to make an informed decision. You know already that the Pataki pack came to America just about 20 years ago. Before that, our pack held territory in Hungary, outside of Kuseg. We kept to ourselves. My father took over as Alpha when my grandfather grew too old for the duty. My mother is English and shares a similar skin tone, which made living in Hungary difficult for her. When I grew old enough to recognize the way she was treated, it soured my perception of my home country and eventually my pack. They all looked like my father. I made a conscious decision early in my childhood to turn away from that side of who I am. David rubbed the side of his face against his shoulder. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I was a brat, and he stayed that way. I didn't want to get too close to our packmates who didn't look exactly like me. When I was 11, a werewolf named Gertzen entered our territory to challenge my father. He accepted, of course, but on the day of the fight, we realized the werewolf wasn't alone. He already had a small group of wolves who were loyal to him. They wanted our people and our land. My father is a strong fighter, even more so in those days. But Gertzen had one of his packmates attack and kill my grandfather hours before the fight. My father's grief was greater than his rage, and he lost. He felt David's tension making his body tight. This wasn't a happy story, and it would be several years before hope resurfaced. He gave David a moment, scent-marking him to soothe them both. My father survived the fight by surrendering. Many wolves would consider that a fate worse than death, but he knew what would happen to his family, my siblings, his mate, if he was gone. We left our home with nothing. We weren't allowed to take our belongings, and when Gertzen realized there were a number of wolves who wanted to follow my father, he sent his people to stop us all. What did you do? David whispered as though the past could hear him. We fought our way out. Not everyone made it, and my mother was wounded severely. I was supposed to protect her and my sisters, while my older brother fought with our father. But a man broke through. He knocked me to the ground and stabbed my mother with a poisoned blade. If she'd been a werewolf, she would have died instantly. But she was human, and the poison started to kill her slowly instead. By the time we made it to America, beaten and penniless, she was near death. Cy suddenly wondered if this story was something he wanted David to know. He'd never told anyone the whole story, and it very well may be the thing that took away the comforting heat of having the witch at his side. He deserves to know all of you. Cy had spent his adult life doing all he could to avoid being uncomfortable. He indulged and splurged, all while making sure there was no one who could ever make him feel the way he had in the years that followed his mother's illness. He took a deep breath in, locking David's sweet scent inside him. It might be the last time he had the opportunity. There was a healer in your clan who offered to attempt to save my mother. It took several months of constant care, and when she was finished, my mother was not the same. Her body had gone through hell. The healer said the poison had left behind a type of chronic fatigue, and that she'd always be that way. And the healer was right. That was when you were promised to me. David spoke as though he was revealing a secret he never wanted to know. The sadness in his tone clenched around Cy's heart. Yes, we had no money. We'd been living off your clan's kindness. My father was broken, but still proud, resourceful. He'd learned from his past mistakes leading the pack he lost. We needed allies. Every one of my siblings was mated with that in mind, though their mates weren't so far apart in age, and they were able to see if they were compatible before agreements were made. I agreed at the time, too, because I felt responsible for my mother's injury. Not long after that, my grief turned into resentment. I resented being born in a country that would never truly accept me. I resented my father's defeat and the shame he took on after. He clenched his hand around the steering wheel, needing the anchor to push out words he was already ashamed of. I resented my mother for getting hurt, for staying weak, and for being the reason I lost my future. I resented you for just existing. I've been a shitty person for as long as you've been alive, David. You didn't have a choice either, but handled the situation with more grace than I could ever possess. In truth, you deserve a much better person than me. The young man didn't pull away, but he didn't say anything either. Sai glanced at the GPS. They were about 10 minutes from their destination, and he'd already ruined the date. The sound of David's inhale was like the bang of a judge's hammer right before issuing a death sentence. I don't know if that is true. You're a lot older than me. Sai stiffened away, but David pressed in. Let me finish. You're a lot older than me, and you've had more time to imagine what you'd be when you grew up. I was always the same thing, your intended, and I didn't think to question it or believe I could be anything else. You can. You should. You deserve someone better than me. David put space between them so he could look into Sai's face. Coward as he was, Sai nearly refused to look away from the road. But he couldn't stay that way. When he did look, he saw that gentle smile he'd grown addicted to. Isn't that my choice, though? You don't get to decide what I deserve. That's right. Then, let's conclude this Q&A portion of the first date. I'm pretty sure I did it wrong. That got heavier than I thought first dates are supposed to go. Sai barked out a laugh, having to swallow down a ball of emotion at the same time. It did. But you're in luck. We're almost there. Minutes later, David peered out the windshield with the same expression Sai imagined astronauts had looking at the Earth on their first trip into space. This is a farmer's auction? His voice trembled with excitement. Sai had underestimated David's joy and was pleased to see it, but angry at himself for keeping David from a part of his life he loved that much. And market, Sai said. The large warehouse was the same shade as a pickle, with stripes of rust where rain had corroded the outside-facing bolts. 2 sets of large double doors sat open in the front, giving them a view of the inside, populated by animal pens and vendor booths. You have something to pick up here? It had only been right for Sai to explain why they were able to go to this location, and that it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea he had. He didn't need to steal credit that wasn't his. Besides, he'd still known David would enjoy it, even if he hadn't suspected how much, and would gladly take that credit. Wow, David. Yes, I have something to pick up here. You don't have to sound so shocked. David looked at him with a knowing glare. For the city, Sai added sheepishly. But seeing David's exuberant response had given Sai an idea that meant they'd be picking up something for David, too. David slipped his hand into Sai's before tugging him toward the open bay doors. Chickens! He shouted with glee.
Look! They have chickens!
He was just as excited when he saw a pile of hay bales, tables of plant starters, and a pen occupied by 3 extremely fat pigs. We've got to talk to the vendor Axe contacted first. Then we can walk around while they load the flat trailer. His delight didn't diminish in the slightest. Keeping his hand in size, David stretched their arms out as he stared at the booth a few tables down that had hut-sized greenhouses on display behind it. About 6 feet by 6 feet, the structure's walls and roof were made of a clear material held together by a forest green metal frame. Inside, there were wide shelves that held a variety of potted plants. Once money had been exchanged, and the vendor providing steel fencing materials to replace the one around the forest above Crescent City left to load the trailer, Cy took David to the booth that had captured his attention. The vendor spotted David's interest a mile away and began touting the features of her product.
Twin-wall polycarbonate siding will transmit over 90% of the sun's light. Won't discolor or warp. Heavy-duty galvanized steel base and rust-resistant aluminum frame means your greenhouse will always look as beautiful as it did the first day. She looked from David to Cy, clearly deciding which of them she needed to focus her sales pitch on. She needn't have bothered. Cy was going to buy David that greenhouse the moment he'd seen how it made his face light up. "Are you sure it's big enough?" Cy grinned at the speed with which David whipped his head around. You mean?
He sounded awestruck. "We've got all those leftover seeds that still need to see their day in the sun." Cy handed the woman his card and told her which truck to load the materials. As the woman's gaze cycled between the two of them, Cy stiffened. He wasn't 100% sure why, but he was suddenly worried about what she was about to say. But the woman just smiled and told David, "You're a lucky man." David hugged Cy's arm, peering up at him as he batted his eyelashes.
"I know. Isn't my boyfriend the greatest?"
Boyfriend. Cy's wolf was grumpy about the title, but Cy wasn't. It meant David had heard his story and hadn't decided to go running. "Do you want to walk around a bit more?" he asked. David bit his bottom lip as he nodded. Cy realized his mistake right away. The greenhouse was not the only thing to cause joy to shine from David's face. When they passed by a mesh pen of chickens, David made a sound he'd only ever made with Cy's assistance. The woman very helpfully also sold backyard chicken coops, and mentioned that fact when David lamented not having any space to keep a chicken.
"Cy, we could have fresh eggs every day."
"Store-bought or not, they all come from a chicken, right?" Cy replied. David growled. The sound turned Cy on so much, he handed his card over again, comforted by the fact that they couldn't fit anything more in the truck if they wanted. "Do you want to pick out a chicken?" he asked, while also thinking how sure he'd been that he would never say those words to a person in his life.
"Chicken?"
David frowned. Hen? Is that the right word?"
"No, chicken is right too, but just one? That's not enough for omelets every day, and she'll get lonely."
How could Cy have known that the farmer's auction would bring out the con man in his sweet intended? "I expect to be wowed by the quality of these omelets, Kitchim," Cy said with mock sternness. The backyard was big enough for 2 birds and both structures, with plenty of space to spare, so he didn't have to worry about that. But he still counted himself lucky that they had only 15 more feet before they reached the door. Unfortunately, they'd made a loop and weren't exiting through the same doors they'd entered. At the very last booth before freedom, David actually dropped Cy's hand. Threw it was more accurate, and lunged for the... Cy groaned. The sign said, Northwest Pygmy Goat Rescue. This was the first time Cy had ever seen a pygmy goat, so he needed the sign for their identification. By the time he reached David, he was deep in conversation with the older man standing behind the table. These guys were all rescued from unsafe environments where they weren't being adequately cared for. That's awful, David gasped. The man dipped his chin. It is, but they've been given a second chance. David's eyes were on the pen, roaming from goat to goat until he landed on a small brown and white goat sitting by himself in his own, smaller pen. Why do you have him there alone? David asked with clear disapproval. A very good question, with a sad answer. Well, that little guy is Toots. The rest of the pack he was rescued with has already been adopted. He was not treated kindly by the goat pack he lived with. None of them were getting adequate care, and food was scarce already. When we arrived to seize the animals, Toots was skin and bones, with injuries all over his body, old and new. The other goats had bullied up on him. Now, when we attempt to put him with others, it causes him so much panic he makes himself sick. We've attempted rehabilitation without success. For now, he'll need to go someplace where it is just him, which makes him difficult to rehome. Cy closed his eyes, knowing what a story like that would do to someone like David. Sure enough, when he opened them, David stared up at him with a pleading expression. He's so sad. Goats are herd animals. He must be very scared if he doesn't want to be with his own kind. David, a pygmy goat is a bit more than a chicken. I promise I'll take care of him. And if we don't, well, if I go anywhere, I'll bring him with me. Cy had to breathe deeply to keep his eyes from flashing silver. You don't need to promise me that. If you think he'll be happy, if you two are discussing what I think you are, then I'll need to make sure he's going to a good home first. We are stringent with the applicants. These animals have suffered enough. Is there an enclosed space for him to roam? David jerked his head up and down. A huge yard, with grass, absolutely empty, not being used for anything. Cy was very nearly offended by David's assessment, but it was true. He'd put very little thought into the space. And is there shelter for him to get out of the elements? No, we don't. No. David sighed. Callum's always next door these days. I'm sure we can ask him to throw us something together. What are you saying? But Cy knew what he was saying, and why. He'd do anything to keep that sadness out of David's face. The man reached under the table for a clipboard with an adoption application clipped to the front. If you're serious, and I need to be sure you are, then you'll need to fill out this form. But either way, I will not release Toots to you until you have adequate shelter. While David filled out the form, he told Cy all of the benefits of having a pygmy goat. By the time he finished, Cy had been promised fresh goat's milk, cheese, and a sweater. He had no doubt that David would make good on his promises. When they finally escaped and made it back to the truck, Cy had agreed to a miniature farm in his backyard. His head spun, and Cy suddenly believed all the criminals he'd ever interviewed who had said, I don't know how it happened. It just happened. Inside the cab, David cuddled tightly against him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited. We'll have fresh produce and eggs and milk and... This was the best first date anyone has ever gone on. It was a good thing Cy was already pulling away before he bought up the whole damn place just to keep those arms wrapped around him. Chapter 12. Arousal. David waved goodbye to Callum as he traveled the long commute between houses. It was convenient having a contractor and an animal healer living right next door, especially after Toots arrived. He'd need special care and regular checkups. He shut the door and went to the backyard to survey the work Callum had done. The man was a talented woodworker, not good at handling wood, as David had made the mistake of saying the first time. Vaughn had needed to explain to David why Callum was suddenly choking on his beer. The shelter was days from being completed. Today, Callum had finished constructing the outdoor pen where Toots would stay when he wasn't roaming the yard with the chickens. Or with David. Despite his social issues, goats were still natural herd animals. David would have to do his best to substitute, until Toots got to a point where he felt safe around other goats. David was confident that by then, Cy wouldn't need as much convincing. During one of the extremely rare times Cressley had taken David out of the farmhouse, they'd gone to a feed store, and he'd seen his first pygmy goat. He'd begged Cressley to buy a pair, siblings, but he'd laughed, told David he was impractical, and then reminded him it wasn't a mate's place to ask for things, only to be grateful when something was given. He wished he'd argued. He wished he'd slammed his foot down and demanded what he wanted. Thinking about his behavior back then embarrassed him, so he tried not to do it. And he wouldn't dwell on it now either, not when Cy was due home any minute, and David had an important request. They'd continued their education, which mostly meant they had copious amounts of sex, but there was something David wanted to experience that Cy had never brought up. Did that mean he wasn't a fan? If he wasn't, David would respect that boundary. But he hoped he was. He'd just finished pouring Cy a whiskey on ice when the door opened. David skipped over, holding the glass out like an offering. "You're back!" Cy accepted his half-hug, but stared at the drink like he thought it would turn into something that would bite him. His wary gaze lifted to David's face, searching his expression. David had shared the details of the night of the ceremonial dinner during one of their many dates. He'd told Cy all the mean things Cressley had said, and he suspected that was Cy's issue now. "It was my decision to make this for you. I'm not lapsing back into my training. Honestly, I'm trying to liquor you up before I ask a question, and maybe you shouldn't take it for that reason." He pulled the drink back, but Cy shot his hand forward, a smile tugging his lips. "Well, in that case..." He took a sip while maintaining eye contact. Cy could look at him and it would turn David on, but looking at him while being cute? His jeans were tighter than they'd been seconds before. Suddenly, Cy froze. "You aren't going to ask me for a donkey or something like that, are you?" "Of course not. We don't have the space for a donkey, and they are loud. Our neighbors would hate us. But maybe..." Cy hooked his arm around David's waist, urging him toward the living room. "I know what happens when I let you finish a maybe. No reason to dwell on it if it wasn't your original question." He sat them down, pulling David into his lap as he balanced his drink on the sofa arm. "How about you ask me the question you needed to get me liquored up for?" David contemplated teasing him and saying it was a donkey, but caring for the animals they already had, and would have, took away enough of his alone time with Cy. He met Cy's gaze. There was no need to feel embarrassed here. "Do you have a butt plug?" The timing of his question was unfortunate considering Cy had been in the middle of taking a sip, and promptly spit a mist of whiskey onto David, himself, and the sofa. "Fuck, Kichim. I'm sorry. He set the drink down and used his hand to wipe David's skin. That was not... How did you learn about butt plugs? I swear to the moon, if you say Teddy... David's chest warmed while the lower parts of him clenched needily. Jealous Sai wasn't someone he'd met until recently, and each time he resurfaced, it was as if buckets of butterflies had been let loose in David's tummy. No one source. I talked about them a little with Caden. But the internet... I'm glad you feel so comfortable with him, Kichim. But Caden needs to be spoken to about boundaries. There's no rush. You don't need to know about everything. David pressed his finger to Sai's lips and watched as the shock on his face melted into desire. First of all, I was speaking and you cut me off. Rude. Second, I'm not your kid. You don't need to protect my virtue. Sai responded by opening his mouth and sucking on the tip of David's finger while giving him a look so scorching he nearly came. I know you aren't my kid, Kichim, but I am sorry for interrupting you. Continue. Why do you want to know if I own a butt plug? The answers seemed obvious, but Sai would make him say it, and not as any cruel punishment where he aimed to embarrass him. It was important for Sai that David communicated clearly. Still, he felt his cheeks burn as he gave a vague shrug. I'm curious, mostly, but not just about butt plugs, but dildos, too. I was reading some stuff online, fictional stories mostly, where they used a butt plug after sex to... Maybe it had been a bad idea to bring up the butt plug. He could have just asked about the dildos, since their use didn't involve a sex act that made David burn inside. To keep the man's cum from leaking out? Sai finished for him. David licked his lips and told himself to nod, but wasn't sure if he had. His body felt too light to move. Yes, that. And I thought it sounded fun to try. I agree. That sounds very fun. Keeping you stuffed with my claim. David had hoped Sai would be interested, and hearing the desire deepening his voice while he rubbed David absently was gratifying and exciting. Actually, I amend my question. Where can we get one? I think I would want my own. He'd only just decided that. He wasn't upset by anything Sai did before they met, but this would be a new experience for David, and he didn't want to share it with the hundreds of people he'd played with beforehand. It can't be hundreds, can it? He let that thought fall away. It didn't matter. I don't suppose they sell that sort of thing on Market Street? Maybe in a special room so kids don't see it? No, they don't. But you'd have a better selection ordering online anyway. I can help you choose a few things if you like. He was still aroused, but he paired it with that same gentle excitement he'd had when giving David his first taste of frozen pizza. And after they come, will you help me use them? The smile Sai gave him could only be described as wolfish. Abso-fucking-lutely. David's first call to the front gate occurred 55 seconds after Sai left for work the next morning. 3 hours later, he hung up after his 6th call. That time, the guard had told him that they would call him the moment a package arrived. The guard had been annoyed, but David didn't care. He was taking up space in the world. The night before, he'd sat on Sai's lap while they made an order much larger than David had imagined. They'd ordered plugs, different shapes and sizes so David could find the kind he liked, 3 dildos, a vibrating kind, a kind with a suction cup on the end, and a glass model. Then Sai had continued filling their virtual cart, suggesting a variety of toys, blindfolds, gags, and a collection of differently flavored lubes. There was probably more that Cy had added that he was forgetting, since Cy had eventually taken the helm, only remembering to pretend he was still just offering suggestions every other item. "How long do we have to wait?" David had asked. Cy winked. "This is one of those times it's necessary to spring for overnight shipping." David's phone rang 2 hours after the guard had promised to call him. He'd been outside with the chickens, putting the final touches on Toots's enclosure, and sprinted inside. He looked at the screen and groaned. Why didn't he want to talk to his dad? Because his thoughts the whole day had been adult toy-related, and he didn't want his dad existing in the same mental space? That was part of it. But David hadn't been able to bring himself to call the man and start the conversation that would begin with him making a trip to Crescent City, and end with David revealing how much he'd suffered right under his nose. He'd much rather hide the last 10 years of his life under a thick rug that no one ever lifted. He let it go to voicemail and waited a minute before the notification popped up. "David, I miss your voice. What has you so busy these days? Please call me back. I just want to make sure you're okay." He sounded genuinely worried, but David wasn't ready, so he replied with a text instead. "Cy bought me my own greenhouse. It's taken a lot of work to get it set up. We'll talk soon. Please don't worry. I'm fine." Hopefully that would alleviate his concerns, and it was possible David hadn't fibbed. Maybe they would talk soon, when he was feeling brave enough, and when he wasn't waiting for an important call from the main gate. About an hour before he expected Cy home from work, the call came, except the package was addressed to Agent Pataki, a necessity since his was the only name that would ensure Patrol didn't perform a random inspection. "An hour isn't that long. You can wait." He could, or he could just happen to swing by the office while delivering fresh vegetables he'd grown in his garden. That wasn't even all that unusual. David had been working diligently in his greenhouse, and was rewarded by a growth rate even faster than the Reeds clan was known for. It was more than the two of them could consume, and the last time he dropped a basket off at Vaughn's, his face had smiled his thanks, but his aura had twinkled with exasperation. By the time David made it to the agent's office, he'd given a few heads of lettuce to the front lobby receptionist, and his entire supply of cucumbers to Director Might. Unlike Vaughn, the director's aura didn't twinkle with annoyance, but shone a yellow nearly as happy as Caden's, even though his face had been frowning. In fact, Director Might's sour faces were often betrayed by colors that proved he wasn't as dour as he let on. David's plan was working perfectly until he got to the office, and Cy wasn't there. Ezra, Caden, and Huxley were, the last two of which seemed to be consoling Ezra and the periwinkle cloud of melancholy surrounding him. "I'll be fine. This is a part of the job. Dalto was just really special, and he's going to make a great working dog. He was excited to go and put his training to use. All I need is... David, hey!" "All you need is David?" Huxley replied in a tone similar to the one Cy got when he asked about Teddy. Caden eyed the basket of greens. "Is that all from your greenhouse?" He whistled low. "You claimed you didn't inherit the Reed's green hand." He hadn't. He'd never had this sort of response before. "Maybe it's the water." Caden shook his head. "No, it isn't. I've got the same water as you, and I can't get my medicinal herbs to grow. The only thing that is barely holding on is my peppermint." His lips curved down. "Well, I can help you." He spoke out of instinct. Caden was sad, and he wanted to help him be happy. But Worry made his throat tight when he realized what he'd offered. This success could be a fluke, and if it was, only David would be affected. A part of David still expected to walk into the greenhouse one morning and find it all withered and rotting.
Really? That would be so cool. Martha keeps getting on me about the efficacy of using fresh herbs, and not ones that have sat a while in a store. I can get you a list.
A list? You're going to con David into supplying every herb you need for your healer's kit? Huxley teased.
You shush. But yes, I'm going to pay David for supplying every herb I need for my healer's kit.
Neither seemed aware of the storm of anxiety brewing inside him. Maybe you guys can talk about this later? I thought it was me we were all trying to help. Ezra sounded annoyed, but smiled at David.
Aw, Ez.
Caden hugged Ezra's arms to his sides.
I've already called Ramsden and we're planning a movie night tonight to get your mind off it. You want to come, David?
If all went right, David would have some very different plans that he refused to cancel.
Not this time, but thank you. Have some kale, Ezra. The magnesium can help boost your mood. Hey! It is my job to give people random things to put in their mouth and make them feel better, Caden said, narrowing his eyes. Are you trying to steal my job? Is that why you're here with your impressive basket?
The basket was nothing but a distraction, a decoy to mask the real reason David had come. To tell Cy their sex toys had arrived and hopefully convince him to leave work and go pick them up. He wasn't going to admit to all that.
You caught me.
Caden sauntered closer as he studied David's face.
No, that isn't why. You were trying to sneak a peek of Cy at work in his uniform. I understand. It's sexy when they wear them at home, but to see those pants in action...
He fanned his face. Well, I regret to inform both of you that Cy, Axe, and their uniforms are busy interrogating Butch Placker.
Again?
Caden's frown was no longer playful. We're hoping if we keep at him, he'll slip up. He keeps claiming the explosive material we found in his house he was just keeping for a friend.
Yeah, a friend like the Helix clan,
Caden retorted. His color darkened, no longer his happy yellow, but dark, dried blood red. The shade was so similar to Cressley's. David's heart pounded, and he flung his arms around Caden, hugging him tight. His face prickled as though he was being stuck with pins and needles.
Don't look like that. Please don't look like that.
Caden immediately hugged him back.
Whoa, David. I'm okay. I just really hate those guys. But you're right. I shouldn't let that feeling fester.
He exhaled, the action blowing away the foul red, revealing a yellow that wasn't as bright as normal, but 1,000 times easier to look at. David felt the other's eyes, so he stared at his basket.
You know, a power like that could be very handy in an interrogation, Caden said. Like, you could see if the person was nervous or angry. Knowing what someone is feeling could be a clue. He whirled toward Huxley, but the agent stood with his arms crossed. I'm not leading David into the interrogation room. Not only would Cy kick my ass, but I would kick my own. There's no reason for you to have to be enclosed in the same space as an asshole like that. But you wouldn't have to put him in the same room. Your powers work through a window? Through glass?
Yeah, David said slowly. His answer prompted Caden to spin back around.
Then you could take us to the observation room next door, the soundproof one with a two-way mirror. How do you know about...
Huxley saw Caden's grin and let the question fall. Don't tell me. I still think this is a bad idea. Caden wasn't looking at Huxley, but Ezra, who reluctantly parted his lips, saying, "It might help." Huxley growled and stomped toward the door. Minutes later, he ushered them through a doorway, looking up and down the hallway like a fox sneaking into a henhouse, afraid the farmer would catch him. David slipped in behind Caden, realizing then that he still held his basket. Gripping the handle helped ground him. There wasn't any furniture in the room. The only feature of note was the glass wall that looked into the interrogation room next door. "They can't see you or hear you, not even if you're moaning really loud," Caden said. David wasn't worried about that. Not yet. He'd spotted Sai first through the window, and still hadn't dragged his eyes off him to notice the other two, much less be concerned they could see him. Caden had been right. Sai was gorgeous in his uniform, but seeing him seated with his elbow against the table and an intense stare directed toward the man sitting on the other side made David's inside shiver. Huxley pressed a button on the wall that allowed them to hear what Axe was saying. "You owe Calore Fier a lot of money. How did you intend on paying that back?" he asked. Butch's posture was supposed to convey he couldn't care less about where he was, or what was happening. He leaned back in his chair, his legs stretched in front of him, crossed at the ankles. He picked at a string on his shirt as he shrugged. "By doing a favor for the Helix clan. You made that hole for them, right?" Sai asked. Butch let out an irritated growl. "I'm not a bitch for the Helix witches. I already told you. I didn't make that hole, and I have no idea who did." "He's lying," Helix spat. David stared at Butch, feeling like there was some secret message written on his skin that David needed to figure out how to read. He isn't. He isn't lying. He felt it the same way he saw certain colors and just knew what they meant. "Right. And this has all been a misunderstanding?" Sai asked, oblivious to the audience watching, despite the way David felt like he'd been replying to him. "Yes. I shouldn't be here. My buddy asked me if I could store that stuff. I didn't know what it could be used for," Butch said. "That's a lie." David wasn't entirely sure what was happening. Maybe he'd yet to uncover the full extent of his powers, and this was just one more thing? "You can tell when someone is lying? I didn't know that." Caden sounded slightly worried. "I didn't know either. I think maybe just right now, or from now on. But I'm certain he isn't responsible for the hole, and he wasn't holding that stuff for a friend." Huxley stared at him a second longer as though trying to judge how much of David he could believe, before nodding. "I need to let them know. Do you want to be in here, or in the office when they find out we've been spying?" "The office," Caden replied quickly. "He can't spank me there. People would hear." Minutes later, Caden's theory looked like it was being tested. Axe was angry, both his expression and his color conveying the same thing. It wasn't the putrid sort of anger David hated, but a regular sort, a healthy anger. Side entered the room frowning, but that changed when he saw David. He tilted his head questioningly before awareness flashed hotly in his eyes. "I mean no disrespect, David, but I can't let this case rely on a new ability you may not even understand completely," Axe said. Sai stiffened. David rested his hand on Sai's forearm. "I understand. And you're right, I don't understand all the way yet. But I'm certain of what I said. He wasn't lying, and then he was." "You could just test him yourself," Caden suggested, as though upset on David's behalf. "Sit behind the desk and grab something, then lie or tell the truth about what you're holding." Axe just stared at his mate, silent communication passing between them that seemed to have ended in an impasse. Huxley did as Caden said instead, sitting behind his desk and rummaging for a few seconds before staring directly at David, saying clearly, "I'm holding a paper clip." David stared at him a second, comparing what he saw now with earlier. "That's true." Huxley held up the paper clip clenched between his fingers. "Do another! Actually, no, I want to do one." Caden pushed Huxley from the chair and rummaged in the drawer before turning his face away from David and saying in as clear and confident of a tone as Huxley, "I'm holding a stapler." David didn't need the same amount of time to be certain. "That's a lie." By the time Axe sighed, saying he'd seen enough, each person had taken a turn, and David had gotten it right each time. "This means he isn't our guy, but he's still up to something. Now we have 2 answers to find." He rubbed his face, letting his hand slide to the back of his neck before looking at David. "And that skill of yours could come in handy someday soon in the future, if you are willing to help out." "A walking lie detector? I'd say yeah, that would be handy," Huxley said. "All right, that's enough for today. Butch isn't our Helix operative, so we're at square one. We're going home before you 2 try stuffing him into an LCEA uniform, and David will get back to you after he's had time to think without people staring at him." David didn't mind Cy speaking for him, not when it got them outside of the headquarters building faster than David could on his own. "There's a package for you at the gate," David whispered. Cy snorted, the sound amused. "I figured that out already." The dildo looked differently sitting in an open box on his bed in the guest bedroom than it had on the webpage. They'd retrieved the package from the gate together, but the moment Cy delivered the box to David's bed, he'd said, "I'll let you get acquainted since I know you're excited. Shout out if you need anything." And then he got into the shower. He wasn't uninterested, but David thought he was trying to give him alone time in case David wanted to. He didn't. He had no idea how the thick rod of smooth glass in front of him would bring him pleasure. He understood the basics, but it was the difference between picking up a can of spray paint and blasting a smiley face on a wall, or creating a vivid masterpiece that spoke to the current events of the times and gained you a massive cult following. David could probably manage a smiley face, but he wanted a masterpiece. He jumped into the shower and spent the time thoroughly cleaning his body and formulating a plan. David knew what he wanted, and the words needed to convey those wants. He just wasn't sure if Cy would go along with it. He threw on the shorts that always made Cy stare at him, and tossed a silk shirt printed with bright tropical flowers over his shoulders, leaving it unbuttoned. He found Cy in the dimly lit living room with a drink in hand, the television on, broadcasting a football game. Cy's eyes tracked David's progress across the room until he stopped directly in front of the screen and set the dildo, lube, and plug down on the coffee table. Cy arched a brow, but he wasn't as unaffected as he played. His nostrils flared and his eyes had gone dark as he took in David's outfit. "Television off. Do you have a question, Kitchum? Or second thoughts? You don't have to do any—" "I know," David said more sharply than he'd intended. A dark noise rumbled in Cy's chest in response to his rudeness. Instead of being frightened by it, David rejoiced silently. That sort of dominance was exactly what he was looking for. "Not second thoughts, but I do want your assistance. I don't want tips or suggestions, and I don't want you to use the toy on me. Not right away, anyway." He took a deep breath and met Cy's gaze. "I want you to direct me, to tell me what to do. I want you to be in control of the situation."
in control of me. David. He dropped to his knees in his haste to rush forward and slide between Sai's muscular thighs. No, Sai, no. This isn't training. I'm not reverting or hiding. This is what I want. Giving you all the power doesn't scare me because I know you won't abuse it, and you won't try to keep it for longer than I'm comfortable. I don't want you to tell me what to make for dinner or to do your laundry. I want you to tell me how to fuck my ass with a dildo. Please, Sai, please. Sai quieted him with a kiss that was every bit commanding as David craved. Shh. Settle down, sweet boy. I'll give you what you want. He nuzzled David's neck, rubbing his lips along his soft skin as he scent-marked him. When he pulled back, David gasped at the change. The worry was gone, the tenderness took a back seat, and the man who remained looked at David like he was something he'd already conquered, and was here to get his just rewards. You did very well expressing your wants, Kitchen. You earned a sip. He tilted his glass toward David's mouth in a silent offer. The no-drinking rule was one of the few that Sai had kept, despite David's request to try alcohol. David was glad for that now, if only because it made this moment so much more special. Just a sip, Sai warned. David wasn't in danger of trying to take more. The flavor wasn't something he thought he'd enjoy on a regular basis, but the slight burn made him feel wild. Sai spread a throw blanket out on the carpet while instructing David to stack the pillows on the floor. I want you to be comfortable. None of this should hurt, and you will tell me if something does. Understand? The command wasn't sexy in nature, but it still made David's heart pound in his dick. Sai's stern tone turned David into liquid lust. Second, you will keep your eyes on me. Never hide your pleasure. David nodded and watched Sai's cock rise to a tent in his sweatpants as he settled on the sofa with his shoulders back and knees slightly parted. This man had no problem taking up space. Reminding himself that wasn't the cock-shaped object he'd be playing with in the near future was disappointing enough, David nearly called it off. Except, it wasn't the dildo alone David wanted. It was the experience. Good. Get on your knees. A whimper escaped him. He doubted it would be the last. David lowered to his knees, resting his bottom on his heels before he looked up into Sai's face and waited for his next instruction. I want you to rub yourself, but no going under your clothes. Let me see you grip your dick. He did as he said, a little disappointed they hadn't gotten right to the lube. But after a few seconds of staring into Sai's eyes and fisting his cock over his shorts, David realized the beautiful torture Sai put him through. He was aware of his silk shirt, the smooth fabric sliding over his flushed skin. His cock ached for a touch with no barriers, but David was liable to come immediately if he tried stroking with his bare palm. The whole time, Sai watched him silently. His gaze lingered on David's hand before dragging up to watch David's nipples perking up with each slide of silk. Just when David feared he'd come anyway, Sai ordered him to stop. Rise so you're standing on your knees. David trembled all over. Following Sai's orders was nothing like following his training. This was something that benefited them both. Well done, sweet boy. Now, I want you to reach inside your shorts and pet the hard dick I see. Don't wrap your fingers around it. Just pet yourself. This was why David's instincts had brought him to Sai instead of trying to use the dildo alone in his bedroom. He would have gone straight to the main event,
unaware there was anything else he could have done before. At this rate, David would combust before he ever touched the dildo. And because Sai knew him, he saw that, telling him to stop and take his shorts off slowly. Sliding the fabric down was the first time he felt like he had a little of the power. The way Sai watched him, eager to see David's dick, but enjoying the excruciatingly slow reveal, made his entire body thrum. David stood on his knees, naked from the waist down, his shirt covering his shoulders and not much else, completely open to Sai's lazy perusal. And it seemed Sai was content to just look. He stared that way for so long, the throbbing between David's legs turned unbearable. "Sai," he groaned. "What is it? Are you trying to rush me, sweet boy? You deny me my fill?" "No." "Good. Just a little longer. I'll never tire of seeing you like this. Your face is so beautiful. You are beautiful. My perfect boy." But, thankfully, Sai gave him mercy just moments later. "Grab the lube and then lean back against the pillows. You're going to lube your ass and then your fingers. And then you're going to stretch that fluttering pucker. Not too fast. This part shouldn't hurt either." David had no idea how or if he'd responded. His brain had blinked, crashing under a sexual overload. As eager as he felt, David wanted to shove his fingers inside himself just to get to the dildo quicker. He did what Sai said instead, letting Sai's gaze be his anchor. David stretched the tight ring of his muscles, demanding his body make room. Impatience returned not long after, though, and he whimpered for his next instruction. "Tisk, Kichim. Your care must be more important to me than it is to you. That dildo isn't anywhere near as big as I am, but you still need to prepare for it." I'm ready," he whined. "Then show me. Bend over and spread yourself open. Let me check if you are ready." He was beyond the point where he could think over Sai's instruction and then decide to follow. He obeyed without thought, flipping over and letting his upper half rest on the mound of pillows as he grasped his cheeks and pulled them apart. He heard Sai's appreciative growl and half hoped it would be too much for him to keep holding back. But Sai was not just in control of David, he was in control of himself. "You did such a good job. I agree. You're ready. Now turn back over and grab the dildo. Get it nice and slick before you work it in your hole just like you did your fingers." He nearly cried out with relief when his fingers circled around the smooth glass. With his legs spread open and his shoulders resting against the pillow heap, David brought the dildo to his ass and pushed. It felt so much different from his fingers. They'd given him the semblance of control. He could wiggle and press them together as he liked. This was thick, unyielding, and as demanding as Sai. At about halfway in, he squeezed his eyes closed, earning a sharp growl. "Eyes on me." David's dick twitched out a thin jet of pre-cum at the barked order.
"Fuck, Sai. This feels so good. You're making me feel so good."
It was true. Even though David was fucking himself on the dildo, it was Sai's expert instruction that made the difference. The pleasure wasn't at the same level as having Sai's cock inside him, but knowing it wasn't a cock made David feel naughty. Though he'd been directed into pumping the glass dick inside himself, David felt free, like he could soar above the world. He wailed, sweat beading and rolling down his skin. It felt so good, and David was close to coming.
He didn't want to come on the fake cock, though. Not when the real thing was so close and hard. But Sai hadn't directed him to stop. Just as the pleasure built in his balls, a snarl split the room. Sai pounced, suddenly naked and pulsing with primal energy. He ripped the dildo free and tossed it aside as though the toy had offended him somehow. "You're going to break it?" David protested weakly. "I'll buy you a new one. I'm done watching a toy get what's mine." He tossed David like a bag of feathers. He landed on his knees, his chest pressed into the pillows, as Sai grabbed his hips and thrust inside him. Why had he wasted any time with a dildo? This was what David's body craved. Being taken by Sai, pounded and used as he chased his pleasure. David arched his spine, coming untouched as Sai bit down on the expanse of skin on his neck and continued his slapping thrusts. His grunts and growls rang in David's ears. He was hard again, or maybe he'd never gone soft. Either way, when Sai pushed forward, biting David's shoulder to lock him in place, as his knot swelled to do the same, David came again. This time with the added pleasure of Sai's vibrating orgasm sinking into his spine. Sai was careful not to flop on him. His growls continued, but softened, his hands kneading David's flesh. When the knot deflated, Sai didn't pull out right away. He reached for something, withdrawing only to push the thing right where his cock had been. "You're going to sleep with this plug in, sweet boy. I want my seed to soak into you. Make it clear you're mine. And then, when we wake up, I'm going to fuck you again and keep you plugged until I get back." He nearly came again, but his dick was well and truly spent. It still gave a half-hearted twitch as Sai pushed the plug into place. This was everything David had wanted. The pleasure, feeling owned and taken care of. The perfect experience, thanks to Sai. Just as he'd known it would be. Chapter 13. Satisfaction. Sai would rather be head deep inside the chicken's coop than have David at his side as Axe led Butch Placker into the interrogation room. Alpha Steel was a reasonable wolf and accommodating to work with. But once they'd removed Butch as a suspect in the fence vandalism case, he wanted his packmate released. Being in possession of the materials they'd found in Butch's home wasn't technically illegal. There were alchemists with more volatile ingredients stored in their kitchen cupboards. But it was suspicious as fuck, and they needed to figure out what Butch had planned before they were forced to release him. David was strong, capable, everything Sai had hoped he would be. But did he have to also be so helpful? Sai wanted to whisk him away and wrap him in bubble wrap, or just keep him in Sai's arms, or he'd never let him get close to bastards like Butch Placker. But David had offered his assistance before Axe broached the topic a second time, and now he was fully prepared to guide the interrogation in his LCEA t-shirt and clutching his mini notebook. His determined focus didn't waver as Butch sat down on the other side of the table. Axe moved to David's other side. Zane was waiting in the observation room as backup. David was safe, but Sai was still miserable. "Who's this?" Butch said the moment he sat down. His eyes raked over David, forcing Sai to grip the table to keep from ripping his eyeballs out. "David Reeds is a consultant for the LCEA. You will treat him with respect," Axe responded. Butch leaned forward and sniffed. "Or his intended will beat me up."
If he'd meant for his question to be intimidating, he'd be disappointed. Sai's scowl never changed, but David beamed as though the idea someone could think that made him ecstatic. David's smile unnerved the guy, prompting him to sit back in his chair and resume his normal, uncooperative asshole routine. I'll tell David Reeds the same thing I've told the both of you. I was holding the materials for an alchemist friend. I'm not going to rat out their name. They weren't able to come get their shit because of the lockdown. You can't hold me here for being a good friend. You're lying, Mr. Placker, David said softly. The fuck I am! Sai growled at the same time as Axe, but David didn't react. The longer he kept his impassive gaze on Butch, the more the wolf squirmed in his seat. His gaze twitched from Axe to Sai, like he was trying to avoid looking at David altogether. If you didn't know the young man, the petite stature, pale coloring, and dark as a black hole eyes might come off as unnerving. Watch the language, Axe barked. Did you know that acetone and hydrogen peroxide are precursor chemicals to TATP? A homemade explosive? Sai asked. Oh, what? No, I don't have any idea what that is. Sai leaned into Sai's ear, whispering loud enough for every wolf in that room to hear. Another lie. Try again, Butch. Did you know that acetone and... David leaned forward like he wanted to make sure he heard Butch clearly, the effect of which drove the wolf upward, making him forget he was cuffed to his chair. Fine, yes, I knew that. Knowing something isn't illegal. But I didn't make anything like that. You would have found it in my house, which you didn't. Or I wouldn't be here with this freaky dude. David smiled wider. There was no malice in the expression, only genuine delight. Sai nearly laughed at how quickly Butch paled and leaned back in his chair, as though attempting to put space between him and David. Were you planning on using the materials to produce TATP? Sai asked. Butch took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He settled his weight in his chair and waited for his heartbeat to slow. He stared David straight in the eye. No. If it had been up to Sai, he'd have thought Butch was telling the truth, or at the most, been unsure that he could be lying. All the signs Sai knew to look for weren't present. Werewolves could sense a lie if the person was a particularly bad liar, but they used their senses, not magic. David didn't blink. He sat with his back straight, his hands threaded together and resting on his mini notebook. Sai's mark colored his neck, the purple contrasting even more against his skin. That's a lie, Mr. Placker. Sai wanted to fuck him right then and there, after shoving Axe, Butch, and Zane out and down the hallway. His fingers itched to lift him onto the table, rip his pants down, and sink into him slow and steady. David rested his weight on his interlocked hands. This interrogation will be better for you if you tell the truth. I'll know if you don't, no matter how you try to hide it. All you will do here is waste time, and it's so close to lunch. I'd hate for you to miss a meal. He meant it, too. That was the truly amazing part. David didn't want this guy to miss lunch. He wanted him to have a smooth interrogation. There was nothing intimidating or threatening about his demeanor, only genuine concern. Butch pressed his lips together. His heart pounded as his body went tight. He looked to Sai almost pleadingly, as though Sai would give him a reprieve from the gently persuasive witch beside him. Fuck! Fine. I'm not ashamed. Calore Fier is a cheating crook.
He swindled me out of my money. I've never lost so much than at that Daydog's tables. He's a solar wolf. He isn't one of us. You should be protecting me from him.
So you are going to blow him up? His business? What about the other players? They deserve to die? Axe asked.
I'd be saving them the trouble of letting that leech suck away everything good from their lives.
Butch snarled, growls vibrating around his words. Zane? Axe called out calmly, likely noticing the way Butch growling at his intended made Sai's claws sharpen. Thank you, David. You can go back to the office with Sai. Zane entered, and Sai all but whisked David from his chair. The chief and Zane could finish the confession. Sai needed to get David the fuck out of there. He held David's hand from the interrogation room to their office. David spoke a mile a minute, a sharp change from the quietly inquisitive man he'd become in front of Butch. The moment they reached the office, Sai cupped David's face in his hands and closed the door by kissing David against it. David made a shocked sound, but melted into the embrace on his very next exhale. Sai had to stop before he tipped over the threshold of his control and re-established the claim he'd sucked into David's skin. You were amazing, Kitchim. I've never witnessed an easier confession. David stuck his lips out in a slight pout. It sort of felt like cheating, but I did like the part where he called me freaky. He was scared of me. Sai kissed him again, but kept it sweet. Does this mean I have a job? His bright beam dimmed, a wrinkle forming between his eyebrows. I mean, if I'm in the city still, and you, and we. David could read emotions like other people read billboards, so how could he still be uncertain? Didn't he see the way Sai felt for him? Or had Sai's behavior before he pulled his head out of his ass already broken something between them that could never be fixed? I think Huxley and Axe will get what they wanted after all. Need to get you fitted for a uniform. David's dark eyes gleamed. Really? Do I get a gun? I don't even carry a gun, Kitchim. He chuckled. But you're a wolf. What if I need to chase down a perp? Chase down a... Whoa, there. I can't fathom a situation where you would need to chase down anything. You'll be a consultant agent with a very specific job description. He left out the part where he'd allow David to chase perps over his dead body. David tried to pout, but he had so much residual excitement that he couldn't sustain the expression for long. He led David to the corner desk Side never bothered removing from the days he'd been taking David to work with him. The door opened to Zane, letting out an excited whoop and throwing his palm out toward David for a high five. I'd hate for you to miss a meal, he said in a poor imitation of David. That was badass, buddy. Not even Sai's wolf could object to the physical contact when it made David look so happy. Axe followed behind. The confession must have taken less time than the trip back to Butch's cell. He too was looking pleased. You're going to make my job too easy, kid. After his exciting morning, David went back home to take care of the chickens and get the finishing touches done to Toot's shed. That meant Sai didn't get the presence of David to distract him from the mind-numbing meeting Axe had him join in on. Sai was also aware that the thing that made the meeting boring was the lack of David, and not the information being shared. Gloria stood at the head of the conference table looking back at the alphas and city leaders seated around it. My team has finished fabrication. Well done. Alpha Prime stood, offering Gloria a respectful bow. The Solar Wolves thank you for your service. We are indebted to you and your team.
Gloria responded as though embarrassed, but her mate looked on proudly. With the packs working together, it was a smooth process. We should be moved out of the bunker by the end of today.
What are your next steps? Director Might asked.
I'll let Dr. Jelani come take my position to speak on that. Gloria took the seat next to her mate, who once again held the smile that made him a sought-after action star. The doctor took Gloria's place, guiding her long ponytail over her shoulder before speaking. Testing will continue at a higher rate now that we have all the materials. I'm afraid the power disruptions will get worse before they get better. Our preliminary testing is reflecting difficulties in regulating the flow of energy. Practical testing will begin with non-living subjects, but we must be careful. Interdimensional travel is a precise science. One wrong calculation, and you could end up stranded on a foreign planet with no way of getting home? Alpha Prime offered with a smile. Exactly that. Director Might steamrolled forward.
Where does this put us on the issue of the Helix clan? There was the incident with the wall, but nothing else. I read the report. Butch Placker is not responsible. Alpha Steel expects to see him released immediately.
Axe folded his hands together on the table.
The situation has changed. With the help of David Reeds, we were able to discover Butch Placker, while innocent of the destruction to the boundary fence, was planning on using the potentially hazardous materials to perform an attack on the poker house owner, Calore Fier.
Magnus's mate?
Gloria asked sharply.
She'd been working with Magnus on fabricating the alloy and had likely gotten close. He had plans to attack a solar wolf on solar territory? Alpha Prime's mouth tilted in an unhappy slant. I assume you are going to give me a report of this incident, Chief Landry?
It is in your inbox at this moment. I sent it to you directly before this meeting. Axe replied smoothly. He's being charged with conspiracy to commit a hate crime and possession of hazardous materials with an intent to harm. Alpha Steel has also been notified. You said it was David Reeds who assisted? Director Might asked, making Psy tense.
David had mentioned not disliking the director as much as Psy would have thought appropriate. The man better not repay David's kindness by saying something negative.
I didn't know much about the Reeds clan before meeting him. They are long-standing, but seemed happy to remain at their level. David, though, he's a good witch.
That was the director's code for the clan never became powerful enough for him to consider acknowledging. But since Psy didn't need fingers to count the number of times he'd witnessed the director compliment a person he wasn't trying to get anything from before, he forgave the director's upwardly mobile ways.
The director continued. David will make a fine addition to Crescent City, which is also why I'd like this issue regarding the Helix clan to be reassessed. Alpha Pataki was forced to make accommodations in a human hotel. He's brought many members of his family in preparation for the mating ceremony.
Hearing about his father was so unexpected. Psy's brain had needed a second extra to realize who he spoke about.
Pardon me, Alpha Pataki shared this with you, Director? Yes. He mentioned waiting for you to give him a date, but as the bonding period is coming to an end, he anticipated the event by coming early. He contacted me directly to get guidance on the situation. I assured him that I'd see that Agent Pataki be allowed to leave the city to speak with him. I only wish I was able to offer him guest homes inside Crescent City. We can't hold our people in or out forever. When is it time to attempt a new tactic with the Helix clan?
Psy let the conversation roll on. That was one good thing about not being chief.
He didn't have to deal with impatient officials. When had his father been planning on telling him? Perhaps it was a good thing his father had come. Sai wanted them to meet David. Not so they could approve, but so they could see how amazing he was, outside of him being Sai's intended. As the floor number displayed on a screen at the top of the elevator rose, David pressed more of his weight against Sai's ribs. He didn't need to be able to read emotions to see that the witch was nervous, but he had no reason to be. Sai kissed the top of his head. It was Sai who had atoning to do.
"This is the nicest place I've ever been,"
David whispered. "The elevator?" Sai teased.
"Yes,"
David breathed in response. Great. Now Sai felt like an ass. Except, when he caught their reflections in the mirrored wall, he spotted David's mischievous grin. "I meant the hotel." He cocked his head to the side. "Are you super rich?" The Pataki pack had started with nothing, and had, through hard work and sacrifice, become one of the most powerful packs in the country. No matter how much other wolf packs claimed to hold disdain toward the concept of money, Sai's father knew currency was power. While he'd remained a frugal man, he'd made sure his children and mate lived a life without those worries. Sai was a long time away from receiving an allowance from his father, but he'd followed in his father's footsteps and had invested his money well. He just didn't make a point of bragging about it. "The pack is well-funded." David squinted one eye at him. "That sounds like what a rich person would say." The doors opened while Sai was still laughing. His father stood on the other side, along with his sisters, all staring at him in varying states of shock. "Fiam, my son, seeing you this happy does my heart good." His father stepped forward, clapping his hands over Sai's shoulders before kissing each cheek. He stepped back, looking pointedly to David, who hadn't moved from under his arm. Sai squeezed his shoulders reassuringly. "This is David Reed's. David, this is my father, Alpha Andre Pataki, my older sister, Hana, and my younger sister, Katalin." His sisters rushed forward as though being mentioned was what broke the spell holding them back. Hannah reached for one of David's hands, holding it with both of hers.
"We're so glad to meet you, David. Farkas, our oldest brother, wishes he could be here for your mating ceremony." "Oh, we won't be having a mating ceremony. We've decided to try out our own thing." It was a strange sort of pride that filled Sai. He loved David's confidence, and they hadn't discussed their status as intended since deciding to date. But hearing David say there wouldn't be a mating ceremony sounded too much like there would never be a mating ceremony. "Your mother is impatient to see you," his father said into the stunned silence that followed David's announcement. "I'm glad to meet you, David. I haven't seen my son laugh like that in a long time." That couldn't be true. Sai laughed plenty with the other agents, and their mates. It felt like a lead weight dropped in his stomach. "You are such an asshole, Sai." Ever since coming to America, he'd spent his life rebelling. Even before he was promised, he'd treated his pack members like shit because of the possibility that they could be mean to him. He'd come face to face with discrimination before, but his pack had only ever met him with patience. Pack loyalty to him had meant doing what he was told, while complaining at every opportunity. Cowardice made Sai want to turn around, and he might have, if it wasn't for the warm hand in his. His father took them through the luxury suite to a master bedroom with a sweeping view of the city, trees, and mountain beyond. The king-sized bed faced the window, away from the door, making Sai have to go fully into the room before his mother could see him. She'd been lying back, But seeing him, she pushed up. "Come help me, Dragam. I want to see my son properly." She wasn't any thinner than Sai remembered, nor paler, but looking at her was like looking at the proof of his failures, not just in protecting her, but every year after. But she was smiling, her face glowing, her pink lips stretched without pain. No grimace of discomfort wrinkled the corners of her eyes. The lulling lilt of her accent was soothing, uninterrupted by fits of coughing as it had been in times before. "There you are. Sai, come here and hug your Anu. It's been too long." Sai obeyed, bringing David with him. His mother hugged him tightly, letting her breaths take him in before releasing and wrapping her arms around David. "It's so nice to meet you, David. I spent many hours wondering about you, wondering if we did the right thing." She dropped her gaze, dipping her chin as though ashamed. Sai's heart missed a beat. His head was white noise that only told him to act, but not how. Then David dropped his hand over his mother's and squeezed. "If you meant the arrangement, then yes, you did the right thing. I never would have met Sai otherwise. My life, things could have gone much differently." David shivered, and Sai knew he was thinking about Cressley and how his engagement had saved him from the predatory monster. "Thank you, Mrs. Pataki." David's empathy wasn't only his magical affinity, it was his superpower. The worry in his mother's face eased away. "Please, call me Olivia." Sai's father watched Sai and David as though they were a riddle he couldn't find the answer to. Perhaps because David had just joyfully declared there would be no mating ceremony, only to turn around and thank them for making the arrangement. "David, I would love to talk to you more, just us and the girls, if that's okay with you." Sai had no doubt his mother wanted the time with David, but she'd also noticed the glances between her mate and son. And he knew David's answer before he opened his pretty lips. "Of course, if you don't mind, Sai." Sai gestured for them to continue and followed his father back to the other room. His father went to the minibar on the other side, put 2 glasses on the counter, and poured an inch of palinka in both. He handed Sai one, clinking their glasses together with an "Ageshagira." "You're probably wondering why we came without word." Sai took small sips of the strong fruit brandy and let his dad continue. "It was Elijah Reed's mostly. He's been calling, sounding more and more worried for his son. He asked about the ceremony, and I told him we were looking forward to it. I should have called, explained the situation. And what is the situation? David seems taken with you, and I've never seen you behave this way toward anyone." Sai explained, as best he could, the issues that nearly separated them, and how if they were to mate, it would be because it was their decision, not because they were forced to. "It was the way we did things in my time, Fiam. But that doesn't make it right. I recognize it was my failure that put you in that situation, and I'm sorry. Since then, your brother has prepared to assume my title, with his loving mate by his side. And your sisters are happy." Sai had assumed as much, since a few years couldn't go by without Hana announcing they were expecting, or Katalin telling the family she and her mate, Serafina, were going to adopt another child. "Over the years, I began to hope you would find the same happiness in your arrangement, though perhaps my hope is more stubbornness in disguise. Like father, like son." Sai grunted, tipping his glass forward. "I support your decision. You and David. And I can tell Elijah. No, don't tell him anything.
We'll handle that. You and your... His father couldn't help the meddling smile. I'll answer that question as soon as David does. From the other room, he heard David's soft voice. Can you tell me what Kichim means? He calls me it all the time. I hope it isn't something ridiculous, like chicken head. His mother and sisters laughed. It means my little one, his mother said. Oh. Sai wished he could see through the wall and witness the expression David paired with that sweet sound. What about Lofust? Sai jerked forward. His sister's howls of laughter nearly covered his mother's shocked gasp. Sai Pataki? I know you're listening. You come here right now. After a stern talking to from his mother about appropriate language, something his age would never dissuade, they sat for a meal. David was having so much fun. He didn't want to leave when Sai announced it was time. We can stay a little longer, but then we'll have to pick up Toots the next time we're granted approval to travel. David hugged every person in record time, excusing their fast departure while telling Toots's story and how they'd been preparing for his arrival. Upon hearing about the goat and chickens, his sisters looked at Sai like he was the alien impersonating Sai's body. In the car, he pulled David into a kiss that was more innocent than he wanted. But those other sorts of kisses would have to wait. They had a pygmy goat to pick up. Chapter 14. Pride. David rested the side of his face against his crossed arms propped on his pillow. His knees were bent slightly, giving Sai the leverage he wanted as he licked David's puckered hole. He'd woken up to kisses trailing down his back. Technically, he'd gone to sleep with those kisses too. The hours of rest in between the two moments had done nothing to dampen Sai's passion. If David could purr, he would. He danced on the edge of orgasm, but it wasn't the frantic jazz step sort of dance. Instead, it was the gradual opening of a flower as it greeted the morning sun. He could live on this edge for hours, which was fortunate, since Sai seemed in no hurry to remove his face from between David's cheeks. Sai thrust his stiff tongue deeper, making David's hips lift to meet him. Sai, I'm going to come. Sai's tongue disappeared. I want you to come on my dick, sweet boy. He continued his maddening licking, and David revisited his belief that he could exist in this state for hours. He pressed his face into the pillow and let out a frustrated moan. What's wrong? Sai asked between licks, like he didn't already know the answer. You seemed to be enjoying yourself. Yes, I was. Speaking around Sai's licks and nibbles made it difficult to string more than two words together without stopping to moan. But I need you in me, now. Fuck me, Sai. Sai chuckled. So pushy. You only had to ask, Kichim. David would have protested Sai removing his mouth, but it meant he was about to get something even better. He unfolded his arms, intending on lifting his head. At the same moment, Sai grabbed his hips and pulled David's lower half into the position he wanted, making David's face drop back down to the pillow. Sai growled low. Baby, you have got an ass on you. He spoke with such reverence, David's skin blushed. While the compliments were appreciated, and much easier for David to take these days, he was too needy for sweet words. He wanted a hard cock. It's your dick I'm more interested in. Instead of recognizing David's frustrated complaining, Sai laughed loud. David knew the way his Adam's apple bobbed when he let go like that, and he wanted to be able to laugh with him, but he needed his ass filled too much. Shh, shh, Kitchim. I'll give you what you want. A slick hand rubbed lube around his ass, even though David had spent the last hour being licked and stretched. The moment Sai's cock hit his hole, David's dick twitched, and he whimpered sharply. But instead of working it in, or thrusting inside in one go like David loved, his cockhead caught the puckered rim without entering. He hadn't missed. Sai could find David's asshole in the dark, blindfolded, with his hands tied behind his back. And he was kneeling over him now, with the best view in the house. Sai's dick returned, again catching and releasing before letting the thick length tap like a heavy fist knocking gently to be let in. But, even though his door was wide open, and wiggling in an attempt to slip him in, Sai just kept knocking. "If you aren't going to fuck me, then I've got a dildo that—" he roared, eyes flashing brightly enough David could see the room light up, as Sai pushed forward, stopping only once their bodies pressed together, and David was so full he couldn't speak. "There's no substitution for my cock, sweet boy. Does your toy fill you like this?"
"No,"
he whimpered. Sai moved, or rather, he moved David, using the grip he had on his hips to push and pull. His dick dragged against David's nerve endings, sending bursts of pleasure zinging through his body. His skin prickled, the air seeming thicker as he sucked in each breath. Sai leaned forward, covering David's back and holding him still as he took over the movement with sharp, almost brutal thrusts. He bit down on David's ear and growled, "Can your toy fuck you like this?"
"No."
David's knees gave out from under him, but Sai didn't stop. He fucked David like it was a punishment and reward. David had nearly forgotten about his aching dick until the sheets rubbed against him. His balls were tight, drawing out his orgasm with the speed of a rocket. Suddenly, Sai flipped him onto his back. He stroked them both, David's dick needing the barest touch, while Sai needed to see David's climax before his firm pumps brought his cum spilling from the tip. He covered David's body, dominance in every hard line as he growled, "You're mine, Kitchim. Only I can fuck you like this. No other man, and no other toy." David bit his lip, too exhausted to do anything but nod. It was true. David had always wanted to be Sai's, but it had taken time before he knew exactly what that meant. Just like it had taken time for David to get any sign from Sai that he wanted the same thing. Before, Sai's occasional flashes of jealousy had made David breathless. In the recent days, they'd gone from flashes to a light that never dimmed. David relished his possessiveness, but he didn't know what had prompted the change. He was the same David. Sai was the same man. There was still no hurry. David would have to contact his dad sooner rather than later, but he wouldn't be kicked out of the city. So what had changed in Sai? Without knowing, he wouldn't be able to trust it. David had trusted despite not understanding before, and it had nearly taken this life from him. Just a few days had passed since David had met Sai's family and retrieved Toots, but it felt like so much had changed. "I've lost your attention so quickly, Kitchim," Sai murmured. "Sorry, I was just thinking. Thoughts.
I'm meeting Matson today. He wants to meet Toots, and I thought we could eat at the outdoor tables at the cafe.
Yes, that sounds like you'll have fun. But what about here? Now.
Ever persistent, Sai touched David's temple, frowning ever so slightly.
What are your thoughts now?
He was too scared to ask, "Why do you want me more now?" Too much could go wrong. He could be reading the signs incorrectly, or the question could prompt Sai to wonder the same thing. Sai's color offered David no answers either. He wasn't sure what the shade meant. No one else around him had glowed the same shimmering color. "I think that I'm sticky." Sai smiled. His eyes were tight. Could he sense David's dishonesty? A flash of worry shimmered like dust before fading away.
David, I've been meaning to talk to you. I think...
Outside their window, Toots gave a plaintive, loud bleat. "What time is it?" David reached for his phone. He'd been careful about getting out there before Toots had a chance to cry too loudly. He didn't want the neighbors to start complaining. Pressing the button on his phone did nothing. It was dead. Except he'd plugged it in to charge the night before. "Lights on," he said confidently. Nothing happened. He'd have thought he was having a flashback of his first morning if it weren't for Sai trying the same thing, and getting no response.
The power must have gone out from the testing. The generator is supposed to kick in.
He frowned and leaned back, returning from the bathroom with a towel.
This will have to do for now while you go feed the beasts and I check on the generator.
Outside, the chickens clucked happily at the sight of them. They'd gotten used to Sai's wolf, and had even started rubbing up against his ankles like they did with David. Maybe they wouldn't if they had any idea what Sai had suggested they name them. Toots was still uncertain. But, luckily for him, Sai had to go into the small shed attached to the back of the house where he'd installed a generator. He muttered at it as David went about his morning chores. About 20 minutes later, David had his back to Sai in the shower as the older man washed his hair. Thankfully, there was still hot water, but Sai had claimed there might not be enough for 2 showers, and they shouldn't risk it. "I don't think Toots is going to like his harness," David said with his eyes closed. Sai hummed, too focused on his task to respond right away. He directed David under the spray so he could rinse off the soap.
"Why does he have to wear one? We live in a gated community. It isn't like he could get away."
"I know, but what if he gets scared and runs into the street? He's still a little skittish around all you wolves. Also," David picked up the soap, working a lather over Sai's broad chest.
"Also?"
"I mean, I know it probably isn't an issue, but you guys are wolves, can turn into wolves. What if one of you gets hungry, sees a sweet goat and thinks it's lunch?" On behalf of the werewolves from all 3 dimensions, I am offended. A quick peek told David he wasn't that offended, mostly joking, but still a little offended. It wasn't as if Sai only protected him from things that were likely to happen, and David saw no reason to behave any differently. Toots needed his care and safety. Like I said, it probably won't be an issue. But he's my goat and it is my choice, so I say he's wearing a harness, just in case. Sai turned the water off and wrapped David in a fluffy towel.
"Speaking of your choices, when were you going to call your father? My dad said he's called him every day. He's getting worried, Kachim."
He wiggled, tugging the towel up so it flopped over his head like a hood. "Soon. Soon." A part of David wanted to wait until he knew what the situation was between him and Sai.
But since he was too scared to ask, David kept putting it off.
I don't have time now, though. I'll be late meeting with Matson.
Where will you two be meeting again?
The terminus.
And you'll be going to the cafe?
The casual manner of his questions didn't fool David. Unless we decide to drink and do drugs in the forest instead. His muted growl made David smile.
You know the rules, sweet boy.
The topic remained one of the few things David was restricted on, though no drinking had turned into no drinking unless Sai was present. Of course, if we end up going that route, I'll swing by and pick you up first. He skipped forward to avoid the playful smack against his backside, but wasn't quite fast enough. David rubbed his cheek and frowned as though the light swat hurt. You'll be kissing that later. Toots lay on his side in the middle of the sidewalk, making pitiful sounds that probably meant, I can't move with this device of torture upon my body. The harness was loose enough to allow free movement. It didn't cut into him at any spot, or rub against any of his healing injuries. Toots was just indignant. And David understood. The last 10 years had been like being walked with a leash around his neck, except the person holding the other end hadn't had his safety in mind. All right, Mr. Man, I'll carry you. But you're walking from the terminus to the cafe. You can't misbehave in front of Matson. I already told him how well-mannered you are. Thankfully, Matson wasn't there waiting when David got there. He set Toots down on the cement bench beside him and took in the other people loitering about the terminus. The testing of the portal had gone from boring unless you know what you're looking at to bright sparks and colors. The scientists had been able to keep power circulating through the oval-shaped alloy bracing for up to 15 seconds now. They'd need a lot longer for a living creature to reliably pass through. But as David watched on, he realized they were about to send a test object through the sparkling void. He spotted Ramson talking to someone from Dr. Jelani's team and waved, his hand freezing as he noticed Magnus stood on Ramson's other side. David turned to Toots, pretending he hadn't seen Magnus's tentative wave. He wasn't worried Magnus would come and swoop up Sai, nor was he jealous of the relationship he had prior to David's arrival. Sai had explained adorning their mates in jewels and finery were how solar wolves stake their claim, and Magnus glittered like a bedazzled diamond. But he still represented the type of person Sai had wanted before David. And that person was nothing like David, which only made him wonder more what had changed. David was already smiling at the shadow that fell over him when he looked up to see not Matson, but a woman he only vaguely recognized. Hi? It was a question, and David let it sound that way. The woman was pretty, her shiny, curly hair draped over one shoulder, and her clothes were tight without being too revealing. She looked like she could have been nice, but the scowl she gave David, like he was a cow patty, killed that image. So did her color, a rusty green that sparkled as she looked from David to Toots. Can I help you? She crossed her arms. No, I'm just here to congratulate you. If that were true, she wouldn't be glowing the color of sludge. On? Tagging one of the big ones, and so effortlessly. Half this city has tried to land Pataki. He's gorgeous, rich enough to give the Andino pack a run for their money, and phenomenal in bed. Her point was, of course, that she knew what Sai was like in bed because she'd slept with him. That might have bothered David once, but considering his ass still ached with the memory of the man's cock, and his bite sat like screaming signs of ownership across his neck, David was less worried about who Sai had once slept with. Was it the helpless, "I'm so weak, please save me" act? He didn't seem to like that, or I would have tried. No. There must be something about you that made him go from visiting a different witch's bed every night to not wanting to leave your side. Now he recognized her. She was the witch from the picnic. He never asked her name. Sai is my intended. Of course he wants to be around me. That was the easiest and most diplomatic response. It wasn't the response this woman wanted, evident by her narrowing face. Uh-huh. The same intended he'd complained about from the moment I met him? David sighed softly. This woman was trying to make him doubt, to make him feel bad about himself. Unfortunately for her, David had been subjected to far worse than this petty sniping. Cressley, if nothing else, was an expert at belittling, and this woman didn't come close. She wasn't worth getting angry over. He contemplated replying at all, but he wasn't as nice of a man as he thought, because he heard himself saying, "He didn't know me then. He knows me now. Maybe that's the difference. He got to know you." Her color deepened, and David wondered if maybe he shouldn't at least stand up, just in case. Magnus's laugh made the witch whirl around. "You heard him, Maris? Move on. You liked his money more than anything, and we all knew it." "Fuck off, Magnus. You can talk, nabbing a solar billionaire." "I didn't just want him for his money. He has a big dick, too," Magnus replied, eyes glittering. Maris stomped off as Magnus laughed. He wiped the tear from his eye, still smiling when he looked back at David. "I was coming to save you, but clearly you didn't need it." His laughter started up again. David tried to find the anxiety he'd felt the first time he saw Magnus, but it was gone. His run-in with Maris had made one fact clear. Sai was his now. "I've been wanting to talk to you since that night outside Stellar. I heard I missed a crazy time." David blushed, knowing part of the blame for that night had been due to him and the way he'd enhanced everyone's horniness by accident. He'd since been working with Caden and Martha, getting tips on how to control a power he should have harnessed years ago. Caden had been able to turn to lessons, but there weren't lessons for what David could do. Martha had never heard of a telepathic with his type of abilities. It was still weird to go from thinking he was negligibly gifted to having abilities that made him uncommonly skilled. "You don't need me to say this, David. Maybe you did a while back, but not anymore. I'm going to say it anyway. You coming to Crescent City was the best thing to ever happen to Sai. I've never seen him so in love. Hell, I've never seen that man in anything more than a mutual like. He's crazy about you." Magnus sat down on the bench beside him, while Toots decided that maybe he could stand with the harness on, and jumped from the bench to the ground. "And you coming here prompted me to stop being such a blind idiot, and to see that I had someone truly amazing and extraordinarily patient waiting for me. That was the other reason I came over. I need to thank you. I heard about what that wolf had planned, and that you helped keep him behind bars so he couldn't get out and carry out his attack. You saved Cal's life, and mine. If I'd been with Cal at the time or not, his death would kill me. I'd like it if we could become friends." He let out a sigh, idly petting Toots's head without needing so much as an introduction. Maybe he could like Magnus. If he could forget Sai's past, David could do the same for him. It's crazy, isn't it? How someone can become so important you'd rather not breathe if they weren't, in just the blink of an eye. That's how I know there is magic in this world. Not this. He gestured vaguely to the brick and people, and the portal that had started humming and shooting sparks. Dr. Jelani stood closest at 15 feet back, maneuvering a small drone with a black controller. David watched the small flying object zoom bravely toward the gateway. He was pretty sure everyone watching held their breath as the drone made contact with a wall of sparks, and promptly disintegrated into a cloud of plastic powder. "Shut it down!" she called out to her assistant, and the portal went dark. Magnus stood, and David realized he hadn't said a single thing. "Thank you for all that you said. I want to be friends too. Actually, I'm waiting on someone, Matson Bird. He's coming to meet Toots, and we're going to the cafe after. Do you want to come?" Magnus petted Toots's head again. The pygmy goat, as greedy as he was, pushed up into the hand. "Sure, I'll just go over and check in with the doctor. Make sure she doesn't need anything from us. Come and get me when you're ready to go." David agreed, and Magnus walked back over. He could have saved himself worry that he'd be late, since it was 10 minutes past when they'd planned to meet, and still no sign of Matson. At 15 minutes, he thought about texting, but then spotted Matson entering through the other side of the terminus, a frown on his face. His normal gray glow, he seemed to have a perpetual case of the nervous jitters, was shot through with stripes of safety cone shade orange. David saw why a moment later. Matson's father followed behind like an unhappy, scowling shadow. Maybe he had someplace to be that just happened to be on the way? David stood, calling out when Matson was close enough to hear. "Hey there! You just missed it. They tested the portal with a drone." "And?" Matson's father asked sharply. "And it exploded." David looked between the two men. If he thought there was something going on here like what had been happening between him and Cressley, he would have said something. But Matson wasn't afraid of his father, just annoyed, and always nervous. "This is Toots. Toots, this is Matson Bird, and it's Samuel, right?" "Right," Matson answered quickly before dropping to his knee. "Hello, Toots. Oh, you are a sweet—" "Whoa!" Toots burst into movement with a complicated front and back kick that propelled him into the air. He landed on the bench, immediately dropped back with another simultaneous flail, lowered his head, and charged Samuel Bird with his nubby horns. David tensed, but Samuel took it in stride, very nearly smiling at the tiny ball of energy, before seeming to realize where they were and scowling once more. "He's amazing," Matson finished. "And I think he knows it." David stood and brushed off his pants. He didn't think there was dirt on him, but he was trying to give Matson's dad a chance to go on to where he was going. When he didn't, David asked, "What do you have planned today, Samuel? Or were you just walking your son?" Matson was David's age, or maybe older, but they were new to the city, and maybe Samuel was overprotective. "Don't you remember? Matson told you I'd be coming along when you called. You agreed it was a good idea." David frowned. Now that Samuel brought it up, he did remember Matson mentioning that, but he didn't know why the reminder made Samuel look like he'd just told a lie. "Oh, yeah, that's right." He couldn't remember what he'd been thinking when he'd agreed to Matson's dad tagging along,
but it would be rude to go back now.
The more the merrier. I actually asked Magnus if he wanted to join us. I just need to grab him before we head out to the cafe.
Samuel sidestepped, not so much blocking David's way, but making him take a pause. But you guys decided it would be better to chat here instead. They had talked about not going to the cafe, but David was so hungry, he really wished he hadn't. Maybe his hunger was the reason his powers were all wonky, making it seem like every word Samuel spoke was a lie. He slid his gaze over to Matson, who looked just as unhappy at their change in plans. In fact, he looked miserable, and David wished he could ask him what was wrong without his dad standing right there. David had witnessed Sai sending people scurrying with just a glance, but he was intimidating, while David was only frightening in the interrogation room, and only in an eerie sort of way that Zane had described as a demon elf prince vibe. He wished he knew how to make people fear him like Sai did. Actually, he really just wanted Matson's dad to fear him, but he'd have better luck sicking toots on him. All of a sudden, Matson's dad made a sharp noise. His eyes were wide and staring in David's direction like there was a monster looming behind him. David turned, half expecting to see Sai standing there, but there was nothing. When he turned back around, Samuel was halfway through the terminus, scurrying away like a frightened mouse. Is he okay?" David asked. Matson didn't respond right away. They both watched his dad flee. "I don't know. Do you want to check on him?" Matson searched around them as though looking for evidence that meant he should go check it out. He ended up shrugging and smiling when he turned back to David. "I'm sure he's fine. Maybe he just remembered he left the oven on." That wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the absolute truth either. David let it slide. It was rude for him to use his powers on unsuspecting people. It was one thing to read emotions, but being able to tell the lie from a truth wasn't something he should use so indiscriminately. "I know we decided to talk here instead, but I'm really hungry. Do you mind if we go to the cafe instead?" For a second, the gray around Matson lightened. "Not at all. And I'm fine if your friend Magnus wants to come too." David beamed, discovering he liked the sound of Magnus being called his friend. Maybe it was odd to want to be friends with a past lover, and he had plans to tease Sai about it when he got home, but David had accepted that sometimes he was just plain odd. His insides shivered, imagining how much teasing Sai would end up allowing him, before the man used his many tools to make him stop. Chapter 15. Trepidation. Sai wound the garden hose around the reel, as the chickens strut around the yard, picking out insects from the grass. David still needed to name those two, considering he'd rejected Sai's suggestions of snack and dinner. Maybe that's why he worried about you eating his goat? Sai laughed quietly. He'd teased David a little more before suggesting real names for the chickens. When the topic came up again, Sai would suggest entree and appetizer. Sai watched the chickens roam around the yard. If someone told him 2 months ago he would be brainstorming names for the chickens who lived in his backyard, he would have arrested them because they had to have been on something. His sisters had joked during dinner they'd be buying him Farmer Sai overalls. David, the sweet boy he was, had jumped from his seat, exclaiming how if they did, they could match. He'd also announced that Sai would be sure to like them since he enjoyed seeing David in his pair of overall shorts so much, Sai often asked David to spin so he could get a better look. His sisters had cackled, shooting him knowing glances while his mother and father pretended to be unaware. Sai knew how seamlessly David had fit into his life, but he'd had no idea David would do the same with his family. The thing that had acted as a wedge between himself and his pack was now what allowed Sai to see what an idiot he'd been. It was David's importance in his life that now made being away from him, even if it was just for a morning while he hung out with friends, a miserable experience. Sai had become one of the wolves he'd always ridiculed. Except all those other wolves wanted to save their mates from people being mean to them or stubbing their toes. David had been in very real danger, and that danger would linger until Mast was dealt with. "I'm a patient wolf, Pataki." He'd already proven that, waiting 10 years while banking on Sai rejecting David. That he hadn't resurfaced yet didn't mean he'd given up. David wasn't just the perfect man for Sai, but he was Sai's second chance at proving himself able to not just protect, but provide. He'd balked at the opportunity at first, but he was ready now, and the first step was asking David if he would be his mate. Carrying Sai's mating bite would provide David with an extra layer of protection, while also warding other wolves away. Sai's ears tingled and he whipped his head around, expecting to see David walk through the back door. He didn't. Sai growled. Without David by his side, Sai couldn't be sure he was protected. He couldn't ask David to be his mate. He couldn't do anything but worry like a lovesick puppy. He heard his phone ring from inside the house and ran for it, assuring himself it was David calling, and not someone calling to say David was in trouble. But when he read Magnus's name on the caller ID, it made his heart drop into his gut. "Hello?"
"Sai, you need to come to the main gate right now. They're taking David. He told them he didn't want to. We can't hold him back much longer."
Sai burst out his front door.
"Who?" "Elijah Reeds and Alpha Mast. Hurry!"
"I'm on my way." He hung up and used his last ounce of sense to call Axe as he sprinted. Sai didn't wait for a greeting once Axe picked up.
"Elijah Reeds is forcing David with him out of the city. Come to the main gate. Hurry!"
Sai would need Axe there to keep him from killing every single person who was trying to take David from him. He was running up to the main gate less than a minute later. The shouting was so loud, no one turned around at Sai's rumbling growls. He saw Magnus first, standing behind his mate, Calore Fier, and his solar wolf bodyguards. The witch and wolves blocked the gate like a human shield, standing off against Elijah Reeds, Alpha Mast, 3 of his packmates, and 3 patrol officers. Behind them, 2 black sedans idled, the front doors open like they jumped out to face Magnus and forgot to close them. The sedan in the rear held 3 bodies, none of them David. He spotted his little witch in the vehicle closest to the gate, crying in the back seat, between 2 lunar wolves that Sai assumed were from the Mast Pack. He grabbed the vehicle door handle and wrenched it open, tearing the door off its hinges and tossing it aside before he reached for the neck of the wolf sitting closest and did the same.
"Sai!"
David bawled and scrambled over the seat for him. The wolf on the other side moved as though to yank David back in. Sai snarled, eyes flashing, fangs ready to tear the limb off that dared to touch his David. The wolf froze, allowing David to clamber the rest of the way out and climb up Sai's body like a terrified monkey climbing a tree to escape a tiger. Elijah finally noticed and spun around. The few times Sai had seen the man, he'd been genial, the type of man prone to smiling. He was sweaty and red-faced now, shaking from head to toe.
"Get your hands off my son! He came here to become your mate! That hasn't happened!"
Elijah, Alpha Mast, and his pack charged forward. Sai was prepared to meet them fang to claw, but they ran into Magnus, Calore and his guards first, the group having moved from the gate to Sai's front. "You solar wolves have no place in this. Unless my brother tells the truth, and you are in league with them?" Alpha Mast snarled. In league? The patrol officers looked at one another, clearly none of them having any idea what to do. "Agent Pataki, Elijah Reeds is David's father and clan leader. He has rights. The bonding period allotted from the Sacred Pact is over. He can withdraw." Sai growled. David's shuddering and tears made it difficult for him to think. "I understand. You believe you're doing your job, officer. But if you don't stop towing over here, I will break your legs." The officer, who'd been creeping in from the side, as if he thought Sai wouldn't notice, froze. Alpha Mast snarled. "You've injured members of my pack, and are refusing to give my ally back his son. Is this war you're declaring, Pataki? Do you speak for the whole city?" "No one is declaring anything," Alpha Might called out. She hurried closer, joined by her mate and Axe, who bypassed the crowd, going immediately to stand by Sai. "The Reeds are not a violent clan, but I swear to you, we will fight with everything we have if you try to keep my son from me. I didn't want to believe Cressley when he said you were using him, brainwashing him." David lifted his head, but kept his limbs tightly wound around Sai's body. "I told him that was wrong, that Cressley was the one who tried to do that to me. I told him I didn't want to go." David swallowed his sob. "I told him that was a lie, but he wouldn't listen to me, just like before. He believed Cressley over me. He was going to take me back to him, Sai." David's voice cracked, but he charged on. "He was going to take my choice away again. But I know that I have rights now. I get to say what happens to me." The area went silent, all eyes on either David or his father. Elijah, for his part, looked stunned before his entire body deflated. He seemed to age decades in front of Sai's eyes, his face drooping as though heartbroken. Meanwhile, David's voice quieted into a murmur as he spoke with his lips against Sai's neck. "I won't go back. I won't go back to my training. I won't forget me." Sai rubbed soothing circles between David's shoulder blades. "That won't happen, Kincham. Don't you remember? I promised to protect you. I promised to never let you forget who David is." "Elijah, Alpha Mast, I am certain you were misinformed and brought here under false pretenses." Alpha Might spoke calmly into the silence. "If you're willing, we can return to the Might Pack Hall and continue this discussion." David trembled, but it was lessening the longer he sat sandwiched between Sai and Caden. It didn't take long after gathering in the conference room to piece together what had happened. Cressley had spent every day since leaving Crescent City insisting that David had been forced to stay. Alpha Mast sighed heavily. Considering who he was related to, the man had surprisingly turned out to be a wolf willing to listen and believe, once David made it clear where he wished to be. "Years ago, my brother often got in trouble within our pack. He wasn't well liked, nor did he seem interested in bonding with our packmates. Ever since he took over care for David, he's been a model packmate. I believed, mistakenly, that helping David was teaching him to be a better wolf. He was frantic when he returned, saying how he'd been kicked out of Crescent City and that David was being held against his will. I didn't know the real situation, and there wasn't a moment that I believed he was lying. That was the only reason I offered my assistance." Elijah sat across the table from David, shooting him tortured glances.
My doubts about Cressley only started when he tried to convince me to call off the engagement. Like a fool, I thought it was because Cressley saw himself as a father figure. I was also worried about the arrangement, and I commiserated with the man. David, I am so sorry. I should have seen the obvious. What Agent Pataki spotted in seconds. It hadn't been seconds, but Sai wasn't in the mood to correct him. He couldn't forgive the man for being so blind to his son's suffering. But why didn't you believe me? I told you the truth right away, David said. Sai puffed his chest out proudly. From the other end of the table, Magnus pushed back his chair, standing as he scoffed. You also tricked him. You had patrol calls saying there was a package. If my mate and I hadn't gone with him, he'd be gone right now. You'd be delivering him into the hands of his abuser. Sai's growl rattled his chest. Elijah winced but leaned forward, likely relieved David had finally spoken to him. He told me you'd been brainwashed, that they were keeping you restrained. He said the council forced him out of the city. I called you, texted you. Every response I received was so vague, and you never answered the phone. It wasn't until then that I started to truly believe him. David hunched, his head lowering between his shoulders. Seeing David's guilt brought Sai seconds away from saying, "Fuck this whole meeting," and taking David with him. Because I was trying to protect you. I knew you'd be hurt to hear the truth about Cressley, about what he was training me to be. I didn't want to say that over the phone, but I also knew you'd ask if I called. The wrinkles lining Elijah's face sank deeper. I didn't know. You were so sad when your mother died, and you seemed... He let out a heavy breath. Well, now you know the truth. Cressley Mast is a predator who took advantage of a situation, was given full guardianship of David, and abused his power in every possible way. What I want to know is what you will do with him now. Sai pulled David closer as he spoke, knowing David needed his warmth as much as Sai needed his. Elijah looked to Alpha Mast, something silent passing between them. Before you decide, I've been acting as David's healer while he's been here. If you would permit me to share, David, I have some information that I was going to bring to you once I had done more research. But I'm certain about the conclusions I've made thus far. Martha had been in the conference room waiting with a file folder when they'd gotten there. She'd been silent until that moment. David looked to Sai before nodding. Okay, I trust you. Martha's smile was warm, her attention lingering on David for an extra moment before addressing everyone else. David explained the situation around the change in his home life when he was 10, as well as the treatment that was given to him. While I cannot offer an explanation in regard to the dying vegetation, I believe Cressley Mast was administering a type of magical sedation to David from the very beginning. That sedation made David physically weak, but also magically. He administered it under the guise of it being a vitamin. I know you tested David's magical ability around his 11th birthday, and it resulted in you believing David had only the lightest connection to his affinity. In truth, he is a telepathic empath. He can read emotions, ascertain if a person is telling the truth, and, though more testing needs to be done here, he can heighten emotions in others. David is, in fact, one of the most uniquely talented telepaths I've ever encountered. Neither Sai nor David replied with shock, though there was pride in Sai, and the smallest amount of bashfulness making David's cheeks pink. Sai had assumed the vitamins were bullshit from the beginning. Elijah, however,
looked gutted, while Alpha Mask's expression turned thunderous. My brother will be punished. It's clear he is a danger to other people. I swear to you, when I return, he will pay for what he's done. I'm sorry, David. We met only briefly over the years, but I was too relieved my brother had seemed to find his calling to question the situation. Alpha Mast was still on Psy's shit list right next to Elijah Reed's, but only Cressley was on the list that meant Psy would see him die at some point in the near future. Alpha Mast stood, angling his body toward Alpha Might and the director. Please accept my apologies for my behavior inside your territory. I was misinformed. I'd like to go now and correct my mistakes. Though he spoke politely, there was a bloodlust in his words that Psy approved of. Elijah, unlike the other witches who'd accompanied him, and had spent the meeting avoiding looking at David, remained seated. David, I have so much I still need to say to you. I'll understand if you want me to go, but I'd like to stay the evening, if I'm able. I'd like for you to tell me everything, and I will listen, son. I swear it. Psy thought it was proof of some pretty shitty parenting if you had to promise your child you'd listen to them. But this was another one of those things that had to be David's choice. Is it okay? David looked to the director and Alpha Might. Director Might replied before Alia had a chance to. Elijah Reed should stay one night and hear what he put his son through. Everyone else should leave. The director's glare wasn't aimed at Alpha Mast, but at the witches who hadn't said a thing in apology or relief toward David. Damn. Was Psy going to have to dislike the director a little less now? Only David could perform that sort of miracle. Chapter 16. Panic. The Reed's clan witches and masked pack members had to squeeze into one car. David bit the insides of his cheeks to keep from smiling at the sour, squished faces as he waved them away. The dislike he felt from the Reed's clan members didn't make David want to beg for forgiveness. He hadn't done anything wrong, and they'd sneered at him when David had tearfully tried telling his dad he'd been lied to. Is there some place we can talk, with just us? His dad asked once the gate closed. Psy pointedly settled his arm over David's shoulders, and David reached up to grab his dangling hand. I want Psy to be there too. He wasn't afraid of his father, but he was still a little shaken up, and Psy's presence would calm him enough to say what he needed to without bursting into tears. His father's face tightened, but he nodded without objection. Psy brought them back to the same conference room. The others had gone, Caden promising he'd swing by soon for a movie, and Magnus setting a date for him and David to go again for coffee. Kalori and Psy had spent that time glaring at each other as their wolves sized the other up. I won't make excuses for my ignorance, David. His dad started. I could have said something too. Both Psy and his dad looked angry at that. It wasn't your job to. That was mine. I believed you were grieving, and then, when the land returned to normal, I believed losing your mother had simply changed you as it had me. But I want to know everything you're willing to tell me. Did Cressley ever hurt you, hit you, or anything else? He dropped his gaze and glowed an uncomfortable shade of brown. He never hit or touched me, really. He said my body needed to remain pure for my mate until my mating night. Psy growled. If his dad could growl, he would have. He forced me to stay in the closet with the lights off. Sometimes I'd lose track of time and convince myself I'd never see the light again.
that I'd die there in that dark space. David shuddered. But mostly, he made me train. Usually that consisted of learning the skills I need to serve my mate, as well as adjusting to doing his bidding. Cressley stepped in for that part. Each day I had a list of tasks that would make his day easier. David stopped when his father started shaking. His color flashed to an aqua blue before tears streamed down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And when you want the lights to turn on, you say, lights on. And when you want them off, you say, lights off? His dad finished for him, his lips just now light enough to grin. After their talk, they went to Sai's house, where David immediately began showing off the cool features with all the excitement of a child bragging about their classroom after the first day of school. David had been so angry at his father for not listening to him, but he could literally see how sorry he was, and the despair that settled heavily around his frame. Seeing all that made it difficult to remain angry at him. Something Sai wasn't finding at all difficult. He still glowered at David's father, but he'd stopped growling, and that was progress. This is the living room. Through there is the kitchen. He rotated around to where Sai had gone straight to the wet bar in the corner. And that's the dining room. Sai met his gaze. David hoped his eyes conveyed, I know you'll find it hard to forgive him after nearly taking me away, but please try to be nice. At the very least, he hoped he successfully conveyed the try to be nice part. Sai's eyes tightened, his lips falling into an unhappy slant as he asked David's father, Would you care for a drink? I have a wide selection of whiskeys. I don't indulge. Sai let his father's cool tone slide off his back, looking to David. Kitchim? Maybe a little one. His father made a noise he tried to swallow. You drink now? David smiled at the werewolf as he poured his glass and brought it to him. Only with Sai. His father eyed the box of cigars on the counter. Do you smoke now, too? I tried, but I don't like it. It hadn't occurred to David that his father might object to certain parts of his life here with Sai. They were on the tail end of their bonding period with no ceremony date to speak of. He'd likely realized that though Cressley had been lying about the nature of David's relationship with Sai, the arrangement between David and Sai wasn't the same as the one he'd sent him here to fulfill. Sai finished pouring his own drink and went to David's side, hooking his hand around his waist. Are you a cigar man, Elijah? No. His dad eyed Sai's hand, and then let out a heavy breath. Why don't you continue the tour, David? Where do you sleep? That was an odd way to ask where David's bedroom was, unless his dad was trying to figure out something else. David wasn't ashamed, and he wouldn't discount his relationship to appease his father. I sleep in Sai's room, but I have my own bedroom if you'd like to see it. Sai, standing a little taller beside him, convinced David he'd given the perfect response. Meanwhile, his dad looked a little like he was going to faint. He's my boyfriend, Dad. We're dating. Considering he'd been ready to mate David off to the wolf, it would make him every type of hypocritical if he had a problem with David dating him. Sai tensed, making David wonder if he'd said the wrong thing. But he exhaled quickly after, a reassuring rumble in his chest as he squeezed his arm around David's shoulders. We made our relationship our choice. Pain flashed behind his father's eyes. I understand. Well, it's not how things were done in my day, but I accept that this is what's right for you. I want you to be happy, David. My attempts at making that happen have done nothing but hurt you, and I'll trust you to find that happiness from now on. Thank you." Hearing his father saying he trusted David to know himself was the best he could have hoped for. He was happy, not only because of Sai. David had friends and pursuits unrelated to the werewolf at his side, but Sai was a large component of his happiness. Sai's colors shone so brightly in that moment, David nearly squinted. It was so unlike anything he'd seen clinging to any other person. He still couldn't place the emotion, but it didn't look like the love he saw between other mates. It was iridescent, shining with not just one color, but a swirling mix of pinks, purples, yellows, and greens, depending on how he caught the light. It made David happy to look at it. He just wished he knew what it meant. David thought it over as he left the two men to make something for dinner. His dad had offered to cook, and Sai had suggested ordering out. But David liked to cook. That part of him had never changed. And it was better now because he got to cook only things he liked, like baked eggplant parmesan. He sprinkled a bit more cheese on top and slid it in the oven to broil. "Sai, can you set the—" He turned around, spotting Sai already at the silverware drawer. Sai met his eye and winked before heading out the doorway. When he brought the hot dish to the table, Sai and his father were already seated, one staring at him like he wanted to eat David for dinner, while the other watched Sai with a curious expression. "I hope you like it, because we'll be having it often. These are the first eggplants of the season, and there are a ton more nearly ready." By the way Sai made his food disappear, David assumed he had no problem with that. His dad's fork remained on its napkin as he transferred that curious stare from Sai to David. "What?" A flash of old fear tightened his stomach. His clan had never accepted anything David had sent in an attempt to contribute. Sai set his fork down, brow furrowing as his eyes flitted from David to his father, and then down to his untouched plate of food. "Something wrong, Elijah?" "No, nothing. I was only wondering, is this from your garden, David?" David reached for Sai's hand under the table. "Yes." His dad's face crumpled, but it wasn't fear or disgust vibrating out around him. The guilt and shame from earlier returned. "I was such a fool. This looks delicious, David." David understood then. The food he'd grown before had been edible, but none of it was going to win awards. The vegetables he used to grow were small and misshapen. These eggplants had been beautiful. "I found my green hand. Maybe the clan will actually accept my baskets now." He'd meant it as a joke, but Sai looked enraged at the idea, and his father's face pinched in pain. "I simply accepted so many things I should have questioned. It's all so clear now. Cressley suggesting that you be tested when he did. It was part of his plan. He wanted me to believe your magic was minimal. I made it so easy." You were grieving. David didn't want to hear any more apologies. "So were you. I lost a mate, but you lost a mother. And you were a child. You know that your mother's clan died out. Living without an extended family made your mother feel lonely and isolated. When she was pregnant with you, we both swore that you would never know that kind of loneliness. That was part of the reason why we made the mating arrangement with the Pataki pack. When your mother died, I was terrified that I'd break our promise within the first month of living without her. I thought having you living on the edge of our territory would be better than losing our clan entirely. I was wrong. Our clan doesn't deserve your kindness. I don't deserve your kindness. And I don't ever want you to think you owe any of us anything."
That looked to soothe some of Sai's rage, and it answered some of David's questions. But he was done talking about what had happened to him for the day. "Then you better eat up, if you're not going to be taking a basket home with you." It was funny how having a bit of his old life back brought back some of his old habits. Not the mindless subservience, thank goodness, but he hadn't woken up with the sun in a long while. He slipped out of Sai's bed, making Sai snuffle like an unhappy wolf. Sai growled low and mumbled something that sounded like, "Ass back here." But his breathing evened out before David made it to the hallway. In the kitchen, his dad was already awake and staring at the Nespresso like he knew he could get coffee out of it, but wasn't sure how. "Good morning," David said, grabbing 2 mugs from the cupboard. "You drink coffee now, too?" His father arched a single eyebrow. "Not every morning, but this is sort of early for me." His dad watched his movements that culminated in 2 steaming cups of coffee. David put in his usual cream and sugar, feeling his father's eyes the entire time. He was going to stare a hole in David's forehead at that rate. "What? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm getting to know you finally. The real you. David, no more apologizing. Or at least wait for me to get this first cup down. Why don't I show you my greenhouse? That should distract you for a bit." It did, and had the bonus effect of making David's cheeks hurt from smiling so much. His dad had gone from plant to plant with the same loving attentiveness as David. The greenhouse was impressive, lush, vibrant, and teeming with life. "I wish your mother could have seen this. She'd be as proud as I am." He wiped his face, but the tears didn't diminish his smile. David was relieved to see that feature of his father returning. "We were promised, just like you and Agent Pataki, but she ended up being the love of my life. Your mother was so good. Her affinity made her able to love the people around her in a way they could feel. Losing her was, well, it made us all a little crazy. She could see emotional colors too, you know, but only with me, and not as strongly as you describe. She said she knew I loved her when I started shining the color inside of an abalone shell, an iridescent rainbow." David gasped. That was exactly what he saw when he looked at Sai. Did that mean Sai loved him the same way his father loved his mother? I think I see that same thing." "With Sai?" There wasn't anything overtly rude about his tone, but the slight shock conveyed enough doubt for David to tear his gaze off the kale plant he'd been petting, and to his father. At least his father had the decency to blush. "I don't mean to sound doubting. I had my doubts in the beginning about Agent Pataki, but I saw the way he is with you. I believe you, David. I just worry. He's around the same age as Cressley, and you look to him for guidance, like you did with Cressley. I don't doubt his affection. Just mine?" That his father believed any similarities could be drawn between the 2 men meant he still had no idea what life with Cressley had been like for David. If he understood the numbing sadness, the ache deep in his soul, he'd know the 2 weren't comparable. With Cressley, he'd been David-shaped, but not David, just an empty vessel. He wished his father could experience that bone-deep sense of wrongness and all the confusing sadness that came with it. David's dad's face drooped. His cheeks sank in, his eyes wide open and glassy,
staring straight at him but seeing nothing. The miserably vacant stare clashed with every other expression David had ever seen the man make. David stumbled back, hitting his hip against the shelf. His dad had never made that face because it wasn't his. It was David's. And it was David forcing his father to feel this way. The greenhouse door swung open. Sai caught the edge before it could slam into a row of potted plants. Alpha Mast just called. Cressley fled. No one in the pack seems to know anything about when he left or a possible direction, and they have yet to locate a scent trail. David's dad blinked back the tears and wiped his face before lifting it. I hate to leave you, David, but I should return. Assist with the search. Sai didn't acknowledge David's father. He narrowed his eyes and darted his gaze between them. What's going on out here? His warm concern slunk around David's shoulders and settled like a soft blanket as the light from outside illuminated Sai's figure, making his color gleam like light shining through a crystal. Love. David had wanted Sai to love him from the very beginning. He'd grown to accept whatever future they found, but he'd never stopped wishing for Sai's love. But now that he knew what he was seeing, there was no possibility of trusting it. David had forced his father to feel the barren frigidity of his life with Cressley. He'd forced Samuel Bird to be afraid of him yesterday morning in the terminus. And he was forcing Sai to love him. I'm sorry, son. I'll have to go earlier than I intended. I know our territory better than anyone. We will find him. I won't let him escape punishment for what he's done. His father hugged him before leaving, while Sai went inside to inform his team of what had happened. And David panicked. He didn't move from his spot in the greenhouse. It felt like he hadn't even breathed. He'd been too frozen with horror at what he could do, at what he'd done. The greenhouse door opened. Kijim? My little one. David loved the nickname before he knew what it meant. Sai's tone of voice always deepened, letting the syllables roll from his tongue. When had he first used the term with David? After he'd stopped taking his vitamins? When his powers were slowly coming back? David, what is wrong? Sai strode forward. There was nowhere for David to go, so he clung to the shelf behind him as if he thought Sai would try to rip him away. Sai's eyebrows furrowed at his white-knuckled grip. Are you afraid Mast is coming for you? I won't lie, it's a valid fear, but I won't let anything happen to you. And when things have calmed down and you don't feel like you have a target on your back, I'm going to ask you to be my mate. I want you to wear my bite. I'm only telling you now so you'll know without a doubt that I will protect you. Ripping out his own heart would hurt less than the razor-sharp pain surging down David's veins, flaying open every nerve ending. There'd been so many signs, so many chances for David to stop and think about the situation. Instead, David was no better than his father, believing the parts that meant he'd get what he wanted and turning an ignorant eye to anything that didn't fit that narrative. There must be something about you that made him go from visiting a different witch's bed every night to not wanting to leave your side. Maris had seen what David didn't want to. She knew David wasn't the type of person Sai liked. He went for sleek, refined, elegance. People like Magnus. And even he'd tried warning David. I've never seen him so in love. Hell, I've never seen that man in anything more than a mutual like. He's crazy about you. David, you need to breathe. Your heart is racing. You'll make yourself sick. I understand if my promises don't mean a lot to you now. I was a blind asshole when we first met. and a spoiled idiot for every year before that. I despised not having a choice so much. I was too stubborn to realize I would have chosen you anyway. I choose you, David." His hand neared David's face, likely to cup his cheek and rub warmth into his shaking lips. He couldn't let that happen. He wasn't deserving of the comfort his touch would bring. Sai wasn't the stubborn one. David was. He'd already seen that he could influence the emotions of those around him. That night at the club, Alpha Might, and likely dozens of other moments that David wasn't aware of because of his willful obliviousness. David dropped and scrambled over the greenhouse floor to the other side. "I wanted to be loved. I didn't care that it was quick." Sai's fists balled at his sides. He stood rigidly still, as though holding himself back. 20 years isn't quick. And I do love... He shot to his feet. "Don't say it! Please, don't say it. Not now." He'd never been able to see his own emotional colors, but he could see his grief pouring off him in trembling waves that should have washed away Sai's iridescent glow that now mocked David with its brilliance. Instead, Sai jerked forward, stopping with his eyes on the shelf next to David. David blinked and felt the blood rush from his face. He didn't have to turn around to see what had prompted Sai's shocked stare. The vibrantly green and healthy plants sitting on the shelves had all gone brown. Their wilting leaves drooped, shriveling as the life seemed to leach away. The vegetables were rancid, falling to the ground with wet plops. In seconds, his greenhouse transformed into a nightmare of what it had been. Every single plant was dead. His clan had been right before. To fear him. To hate him. David was a curse. He was the plague. Unknowing and ignorant, but a scourge all the same. He'd felt their life before. It had pulsed a happy rhythm. There was no more pulsing. There was nothing. And now, David felt the force of that nothing slam into his chest as he stumbled out the greenhouse door into the yard. Sai followed quickly after him. "David, stop! We'll figure this out. You're afraid!" His words came out slightly muffled, needing to bounce around his fangs that had lengthened into points as he went into a half shift. Behind David, Toots let out a terrified scream. He turned around just as Toots jumped from an overturned bucket to the roof of his shed, and then over the fence. "Toots!" There wasn't another thought between the terror of watching Toots flee and David following the same path the goat had taken. Pain shot up his legs as he landed on the other side, but he ignored it, taking off in a sprint. Toots turned the corner at the end of the block. Not being able to see him made David's stomach clench violently. When he rounded the corner, he spotted Toots zooming down the sidewalk in a direct route to Matson, who stood in a driveway 4 houses down. "Grab him!" He didn't have the air to spare, but still managed to yell. Except, instead of reaching down to scoop Toots up, Matson clung to the straps of his heavy backpack and jumped out of his way. Why did he do that? Matson had met Toots. He knew the goat couldn't hurt him. David would be angry later. He ran past and between the houses where Toots had turned. There was no place for the goat to go. The fences were too high, and there was nothing for him to jump from. He turned toward David, his narrow face turned down as though being forced to stop let Toots recognize he'd overreacted. "I bet you feel really silly now, running for nothing." David lifted the goat in his arms, and was glad he did when Sai ran up behind him, silver eyes wild and glowing. David tightened his hold, but the goat didn't struggle. Running after Toots had let David forget what he'd discovered for a moment. and seeing Sai brought it back. Sai must have noticed the expression because he stayed back, giving David a wide berth. By the time they rounded the house, Matson was at the end of the block looking over his shoulder as he hastened in the other direction. Their eyes met, and Matson's shame hit David like a brick to the face. Something was wrong. An emotion that thick couldn't be from missing his chance to catch the goat. There was something else happening that made the man pulse like an infected wound. Sai, don't let him get away. Sai followed his gaze, and then bounded forward. Matson started running, but there'd been no possibility of him getting away. Sai caught him by the arm in seconds, and David hurried to catch up. Matson didn't attempt to struggle, but still stared at David like he'd betrayed him. What's going on, David? I'm sorry I didn't catch Toots. I froze. You can't arrest me for that. David didn't pay attention to what Matson said, but to how his light shone as he spoke. He'd lied about freezing up, but not about the remorse. He was sorry he didn't catch Toots, which meant there was a different reason for why he thought he couldn't. David looked him over. That gray cloud he'd come to associate with the nervous witch was still present, but not the dominant color. Shame was. What's in the backpack? David asked. He'd never seen him carrying anything like it. Matson sucked in a sharp breath and held it. David kept his eyes on him, refusing to so much as blink as he stroked Toots to keep him calm. All at once, Matson let the air out and then some, seeming to deflate like a punctured tire. His lips turned down, emotion clogging his throat as he mumbled, "We didn't have a choice." Chapter 17. Grief. What do you mean, you didn't have a choice? David asked softly. I mean, I'll know if you lie, Matson. Sai tamped down the feral urge to haul David back to his house and demand answers for what the fuck just happened. But David wouldn't have sent Sai after his friend without a damn good reason, and he needed to figure out what that was before making demands. At least David was by his side. He'd been chasing after the goat before. Sai's logical brain knew that. The rest of him had seen his sweet boy running away from him. I know this is a violation of your privacy, but I have a hunch you're in trouble. What did you mean about not having a choice? What's inside your backpack? Matson's head hung. Answer the question. Sai growled. Matson kept his face down as he muttered, 2 blocks of C4 and... Sai pulled his cell phone out. Get back, David! Go! David jerked backward at Sai's sharp growl. Toots struggled, but David was able to keep hold of him. He shuffled back, Sai's wolf noting he went in the direction of home. Chief, I've got a backpack possibly full of explosives and suspect in custody. I need a transport. Sai told them their location, and waited. Without knowing exactly what was in the backpack, Sai wasn't going to unzip it and confirm Matson's story. You said we. You and your father? Matson nodded miserably. Who is forcing your hand? The Helix clan? Another nod. They're down here! David yelled from the end of the block. Less than an hour later, they'd searched the backpack, confirmed the contents, and got out of Matson the location of where they could pick up his father. There wasn't an interrogation room large enough to hold the number of occupants, so they'd gathered in a conference room inside headquarters. They're en route. He was outside the bunker, like he said, Zane said, entering the room and nodding toward Matson. Sai hadn't doubted that, because David would have been able to tell the lie. After Sai secured Matson Bird,
He'd sent Zane with David to put Toots in his shed before returning to sit in as they began their questioning. David had gone from running away to barely looking at Cy. One problem at a time. "David, you were the one who alerted Agent Pataki to the issue?" Director Mite asked. He sat between his daughter, Alpha Mite, and Captain Kelvin of the Solar Guard. "Yes, Matson was acting odd." David looked at the witch as he spoke. "But you told the truth, and that's a good thing." Karen Spire, the Celestial Guardian, made a scoffing noise. Once he was caught and faced with a witch who could tell deception from truth. Cy growled, but it was David's voice that rumbled back. "It was shame that I saw. Emotions can't be faked." He started so confidently, but choked on the last word. Cy wanted to reach for him, but knew David would pretend not to notice, because he'd done it once already. "Let's hear their story before we make judgments," Alpha Spire said to Karen. 5 minutes later, Samuel Bird rushed through the door. He was uncuffed and hurried inside as though he were the one who'd requested to come. Huxley entered several feet behind him, a confused expression on his face, as though he was uncertain what he was doing and why. Samuel searched for his son and found him cuffed to the chair next to Axe. "You all realized this was a misunderstanding and decided to let my son go," Samuel said. They had? Cy frowned and looked to Axe, who made the same expression. "You explained to me that my son was falsely accused," he added. Cy barely remembered saying that, but he thought he recalled. David jumped to his feet. "Lie! There was no misunderstanding!" The moment David spoke, Cy knew what he said was true, even though he'd known what Samuel had said was true just seconds before. Samuel's eyes widened, his lips turning down in the corner. "I'm not lying, David. Remember? You called and said you'd made a mistake." Cy vaguely recalled something like that happening. David didn't need to feel bad. Everyone made mistakes. David held his hand up, lifting finger after finger as he counted off in rapid succession. "Lie! You are. Lie! There is nothing to remember. Lie! I never did that. The only words coming out of your mouth are lies, Mr. Bird. Your magic worked on me once, but I know what it is now." "Magic?" Cy asked. "What is happening here?" Alpha Mite's brows furrowed. Samuel turned his gaze on Alpha Mite. "We spoke about this earlier. David is a fraud and can't be trusted." Her frown deepened, but Cy felt like a bucket of ice water had been dropped over his head, shattering the witch's illusions. "David isn't a fucking fraud," Cy snarled. Samuel brought his gaze around to Cy and stared directly into his eyes. "We already talked about this. You said, 'Cut the bullshit,'" Cy growled. At the same time, David said, "Lie. Dad, give it up. David can tell. He can cast doubt on whatever you say." Matson mumbled. And Cy figured an inkling of doubt was what broke the witch's spell, which was why he'd known what Samuel Bird was doing the moment he called David a fraud. "Shut up, Matson. Or have you given up on your mother? You know what they said." Axe got to his feet, his expression reflecting the same fury as the others as they realized the witch had been using powers on them. Karen growled, his hand going to his waist. Alpha Spire shook his head sharply. "His lies sound like truths. He shouldn't keep his tongue." Karen grunted. "He's a telepath. His affinity gives him the power of suggestive persuasion." Matson slumped forward in his chair, guilt making his skin ashy.
It's how we've been able to trick all of you, starting with convincing the guards that we had clearance into the city.
Matson! His father snarled.
How do we even know she's still alive, Dad? The Helix haven't let us talk to her. You're willing to hurt these people for something that isn't even a certainty?
Samuel shook, but Cy wasn't David, and he didn't know if it was anger or fear making the man tremble. Matson turned his pleading eyes on the rest of the room.
They have my mom. They said they would kill her if we didn't find a way for them to storm the city. We were the ones responsible for the fence explosion. We'd been trying to be discreet, make enough small holes to allow the entire Helix force in at once. But you found it after just the first one, and then patrols increased.
What did you plan to do with the explosives now? Axe asked.
No, son. You shouldn't have to do this. I dragged my son into this. Everything he did was on my orders.
Samuel Bird's face was weary. Huxley led him to a chair and stood behind him. The apples of his cheeks were flushed, the man still sheepish from falling under Samuel Bird's spell. Like my son said, the Helix clan has my wife. She was in their clan lands when the clan's children were taken into custody here. My wife's affinity for divination allows her to see spirits and spectral images. She was there attempting to communicate with a witch who had passed. I don't know the specifics, only that she never came home. He exhaled like he'd been holding that particular breath for a long time. Amanda Helix contacted me saying that I needed to do something for their clan before they'd return my wife. You have to understand, the Bird clan is small. I would have received no help if I'd turned to our clan leader. My great-aunt is a good person, but I would have been asking her to put our entire clan in danger for one person. I didn't have a choice. Karen growled, prompting Alpha Spire to settle him once more. They were brothers with similar features, but opposite in every other way. Although Karen Spire was also different from all the other celestial wolves Cy had encountered. The explosives, Samuel. What were you planning? Axe prompted. He let out another deep breath. The new plan was to create as many access points as possible all at once. I've set explosives directly east of the South Gate, at the construction site for the Celestial Bridge, north of the main gate, and at the farthest northwestern point in the forest. The last spot was going to be by the bunker, but I was waiting for my son to return and never got the chance. Every head in the room turned to David. Truth. He's telling the truth. Director Might sucked in a sharp breath. When did you do all this? How did no one stop you? They tried, but I was able to convince them to go away. My persuasion is limited, but doesn't work in every situation. I couldn't persuade the Helix clan to give me back my wife. It works best on a smaller scale, and in situations where the person hasn't been given a reason to doubt. He glanced back at Huxley. The first time is always the easiest. You were able to gain access into celestial territory? Alpha Spire's eyes glowed like a starry night sky. Samuel Bird nodded. There was no arrogance in the gesture, only grim acceptance. The guard escorted me to where I needed to go. That time, Alpha Spire did nothing to stop Karen's growl. When were the Helix planning to attack? Axe asked over the rumble. Tonight. You didn't need to walk me back. Your team needs your help. David walked through the doorway and immediately went down the hallway. He disappeared inside his room, leaving Cy to twiddle his thumbs or pursue. He pursued. Cy swallowed his growl. He'd put the tension between them on the back burner after discovering the explosives in Matson's backpack. Now, father and son were in side-by-side cells, and the LCEA, Solar Guard, and Celestial Guard were inspecting all the spots Samuel Bird mentioned. They would remove and disarm as they went. Once that danger was neutralized, those who weren't in the field would begin the plan of action for the night. He needed to join his team, but that wasn't enough to stop Sai from following after David and pausing at his doorway. His intended dashed from an open suitcase on his bed to the dresser with an armful of clothes. "Do you plan on going somewhere, Kachim? The city is on lockdown. There's a curfew in effect." Stating the logical reasons why David needed to stop packing kept Sai from dumping the suitcase out and ordering David to stay put. Sai had to go, but not before he made certain David stayed. Except, David had yet to acknowledge his presence. He continued from suitcase to dresser, each trip more frantic than the last. Sai stepped in the middle of his path, forcing David to stop. "This morning, I said I wanted to be your mate, and the next thing I know, you're staring at me like a psycho in a flesh mask swinging a chainsaw." David hugged the stack of shirts to his chest and pressed his chin into his sternum to avoid Sai's gaze. "You saw what I did. I killed everything. It was me, 10 years ago and now." "And? That means you have a power you need to learn how to control, just like your other empathic abilities. I'm more interested in why you had that reaction, David." "My clan was right to kick me out, and you should too. You won't, though, so I'm saving you the trouble. I'll take one of the guest houses until I can figure something out." "You aren't going anywhere." Sai grabbed the clothes in David's arms and threw them on the bed behind him. He didn't have time to be sweet or gentle. He hadn't made a habit of being either of those things before David. David whipped his face up, revealing his black eyes glittering with anger. "You said I got to make my own choices. I'm choosing to leave. Why won't you accept it?" Sai's wolf howled at the defiance carved into every muscle of the other man, standing tall with his arms crossed and glare narrowed. He'd take angry David before panicky trapped animal David. "Because you're making a stupid choice. Your place is here." He reached for him, encouraged when David didn't flinch away. Instead, he leaned forward and let Sai wrap his arms around his slim frame. Sai's chin rested on his head as he massaged slow circles down David's spine. "Tell me why. What happened to make you think leaving was a good idea? Why did you react that way this morning?" He stiffened. "Because when you find out, when you accept the truth, you'll hate me. You won't want me in your bed, your house, your sight." "Lofust. Bullshit, David. There's nothing you could have done or said that will make that happen. I love—" David ripped free with a hiss that pushed him as far back as the room allowed. "You think you love me because I'm forcing you to love me, Sai. I figured it out this morning with my dad. I was upset and wanted him to feel like I had while living with Cressley. And then he did. And earlier, I'd made Samuel Bird afraid of me. I forced him to feel fear, just like I'm forcing you to believe you are in love with me. I didn't know I was doing it. I swear that's the truth." Sai believed David had uncovered more of his abilities. He was a powerful witch who'd been chemically repressed for a decade. But for him to think he was making Sai love him made Sai want to crush the man into a hug and throttle him at the same time. His phone rang in his pocket, and as much as Sai wanted to ignore it, they were in the middle of an emergency. He gave David a look that clearly said, "Don't move," and retreated into the hallway. "What is it?" Sai growled into the phone. Axe met him, growl for growl. "You need to get your ass over here, Pataki. Between Patrol, the Solar Guard, and the Celestial Guard, we've accounted for all the C4 blocks, except the one Samuel said he set in the forest. I need you out here. I'll be there. 5 minutes." He shoved his phone back in his pocket. David hadn't moved, but Sai didn't believe it was because he had changed his mind. "You're saying I don't know my own mind? That I don't know what I'm feeling?" David reached for the stack of clothes Sai had tossed on the bed and set them in the suitcase.
"It doesn't matter. Why can't you, of all people, see how this ruins everything? I can't be your mate. I can't let you say something you don't actually feel. You need time to digest this, but you'll see that your love for me stops where my magic ends. But you don't have time for this, Sai. Your team needs you out there, and I'm telling you to go. You don't have to worry about me doing anything dangerous. I'm doing this for you. I'll just finish grabbing some things."
Sai growled sharply as his eyes flashed. David froze. Fuck. He needed to get out there. The Helix clan had no idea their plan had changed. They were going to attack tonight, and no one believed the explosives were the only trick they had planned. But Sai couldn't concentrate on protecting the city until he knew David was where he belonged. "Do you want to know what I think, David? I think you're scared. I think you've grown so much since your first day here, but that there is still a part of you that doesn't understand why I would love you. And since you can't see how fucking perfect you are, you've decided my feelings must be the result of magic. You're right that I don't have time now to show you how completely wrong you are. So I'll just ask one question. Do you still love me?" David flinched, looking at Sai as though he'd struck him.
"That doesn't matter."
"It fucking does.
Yes!"
He shot the word out of his mouth like a bullet.
"I love you,"
he added, his voice suddenly timid. "Then I refuse to let you leave this house. I have to go, but when I come back, I'll convince you I'm not under a fucking spell. Until then, you will stay here in our home. The chickens and the pygmy goat need you anyway." Throwing the chickens and toots against him was dirty, but since Sai was already stifling his desire to just chain David to the bed so he couldn't leave, he allowed himself the underhanded tactic. "The city may face an attack tonight. Citizens are to stay in their homes. When I leave, you will set the alarm system, and you won't unlock the doors for anything. Do you understand me?" David looked a little stupefied, likely from how rapidly the direction of their argument had changed, but nodded. "Good. You already said you love me. That's all I need to know to make you my mate, Kitchim." Chapter 18. Terror. David had no business remaining inside Sai's home. The werewolf was stressed, in protective mode, and unable to admit what David knew to be true. He paced the hallway. Maybe Sai had a little of Samuel Bird's magic, because one moment David had been certain he'd walk out the door, and the next, he was agreeing to stay. And now, Sai was out there, facing an enemy that might have the strength to take over the city. What if he was hurt? What if he died? David swallowed down bile. When there'd been sunlight, David could convince himself everything would be fine. But now that the sun had set, and David had spent hours in a near-constant state of panic, he knew that nothing would be fine.
Even if the attack wasn't as extreme as the others suspected, and Sai returned untouched, the love he thought he felt for David would still be nothing more than a fabrication. No one liked being tricked. That celestial guardian had nearly cut Samuel Bird's tongue out when he realized he'd been duped. Sai's affection would turn to anger. David jumped at the sharp ringing sound coming from the kitchen counter. He let out a stream of nervous laughter, realizing the sound was just his phone. He accepted the call, his father speaking before he could say hello. "David, how are you? Holding it together?" What was he asking about specifically? Oh, yeah, Cressley going missing. Funny how that problem had taken a back seat to the many other ways his life had recently imploded. "I'm fine. How about you? Find anything?" "Not a damn thing. It's difficult to tell which scent trails are old and which are new. They've been following all of them just in case. It doesn't help that the bastard scent is already everywhere in my house, in my car, in countless forests and barns." "Yeah," David said, only half paying attention. "Are you sure you're okay, son? Maybe I should go—" His father cut off at the same moment the room was plunged into darkness. "Dad? Dad?" He pulled the phone away from his face. The screen was still lit, the dull glow giving David enough light to see he was in the kitchen, and the walls and ceiling were as far away as they always were. David pressed the button to call his dad back, but the number just flashed on the screen, the words "call failed" blinking beneath it. The hair on his nape stood up. Power outages were now a pretty common occurrence in Crescent City, but they never affected the cell phone service. David ran to the window. The street lights were out, the other houses dark. Then slowly, a few lights returned. David assumed in the homes that had installed generators. Ever since Sai had fixed it, their generator kicked on so quickly, David often didn't have a chance to notice the power had gone out at all. He figured that was Sai's intention, since he knew how the blackout had terrified him that one time. Sai was thoughtful like that. David's throat tightened. "Because you made him that way." He went to the back door, but stopped with his hand on the knob. How did he expect to fix the generator? His mechanical abilities amounted to turning things on and off again, and persistent tapping. Besides, he'd told Sai he would stay inside with the doors locked. Suddenly, the chickens let out loud, frantic clucks. Toots joined in, adding his own panicked bleats. David used his cell phone's flashlight to illuminate the yard. The chickens and goats seemed to still be in their respective houses. So what had them so worked up? Then he saw the little furry body zoom by. Toots had gotten out of his pen. Goats could hear a wide range and much higher pitches than David. Maybe the blackout had knocked something out, set off an alarm? Or maybe it was the lack of sound that was making him run across the yard like his tail was on fire. There were several possibilities, but David couldn't leave him out there. He'd already proven he could get out of the yard, and what if he ran into danger? David pressed the button to manually unlock the doors and pull it open. He'd snatch Toots and then... A large wolf pushed into the door with enough force David fell back, hitting his head on the hallway wall. He'd lost hold of his cell phone and it hit the floor, extinguishing the flashlight and giving David no way of seeing the hulking beast that stalked toward him. "Help! House help!" Nothing happened. Without the generator, there was no alarm system. "Oh no, I didn't mean to hurt you, David. You shouldn't have been standing so close to the door." Cressley closed the back door, shutting out Toots, who was bleating wildly. Cressley lifted him from the floor, cradling him gently. Though his head pounded, David steeled his spine, cringing from every spot that pressed into the other man's naked body. How are you here? I've been here since yesterday. Your idiot father brought me right through the gate. I heard what you said about me. But don't worry. I know Sai put that poison into your ear. There's no way my perfect David would want to stay with that mutt. I knew the liars here would turn my brother and Elijah against me, just like they did you. But I hid in the trunk anyway. For you, David. Just like everything else I've done. It's all been for you. If he kept fighting Kresley's hold, he'd just clench David tighter. It went against his every instinct to force his body to go loose. But he did, sinking into Kresley's hold as pliant as dough. There you go. That's right, David. Kresley crooned, carrying David into the dining room. I made a mistake waiting, hoping that you'd be given to me eventually. I won't make that mistake again. I'm going to take you, make you mine. We'll go somewhere no one can... David exploded into movement, pushing his limbs out as he slipped from Kresley's hold. But he only made it a few steps before Kresley grabbed him by the neck and slammed him back down against the dining room table. David gasped for breath, the air having rushed out of his lungs. I know you're in a hurry to leave, but I want us to get a fresh start. Don't worry, we'll leave this place once I've removed these disgusting marks off your body. Kresley ripped the front of his shirt, baring David's torso to Kresley's flashing eyes. His growl shook David's head. You will be punished for allowing yourself to be marked by someone who isn't your master. Kresley! Pain exploded across his face, and he realized Mast had backhanded him. That isn't who I am to you. That's never been who I am. I told you, I am done being patient. From now on, you will address me as mate, alpha, or master. I love you so much that I will correct you if you slip up, despite how it will hurt me to hurt you. David would never call this man mate. Focus, David. You aren't who he thinks you are. You're strong now. You have magic. He focused his thoughts, imagining Kresley so terrified he ran out the door. Be afraid. Be afraid. Kresley just reached into a duffel bag David hadn't noticed yet and pulled out a small bottle. The emotions swirling around Kresley were a chaotic mess. Fear glowed from him already, as well as anger, paranoia, jealousy, and brightest of all, hatred. David's magic had no effect on him. Kresley used his teeth to pull out the stopper in the bottle and then let the liquid pour down David's neck and chest. It smelled like lavender and lemon, a bit cold, but it brought no pain. David's stomach still churned at Kresley's fingers massaging the liquid into his skin. What is that? Just a little something to clear away these disgusting blemishes. The only mark you'll wear from now on is mine, mate. No! The idea that Kresley could remove Sai's claim made him arch off the table in panic. I'm not your mate! I'm not yours! Kresley hissed and pushed his splayed hand down, bearing his weight against David's chest until he couldn't take in another breath. I put so much work into you. I knew the moment I saw you how good you'd be for me. He'd been 10 at the time when Kresley brought him to the farmhouse, but younger than that the first time they'd met. The sick bastard didn't let up as he continued.
I arranged myself in the right place, distracted myself over the years by training you right. And then Pataki went and ruined it all. We'll start again, from the beginning. But this time, you won't be training to be a bitch to some dog. You'll train to be mine. When Cressley lowered his head, David knew what he had planned. His eyes flashed silver, illuminating his extended canines. He was going to give David his mating bite. He didn't care if Cressley's hand crushed his ribs into his heart. David knew if Cressley marked him like that, he'd break. He'd be empty forever. David bucked his bottom half off the table as he scratched down Cressley's arms. He reached blindly across the table, his hand grabbing the top of a chair before he lifted it in a swing, using a strength he never knew he possessed. It smashed into Cressley's head with a satisfying crack. Cressley stumbled back and David rolled off the table, the edges of his vision blurry from lack of oxygen. When Cressley grabbed him again, David turned into a tornado of movement, hitting, kicking, scratching, doing anything he could to keep Cressley's bite off his body. "David? Are you okay in there?" Vaughn's voice was faint, as though he stood in his yard, calling out. "Callum, what can you sense?" Cressley smashed his meaty hand over David's mouth and wrenched him off his feet. "Go back in the house, Vaughn. Call Cy." "The phones don't work," came Vaughn's panicked reply. "Fuck!" Callum's voice was closer now, right outside the door. "David? David!" But Cressley had already carried David halfway down the hallway. He slipped out the back door, keeping a hand over David's mouth, while the other wrapped so tightly around him, he found himself without breath again. "They won't take you from me. No one will. Not ever again. You're mine, David," Cressley hissed as he ran down the dark road, his touch making David's body freeze. Except, he realized as Cressley tossed something out of his hand that it wasn't the man's touch. That had been a needle. Cressley had shot him up with something. "Just your vitamins, mate. You really should have been eased into taking them again slowly. But I need my sweet David back." David's head felt fuzzy. The drug took over his head, making him feel nothing when he should have felt terror. How did Cressley think he'd get out of the city? The place was under tighter security than it ever had been. In the distance, David heard a series of pops. It took his numb brain an extra moment to realize it was gunfire. Cressley chuckled darkly. "See? Fate is making this as easy as possible. Showing me that witch burying explosives in the forest, keeping your former intended distracted. You'll see, sweetheart, how things will start looking up from here. It might take you a while to realize that, but one day, you'll forget the awful time you spent here, and you'll remember only me and how to be my perfect, innocent mate." Cressley kept to the shadows, running with a purpose. But to where? David's head flopped to the side and he squinted. The moonlight was just enough for him to make out some kind of squat structure. A door. He had no idea where they were, and he didn't think it was the drugs confusing him. He didn't recognize anything but the boundary wall looming behind the structure. "Don't worry, mate. I've figured everything out. The bunker is underground, but the back room is on the other side of the fence and close enough to the surface. I just need to move a few tons of earth and stone to freedom." It was as if David's sluggish senses had just processed something Cressley had said moments ago. showing me that witch burying explosives in the forest.
Cressley must have come upon Samuel Bird while he'd been waiting for his moment to strike, and unburied the C4. And now he was going to take David into an underground bunker and try to blow their way out? He didn't think he had any adrenaline left, but clearly he'd been wrong. Thinking of the dark, being underground, stuck under dirt and rock.
Help! Help!
David's screams were so loud and piercing they hurt his throat. He didn't stop, though, because being rescued was his only chance of not going into that bunker with an insane man.
David! Damn it!
Cressley dropped him hard, but the drugs kept him from feeling the impact. They did not keep him from watching Cressley retrieve a second needle from his duffel and jam it into David's belly. He'd already felt loopy, flirting on the edge of consciousness as his heart slowed. A second dose so soon after the first might just kill him. At least, if he died, Cressley would never get what he wanted. Chapter 19. Agony.
I count 20 in the bushes, Pataki.
Axe asked at a volume just above silent via the comms tucked behind Sai's ear.
22.
From Sai's vantage point, he had a line of sight behind an old growth tree that Axe didn't. The bodies waiting there, crouched and unaware that they were being watched, barely moved.
Stations. Report.
Axe said.
Main gate count remains at 15 hostiles. 4 of them lunar wolves.
Zane said. Captain Kelvin answered next.
South gate count has increased to 18. 10 lunar wolves. 7 at the bridge. An additional 10 along the river boundary.
Karen Spire replied, his dark growl rumbling the speaker.
When do we kill them?
Hold. Do not move until fired upon. What Axe said made sense. The city couldn't afford attacking first and having the Helix clan spin the situation, claiming they were there without hostile intentions. But waiting to be attacked wasn't easy for Sai and most of the other men as well. And it seemed particularly difficult for Karen. That crazy bastard had insisted on manning not only the Celestial Bridge site, but the river that made their natural boundary to the east. When Axe had asked if his guardians were capable of covering so much ground, Karen had smiled. That had been the first time Sai had seen his face look like that, and it had somehow been more menacing than his usual scowl. They'd been lying in wait for the better part of the evening. After retrieving the explosives from every location but the one Sai and Axe manned, backed up by a mixture of solar and lunar guards, they'd concealed themselves and waited. The Helix had started showing up an hour ago, and the teams they had scattered throughout the city proper and surrounding territories had watched every move they'd made, which, admittedly, hadn't been many moves, but they were preparing to attack. That much was abundantly clear. T-minus 2 minutes, Huxley said. Samuel Bird had given the Helix clan a specific time when the explosives would go off. When that didn't happen, the attack might be delayed. But Sai had every confidence that the Helix had something else planned. But they were ready for it. The Helix expected them to be caught with their pants down, not aware and ready. Sai wished he could tell David not to worry, since he was likely pacing the hallway right at that minute. He was still reeling from uncovering his latest ability, and making the insane conclusion that it was that ability that brought Sai's love. Sai would gently assist David in extricating his head out of his ass, and then make his sweet boy his mate.
Just as soon as they got this helix business sorted, Sai palmed the sniper rifle braced against his lap. Now he felt like Karen, lusting for blood and to get this over with. Time. Huxley's voice sounded at a barely there whisper in his ear. Sai let out a slow, silent exhale. The hostiles on the other side of the boundary wall moved forward. There was some confused movement as they realized there was no explosion. Sai had half expected the bombs they couldn't find to go off. That they hadn't wasn't a huge relief. It meant they were still unaccounted for. But that wasn't a problem he could solve as the Helix force crept closer to the boundary. "The lights have gone out in the city," Zane reported. The lights? Dr. Jelani wasn't conducting testing, which meant something had gone wrong with the gate, or this was the Helix's doing. "Generators are engaging, but we've lost connection with the cell tower. We have movement at the main gate." Sai brought his sniper to the ready. He'd fibbed just a little to David about not using guns. They trained on the weapons, but hadn't had cause to use them until now. Sai watched as a witch stepped forward and used a device that looked like a rappelling gun to attach a hook to the top of the wall. "Chief, how much longer did he expect them to wait?" "Hold." The witch was halfway up, but others had climbed faster, and 3 kinetics had simply levitated off the ground and were flying over. The moment the first toes set foot on city lands, Axe called out, "Stop! You do not have authorization!" The kinetic pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it in the direction of Axe's voice. It hit the ground with a sharp pop that sent shrapnel in every direction. From their positions in the trees, they were shielded, but that had been the signal they'd been waiting for. Axe gave the command. "Open fire!" Sai squeezed the trigger. The 5 witches that had scaled the wall were down already. The ones on the other side of the fence Sai shot to injure, not kill. He searched for his next target, but there wasn't anyone left to shoot. The Helix force was not only outnumbered, but outmaneuvered. Thanks to David. If they hadn't disarmed the explosives, this moment would have gone a very different way. He spotted movement coming from the opposite direction. A furry creature on 4 legs that he used to parkour his way Sai's direction. "Is that a goat?" one of the patrol officers asked. "Pygmy goat." The words dropped from Sai's mouth into his stomach. He jumped from his position to the forest floor. "Pataki? This is Toots, David's pygmy goat. And Dino, can you hear me?" "Affirmative." "Are you in a position to go to my house?" Zane's position was closest. He'd get there faster. Sai wanted to hope Toots had just gotten out, but he really didn't think the goat would run straight to him if that were the case. "On my way. Our hostiles are down. 10 dead and 5 wounded." As the other locations reported their own stats, Sai scooped Toots up off the ground. "Pataki, Callum was already running my way. He says David is gone. Cressley's scent is fresh in your house." Sai thrust Toots into the arms of a patrol officer. "And Dino, repeat?" Axe asked. "Callum reports hearing noises from Pataki's home. Vaughn called out and received no answer. Callum investigated and picked up on Cressley's scent. He believes they went out the back door." "Chief, go! And Dino, start at Pataki's house and follow the scent trail." Sai ran through the forest, his senses open, catching every smell and sound. The forest would normally be deafening with all the nocturnal animals scurrying about, but the gunfire had sent them into hiding. He had to concentrate on what he could see and hear. If he didn't, he'd think about David in the clutches of that monster. If Mast was there to kill David, he wouldn't have left Sai's house with him. He'd have killed him there and slipped away. But Mast didn't want David dead. A cold chill stiffened Sai's spine. Stop. Stay focused. What can you hear? What can you smell? He pictured the route in front of him and changed direction. Mast wanted to take David out of the city. A majority of the boundary wall was being actively guarded. He'd have to head for a portion that wasn't. He could have gone for the lake, but if he went out the back of the house, that would have meant backtracking. Sai's breath caught in his chest. David's terror was so thick, it filled his lungs like water. He forced his legs forward, following the scent of his sweet boy's fear. Fuck! Fuck! He skidded to a stop at where the scent was the thickest, the most recent, directly in front of the bunker door. Mast had taken David into his worst nightmare. The bunker opened to a hallway that led down to the below-ground rooms. There were 3 in total, situated like a shamrock. The corridor was dimly lit, thanks to the generators they'd installed weeks ago. Each room had been cleaned out of everything but the furniture, some drafting tables, and chairs. David's fear clung to the cement walls, but that was all Sai could scent. It was as though David's natural scent had been muted, like he'd been when he'd first gotten to Crescent City. He swallowed his growl. Mast had drugged him again. Stop crying, mate. I have it all under control. Mast's voice sounded from the other end of the hallway, inside the middle room of the bunker. Mate? Sai's claws distended as his fangs sharpened. Mast would die for that alone. There was no sound of David's reply as Sai stopped just outside the door. He listened a second longer, unsure if he wanted to hear David's voice or not. When he didn't, he slammed the door open. Mast twirled around, dropping to a crouch as he growled. David lay at his feet, pale, sweating profusely, and weakly weeping. What's your fucking plan here, Mast? Going to play house in the bunker? Did you think we wouldn't search this place? I don't give a fuck what you do, Mast replied, swaying as though trying to block Sai's view of the wall behind him. C4. The blocks they hadn't been able to locate. If you can't have him, no one can, Sai growled out. You'd kill him and yourself? Just you, Mast lunged. Sai spun out of the way of the flash of silver Mast swiped through the air he'd previously been located. He parried, striking with his outstretched claws across Mast's gut. The man dropped his knife and cried out, pressing his hands against the line of red across his stomach, already spilling over his fingers. Sai advanced, jumping off an overturned chair and soaring to land on top of Mast. He roared, eyes flashing before sinking his fangs into the front of Mast's throat and tearing the flesh free. As the man let out a gurgling cry, a second sound caught Sai's attention. David's heartbeat was too slow. Something was wrong with him outside of almost being kidnapped by a monster. Sai left Mast to bleed out and dropped to David's side, searching his body for injuries. David! Kachim! Say something, please! His lip was swollen, as well as one side of his face, bruises popping up as though he'd been backhanded. Blood dried into thick chunks into his pale hair. But none of these injuries were fatal, or explained why his heart continued to slow. He looked back like he planned on asking Mast's corpse, except the body wasn't there.
The door was open, and Sai spotted Mast dragging his body over the cement hallway, more than halfway up. A thick trail of blood followed him, but it was the detonator that Sai zeroed in on.
If I can't have him, neither can you,
Mast rasped, the flesh at his throat flapping. Sai scooped David off the ground and ran for the door, slamming it closed behind him. He made it 2 steps up the hallway when his world exploded. There was no flash of light, only a loud boom followed by louder rumbles, as the bunker tore apart all around them. He didn't know how much time had passed with David in his arms. Sai hunched over his body, as though he could protect him from the rubble. When he realized the explosion was over, and they weren't dead, he lifted his head, blinking through the dusty darkness. The way forward was a wall of dirt. Sai could gain comfort knowing Mast was beneath that pile, but that was his only comfort. The bunker had been built to withstand attacks from the outside. The interior was reinforced with 6-inch cement walls, solid steel doors, and a 3-foot layer of rock that covered the roof. After that, there was an additional 6 feet of earth separating them from the surface. They'd made it to the hallway, so they were slightly closer, but not by enough to give Sai any hope. Especially not when David's heart beat at the speed of a slow-dripping faucet.
David, my sweet boy, can you hear me?
Sai, David replied so softly he almost missed it.
I'm in the dark,
he whimpered and cringed into Sai's chest.
But I'm here, Kichim. I won't let anything hurt you.
He brushed David's hair back, careful to avoid the head wound.
Chief, can you hear me?
Sai spoke into his earpiece. It was dead silent in his ear, but he wouldn't assume that meant they couldn't hear him.
Might? And Dino? Anyone? We're in the bunker. There's been an explosion. We're underground and require assistance.
He wouldn't say they were stuck where David could hear.
We need a healer. David is injured. I think Mast gave him a dose of those fucking vitamins. 2 with needle,
David added, proving Sai was right that he was listening.
Feel weak, cold, numb. Shh, sweet boy. It's okay. Everything is going to be okay.
David didn't respond, likely because he could hear Sai's panic. How would he make this okay? The pocket that had formed around them was just large enough for their 2 bodies, and there was solid stone in every direction surrounding them. He wouldn't be digging free, and unless the people topside knew exactly where they were, there would be no digging them out either, not in a short enough time to help.
Sai,
David rasped as loudly as 2 pieces of paper sliding together.
Yes. Do you still love me? Yes, Kichim. I love you. Just like I loved you earlier in the day, and the day before. I love you. I need you to believe that.
He coughed weakly.
I do now. No more powers.
Before, the drugs had weakened his magical ability. With 2 doses currently in his system, David wouldn't be able to access his affinity at all. David's lips turned up just barely enough to be called a smile.
You love me?
He sighed, his body growing more relaxed in Sai's arms.
Will you be my mate? Yes, Yes, today, just as soon as we're rescued, we'll have our mating ceremony. You just have to hold on. Someone will have noticed the explosion. They know we're missing. They'll follow our scents. I'm dying, Sai.
He shoved down the sob that threatened to close his throat.
No, you aren't. I won't let you. I'm numb, cold. I feel like nothing. Am I nothing? No. You're the most important thing in the world. My most important thing. David, you just need to hang on.
David coughed. Each breath seemed harder to take than the one before. His tears soaked the front of Sai's shirt.
I want to belong to you before I die. Please.
Sai wanted to rage, to tear through the stones surrounding them until his fingers were nothing but bone. His sweet boy deserved so much more than the life he'd been given. More than Sai. More than Mast. More than a death stuck in a closed, dark space. But he especially deserved more than for Sai to fill the time he had left with any more heartache. David had made a choice, and Sai would respect it. He kissed David's forehead, shifting to find a more solid position inside their pocket of air.
Then you will. Repeat after me, Kitchim. Can you do that?
David tried to nod, but only managed moving his head slightly.
I take your heart as my heart.
Sai had to bring the side of his head lower to hear David's whispered phrase.
My strength is your strength.
What strength? He couldn't protect David when he truly needed him.
Your joy is my blessing.
David lifted his head, an actual smile crossing his face before he repeated the phrase.
Your joy is my blessing. My beast belongs to you.
That was Sai's promise alone, and it was the most honest thing he'd ever said. His beast had known David before he did.
I promise to protect and nurture our bond.
His voice cracked. He wasn't protecting David. He was watching this incredible man fade away in his arms, and there was nothing he could do about it. Except this.
Because you are my mate,
Sai said clearly. David deserved that much.
Because you...
David's words trailed. His body was as light as feathers, and somehow still sank heavily against Sai's chest.
Are my mate.
The very idea of harming David, even with the mating bite, repulsed him. But it was what sealed their promise and connected them forever. He lifted David's arm, mindful of where he placed his teeth against his inner wrist, before biting. David whimpered, his entire body tightening as Sai licked over the wound.
I felt that I could feel you, Sai.
The relief in his voice tore Sai in two.
I could feel you, mate.
David let out a long, slow exhale, and then his heart stopped.
No, 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 no!
He shook David's shoulders, his shakes growing stronger the longer time stretched on without the sound of David's heartbeat.
Wake up, David. Wake up! Fuck! Help! Someone help! We're down here!
His wolf rose to the surface, nearly forcing a shift. But he wouldn't be able to do anything for them. His team knew what he'd been doing. They knew where to start looking for them, and someone would have heard the explosion. But their only hope was for someone topside to somehow know exactly where they were located in the rubble.
Help! Help! We're here!
He heard a dull roar in response, a sort of droning, like the buzz of an electric fence, or maybe a drill? It was wishful thinking, his brain conjuring hope as the oxygen depleted. There was no way for anyone to be able to know exactly where they'd gotten trapped amongst dirt and stone. "Stop! You're almost there! Just 2 more feet! Be careful!" That was Teddy? Teddy Borealis? Now Sai knew he wasn't experiencing some final moment fantasy, because he sure as fuck wouldn't drag Teddy into any part of it. But the droning continued. The earth over his head started to crumble, dropping bits of dirt and rock over his shoulders. He was already hunched over David's body, but he pulled him in tighter. "That's far enough! Use the shovels! Or your hands!" Teddy instructed. The earth overhead moved and shifted. In seconds, he saw a clawed hand break through. Sai grabbed onto it.
"Here! We're here."
He let the hand go as more pushed through the crack. When there was a hole large enough, Sai lifted David over his head.
"He needs a healer. His heart stopped."
He hated letting David out of his arms, but it was another minute before the hole was large enough for Huxley and Axe to pull him free. Sai dropped to his knees, sucking in lungfuls of clean air. He scrambled forward to David's side, where Martha Might waved her hands over him.
"It's those drugs. Mast gave him too much."
Without looking up, Martha replied, "I understand, Agent Pataki. Now please, hold his hand and stop talking." Martha was the best healer in the city, but David's heart hadn't been beating for at least 2 minutes. Someone tried handing him some water, but Sai pushed it away, refusing to so much as blink as he watched David for any signs of life. His mating bite was red, but thanks to Sai's licking, the only clean spot on his arm, his mate.
"Wake up, mate. Come back to me."
Martha sprinkled some kind of silver powder over David's chest. Where had his marks gone? David's chest had been covered in Sai's love bites, but now there was nothing. That thought only lingered for a second, long enough for Martha to pour something into David's mouth, rubbing his throat to encourage the liquid down. She whispered something too quickly for Sai to make out the words, and then leaned back as though waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. And then David's chest began to pound, and his eyes opened with a loud gasp before fluttering closed. Sai lurched forward to pull David against his chest, but was stopped by Martha's sharp order. "Freeze! He needs to remain horizontal for 5 more minutes." In a gentler tone, she said, "David, honey, can you hear me? It's Martha Might. Your intended, Sai, is here with me." David's eyes were still closed when his lips moved. "Mate. My mate, Sai." Sai dropped down to lie next to David, the next best thing to holding him.
"You're so brave, David. So brave and strong. Thank you for coming back to me."
"Of course I did." His voice was scratchy, but the most beautiful sound Sai had ever heard. You haven't taught me how to use all our sex toys yet.
Martha cleared her throat, the sound suspiciously close to a laugh.
Well, I'll just leave you two to reacquaint in private. 4 more minutes, Agent Pataki. I mean it. The potion needs to settle to flush out the drug properly.
She didn't need to warn him. There was 0 chance of Sai doing anything that would threaten David's recovery.
What happened? How did you get us out?
David asked. I didn't.
Teddy found you,
Caden chirped, making Sai realize that they were still surrounded by people. Caden was tucked under Axe's arm, tears streaking down his face. Teddy Borealis stood next to him, giving them a worried smile. I, sensed you, like I do rocks and water, Teddy said with an awkward wave.
And you said your magic was useless,
David teased. What about Mast? Sai hated bringing that name up so close to David, but he needed to know the man was dead and gone. He's the one who set off the explosion. Teddy frowned. You were the only bodies I sensed. If he's dead, I won't be able to find him. I'm sorry. He'd torn that man's throat out and sliced lines into his belly. He wasn't likely alive, but Sai wanted the certainty of seeing the wolf's body and spitting on it. He knew he'd be out here in the days that followed, picking through the rubble and searching for his bones. But right then, his mate needed him. Chapter 20. Joy. David closed the lid of the nest boxes, a basket of eggs in his hand. Somehow, these 2 chickens, who would never be called entree and appetizer, thank you very much, were laying at a rate that could put them in the chicken-laying Hall of Fame. They produced way too much for Sai and David to eat, and he'd taken to simply leaving containers of eggs along with baskets of veggies on his front porch so anyone walking by could grab some. David felt something hit the back of his calf and turned, craning to look down just as Toots rammed into